Chapter 151. Just as Jiang Miao continued to inspect the breeding base, LV Weibing's phone rang. He stepped aside to answer the call. A short while later, he returned. Boss, the soybean research team from the Zelimo City Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Research Institute just visited our company. Would you like to meet them? Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows. Okay, we pretty much finished here. Shiban Dasong, take care of the tasks I assigned you, especially those areas with safety hazards. We need to rectify them as soon as possible. Okay, boss. We complete the task as quickly as possible. Lu Zhiban and Wu Song stayed behind. Jiang Miao led LV Weibin and the others back to the main base. After driving 23 kilometers, they returned to the bustling main base. The nearby villagers and herdsmen looked at Jiang Miao and his team's convoy with curiosity. They had already heard that this was a project for a large company in the south. Sun Buxing, who was munching on sunflower seeds, could only do so at his doorstep during this lean season. Baoyin, carrying a bag of seasoning, looked at Sun Buxing, who was sitting on a small stool chewing sunflower seeds, and asked with a smile, "Old Sun, can't you drive a tractor? Why don't you go work at that company across the street? I can't even take care of my own sheep, and I'm going to work there? Don't be ridiculous." Sun Buxing spat the sunflower seed shells onto the ground. "Haha, just let your wife take care of those 200 or so sheep of yours. She's a bit of a scoundrel, and I'm worried about her." Sun Buxing changed the subject. "Why are you buying so many bottles and cans? Are you opening a restaurant?" But Baoyin nodded, "Yes. I'm planning to open a kebab and noodle shop." "You don't have a fever, do you?" Sun Buxing stopped cracking his melon seeds and looked at him in surprise. "You do have a fever. I have inside information. This big company will have 1,000 employees at this base. They'd definitely be eating out. My house is right across from their base. Opening a family noodle shop and serving skewers will definitely attract them to come," Baoyin said confidently. Sun Buxing was stunned. "Really? 1,000 people? Our village doesn't even have that many people. How could they have invested so much?" "Hee, the farm my cousin used to work at went bankrupt, and it was acquired by this company. They contracted the Taman Chagan Desert to the north. I heard they contracted 350,000 mu." Crack. Sun Buxing cracked a melon seed, his eyes rolling. "Made? Huh? Nothing much. I just don't think your kebab and noodle shop will attract the crowds." "Hey! When did our old son become a business genius? Then tell me, why can't you attract customers?" Baoyin was immediately dissatisfied. Sun Buxing waved his hand. "I didn't say your noodle shop can't attract people. I just didn't consider where their employees come from. Is it possible that their base is so large that they have a kitchen inside?" "Huh?" Baoyin finally realized. "Then what suggestions do you have?" 5 meals, Sun Buxing said with a smile. Baoyin gritted his teeth. "Okay, if your suggestion is useful, I treat you to 5 meals of wine. Are you satisfied? Tell me now. Don't be impatient." Baoyin snatched the melon seed bag. "Don't dilly-dally." "Okay, isn't that okay?" Sun Buxing said with a smile. "Since you have inside connections, have someone find out what the kitchens at this base primarily serve. If they're serving our local dishes, you better not open your noodle shop and kebab shop." "That makes sense." Baoyin was buzzing. "What else? What else? That's it?" Baoyin looked as if he was kidding me. "Look, you're anxious again." "How can I not be anxious? This is much more stable than that crappy Insha tourist attraction. They have thousands of visitors. Even if only a few dozen people dine out every day, they could support a whole mediocre restaurant." Sun Buxing shook his head. "Go find out first, or how can I give you advice?" "That's right." Baoyin hurried off. Looking at the construction site nearby where the sand was being leveled, Sun Buxing's eyes flashed with a glint. Food is a small matter. Daily necessities are the real deal. If you're going to open a business, open a grocery store. Suddenly, he looked at the pile of melon seed shells on the ground, then at his empty hands, and couldn't help but burst into a rage. "You Baoyin, you even learned to steal. Just wait, I give you a good beating when the time comes. What are you barking like a dog out there? Drinking horse urine again?" A powerful voice rang out from inside the house. Sun Buxing suddenly jumped up from his chair. He dusted himself off, quickly opened the door, and walked into the house. Seeing the woman making dough dumplings, he rubbed his hands with a wry smile and said, "I want to discuss something with you." Tana, who was also making dough dumplings, glared at him. "If you have something to say, fart now. My brother's a grocer in the city, and I want to open one in the village too. Call him and talk to him, and he give us some pointers." Tana frowned. You want to start a business again? Haven't you lost enough? I don't agree. Don't be like that. I really have a way to get rich this time. Sun Bushing frantically scratched his head like a monkey. Haha, you always say that? Tana said. I don't believe you, you old man. Really? This is what I'm thinking. Sun Bushing quickly explained the grocery store and the Halyafing company across the street. After hearing this explanation, Tana finally began to think seriously. Are there really that many people? I heard from Baoyin that his cousin's farm was acquired by this company. They also contracted 350,000 mu of desert. With such a large area, even with the machinery, other tasks would require thousands of people, Sun Bushing quickly explained. Tana was still haunted by Sun Bushing's previous losses. I'm still worried. What if their company goes bankrupt after just a few days? What will we do? So, I want you to ask my brother. He sells groceries in the city and knows the ropes. Plus, our house is just across the street, so we don't have to rent a shop, which saves a ton of money. Finally, after Sun Bushing's persuasive tactics, Tana was persuaded and reluctantly agreed to ask her brother about opening a grocery store. Just as Sun Bushing was feeling confident, a large bathhouse, reminiscent of a guest house, opened with a bang 200 meters from his house, by the river. The owner of this bathhouse was Wu Song's brother. It was clear that the other party had received guidance from Wu Song. In Zelamu City, due to limited water resources and dry weather, many people didn't bathe daily like people in the south. At Halyafing Company's Gulan base, due to inadequate initial infrastructure, many employees had to use fire trucks to fetch water for bathing, which was very inconvenient. Wu Song saw a business opportunity and asked his brother to open a large bathhouse, similar to a guest house, providing accommodation, bathing, dining, and selling beverages. There are smart people in every place. The local tourism industry, previously languishing, naturally had little impact on the economy. But now that Halyafing Company had entered the market, some smart people saw the opportunity, and the bold ones had already made their bets. Jiang Miao returned to the main base. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw 2 pickup trucks with Zelamu City Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Research Institute painted on them parked in the temporary parking lot. He arrived at the office area. An employee in charge of logistics came over and showed Jiang Miao the way. In the office where he had been received, Jiang Miao spotted 6 strangers with rough, dark skin. These individuals were likely members of the soybean research team at the Zelamu Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Research Institute. The 2 sides introduced themselves to each other. It was heard that Jiang Miao, in addition to being the chairman of Halyafing Company, was also an honorary doctor, a distinguished professor, and a doctoral supervisor at Shizishan Agricultural University, and the vice president of the Ceres Feed Association. Zhang Jiong, director of the institute's soybean team, was stunned. He had only heard that a large company had come to Jiayuan County and acquired hundreds of thousands of acres of desert for a desert cultivation project. He had been wondering if they could collaborate. They hadn't expected the other party to be so prominent. Several other researchers and research assistants on their team were also stunned. Jiang Bo, you're truly young and promising. I guess the only thing I have over Jiang Bo is age, Zhang Jiong joked self-deprecatingly. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Jiang Bo is too modest. Everyone specializes in their own fields. Scientific research projects are categorized as high-ranking and low-ranking, but our researchers aren't. Jiang Bo, I'm curious about your company's project in Jiayuan County. I wonder what crops you're planning to grow. Perhaps we could collaborate, Zhang Jiong asked curiously. Our project is soybean cultivation. Soybean cultivation? Zhang Jiong perked up when he heard that this was his main business. Are hundreds of thousands of acres of desert going to be converted into farmland? Yes. 200,000 acres will be leveled and converted into standard farmland suitable for mechanization. The remaining 150,000 acres will be sown with a mix of soybeans and alfalfa for pasture. One of the researchers, wearing glasses, scratched his head and warned with some uncertainty, Jiangbo, you should be aware of the local rainfall. The water in the river is mostly used for livestock farming. I'm afraid the local groundwater can't support such a large-scale soybean cultivation. That's definitely not appropriate. Even with shallow drip irrigation that integrates water and fertilizer, soybeans require 90 cubic meters of water per acre. 350,000 acres would require pumping 31.5 million cubic meters of groundwater. That's a massive amount of water use. I estimate that within a few years, the entire Teminchigan desert will rapidly subside. Another researcher with a large black mole on his nose also frowned. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, everyone. Our company will only pump 21 million cubic meters of groundwater in the first year, and if there's rainfall, this usage can be further reduced. Huh? Zhang Zhiyong was confused. Jiangbo, you're not going to plant next year? But if you don't plant next year, then you won't be able to recoup all the money you invested in leveling the land. Jiang Miao casually explained, our company has developed 3 new varieties of perennial soybeans. Once planted, they don't require watering, they rely solely on natural rainfall and nighttime dew for normal growth. Hearing this, Zhang Zhiyong recalled something he had learned previously: perennial varieties. Is this a trait obtained by hybridizing wild soybeans from the south? Can this variety adapt to the north? We simulated northern weather in our lab, and there's no problem. The bespectacled researcher asked curiously, Jiangbo, I wonder what the yield per mu of your company's new variety can achieve? The black mole researcher chimed in, Jiangbo, your company should think twice. It's hard to make money from soybeans right now. It's best not to invest so much all at once. These researchers had just seen the numerous facilities being set up at the base, with over 200 construction vehicles working nearby. Such a large investment would require at least several hundred million yuan, and they were truly heartbroken. Zhang Zhiyong reminded him with some concern, Jiangbo, you may not be familiar with the current domestic soybean market. The current market price for grade 3 soybeans with a 36% protein content is only 3,600 yuan per ton, while the average yield per mu in Zeram City is only around 150 kilograms. Even though I'm researching soybeans, experimental fields and ordinary farmland are 2 different things. What they say does have some truth to it. After all, Zhang Zhiyong's team participated in a sub-project of the National Key R&D Program, High Yield and High Efficiency Cultivation Model for Spring Corn and Soybean Planting in Western Irrigated Areas of Northeast China. 24 years of yield measurements in their experimental field showed a theoretical soybean yield of 390.93 kilograms per mu, 13% moisture content, breaking the record for high yields on a small plot in the southern desert. But this was of little use, at least not decisive. The key lies in the 3 words small plot. With meticulous cultivation, adequate water, fertilizer, light, and heat, and no extreme weather, and with good seeds, achieving these figures in the experimental fields is not difficult. But scaling from a small plot to a large one presents the real challenge. Jiang Miao first thanked Zhang Zhiyong's team for their kindness. I'm very pleased with your kindness, but our company invested in this project naturally to make money. I definitely won't do a business that loses money. Faced with Jiang Miao's stubbornness, Zhang Zhiyong sighed inwardly, but he also knew when to stop. After all, this was Heliafeng's investment. He could just give a heads up. Whether they listened or not was not his decision. Several other researchers hesitated to speak, but seeing their boss remain silent, they chose to remain silent as well. Zhang Zhiyong changed the subject. Jiangbo, how many kilograms per mu of soybeans can you achieve? Between 290 and 332 kilograms, Jiang Miao replied truthfully. That's a decent yield. Zhang Zhiyong wasn't too surprised, as he subconsciously assumed it was data from Heliafeng's experimental fields. Many farmers their research team collaborates with have also achieved this level of success with small-scale plantings. Zhang Zhiyong mentioned another matter. Jianghua, if possible, we like to leave an observation plot at your planting base. It doesn't have to be too large, 10 mu will be enough. No problem. Our soybean planting starts in mid to late June, and harvesting begins in mid-October. When the time comes, please contact Wusong or Lu Zhiban, the head of our branch office. Okay. Zhang Zhiyong smiled and nodded. It seems your new soybean variety, Jianghua, is a short-growing variety. The bespectacled researcher wasn't surprised, as long-growing soybean varieties aren't suitable for their climate. Zhang Zhiyong then discussed seedling promotion. Jiangbo, if the soybeans in your planting base perform well this year and next year's perennial experiment can guarantee a 60% yield per mu, I can recommend them to some local growers. Shouldn't your company sell the seeds? Of course. Speaking of seeds, Zhang Zhiyong remembered something and quickly reminded him, Jiangbo, have you patented your soybean varieties? If not, register as soon as possible. If you think the variety has great value, it's best to register for an international patent to avoid being preempted by foreign seedling companies. Thank you for the reminder. We have already registered domestic and international patents, and we also registered patents for some specific gene fragments. Jiang Miao was very particular about this. Zhang Zhiyong was a little surprised to hear that Jiang Miao had even registered gene fragments, and he became interested in the 3 varieties of Heliafeng Company. After all, even if ordinary seed companies register patents, they typically only register domestic variety patents. They rarely even register international patents, let alone patents specifically for specific genes related to a variety. This is only done if the variety is truly unique and has exceptional economic value. Registering a patent costs money, and registering a patent for a gene fragment is more than just a matter of money. A genetic testing report is also required to confirm that the submitted gene fragment is newly discovered before a patent can be obtained. In the past, China ignored such practices and even donated wild soybean seeds to Monsanto. However, Monsanto then used a portion of this wild soybean's unique gene fragment to register a patent and then sued domestic seed companies, demanding they pay royalties for using the fragment. This is the consequence of neglecting intellectual property protection. Zhang Zhiyong came to his senses and said, "Jiangbo, be prepared to avoid being exploited by those foreign vampires." When I was studying at Shizishan Agricultural University, my teacher often reminded us to be wary of foreign seed companies. Jiang Miao took a sip of salty milk tea. Yes, we had no experience in China before, and many of our unique seed resources have been stolen by foreign seed companies. Zhang Zhiyong spoke with deep regret. Over 2 hours had passed before they realized it. Seeing that it was almost noon, Zhang Zhiyong remembered that he had to go to the Desert Research Station in Bashi County today, so he quickly said goodbye to Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao had originally planned to treat them to lunch, but Zhang Zhiyong, anxious to get going, declined. As Zhang Zhiyong and his team hurriedly left, Lu Zhiban and Wu Song had also taken care of some matters at the breeding base, and returned to the main base to report the situation to Jiang Miao. As they were talking, Li Zixuan knocked on the door. "Boss, these are some documents that President Jiang just sent over." Jiang Miao took the documents and quickly flipped through them. There were 3 things. One was that the acquisition of Yangcheng Zinilkang Pharmaceutical Company had been finalized, and the price was 17 million lower than previously estimated. The second thing is that my sister is in charge of developing a Pearl River Delta project. She has already completed the purchase of shops and residences in Pingcheng and Icheng. The last thing is that someone attempted to break into the company's Egyptian catfish breeding base last night and was caught red-handed by security personnel. Chapter 152. Jiang Miao wasn't overly concerned about what was happening at headquarters. After all, Heliafeng Company was no longer in its fledgling state of a year ago. With all the systems already in place, and with his brother-in-law, sister, Shuya, and others around, he didn't have to worry about major problems. As for the third issue, the group attempting to steal Heliafeng Company's secrets was a group of Annanese who had fled from the Guangxi border. According to the details Jiang Haiba had sent, these individuals had used underground channels to come to Guangxi to harvest sugarcane, then fled from Guangxi via rural roads to Shanmei. Because of this incident, the Shanmei local authorities had already reported it to their superiors. It was estimated that Annanese from southern Guangxi, who wanted to come to harvest sugarcane, would be in dire straits for the foreseeable future. Jiang Miao also took the time to research the companies and forces in the Annan region with motives online. In less than 2 hours, he had tracked down these individuals. The investigative report contained a satellite phone carried by the group, and Jiang Miao used this phone number to reverse locate their location. "It'd be easy if I have a location." "Nanwei Group?" His eyes were cold. "You're asking for trouble." Then Jiang Miao followed the network cable and accessed the Nanwei Group's factory internal network. Seeing the fish mill factories that had been partially shut down, he skipped over those and targeted those currently in production. For example, the production line for Basa fish fillets. He used the operator's mobile phone to secretly increase the electronic scale in the additive mixing room to 2 times the volume, but the display remained unchanged. During the processing of fish fillets, 3 types of additives are generally used: humectants, antioxidants, and preservatives. The antioxidant is primarily vitamin C, while the preservative is potassium sorbate. Excessive use of these 2 substances is not a major problem. Humidifiers, typically sodium tripolyphosphate and sodium hexametaphosphate, are used in moderation to maintain the fish fillet's moisture and texture, preventing it from drying out and becoming tough during storage and cooking. Excessive addition of phosphates can increase the phosphorus content in the fish fillet, impairing calcium absorption, leading to calcium and phosphorus metabolism disorders, and increasing the risk of osteoporosis, fractures, and other diseases. Of course, twice the amount isn't a lot. It's fine for an occasional meal or 2. And Jiang Miao had no intention of letting these products flow into the market. As soon as the South Vietnam Group's problematic fish fillets were produced and exported, he would report them online to the customs of Saris and Gale country. This was because the South Vietnam Group's fish fillets were primarily exported to these two countries. But that alone wasn't enough. Jiang Miao followed suit and entered the Nanway Group's feed factory, which produced 800,000 tons annually. He was surprised to discover a high level of automation within the facility, including several advanced batching machines that sprayed a measured amount of trace elements and other ingredients into the feed while mixing the raw materials. The equipment's parameters were set via computer. He kindly researched a formula specifically for their main products, namely basa fish feed, white leg shrimp feed, and tilapia feed. After much deliberation, Jiang Miao chose white leg shrimp, primarily due to its higher economic value and its tendency to perish more easily than the more durable basa fish and tilapia. Furthermore, Nanway Group's basa fish feed is mostly digested internally, while white shrimp feed is primarily exported to local farmers. If these farmers were to suffer widespread crop failures after using their feed, they would undoubtedly target Nanway Group. He simply adjusted the injection parameters of a few trace elements, ensuring that the newly formulated feed prevented oxygen from binding to hemoglobin in the white shrimp's bodies, leading to death from hypoxia. He had it all sorted out. March 14th had unknowingly arrived, 3 days after Jiang Miao arrived in Zelamu City. His inspection of the branch office was nearly complete, and he had also reorganized the branch's management team, transferring some potentially problematic executives back to headquarters or dismissing them outright. However, his visit to the Monan branch wasn't entirely over. This time, Jiang Miao didn't have Lu Weibin and the others with him. Instead, he took Li Zixuan, Kuyong, and a dozen others, driving the branch's 4 pickup trucks, to tour Jiayuan County. In reality, Jiang Miao was searching for mineral veins. Haileyafeng Company actually possesses the relevant mining procedures and qualifications, legally obtained through connections with the Feed Association. However, Jiang Miao has no immediate plans to mine the relevant minerals, nor does he intend for Haileyafeng Company to conduct mining itself. Instead, he plans to establish a subsidiary. The mining business is primarily for future considerations. With the increasingly severe international situation in recent years, Jiang Miao must prepare for the worst. Although agriculture and mining may appear unrelated, they are actually very closely linked. For example, much of the 3 major fertilizer raw materials, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as well as a large number of trace element fertilizer raw materials, require mining. Nitrogen fertilizer can be synthesized from coal or natural gas using air. But potash and phosphate fertilizers require mining, especially phosphate fertilizer. China currently mines hundreds of millions of tons of phosphate rock annually, producing about 40% of the world's phosphate fertilizer. However, domestic phosphate reserves only amount to a few billion tons, and much of it is low-grade, making extraction costs prohibitive. But not producing is unavoidable. In addition, copper, manganese, cobalt, chromium, and platinum group minerals are all extremely scarce in China. Among these, phosphate rock is the most dangerous. Primarily, after phosphate rock is made into fertilizer, it is easily dissolved by water, carried into rivers, lakes, and ultimately into the ocean. This process is almost irreversible. Of course, if the cost is borne out, it is indeed possible to extract the phosphorus from discharged agricultural water and domestic sewage by concentrating them. The problem is that the cost of doing so is hundreds of times higher than producing phosphorus from phosphate rock, which would increase the price of phosphate fertilizer by hundreds of times as well. If the price of phosphate fertilizer were to increase by hundreds of times, the consequences would be disastrous. Taking wheat as an example, 1 acre requires approximately 4 kilograms of phosphate fertilizer, at around 0.9 yuan per kilogram, meaning the total cost per acre is 3.6 yuan. If the price of phosphate fertilizer increases 50-fold, the cost per acre of wheat will reach 360 yuan. Note that the average domestic wheat yield per acre is only around 450 kilograms, so the average cost per kilogram will increase by 0.8 yuan. The domestic wheat purchase price increased from 2.34 yuan per kilogram in 2004 to 2.36 yuan per kilogram in 2005. And then to 2.38 yuan per kilogram last year, an annual increase of only 0.02 yuan. If the wheat purchase price suddenly increased by 0.8 yuan, the prices of other daily necessities would also soar. The 3 major fertilizers are essential supplements for plant growth. Without phosphate fertilizer, the phosphorus content in the soil alone would be insufficient, leading to reduced yields of grains, vegetables, and fruits, as well as reduced cold tolerance and disease resistance. Some might think Jiang Miao's concerns are unfounded. China's phosphate rock reserves should last at least 30 years. By then, Perhaps the technology to extract phosphorus from natural water bodies will have been mastered, enabling cost-effective production. However, in reality, the production cost of extracting phosphorus from seawater will never be lower than that of phosphate rock. The answer lies in its phosphorus content. The average phosphorus content, calculated as phosphorus pentoxide, of high-grade phosphate rock in Morocco is 33 to 34%, while the domestic average is around 16%. The phosphorus content of seawater is 0.07 milligrams per liter. The difference in their content is enormous. Unless controlled nuclear fusion can drive electricity costs down to 0.01 yuan per kilowatt-hour, extracting phosphorus from seawater is a foregone conclusion. Even if China still has the snowy plateau, its last remaining mineral reserve, the mining and refining costs of over 3 billion tons of phosphate rock will continue to rise. If the Gale nation discovers that its food weapon is ineffective, will they disrupt mineral mining in other parts of the country? Furthermore, if China is to achieve complete self-sufficiency in food, oil, feed, and sugar, fertilizer production capacity cannot be reduced. Thus, it is imperative to search for high-grade phosphate rock domestically or develop efficient phosphorus refining technology. Both of these areas are within Jiang Miao's reach. He didn't hold out much hope for high-grade, easily mined phosphate ore. After all, underground mining exploration in many parts of the country has reached depths of 400 to 500 meters. Even if there were any that slipped through the net, it would be a matter of luck. He focused instead on ultra-low-grade waste veins. In fact, Jiang Miao had already researched the phosphate ore situation in Zelamu City. The phosphate ore here is primarily igneous apatite, which accounts for 7% of the country's total reserves and is mostly distributed in northern China. Generally speaking, the grade of this type of phosphate ore is low, usually less than 10%, with some as low as 2 to 3%, making it unsuitable for industrial mining. Other minerals also contain phosphorus, but the concentration is generally very low. For example, the magnetite deposit at a depth of 50 to 80 meters beneath the desert has an average phosphorus content of around 0.63%. This magnetite deposit contains only about 110,000 tons of magnetite ore. If mined, it would yield only 693 tons of phosphorus pentoxide. This small iron ore deposit is completely unprofitable. That night, Jiang Miao and his team rested in the city of Zelamu. The next day, at dawn, the convoy headed north along Highway 304 toward Purin County. Passing near the Harahan Forest Farm, Jiang Miao stopped. In the nearby mountains, he discovered a large, shallow expanse of igneous apatite, with an average phosphorus pentoxide content of 2.3 to 3.1%. Let's investigate the area. Kuyong and the others naturally had no objections to Jiang Miao's instructions. After driving slowly for over 3 hours along several township roads and dirt roads, Jiang Miao had a rough overview of the igneous apatite vein. The igneous apatite in this area is distributed in a flaky pattern, a characteristic of igneous mineralization. The mining area is 7.9 to 11.6 kilometers wide, 47 to 49 kilometers long, 12 to 15 meters thick, and buried 5 to 20 meters deep. Parts can be mined open pit. The average phosphorus content of the igneous apatite here is 2.3 to 3.1%, with a small percentage reaching 7.2%, though this percentage is very small. The mining cost of this vein is too high, and the local mineral exploration department has probably already inspected it and deemed it to be of no industrial value. However, the total amount of igneous apatite minerals here is enormous, a full 5 billion cubic meters, or nearly 15 billion tons of ore. Based on an average phosphorus pentoxide content of 2.7%, this represents approximately 405 million tons of phosphorus pentoxide. If traditional extraction techniques were used, the mining and refining companies would be left penniless. In fact, igneous rocks in northern China generally contain apatite, but the concentration is too low to be of industrial value. Similar to the apatite found in the igneous rocks beneath Jiang Miao's feet, the entire north must possess at least several hundred billion tons of reserves. So how could Jiang Miao address the mining cost issue? The answer lies in biomining technology. Biomining utilizes the specific preferences of bacteria and fungi for certain elements to enrich specific elements from minerals and water bodies. For example, legume root nodules essentially use bacteria to fix nitrogen from the air. Many low-grade copper mines are also currently mined using biomining techniques. The advantages of biomining are low energy consumption, environmental friendliness, and the ability to process low-grade ores. The disadvantages are relatively low efficiency, the need for specialized culture vessels for microorganisms, and the scarcity of bacteria and fungi that can efficiently enrich specific elements, making them difficult to cultivate artificially. This is precisely what Jiang Miao specializes in. His mining method involves drilling a well and injecting a liquid containing specific bacteria and nutrients, allowing the bacteria to multiply rapidly in the surrounding strata, enriching the phosphorus in the rock. The liquid is then regularly extracted and the nutrients replenished. Once the phosphorus content in the surrounding underground rock has been reduced to approximately 0.3%, the well is abandoned. Jiang Miao has experimented with more than a dozen bacterial species in his laboratory. Currently, only 3 types have been selected for key research: Rhodospirilla crimsonii, Sphaerocystis planktonicum, and nitrifying bacteria. The reason for choosing these 3 bacteria is naturally that they are not pathogenic, and even if they do become infected, the risk is minimal. Other chromobacteria, such as Basiatoa, Acinetobacter, Aeromonas, and Pseudomonas, can cause fatal infections in humans and animals, and therefore must be excluded. Jiang Miao is particularly optimistic about planktonic coccidioids. Planktonic coccidioids is primarily found in organic-rich flowing freshwater, such as polluted rivers, filter ponds, and activated sludge. It is extremely aerobic. It can dissolve phosphorus and potassium and activate silicon, calcium, and magnesium in the soil, increasing the supply of iron, manganese, copper, zinc, molybdenum, and boron. This can enhance or prolong fertilizer effectiveness, reduce chemical fertilizer usage, improve crop resistance, and prevent or mitigate disease. During its growth and reproduction, it also produces organic acids, amino acids, polysaccharides, hormones, and other substances that are beneficial for plant absorption and utilization. Therefore, injecting planktonic coccidioids into groundwater wells can avoid serious pollution. When they are needed to enrich phosphorus, air is pumped into the well. When they are no longer needed, the nutrient solution is stopped and the wellhead is sealed, suffocating the planktonic coccidioids underground. Plant-based coccidioids not only enrich phosphorus, but also potassium, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unlike phosphorus and potassium extracted by traditional industrial methods, the phosphorus and potassium extracted from planktonic coccidioids is actually an organic fertilizer. Simply adjusting the phosphorus and potassium ratio allows it to be sold directly as organic fertilizer, eliminating another step in the process. The only current challenge is the complexity of cultivating planktonic coccidioids. Isolating and purifying the bacteria is difficult. The common approach is to enrich them using low-nutrient cultures. Liquid preservation methods are commonly used in laboratories, but simpler methods and liquid nitrogen cryopreservation are also possible. Thankfully, Jiang Miao was able to identify the various characteristics of planktonic coccidioids through their genetic sequences. He used agar as a culture medium, added specific ingredients, and then seeded the planktonic spheroids bacteria. He allowed them to grow for 3 days, then directly freeze-dried them to create a culture block. This solution, sealed in a pure nitrogen atmosphere, can be preserved for a long time, facilitating large-scale production and deployment of planktonic spheroids bacteria. To use it, the bacteria block is dropped into water, then a specific nutrient powder is added and aerated. During the warm summer months, rapid growth occurs within a few hours. Finally, the planktonic spheroids extract is injected into the well. Jiang Miao conducted simulations and found that in only about 10 days, with the support of a specific nutrient solution, the planktonic spheroids bacteria can absorb phosphorus within a radius of 3 to 5 meters. This allows the spheroids bacteria in the extract to reach their maximum growth rate, at which point the mineral fluid can be extracted. After the mineral-bearing bacterial liquid is extracted and injected into a separation tank, ultrasound is used to repel the floating Sphaerotheca bacteria to a localized area of the tank. Jiang Miao, through studying the genetics and structure of the floating Sphaerotheca bacteria, discovered that they are highly sensitive to and averse to specific ultrasound waves. By continuously emitting ultrasound waves of this specific frequency from one side of the water column, they can be actively driven away, allowing them to be re-enriched. This method is designed to reduce water waste, allowing 95% of the mineral-bearing bacterial liquid to be re-injected into the well. The remaining highly enriched mineral-bearing bacterial liquid can be naturally evaporated or heated to produce crystals rich in phosphorus, potassium, and organic matter. If this process can be implemented on a large scale, the average cost of refining each ton of pure phosphorus, equivalent to 2.29 tons of phosphorus pentoxide, is approximately 870 yuan. At the same time, 50 to 600 kilograms of potassium, equivalent to 95 to 1,140 kilograms of potassium chloride, can be extracted, depending on the potassium content of the rock formation. This cost is comparable to domestic production of phosphorus pentoxide from phosphate rock, which currently costs around 400 yuan per ton. Furthermore, the biomining of phosphorus and potassium using planktonic bacteria produces minimal environmental pollution, consumes minimal water resources, and requires no large-scale blasting or excavation, nor extensive mining and smelting equipment. These advantages bring the overall cost of this technology close to that of traditional phosphate rock extraction. The advent of this technology means that China's phosphate rock industrial reserves will increase by hundreds of billions of tons. Even if the phosphate rock contains only 2% or 3% of the phosphate rock, billions of tons of pure phosphorus can be extracted. If China consumes 20 million tons of pure phosphorus annually, these billions of tons could support domestic demand for hundreds of years. However, Jiang Miao estimates that this technology will likely only serve as a reserve technology, as China has been trying to reduce the scale of domestic phosphate mining in recent years and address phosphate rock supply issues through external procurement. It is very likely that the authorities will approve several companies to use this technology, and then limit the scale to a certain range. This will ensure that there is a corresponding reserve of technical talents without the need for large-scale mining. If the international environment really deteriorates suddenly, the reserve talents of these companies can be used to quickly expand production. Chapter 153. For over a week, Jiang Miao wandered around Zerim City and several surrounding cities, particularly the Greater Xing'an Range and the Horkan Desert. He thoroughly explored these areas. After eliminating the veins that extended too deep underground, he singled out 5 veins with relatively promising development potential, including the gold-silver complex vein previously discovered in eastern Jiayuan County, and 4 other veins. These veins included a lithium-potassium-sodium-cesium mine discovered near Miashan in Lindi City, northeast of Zerim City. The mine contained 24,000 tons of cesium garnet, with an average cesium oxide grade of 19.7%. It also contained significant amounts of potassium and lithium, and the distribution of these minerals was rather peculiar, as the vein extended diagonally underground. Once the surface layer of soil was peeled away, mining could begin at a depth of 33 meters. One is located in Zayawuda City, west of Zelamu City, near Yezigu Township. It's a sedimentary pyrolusite or deposit, approximately 144 to 157 meters deep. It's a small, medium-sized vein. Another is also located in Zayawuda City, but this vein is west of Yangjiatsi town in the northern part of Zayawuda district. It's a rhenium ore deposit at a depth of 338 to 346 meters. This is a very rare, high-purity elemental rhenium ore. If mined, it could yield 76 tons of rhenium gold. Another is located east of Xinglongshan town in Tongyu County. It's a gold, silver, and copper complex deposit, 214 to 233 meters deep. The only problem is that it's located beneath a river. Just as Jiang Miao was about to continue west, Lu Weibin called. After the call, he didn't continue westward and quickly drove back to his main base in Jiayuan County. That afternoon, Jiang Miao and his team returned to the main base, exhausted. Several groups of people had arrived at the base. One of these guests was particularly special, so LV Weibin had notified them to return. In the temporary office reserved for Jiang Miao met the visitor, Gao Ming, the general manager of the Mo-Nan state-owned assets operation company. Upon seeing him knock on the door, Gao Ming immediately stood up with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. I'm Gao Ming, the general manager of the Mo-Nan state-owned assets company." "Hello, Mr. Gao." Jiang Miao extended his hand and shook it. "Please take a seat." Other guests from both sides also took their seats. After Li Zixuan poured Jiang Miao a cup of tea, Jiang Miao asked, "Mr. Gao, I heard your company is planning to invest in ours?" Gao Ming hadn't expected Jiang Miao to be so direct, but that was fine. She smiled and nodded. "Yes, we already researched your company before coming here. If possible, we like to acquire 49% of your shares at a price-to-earnings ratio of 40. Sorry, I'm not considering selling the company, but if it's a subsidiary partnership, I'm open to it." Jiang Miao had anticipated this. Gao Ming wasn't surprised. She had some understanding of Jiang Miao's personality through various channels. He wasn't one to welcome other shareholders interfering in the company. Furthermore, Helyafeng was a well-known company. This time, she was just trying to invest, regardless of success. "Mr. Jiang, I'm not sure what you mean by subsidiary partnership," Li Zhongdao, head of the investment department at Mo-Nan state-owned assets operation company, asked with concern. Jiang Miao shared some of his thoughts. "Our company plans to develop the rich phosphate, gold, and copper resources in the southern part of the desert, and we're planning to establish a subsidiary responsible for mining. Zhao Shuisheng, one of the deputy managers in the state-owned assets investment department, who specializes in local mineral resources, looked puzzled. I understand gold and copper, but phosphate? We don't seem to have any large, industrially viable mines in the southern part of the desert, are we? Haha, Jiang Miao laughed. Everyone, if there were any large, industrially viable mines, they would have already been developed. The remaining ones are either small or buried in harsh environments. In that case, what phosphate is Mr. Jiang referring to? Gao Ming asked curiously. Our company is currently researching biomining technology. Zhao Shuisheng, who had spoken earlier, frowned slightly. I know that, but from what I understand, biomining is inefficient, and the cost will probably struggle to compete with traditional phosphate mining methods, right? We're currently at the laboratory stage, and we can achieve a refining cost of 2,470 yuan per ton of pure phosphorus. Jiang Miao tripled the cost right away. The cost is too high. Zhao Shuisheng shook his head, not quite convinced of the technology. Gao Ming was equally skeptical. Is it still in the laboratory stage? Large-scale application should bring the cost down a bit, but as Deputy Manager Zhao said, the cost is still too high. It's hard to attract investment in a technology that can't compete in the market. Jiang Miao didn't think the other party was blind. After all, as an investment company, they must consider feasibility analysis and future profit expectations. That's what qualified investment company management should do. Otherwise, if they simply invest based on someone's persuasion, the investment company will eventually be doomed. He took a sip of hot tea and explained, the high cost stems primarily from two factors, the efficiency of bacterial phosphorus absorption and water consumption. However, these can be gradually improved. Mr. Jiang, I read about your company's biotechnology developments, but I still think the project's prospects are too low. Gao Ming shook his head. How about this? We jointly establish a mining company, but the biomining technology R&D project will remain with Heliofeng, and the investment will also come from our company. If there are high-value results, we license them to the mining company. We then charge a royalty proportional to production volume each year. How about that? Jiang Miao's ulterior motives became clear. He had long anticipated that the other party would not invest in the biomining technology project, and this suited him perfectly. This way, Jiang Miao could separate the technology from the mining company, registering the technology under Heliofeng's name and licensing it to the mining company. Furthermore, other mining companies that wanted to use the technology would have to work only with Heliofeng, not the joint venture. Gao Ming and the others didn't realize the deeper meaning behind Jiang Miao's proposal. They discussed it quietly for a moment, but didn't immediately make a decision. Instead, they continued to ask about other matters. Zhao Shuisheng was the first to speak. Mr. Jiang, I have a question. I hope you can clarify it for me. Go ahead. Besides biomining technology, does this mining company have other ways to profit? They can't just rely on luck to explore for minerals in the southern desert, right? That's probably not appropriate. Of course. We have other profit plans. Jiang Miao took a document from Li Zixuan and handed it to him. This is the mining company's other profit plan. Zhao Shuisheng quickly flipped through it. Artificial Nutrient Soil Development Plan. Artificial Desert Farmland Development Plan. After reading these two plans, Zhao Shuisheng was bewildered, as he found his brain overloaded. He recognized each of the terms, but when combined, they became incomprehensible. Gao Ming, standing nearby, saw Zhao Shuisheng's dazed look and coughed slightly. Ahem, Deputy Manager Zhao? Have you finished reading? I finished. General Manager, please. Zhao Shuisheng shuddered and quickly handed the document over. Gao Ming took the document and began to flip through it. Zhao Shuisheng quickly asked, Mr. Jiang, why do the two profit plans your company offers seem even more difficult to implement than that biomining technology? Gao Ming, already confused, looked up. Mr. Jiang, this nutrient soil plan? Are you sure? We do have black soil in parts of eastern Monan, but mining it is currently illegal. Mr. Gao, I'm referring to artificial nutrient soil. It's truly artificial, and doesn't consume natural black soil. Can this really be profitable? Zhao Shuisheng knew about nutrient soil. Nutrient soil was produced in many places in Monan, such as fermented cattle and sheep manure. Gao Ming flipped to another plan, equally puzzled. Also, this desert farmland plan is difficult to implement, isn't it? Whether it succeeds or not, we know in October. Jiang Miao drew aside the curtains, revealing a view of the leveled sand not far away. So, this is also Heliofeng's experimental project? Gao Ming was a little unsure. She had already learned through local connections that Heliafeng had contracted 350,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of the Taminchigan Desert. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't have made such an investment. Although the local contract fee was low, it still required an annual payment of 17.5 million yuan. Furthermore, when she arrived today, she saw over 200 trucks of various types of construction equipment shipped by Sany Heavy Industry. The equipment alone had cost several hundred million yuan. And this project wasn't state-subsidized, but rather a private project funded out of Heliafeng's own pocket. Under these circumstances, Gao Ming couldn't help but suspect it. As for whether Heliafeng was trying to defraud them of their investment and then abscond with the funds, she doubted it. After all, Heliafeng collected over 3 billion yuan in royalties annually in the feed industry, so they had no incentive to do so. If real estate companies were pursuing such a project, Gao Ming would seriously suspect they were scamming them. Gao Ming immediately made a decision. Mr. Jiang, although I'm not sure where your confidence comes from, we're investing in this project. General Manager? Zhao Shuisheng hesitated. In reality, Gao Ming wasn't worried about any major problems with this investment. Because both the nutrient soil project and the desert farmland project don't require much initial capital. At this stage, this so-called mining company's main focus is to stake out land, first enclosing the entire southern Mobay region's contiguous sandy land, desert, and saline alkali land that can be developed. Yes, Jiang Miao's plan was to stake out land first, but such a task couldn't be accomplished by Heliafeng alone without local cooperation. Since the Mobay state-owned assets operation company had come to him, he had come up with this plan. He knew full well that once the Senzabin series was a success, the deserts, sandy land, and saline alkali land in the southern region would instantly become highly sought-after properties. Land could be rented for 50 yuan per mu, not even 500 yuan per mu. Local irrigated land often costs 600 to 750 yuan per mu per year to lease or sublease. Even in areas without water, deserts transformed with Senzabin soybeans could be used as pastures and fodder fields by intercropping Senzabin soybeans with other drought-tolerant grasses. In other words, once the land was enclosed, all that was left was to collect the profits. Therefore, Jiang Miao had no intention of controlling this so-called mining company. The local interests involved were too vast, and this was not an industry a private company could control. To compensate Jiayuan County for the low rent on the 350,000 mu of desert, and to avoid future complications, Jiang Miao decided to give Jiayuan County a small stake in the mining company. After an afternoon of conversation, the two sides reached a preliminary agreement on a partnership. That evening, Gao Ming and others who remained in Jiayuan County reported to the chairman and other executives at headquarters via video conference, discussing potential collaborations. Ma Haoran, chairman of the Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company, did not express his opinion, but instead asked, Mr. Gao, please share your assessment. Of course. I believe Heliafeng Company wouldn't act without purpose. They're willing to invest so heavily, contracting 350,000 mu of desert in Jiayuan County. They must be very confident in their technology, Gao Ming said. Another executive, who usually didn't get along with her, sneered, General Manager Gao, are you so sure Heliafeng Company will succeed? No one in this world can guarantee 100% success. Don't let the company suffer unnecessary losses. Can you bear the responsibility? Deputy Manager Jean, you say investment has risks. If there are no risks, is it still investment? The man said sarcastically, haha, I'm just reminding General Manager Gao to pay attention to risk assessment and not be too ambitious. Our state-owned asset operation company's investment strategy is to seek steady wins, not risky speculation. Gao Ming smiled and replied, I don't think this investment carries any significant risks. First of all, our initial investment is only 300 million yuan, and this money is used to contract land, not for scientific research or equipment purchases. If there are unexpected risks along the way, we can sign agreements with the local authorities and terminate the contract at any time. As a state-owned enterprise in the southern desert, their company naturally possesses a special ability to withstand risks in this type of cooperation. Chairman Ma Haoran opened his eyes and slowly said, I agree to this investment. General Manager Gao, please sign the cooperation agreement on behalf of the company and Heliafeng Company. However, we must maintain financial oversight rights. This is non-negotiable. Seeing the chairman's agreement, even those who harbored ulterior motives gave up. However, a small number of senior executives, including Deputy Manager Jean, secretly cursed Gao Ming, hoping the project would fail. This would allow them to seize upon this opportunity to undermine Gao Ming's influence within the company, perhaps even bring her down. The video conference ended. Li Zhongdao, the investment manager and one of Gao Ming's closest confidants, grew concerned. Mr. Gao, isn't this investment a bit too risky? Gao Ming shook his head. Like I said, how can any investment be 100% successful? And even if this investment fails, the losses won't be too great. At most, we have to pay tens of millions in liquidated damages to the various localities. Okay. Li Zhongdao knew the risk wasn't great, but he was primarily concerned about the company's other executives. They were no pushovers. Everyone, get some rest. We continue this discussion tomorrow, Gao Ming said, then returned to his room with his laptop and briefcase. Jiang Miao also stayed awake. After dinner, he listened to LV Weibin, Lu Zhibin, and Wu Song report on the other 3 groups of guests arriving today. Lu Zhibin first described the group of guests he was responsible for receiving. My visitors are from Shiyu Jingtian Landscaping Engineering Company, Limited in Liangzhou City, Gansu Province. Their chairman Yang Zijuan tried to sell us some equipment that just went into production 2 years ago. What equipment? Jiang Miao didn't know the company. After all, it's a small company that's hard to get to know unless you're a local. Lu Zhibin explained. It's a piece of equipment for laying out grass grids, called the Mayun Fully Automatic Desert Sand Control Vehicle. They heard we purchased 10 grass grid laying vehicles from the Gansu Science and Technology Group, and that we had invested in 350,000 mu of desert in the south of the desert, so they came to promote it. How does this equipment perform? Lu Zhibin took out the brochure Yang Zijuan had given him. While it meets our requirements, some of its features are quite useless. Jiang Miao flipped over. The vehicle is 6 meters long and 2 meters wide, with a cargo compartment capable of carrying 2 tons of grass at a time. It can lay 8 mu of grass grid sand barriers, or 70 mu per day. Equipped with an intelligent control system, it requires only one operator. Grassing, pressing, and sowing are controlled by the central control platform. The vehicle is equipped with a 360-degree Beidou satellite navigation system, providing real-time monitoring of the pressing and construction quality, making it fully intelligent. The stable driving performance is suitable for desert environments, with excellent off-road performance and stability on sand, ensuring smooth operation in complex dune terrain. These features are quite impressive. Until Jiang Miao saw the life support function, which creates a mobile home for the driver, allowing workers to bathe, cook, sleep, and other daily necessities within the vehicle, meeting the needs of long-term desert operations. He finally understood why Lu Zhibin said some features were useless. Adding such fancy features not only sacrifices the core functionality of the equipment, but also increases manufacturing and maintenance costs. After all, who would sleep, cook, or bathe in a car with this kind of grass grid layout? If they have the time, they'd be better off going home at night or buying a small RV specifically for that purpose. Can they remove this part of the life support function? I asked them, and they said yes. Only the car's air conditioning will remain. Other functions like cooking and bathing can be completely removed. They can add another ton of fodder to the interior of the car, increasing the area of grass grids laid out daily to 80 mu. What's the price? 120,000. Jiang Miao stroked his prickly stubble. How efficient is the equipment we ordered from Gank Group? 20 mu per day, priced at 30,000. How's the procurement department doing with the additional order we were planning to place? Lu Zhibin replied, the procurement department has ordered another 30 units from Gank Group, and they're on their way. After a moment's thought, Jiang Miao decided, let's order 10 units from this Shiyu Jingtian company as a trial. If the failure rate is low and the operability is good, we continue the order. Okay. Lu Zhibin wrote this down in his notebook. Chapter 154. Lu Zhibin finished speaking. It was Wu Song's turn. He followed the other's lead, handing a document to Jiang Miao and pulling out a small notebook filled with memos. Boss, I hosted 5 agricultural supply companies. They're trying to sell us fertilizers, pesticides, and mulch. Jiang Miao glanced at them, then looked up and asked, do you have any samples? Yes. Soon, Assistant Wu Song arrived carrying several boxes. These were left behind by salespeople from companies that had been selling agricultural supplies in recent days. The corrugated boxes still had the company's name on them. Jiang Miao opened one of the boxes and compared it with the product brochure provided. He wasn't too concerned about the price, as online information is so readily available these days that companies wouldn't deliberately inflate prices. What really concerned him was the product quality and the amount of active ingredients. Nanhu Farm, Nanfan Farm, and other agricultural supply companies would keep a small sample of each fertilizer and pesticide test and send it to the company headquarters at the end of the month. Jiang Miao personally fired several suppliers who were cunning and directly reported them to the legal department for selling counterfeit and substandard products. Counterfeit and substandard pesticides are relatively rare, mainly because many pesticides now come in individual packaging, even small packages. However, counterfeit and substandard fertilizers are relatively common, especially when purchased in bulk. After reviewing the products of 5 agricultural supply companies, Jiang Miao discovered several issues. One company's phosphate fertilizer samples had falsely labeled phosphorus content, another's compound fertilizer was adulterated, and one company's herbicide contained ingredients banned by the government. He shook his head. These products are cheap, but I'm worried. Dasong, you should assign some staff to set up an agricultural supply purchasing office. We can go to the original factories to buy the fertilizers and pesticides we need. We shouldn't buy from these small agricultural supply companies. We have a large demand, so the factories will give us preferential prices. There's no need to compete with these agricultural supply companies. It's a waste of my brain cells. That's fine. I arrange it tomorrow. Wu Song wrote it down on his memo. Jiang Miao looked at LV Weibin. Old LV, what's going on over there? LV Weibin replied bluntly. Yesterday at noon, the sales manager from Zoom Lion led a team to visit us and tried to sell us their tractors, sprinklers, and combined harvesters. I'm not familiar with their specific products, so I asked them to stay for a few days while the purchasing department arrives. Oh, they didn't try to sell us excavators or bulldozers? Jiang Miao asked with a smile. After all, Zoom Lion and Sany Heavy Industry are in a fierce competition. To temporarily avoid the spotlight, Sany Heavy Industry moved its headquarters to Beijing. LV Weibin smiled and shook his head. No, they should know we purchased Sany's engineering equipment. That's good. Their competition is their business. As long as the equipment quality is guaranteed, it doesn't matter whose equipment we use. Jiang Miao had no preference for one company over another. Boss, this is Zoomlian's agricultural machinery brochure. Taking the thick document, Jiang Miao took a look. Zoomlian's agricultural machinery portfolio is quite extensive, including various tractors, seed drills, harvesters, sprinklers, and crop protection drones. Zoomlian's sales department apparently researched Heliafing and knew that the company purchased Sany Heavy Industries engineering equipment, but not its agricultural equipment, as Sany currently lacks mature agricultural machinery products. For example, a large, 400-meter central axis sprinkler is essential equipment for large farms. Each unit costs over 1 million yuan and can irrigate 60 to 180 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land daily. To ensure timely irrigation, the entire Teminchigan farm must be equipped with hundreds of these devices. However, Jiang Miao didn't need to be involved in these negotiations. The procurement department could handle them. In any case, sprinklers, tractors, combined harvesters, seed drills, and crop protection drones all needed to be purchased, and several hundred million yuan would be necessary. March 22nd. The day after Jiang Miao returned to the Teminchigan base. In the same temporary office as yesterday, Jiang Miao met again with Gao Ming and others. Also, the head of the lesser-known Jiaoyuan County State-Owned Assets Management Company was in the meeting room. After yesterday's encounter, Gao Ming knew Jiang Miao was a direct person, so he cut to the chase and said, Mr. Jiang, our company has authorized me to sign a cooperation agreement with your company. Jiang Miao nodded. Okay. Regarding the shareholding ratio, we follow the one we agreed on. 60% for the Amonan State-Owned Assets Operation Company, 35% for the Heliafing Company, and 5% for the Jiaoyuan County State-Owned Assets Management Company. Mr. Jiang, we have no objection. The head of the Jiaoyuan County State-Owned Assets Management Company had already spoken with Gao Ming this morning. While they felt this investment was risky, it wasn't a major issue. At most, they lose a few million. The legal secretary accompanying Jiang Miao explained the various clauses to the three parties. We also need to reiterate the rights and obligations of each party. The Amonan State-Owned Assets Operation Company and the Jiaoyuan County State-Owned Assets Management Company have the rights to financial oversight, dividends, and personnel recommendations. The Heliafing Company has the rights to dividends, management, and personnel decisions. The investment proportions of the three parties are Amonan State-Owned Assets Operation Company 60%, representing 300 million yuan, Heliafing Company 35%, representing 175 million yuan, and Jiaoyuan County State-Owned Assets Management Company 5%, representing 25 million yuan. Dividend distribution terms and conditions. Financial supervision terms and conditions. Personnel appointment terms and conditions. Equity transaction terms and conditions. The legal secretary's mouth was dry after reading through dozens of clauses, large and small. Over an hour later, after the three parties confirmed the contract was correct, they each signed the joint venture agreement for the Monan United Mining Company on behalf of their respective companies. Of course, that wasn't enough. Jiang Miao handed the contract to the legal secretary for safekeeping and continued, "Mr. Gao, Mr. Li, our company will appoint a management team to establish the Monan United Mining Company in Jiayuan County. You can send a financial supervision team to the company. I also hope that Mr. Gao can appoint someone to serve as the company's deputy general manager. Yes, we will have Deputy Manager Zhao Shuisheng from our investment department concurrently serve as Deputy General Manager of the United Mining Company." Gao Ming had already guessed Jiang Miao's intentions. Zhao Shuisheng stood up and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I look forward to your guidance." "You're welcome. Please take a seat." Jiang Miao didn't hesitate to offer him a task. "Mr. Zhao, your future role at United Mining will be to negotiate agricultural land contracts and negotiate land expropriation for mining operations." "No problem." Zhao Shuisheng, who had worked in state-owned enterprises for decades, knew his role at United Mining the moment he heard Jiang Miao's appointment and assignment. As for the management team leading United Mining, Jiang Miao already had a candidate in mind. Lu Mingyuan, the head of the Environmental Protection Office, who had handed over his responsibilities, and Lin Yonghua, the director of the Maolong Gold and Silver Processing Plant, would fly over in a few days. The reason Jiang Miao is now bringing these two together is naturally because he has high hopes for them. Lin Yonghua was meticulous in his work during his time managing the gold and silver processing plant, and he didn't embezzle money. A company like United Mining, destined to become a giant, couldn't just hire a casual outside professional manager. If they messed up, both Hailifeng and Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company would be deeply embarrassed. Thus, Lin Yonghua, who is honest and capable, and possesses considerable management skills, is a perfect fit for the position of General Manager of United Mining. After all, as long as the management doesn't act rashly, United Mining can easily win every year. The reason Lu Mingyuan, the head of the Environmental Protection Office, was brought here was primarily to put him in charge of the actual mining production department. After all, he didn't need to research biomining technology, he only needed to master its application and build factories and mines. Lu Mingyuan, who had worked in the Environmental Protection Office for over a year, designed and planned comprehensive environmental protection facilities for the company's various factories and farms. He was quite skilled in factory construction, and although he was a bit of a loner, he wasn't one for forming cliques or engaging in private activities. The remaining management could be filled by recruiting some reserve employees from various departments of Hailifeng and some new hires. Since the management team appointed by Hailifeng Company had not yet arrived, Zhao Shuisheng and several of his subordinates remained in Jiayuan County, waiting for them while scouting for an office building. Gao Ming and the others flew back to Guizhui, the provincial capital of Emonan. 2 days later, Wang Feng and others from the purchasing department arrived at the Emonan branch. Jiang Miao was also planning to return to Shanmei headquarters in the next few days. After lunch, Wang Feng and the others arrived at his temporary office. As soon as they sat down, he handed Jiang Miao a thick document. "Boss, this is our procurement report for the past 2 weeks." "Tell me about it," Jiang Miao said, looking at the documents. "We ordered another 100 container houses, along with a large number of daily necessities, home appliances, and office supplies, such as sleeping bags, chairs, desks, electric fans, dust collectors, humidifiers, washers, and dryers." Wang Feng paused. "Continue." "Then, there's the production equipment. I visited several equipment manufacturers in northern China and ordered 5 forage and grain drying lines, 5 cattle and sheep manure fermentation tanks, and 3 boilers. All in all, the purchasing department has spent over 30 million yuan in the past 2 weeks. A truly lavish expenditure. But these investments are necessary. Whether it's the home appliances and daily necessities that ensure the quality of life of our employees, or the office supplies and production equipment, these items are essential for the Monan branch. Otherwise, given the working environment in Monan, it would be difficult to retain employees. Locals are scarce, and we can't hire too many locals, lest they form cliques and cause trouble." After listening to Wang Feng's report, Jiang Miao wrote a few notes on a document and then instructed Fengzi, arrange for 2 people to stay at the Monan branch to oversee its procurement, especially the agricultural supplies procurement office. After a while, transfer others to take over. "Okay." Wang Feng understood Jiang Miao's thoughts. After all, in a branch so far from home, it's easy for shady practices to arise in procurement. Jiang Miao was taking this approach to prepare for a rainy day. Regularly dispatching personnel from the procurement, finance, and supervisory departments to conduct inspections is essential. Also, we must strengthen our senior management team. We can't allow a single branch's management team to be permanently fixed, nor can we allow one person to serve as general manager for a long time, lest they become too powerful to be removed. Every 3 or 4 years or so, the branch general manager position is relocated, and a portion of the branch management team is replaced annually to maintain a constant presence of new members within the branch management team, preventing them from maintaining stable social circles and networks. These systems have been established and are being gradually rolled out throughout the company. After reporting to Jiang Miao, Wang Feng immediately went to discuss procurement with Zhuanglian sales manager Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi, returning to the Timinchigan base, saw the Sany Heavy Industry After Sales Station sign not far away and walked by without batting an eyelid. Wang Jianhu, the Sany Heavy Industry resident manager, also looked at Zhang Shi and the others with a forced smile. Neither party spoke. Wang Feng, standing nearby, took in the entire scene, but he said nothing until Zhang Shi arrived at his office. Wang Feng didn't bother to engage in idle chatter and simply asked, "Manager Zhang, please tell us about your products." Zhang Shi's heart tightened, but with a smile on his face, he cautiously asked, "Manager Wang, considering your company needs to cultivate hundreds of thousands of acres of land, our Gengwang 1804 tractor is a good fit." While reviewing the product details provided, Wang Feng asked, "It can only cultivate 100 acres a day. 100 tractors can only cultivate 10,000 acres. To cultivate 200,000 acres, it would take 20 days, too long." Zhang Shi explained, "The Gengwang 1804 is equipped with a 180 horsepower engine and can cultivate 8 to 12 acres per hour. That's for ordinary farmland. On sandy land, it can reach around 20 acres per hour, or 200 acres a day." "What's the price?" "A high-end model, with standard air conditioning and other features, costs around 96,000 yuan. If your company purchases 100, each will cost 90,000 yuan, plus a plow, harrow, and rotary tiller." Zhang Shi added, "With the Gengwang series, you can purchase other matching tractor equipment, such as a seed drill, trailer, and combine tiller. For only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, you get a versatile tractor." Wang Feng discussed this with a few colleagues, and then asked another question. "Do you have on-site after-sales service personnel? We don't want to have to wait for you to send someone over just to repair our equipment." "Yes, we definitely do. We will station 5 after-sales engineers at your facility," Zhang Shi assured him. Wang Feng didn't make a decision right away. Instead, he pointed to a page listing another tractor and asked, "This PS 1804 PowerShift tractor looks a bit better, doesn't it? What's the market price?" Hearing this question, Zhang Shi quickly nodded. The PS 1804 is indeed better. If it's working on sandy land, it can plow 300 to 400 mu, approximately 166 acres, per day. The current market price is 270,000 yuan. If your company wants it, I can offer a maximum discount of 245,000 yuan. After hearing this, Wang Feng chatted with a few colleagues for a moment before making the final decision. "We take the PS 1804. 100 units. No problem." Zhang Shi's smile faded. "Could you please tell me about a harvester that can harvest soybeans, alfalfa, and other forages?" "Okay, Manager Wang, this TF220 combine harvester is perfect for your company. It can feed 22 kilograms per second, making it the best high-capacity, high-efficiency grain combine harvester in China, with an operating rate of 60 to 110 mu/hour. Wang Feng looked up. "Oh! So, it can harvest 600 to 1,100 mu, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 acres, a day?" "Yes, it's perfect for large farms that need to harvest quickly." Zhang Shi pecked at the rice. "How much is the price?" "High-end model, 1.3 million yuan each. We want 30 of them." "How much is each?" "High-end, 1.2 million yuan. Can this harvester harvest alfalfa?" Zhang Shi shook his head awkwardly. "The TF220 isn't suitable for harvesting alfalfa or other forages, as forages require specialized harvesters. Manager Wang, you can take a look at our other 4QZ-3000A self-propelled forage harvester. It's more efficient at harvesting alfalfa, harvesting about 15 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, per hour." Wang Feng and several colleagues discussed alfalfa harvesting. Typically, alfalfa in northern China can be harvested 2 or 3 times, and the timing can be adjusted. Unlike soybeans, there's no need to rush, so there's no need to buy too much equipment. With 150,000 mu of grassland, each harvest can last 45 days. Minus the 50,000 mu of sand dunes that are difficult to harvest mechanically, we only need to harvest about 2,300 mu per day, so purchasing 15 units would be sufficient. However, considering future expansion and the need to cope with emergencies, purchasing 20 units would be more appropriate. Quote me the price. Manager Wang, the high-end version is 390,000 yuan each. If 20 units, 350,000 yuan each. Overjoyed, Zhang Shi quickly offered the best deal. The negotiations lasted an entire afternoon. Zhang Shi secured a massive order from Hailifeng Company, including 100 tractors and accompanying tractor equipment, 30 large combine harvesters, 20 large forage harvesters, 100 800-meter center-axis sprinkler systems, 30 400-meter center-axis sprinkler systems, 50 large agricultural drones, and a host of accessories. The total contract value was 160 million yuan. Although not as impressive as the order Sany Heavy Industry secured from Hailifeng, it was still a significant order. After signing the contract, Zhang Shi promised to transport all the equipment to Jiayuan County within 2 months. As time went on, the HR department's poaching efforts across North China and Northeast China progressed smoothly. After all, a big reward always attracts courage. Hailifeng offered experienced drivers of harvesters, tractors, and bulldozers a starting salary of C2, meaning a base salary of 10,500 yuan. With various performance-based bonuses and allowances, the monthly salary could reach 18,000 to 20,000 yuan. Professional drivers, who had just graduated from technical schools, also started at D3, with a base salary of 5,500 yuan per month. If they could reach the level of a seasoned driver within a year, they could also reach C2. To prevent veteran drivers from neglecting to mentor newcomers, the company established a special incentive program. If a newcomer meets the required standards, the driver would receive a one-time bonus of 20,000 yuan. The entire Tamanchagan base now has over 600 employees, and the staff will continue to increase until it reaches approximately 1,000. Of course, the over 500 members of the desert leveling construction team will be transferred to other desert areas. They are only temporarily stationed at the Tamanchagan base. Once the Tamanchagan base is officially operational, there will be approximately 500 to 600 permanent employees, responsible for managing 350,000 mu of desert farmland, as well as supporting livestock farms and a forage processing plant. Even with 500 to 600 employees, annual salary and bonus expenses will reach approximately 150 million yuan. However, 200,000 mu of soybean fields can harvest 120,000 tons of high-quality soybeans annually, which, at current market prices, would generate approximately 500 million yuan in revenue. 100,000 mu of pasture land can produce 250,000 tons of high-quality hay annually, at around 2,000 yuan per ton, which would also generate 500 million yuan in revenue. Furthermore, the remaining 50,000 mu of sand dune pastures can produce 125,000 tons of hay, or 400,000 tons of fresh grass, enough to raise 200,000 small-tail Han sheep. This is because fattening sheep, raised from the lamb stage, can be marketed in approximately 3 to 4 months. Based on a market weight of 45 kilograms for small-tail Han sheep, even at the lowest price of 20 yuan per kilogram, these 200,000 fattening sheep would generate 180 million yuan. Adding other byproduct revenue, annual revenue could reach approximately 1.2 billion yuan. Of course, considering future declines in soybean and beef and mutton prices, a conservative estimate of 800 to 900 million yuan in annual revenue should be reasonable. Chapter 155. March 25th. The temperature in eastern Monan has risen, bringing a hint of spring, though the local sandstorms are still very strong. Jiang Miao met Lin Yonghua, Lu Mingyuan, and 47 other employees who had rushed over from headquarters. Inside the temporary office. Boss, I never managed such a large enterprise before, and I'm a little worried about betraying your trust. Lin Yonghua's face was filled with uneasiness. Lu Mingyuan, on the other hand, showed no sign of worry. This might be due to his withdrawn personality, or perhaps because he was younger and had a broader perspective than Lin Yonghua. After pouring a cup of salty milk tea for the two, Jiang Miao said with a smile, "The business at United Mining is very simple. You don't need to worry about business issues, as there will be plenty of people actively seeking partnerships with you. Old Lin, you're honest and self-disciplined, so you can resist temptation. I'm worried about others." Lin Yonghua smiled wryly and said, "Since the boss has such confidence in me, I can only give it my all. However, if a suitable candidate becomes available in the future, Please arrange for someone else to replace me. Your management duties will be very simple. Simply follow my plan and proceed step by step. Other matters can be delegated to other management. If you're undecided, you can talk to Mr. Jiang and me." Jiang Miao scoffed. Although United Mining may eventually generate tens of billions in annual profits, the company's management is very simple, with two core businesses: land reclamation and leasing and mining. Without other businesses, management is not difficult. Even if they want to expand into other areas, they can simply add a division manager specifically responsible for new business lines. Lu Mingyuan was silent for a moment, then asked directly, "Boss, what exactly does United Mining do? I looked at the documents you sent me, and I'm a little confused." This company currently has three main businesses, or more precisely, two industries. Jiang Miao explained the details one by one. One is desert land reclamation. This industry can be spun off into farmland leasing, agricultural machinery rental, soybean cultivation, forage processing, and nutrient soil sales. Of course, the core business is still farmland leasing. The other industry is the mining business that you, Mingyuan, are responsible for. The industry can branch out into traditional mining, biomining, fertilizer production, and other businesses, with biomining being the core business. After listening to Jiang Miao's description, Lu Mingyuan's brows furrowed. Although he knew his next words were a bit offensive, he still spoke frankly. "Boss, can biomining technology really compete with traditional mining at this point? For precious metals like gold, silver, and copper, perhaps it can, but the price of phosphorus is so low, it's probably going to be hard to recoup the investment, right? Currently, the cost of the laboratory stage is about 3 times that of traditional mining." Jiang Miao repeated the previously exaggerated cost. 3 times in the laboratory stage? Lu Mingyuan wasn't completely confused. "Boss, where are the main costs?" Jiang Miao picked up his salty milk tea, water. Currently, biomining consumes 1,200 cubic meters of fresh water per ton of phosphorus. Mining in Monan charges 1 yuan per cubic meter for water, and for such a water-intensive mining operation, the local government doubles the water fee. So much? No wonder. Lu Mingyuan frowned. "I come up with a few solutions. I run experiments when I get back. If successful, we can reduce the cost to around 870 yuan per ton of pure phosphorus." Lu Mingyuan suddenly thought of his boss's scientific research capabilities, and his doubts immediately eased. He rubbed his chin. "If we can achieve a cost comparable to traditional mining, then, according to your vision, the hundreds of billions of tons of ultra-low-grade phosphate rock in the northern region will have enormous value. Anyway, if it succeeds, we have results by the end of the year. If the experiment fails, you can return to headquarters or stay to help Old Lin manage United Mining." "Okay." Lu Mingyuan agreed. After seeing the two men finish their conversation, Lin Yonghua put down his tea and asked, "Boss, do you have any instructions regarding United Mining's desert reclamation project? I do need to give you a few key points." Lin Yonghua quickly took out a small notebook and a ballpoint pen. Jiang Miao solemnly instructed, "First, when collaborating with local governments, don't directly contract the desert through United Mining. Instead, establish a joint venture with a local state-owned asset management company and establish a secondary subsidiary. This subsidiary will then contract the desert. Do you want every location?" Jiang Miao nodded slightly. "Yes, all locations. As long as there's a desert, I give you a map later. You can negotiate with any of the circled deserts. But you don't need to be there in person. Let Zhao Shuisheng, who's been assigned by the Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company, do the negotiating." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Miao raised 2 fingers. "Second, we need to categorize the circled deserts into levels 1, 2, and 3. First-class farmland is flat, sandy, and saline alkali land with abundant water or rainfall. Second-class farmland meets some of the requirements of first-class farmland and can be used to grow drought-tolerant crops. Third-class farmland is land in areas with limited rainfall, such as the deserts of the western part of the southern desert, and can only be used as pasture." Lin Yonghua paused, looking up and asking, "Boss, are the ratings used to set standards for leasing?" "Yes. First-class farmland has a base annual rent of 500 yuan per mu, second-class farmland 300 to 500 yuan per mu, and third-class farmland 100 to 200 yuan per mu. 300 yuan is the rental price without renovations. What if it's farmland after renovations?" Jiang Miao shook his head. "United Mining can manage the farmland after renovations. There's no need to rent it out. It's not cost-effective." "I understand." "The third key point is that, With the exception of some management, all employees of United Mining will have their relationships transferred to United Mining. Employees whose relationships have been transferred to United Mining will receive virtual shares of United Mining, but not virtual shares of Heliofing. This is essential, and it was also a clause established when United Mining was established. After all, United Mining is not a wholly owned subsidiary of Heliofing, so it must be properly separated from the parent company to avoid financial entanglements between the two parties. All non-wholly owned subsidiaries of Heliofing will be handled similarly in the future. While this facilitates management, it also prevents Heliofing from having too many virtual shareholders, which could lead to a significant decline in corporate profits. Executives of non-wholly owned subsidiaries, such as Lin Yonghua, remain employees of Heliofing and can continue to hold virtual shares of Heliofing, similar to temporary labor. After completing the necessary arrangements, Jiang Miao, Li Zixuan, Ku Yong, and others hurried south by high-speed rail. They boarded the high-speed rail from Zelamu City at 4 p.m. on March 25th and arrived at Shantaomeijo High-Speed Railway Station at 2:30 p.m. the following day, a total of 22 hours. Back home, Shuya, who is currently pregnant, now works only 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, she helps Jiang Miao manage the company or teaches Hiyue some things. Hiyue has already completed the paperwork for her application to become Shuya's doctoral student. She recently returned to Beijing and applied for leave of absence from both Union Hospital and PBC University. Shuya, who was reading, saw him and her eyes filled with surprise. "You're back. Don't get up." Jiang Miao tossed his coat on the coat rack and put his arm around Shuya's shoulders. "Have you missed me these days?" "Of course I did. Look at you now, you're almost like a middle-aged uncle." Shuya joked, slapping her book across her lap. She looked at his face, weathered by the wind and sand, a hint of age and fatigue. Shuya leaned slowly against his shoulder and recounted the past few days. Jiang Miao also shared his experiences in Imonan. "I was thinking of going to Imonan with you, but it's a good thing we didn't. Otherwise, my skin, which had finally become white, would have turned yellow again. Haha. Let's go in a few years. Once the new soybean variety is released, the wind and sand will be much less severe there. Don't move." Shuya patted his mischievous hand. Jiang Miao looked around and suddenly asked, "Why don't I see Ning and Wen-Na? And Ning's sister is getting married soon, and she's a bridesmaid. Wen-Na has her period, so I told her to go back and rest." Jiang Miao massaged her shoulders and arms, then said after a while, "You need to adjust your diet to avoid postpartum depression." "How could that be? I don't feel anything right now." Shuya was a little surprised. "It's normal not to feel anything now. Your belly hasn't grown yet, and the fetus is still in the initial stages of development. It hasn't entered its peak growth period yet. Once it does, your body's nutrient absorption will increase, so you need to adjust gradually." Shuya nodded slightly. "Okay. You're a professional, I listen to you." Jiang Miao stood up and stretched. "I'm going to take a shower and sleep for a few hours this afternoon. We've been on the bus for over 20 hours, and even in business class, I can't handle it." "Go ahead." Unnoticed, the night had passed. The next morning, early in the morning, refreshed, Jiang Miao ran, showered, and had breakfast with Shuya, her parents, and her. "First, let's go to the salmon farm in Nanhu." After a month of recuperation, only 87 of the over 10,000 salmon of various types died of illness, while the remaining salmon were full of life. He adjusted the diets of the 5 salmon species again, strengthening their accumulation of specialized nutrients, so that they could spawn smoothly this year and produce as many healthy roe as possible. Of course, since the seawater temperature, salinity, and light intensity in the indoor farm can be adjusted, Jiang Miao actually has the final say on when the salmon spawn. Because the Zhelongshan Terrace Farm and the Zhalong Farm were not yet completed, Jiang Miao would not allow the salmon to spawn so quickly, lest there be insufficient ponds for breeding. After visiting the completed salmon farm, he took a bus to the strawberry processing factory in Hongqiao town. Passing by Yandanshan Farm, the over 4,000 acres of terrace farms had been completely renovated and planted with silk cotton trees. Numerous farm workers were grafting these lush silk cotton trees, mostly genetically modified, with a small number grafting old branches of golden pillow durian. The alfalfa at Yandanshan, thanks to this year's warm winter and the characteristics of the new varieties, has begun to flower and set pods early. Some farm workers were working quickly with small alfalfa harvesters, harvesting the alfalfa. Jiang Miao took a look at the harvestable alfalfa and used the identification panel to determine the specific area, a total of 1,279 acres. Alfalfa can produce 120 to 150 kilograms of seeds per moo, enough to sow 100 moo of land. In other words, the seeds from the 1,279 moo of alfalfa we have here can be used to sow approximately another 120,000 moo. In addition, the other farms, along with the Ghanaian branch, have a combined total of nearly 5,000 moo of alfalfa, which will soon mature in May or June, providing enough seeds to plant 600,000 moo. By then, all the farms and the newly established Monan branch will have sufficient alfalfa seeds. Jiang Miao didn't worry too much about the alfalfa seeds. After all, if harvested at maturity, the seeds produced could expand the planting area 100-fold. In less than a year or two, there will be more than enough to supply plantings throughout the country. This is the advantage of short-lived herbaceous plants. They multiply very quickly. We passed Yandun Mountain. We passed Xinjiang again. In the roadside employee complex, all 50 buildings have been topped out and are currently undergoing rough interior and exterior renovations. Employees, who have already reserved apartments, have chosen furnished units and selected sample decorating designs, which will be centrally renovated by the Hailifeng Real Estate Company. For unreserved apartments, only the exteriors will be finished, and renovations will be carried out collectively once new employees place their orders. In fact, the profit margins in this real estate business are quite good. Even with fully furnished apartments, at a price of 7,500 yuan per square meter, there's still a gross profit of 2,300 yuan. The gross profit for the rough housing is 1,800 yuan per square meter, and the gross profit for the decorated units is 500 yuan per square meter. However, after deducting taxes and adding some internal company deductions, the final net profit per square meter is approximately 750 yuan, or a net profit margin of 10%. If all 2,700 houses were sold, the profit would probably be over 200 million yuan. The profits from Hailifeng Real Estate are practically incomparable to those from Hailifeng Agriculture. After all, Hailifeng Agriculture's eel fry industry currently generates over 300 million yuan in gross profit per month. As expected, monopoly industries are the most profitable. If it weren't for improving employees' quality of life and encouraging them to work harder for the company, Jiang Miao wouldn't bother developing real estate. Real estate is truly unprofitable right now. But not developing is unavoidable. During the Lunar New Year holiday, Jiang Miao had heard rumors of a rebound in housing prices in nearby Jinqiang Bay. If Hailifeng didn't want its employees' hard-earned money to be drained by real estate companies, it had no choice but to take matters into its own hands and provide housing for its employees, thereby suppressing this phenomenon. After all, those real estate companies weren't exactly good people. Jiang Miao would feel uncomfortable if they took advantage of his employees' money, as if he were working for them. Rather than giving other real estate companies a discount, it would be better for Hailifeng to build the housing itself. This would allow Hailifeng to recover employee wages and bonuses, which could be used to expand production, while also tying the employees to Hailifeng. As for the local authorities, they had no objections either. After all, it didn't matter who earned the money, and if it were the big real estate developers, they wouldn't keep their profits locally. On the other hand, Hailifeng would keep a significant portion of its profits locally. Thus, it would be very easy for Hailifeng Real Estate to acquire residential land locally. On the other side of the highway, the Shanma Avenue upgrade and renovation project, previously funded by Hailifeng, was also proceeding smoothly. Due to the need to lay a large underground sewage pipeline, construction is not expected to be completed until this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. Across the highway is the construction site, which is the Xiananshan headquarters. Currently, 12 floors of Xiananshan headquarters office building number 1 have been completed, with 8 floors remaining for topping out. This is expected to happen in mid-May, and renovations will be completed around August. The building will then be parked for another 2 months, and people will be able to move into the new office building in October of this year. After passing the Chengsha-Wan Expressway intersection, you enter Hongqiao town. A short while later, you arrive at the strawberry processing factory in Shihe village. As soon as I approached, the air was filled with a faint scent of vanilla. Even though the factory's ventilation ducts were equipped with specialized filtration equipment, they couldn't completely remove the vanilla flavor from the factory. Thankfully, the smell wasn't harmful to health, nor was it a foul odor. The nearest residential building was about 500 or 600 meters away, and by the time it reached the residential area, the vanilla scent had faded significantly. In contrast, the vanilla scent inside the strawberry greenhouse next door was incredibly strong, almost pungent, and could cause dizziness and nausea after prolonged exposure. To prevent the strong vanilla scent from escaping, these greenhouses were wrapped in multiple layers of plastic sheeting, and the ventilation system was equipped with specialized deodorizing equipment. Even if the vanilla scent could be detected, it was at a very pleasant concentration. When Jiang Miao arrived at the factory, Xie Guangsha, the director of the strawberry processing plant, was already waiting for him at the door. "Guangsha, has the first batch of strawberry powder been produced?" Xie Guangsha replied as he led the way. "We started production a week ago, and we already produced 5 batches, for a total of 5 tons. Since the factory had already closed, Jiang Miao didn't go in to join in the fun, but instead went to the back of the office building next to the factory. Behind the office building was the storage warehouse. Opening the door, he saw rows of tinplate barrels, similar to those used for latex paint, but much smaller. "Boss, these are the strawberry powder we already produced. Each barrel is 5 kilograms. Don't you have small packaging?" Xie Guangsha shook his head. "No, although the factory has a small packaging production line, I don't think many people will buy it initially. We focus on bakeries and ice cream factories first. Once we establish sales, we consider individual small packaging." "Yes, your considerations make sense." Jiang Miao tried the blended strawberry powder again, and the aroma was indeed almost as strong as natural vanilla. To dilute the strawberry powder and make it less pungent, a full 2.43 times the amount of cooked pure starch was added, giving it a natural flavor. Of course, this only makes it smell natural. If you taste it directly, the flavor is still very strong and can make your tongue feel nauseous. This is why it can only be used as a seasoning. How are the sales department arranging sales? Xie Guangxia scratched his head. They plan to invite ice cream companies from all over Lingnan to taste test it in the next few days, and then promote it to them. Chapter 156. The end of March flew by. Spring had already arrived across Lingnan, and with the Qingming festival approaching, the suburbs of Shanmei were bustling with activity, with groups of locals heading up the mountains to visit graves and pay respects to their ancestors. However, towns like Magong, Hanqiao, and Gongping were on high alert, deploying 2 or 3 times more personnel than in previous years to guard intersections, and deploying large numbers of drones to patrol the mountainous areas. The tension stemmed primarily from the fact that Hailifeng companies over 50,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of durian plantations were at a critical juncture. If the kapok rootstock, used as the rootstock, burned, it would affect subsequent grafting and growth. Hailifeng company's farm workers also erected barbed wire fences at the boundaries of each farm, creating fire breaks, and using previously excavated and blasted rocks to create a 15-meter wide, pure stone barrier. They also installed a fire sprinkler pipe along the wire mesh of these barriers. Combined with the reservoirs dug into the terraces, even if a large fire spreads to nearby areas, it can be contained within a small area. The Hailifeng company prioritizes fire prevention primarily due to environmental protection efforts over the past decade or so. Natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, and electricity have replaced traditional firewood as the primary fuel in rural areas, leading to the growth of wild vegetation and the accumulation of dead branches and leaves. When Jiang Miao was a child, the mountains near Xinjiang were covered only with sparse masan pines and tenacious weeds and ferns. Now, many mountains are covered with large leaf acacia and eucalyptus trees. With thick layers of dead branches and leaves on the ground, even a spark can ignite a wildfire in dry weather. The weather in Lingnan this year is somewhat unusual. Usually, it rains heavily during the Qingming festival. This year, however, there hasn't been a single drop of rain since early February. A typhoon was supposed to form near the Luzon Sea at the end of March, but it instead went to Japan. This has caused the mountainous areas of Shantou and Maishan to become dry, making forest fires more likely. It also happened to be Qingming festival, so many people would go to the mountains to sweep tombs and pay respects to their ancestors. In fact, it's not just headquarters that prioritizes forest fire prevention, the Gannan branch also does. After all, as an inland area, it's drier than the coastal areas. Furthermore, the Gannan branch manages over 200,000 mu of oil tea plantations, making them vulnerable to nearby wildfires. Thankfully, the company's employees have been cooperative. After all, if the farms were burned, their performance this year would be ruined. Jiang Miao was paying respects to his ancestors at a cemetery not far from Magong town. This cemetery is located at the junction of Yandun Mountain and Magong Mountain, across from the Yanqing farm. Completed just late last year, it's a project funded by the Hailifeng company and funded by the town government. Of course, this is also for Hailifeng's own benefit. After all, Yandun Mountain, Shuzi Mountain, Magong Mountain, and Jilung Mountain within Magong Town have all been contracted or expropriated by Heliafeng Company, which inevitably involves the ancestral graves of local villagers. Thus, these graves must be relocated and centralized. To this end, Heliafeng Company must pay for this. The Magong Mountain Cemetery is quite large, covering 200 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, and a columbarium is currently under construction. Although Jiang Miao doesn't believe in supernatural things, that doesn't stop him from pretending to do so. Besides his own ancestral tomb, his father, Jiang Dahai, brought roasted pigs, whole lambs, whole roasted cows, and a large number of gold ingot candles to the west side of the small cemetery square, where unclaimed remains were temporarily placed. There, stacked over 100 pottery jars of various sizes. These jars contained unclaimed remains. During the development of the surrounding mountains and factories, as well as the widening of Shanma Highway, the Heliafeng Company discovered a significant number of remains during earthwork. Some were excavated from unclaimed graves, while others had no graves at all. As the superstitious and traditional people of Heliafeng, these remains could not be disposed of carelessly. They had to be properly relocated. Jiang Dahai handled this matter on behalf of the Jiang family, including consulting a feng shui master, hiring someone to collect the remains, building a columbarium, and performing annual memorial services. Perhaps worried about the potential consequences for Jiang Miao, Lin Shuya, and the others, Jiang Dahai did not allow him to pay respects to these nameless remains. Standing halfway up the hillside of the cemetery, cousin Jiang Miao cut a large piece of roast pork for him. "Ah Miao, this is your portion." "Thanks." Jiang Miao took the bag. Uncle Jiang Dai, not far away, came over with his two cousins. "Ah Miao, I came back last month and was planning to visit you, but I didn't realize you gone north." "Brother Miao," the two cousins called out awkwardly. "Uncle!" Jiang Miao smiled and nodded, then turned to look at his two tall, slightly youthful-looking cousins. "It's Ah Feng and Ah Hua. I haven't seen you in a few years. I almost didn't recognize you." 2 years ago, when he went to Hong Kong, Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua were both in school, and Jiang Miao was always in a rush, so they didn't meet. Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua are twins, around 19 years old this year. Born and raised in Hong Kong, Jiang Miao only remembers them returning 3 or 4 times. Therefore, they aren't familiar with Jiang Miao, and the others. Of course, this is also due to the influence of his aunt's personal influence. His aunt doesn't appreciate their poor relatives from mainland China, even seeming to reject and despise them. His uncle whispered, "Miao, my tea restaurant would like to buy some goods from you." "Uncle, you can just contact the distributor in Hong Kong." Jiang Miao understood his uncle's thoughts. His uncle shook his head. "The distributor's price is too high." Jiang Miao shook his head and advised, "Uncle, shipping to your tea restaurant individually won't be much cheaper. After all, small volume transportation, warehousing, and paperwork will drive up costs. Even if I offer you the factory price, it won't be much cheaper when you get it to Hong Kong." "Hey! A little cheaper is better." His uncle still wanted to buy from the source. Jiang Miao frowned slightly, then said helplessly, "Okay, I have the sales department send you a separate batch of goods at the factory price. You can arrange transportation and customs clearance yourself." "Thank you, Miao. Come to Hong Kong later, and I treat you to a meal." His uncle was overjoyed. Jiang Miao knew exactly what the other party was up to. They were simply trying to exploit their connections and act as middlemen. However, Heliafeng Company didn't restrict distributors to specific regions, so if his uncle wanted to do it, he wouldn't object. After all, the factory price and wholesale price were essentially the same thing. In fact, Jiang Miao wasn't optimistic about his uncle's approach. After all, the distributors in Hong Kong all had their own connections and established customer base. It would be difficult for his uncle to steal market share from them. Unless he intervened or his uncle could develop new clients, he might make a small profit, but he wouldn't be able to make a big profit. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't intervene in a small regional distributor. Such a thing wasn't worth his while. It was too demeaning. Just then, his heavily made up and emerged from behind his two sons. "Miao. Long time no see. Why haven't I seen your wife?" "Aunt," Jiang Miao replied calmly. "She is pregnant and can't come up the mountain." The aunt's eyes flickered. "Oh! Congratulations on becoming a father. I'm an experienced person. Pregnant women shouldn't eat anything casually. My dad has a secret recipe that guarantees a boy." "Ahem." The uncle pulled the aunt aside. "Saimei, why don't you go burn some paper? What's the rush?" The aunt glared at him, then smiled and continued, "Miao, I appreciate your kindness, but Shuya's pregnant with a girl. Jiang Miao shook his head slightly. The aunt didn't know how to continue the conversation. Jiang Miao didn't intend to continue the conversation. Li Zixuan, standing not far away, also saw Jiang Miao's expression. Having been with Jiang Miao for almost 2 years, he naturally noticed his boss's impatience and trotted over to help. Boss, there's something at the company that needs your attention. Oh, I'll be right back. Jiang Miao turned and smiled. Uncle, Aunt, Feng, Hua, I have urgent matters to attend to at the company. I excuse myself for now. Watching Jiang Miao leave, his aunt muttered, what a boast. You're so perfunctory even when you're worshipping your ancestors. His uncle, a little annoyed, lowered his voice and scolded, Saimei, keep your mouth shut. Humph. Then, they reached the roadside at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Miao got in the pickup truck and headed straight for the company headquarters. In fact, he had already seen through some of his aunt's thoughts. After all, her brainwaves were so intense that they looked like a blatant robbery under the identification panel. After all, unsolicited attention is either a traitor or a thief. It was most likely her who instigated his uncle's purchase of Haliafeng's products. Since last Mid-Autumn Festival, she'd been returning to the mainland frequently, regularly checking in with Jiang Miao's sister and mother. His motive was obvious. It was simply profit. Judging from the awkward expressions of the brothers Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua today, it was likely that she wanted to arrange for their sons to work at Haliafeng. After all, Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua were already 19 years old and would graduate from college next year. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. After all, judging by his aunt's situation, she would definitely look down on junior staff and would want to start at the middle level. Haliafeng Company wasn't just in its infancy. Back then, recent graduates were promoted to department heads out of necessity. Now, in company personnel arrangements, recent graduates are expected to start at the bottom. Unless they possess a strong foundation, such as a doctorate or exceptional research capabilities and achievements, these recent graduates are likely to rise through the ranks. As far as he knew, the Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua brothers both studied business administration at Hong Kong Shu-Yen University. Business administration at private universities is a major that anyone who knows anything about. Furthermore, the Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua brothers' Mandarin were only half-baked, requiring them to communicate effectively in Cantonese and English. Haliafeng Company simply couldn't afford such talent. Things were fine at headquarters. Aside from the locals in Magong town who spoke Cantonese, everyone else mostly spoke Laohua and Hakka, though they could understand Mandarin and a small amount of Cantonese. As for the branches, neither Cantonese nor English were commonly used in daily conversations at any of the 3 branches. Furthermore, Jiang Miao was concerned about someone like his aunt, who was extremely controlling and full of ulterior motives. If he assigned the brothers Jiang Feng and Jiang Hua to mid-level management, they would likely have their 2 sons try to bring in her aunts and other relatives. Jiang Miao was well aware of this. Because his uncle's tea restaurant and roast meat shop were run by his aunt, many of her relatives were employed by him. If his uncle hadn't personally controlled the purchasing power, the tea restaurant and roast meat shop might have been ruined by this woman. Jiang Miao always kept his distance from these strange relatives. After all, their ambition wasn't to help manage the company, but to exploit the rich. While it might be okay to think they were the boss, they were also afraid of embezzling money and betraying their own family. They also resorted to moral coercion, constantly claiming they were doing it for your own good and that outsiders couldn't be trusted. Jiang Miao knew outsiders couldn't be trusted, but relatives weren't always trustworthy either. Furthermore, outsiders were easier to deal with direct threats and even direct inquiries. However, relatives were more difficult to handle. Many would exploit their kinship status to engage in even more unscrupulous embezzlement and kickbacks. Currently, within Haliafeng Company, only 2 relatives, my brother-in-law and my sister, were in the management team. None of the other relatives were in the upper echelons of the company. Only a small number of distant relatives from Xinjiang worked at the lower levels of the company, such as security guards, farmhands, and drivers, all unimportant positions. Before they knew it, the pickup truck had returned to the temporary headquarters at the Nanhu Experimental Zone. Due to the Qiming Festival, the company had been on staggered holiday, and the experimental zone seemed a bit deserted. As Jiang Miao got out of the car, he saw Yi Meijing coming down from the 2nd floor. Boss, I was going to see you at noon to report on work. I had to come back for something urgent. Are you free now? If you are, come to my office, and I tell you about last month's financial situation. I'm free. In the chairman's office on the 3rd floor. Li Zixuan made tea for the 2 of them. Boss, our expenses this month are a bit high. Jiang Miao was flipping through the financial reports. Yi Meijing periodically glanced at the small memo and continued. The company's revenue in March was 2.1 billion yuan. In addition to the relatively stable revenue from the old business, the new revenue was mainly from feed and fish products, as well as patent fees. Jiang Miao, who was currently reviewing the financial reports, was looking at the March revenue figures for each business unit. Eel fry, 432 million yuan. White truffles, 342 million yuan. Fish products, 634 million yuan. Fish oil, 3.17 million yuan. Fruit, 8.25 million yuan. Brick and mortar stores, 14.08 million yuan. Dairy products, 36.71 million yuan. Patent fees, 384 million yuan for the patent for Egyptian catfish fishmeal, paid by Haida Group in the first quarter, 148 million yuan for the patent for Egyptian catfish meat without earthy smell, paid by Gutai Food Factory in March. Monthly total revenue, 2,002.61 million yuan. In terms of expenditures, in addition to the company's fixed costs of 470 million yuan, March saw additional procurement expenses of 430 million yuan, investment expenses of 280 million yuan, and construction expenses of 170 million yuan, totaling 1.35 billion yuan. The exact total expenditure figure is 1.35763 billion yuan. That means, even with Heliafing's significant investments over the past few months, the company still made a profit of 640 million yuan in March. Of course, the core reason for this substantial gross profit is the 530 million yuan in patent fees. As other domestic feed manufacturers enter the production phase of their Egyptian catfish fishmeal industry, it's estimated that related patent fees will reach new highs in the second quarter. However, Gutai Food Factory's patent fees are almost at their limit. Gutai Food Factory's production lines are already fully utilized. Combined with Heliafing's fish products, the two companies produce 80,000 to 100,000 tons of fish eggs, fish fillets, fish cakes, fish sausages, and canned fish each month, pushing the domestic market close to saturation. Thankfully, March's expenditures weren't typical fixed expenses. For example, purchases of agricultural machinery, engineering equipment, and construction projects are all one-time investments, and these expenditures will decrease significantly next month. Of course, this is just a decrease. It doesn't mean a significant reduction in investment expenditures. For example, the financial budget report Jiang Miao was currently reviewing. Hero Dairy has applied to its parent company for a plan to purchase 100,000 first-time milking cows by the end of this year, with an estimated cost of 1 billion yuan. At the same time, Hero Dairy has requested another 1 billion yuan to invest in modern farms, dairy processing plants, and other supporting facilities. The total budget requested is 2 billion yuan, which, even if allocated monthly, would amount to approximately 230 million yuan, a significant expense. Another department with a larger budget request is the Ghannan branch. They are seeking to purchase 500 small, already developed tea fruit harvesters at 28,000 yuan each, for a total of 14 million yuan. Adding the other agricultural machinery and supporting equipment needed by the Ghannan branch, the total funding requirement was 57 million yuan. Jiang Miao then asked Li Zixuan to bring the detailed funding documents from these departments. After carefully reviewing them for over 2 hours, he finally completed a preliminary review of the budget requests. Although the expenditures were substantial, they were necessary for Heliafing Company. The financial pressure wasn't too great. After all, Heliafing's core businesses were highly profitable, and combined with patent fees, they more than covered the various investments. Even with Jiang Miao's lavish spending, the company still had a surplus of nearly 1.9 billion yuan on its books. Furthermore, after paying personal income tax last year, Jiang Miao transferred a staggering 1.2 billion yuan to his personal account, which currently holds 1.57 billion yuan. This didn't even include the nearly 86 million US dollars in his secretly maintained overseas unregistered accounts. So, with a single stroke of his pen, he approved the budget requests of various departments, subsidiaries, and branches. Even if the company doesn't spend any money, these profits still need to be taxed. Although Heliafing has received national tax exemptions, this doesn't mean it's completely exempt from paying taxes. Some taxes must be paid. Currently, Heliafing has been designated as a high-tech enterprise in a specific industry, and, starting this year, will enjoy a 50% tax reduction on all national taxes. Local governments can also apply for secondary tax reductions based on local policies. For example, Heliafing Shamay Operations After various cumulative tax reductions, this year's tax revenue is approximately 11.3% of gross profit. In southern Jiangxi, the tax revenue is 8.9%, and in Qingzhou and Henan, it's 17.8%. Despite the significant tax reductions, Jiang Miao decided to invest more and expand various projects. After all, Heliafeng's profits will soon experience a second surge in growth. Whether it's the initial production of pan and strawberry powder, the soaring patent fees, or the October soybean harvest in Henan, all factors will continue to drive up the company's revenue. With such a good financial situation, if they don't spend money recklessly, are they saving so much money for laying eggs? Chapter 157. April 10th. Heliafeng Company held a tasting event at the Peninsula Paris Hotel in the city. 10 days prior, they had sent invitations by email to all the high-end restaurants and pastry shops in Lingnan province, as well as major domestic ice cream manufacturers. Despite sending out nearly 1,000 invitations, only 683 people agreed to attend the tasting. Of course, this doesn't include their assistants. In total, over 1,000 people arrived at the Peninsula Paris today. For this tasting, the sales department had reserved the second and third floors of the Peninsula Paris. Chun Wei and Chen Jiejun, father and son, who had previously purchased white truffles from Heliafeng Company and now run a high-end restaurant, decided to attend in person upon receiving Heliafeng's invitation. When they heard they were going to taste a new spiced strawberry, they brought along their 2 pastry chefs. Stepping out of the elevator, he was greeted by a bustling crowd. Chen Wei also spotted many familiar faces in the industry. "Boss Tian, are you coming to the tasting too?" Hearing the familiar voice, the pot-bellied Boss Tian turned, only to discover it was the Chen family father and son. A faint smile crossed his face. "Boss Chen, long time no see. Why haven't you been to Gujin Tang recently? I had a cholecystectomy 2 months ago, and have been recuperating at home for the past few months. It's a good opportunity, so I brought my son here to see the world," Chen Wei explained with a smile. "Alas, as we age, we develop more health problems. I also have high blood pressure and high cholesterol," Boss Tian sighed. Chen Wei shook his head. "Let's not talk about that. Has the tasting started yet?" "It has. I take you over to get your stuff." A group of people weaved through the sea of people. After a while, they squeezed into the tasting table. The table was filled with a variety of snacks and drinks. There were Western cakes, caramel pudding, ice cream, croquettes, and cookies. There were also Chinese-style mung bean cakes, chestnut pastries, and egg yolk pastries. And there were bottled drinks, including milkshakes, milk tea, honey water, coconut milk, and sour plum soup. All you can eat. I just had it. It was delicious. Boss Tian picked up a bottle of iced sour plum soup and took a sip. Chen Wei took a disposable plate and a set of disposable cutlery from the waiter and took a small piece of cake from the mountain of cake in front of him. The 2 pastry chefs didn't hesitate. "Huh? What's wrong, Master Yang?" Chen Jiejun had just picked up a bottle of honey water when he heard one of the pastry chefs exclaim in surprise. Master Yang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took another bite of the ice cream before confirming, "This vanilla ice cream actually uses natural vanilla seeds?" "Really?" Chen Jiejun had also tried vanilla ice cream made with natural vanilla before. He quickly made his way to the ice cream tasting table and asked the waiter to scoop him a scoop. After trying it, he discovered that it was indeed a very complex vanilla flavor, a rich and fragrant aroma that artificial vanilla flavoring could not replicate. He also discovered that the amount of vanilla paste used in this ice cream was at least a very high concentration. Standing nearby, Li Du, the raw material purchasing manager for Baskin-Robbins Ice Cream Company, and the flavorists and seasoning experts sent by their company were also astonished. The bald perfumer spoke. "Manager Li, this vanilla ice cream uses a very high amount of vanilla paste. It's roughly equivalent to 0.6 to 0.7 grams of vanilla seeds per liter of ice cream, or 6 to 14 grams of vanilla paste." "Oh! How much vanilla paste do we use in our vanilla ice cream?" "We use 1.5 grams of high-concentration vanilla paste per liter of ice cream, equivalent to 0.15 grams of vanilla seeds," another bespectacled flavorist whispered back. In reality, regular high-concentration vanilla paste isn't expensive. In bulk, it's around 700 to 800 yuan per kilogram. Bahrain's vanilla ice cream, on the other hand, uses only 1.5 grams of vanilla paste per kilogram, costing around 1 yuan. Of course, using only 1.5 grams of high-concentration vanilla paste per kilogram of ice cream only enhances the vanilla flavor slightly. Those with a less sensitive palate might not even be able to distinguish between natural vanilla and artificial flavoring. Using a higher concentration, as in the vanilla ice cream before us, can indeed enhance the taste buds, a common gimmick used by many high-end restaurants. The bespectacled flavorist raised his brow slightly and said, "If our ice cream is to achieve this level of flavor, we must use 10 grams of vanilla paste per kilogram of ice cream." Clearly, this amount is beyond Baskin-Robbins' reach. After all, their vanilla ice cream retails for only 33 yuan per kilogram, and the wholesale price paid by distributors is even lower, typically around 28 yuan. 1.5 grams of vanilla paste costs 1.125 yuan. 10 grams of vanilla paste costs 7.5 yuan. This would significantly increase their costs, diluting their already low gross profit margins. Thus, Li Du and the others didn't think this level of vanilla ice cream could be sold at a low price. If their company had the same reputation as Häagen-Dazs, they could certainly use better raw materials or a higher concentration of vanilla paste, offsetting some of the raw material costs with a higher price. Besides the people from Baskin-Robbins, people from Wyong Ice Cream Factory, Meiji Ice Cream Company, and Häagen-Dazs were also quietly discussing the various snacks and drinks on the tasting table. "Old Wang, what do you think?" Zhang Lily, head of Wyong's purchasing department, put down her fork and looked at Master Wang, who was in charge of ice cream research and development. Master Wang smiled wryly and shook his head. The snacks and drinks on their tasting table all use vanilla paste, and in high concentrations. Clearly, the product Heliafeng is launching this time is something like vanilla paste. Vanilla paste? Zhang Lily frowned. Because their company doesn't use natural vanilla in their ice cream and popsicles, their products are positioned at the mid-range to low-end price point. Using vanilla paste would be too extravagant. They use cheaper vanilla essence to achieve a low price. On the other hand, Kudo Inhao, the purchasing manager at Meiji Ice Cream Company, gazed thoughtfully at the sample products before him. He turned and whispered a few words to his assistant and translator. A moment later, his assistant arrived with 2 employees from Heliafeng Company. One of them was Watanabe Kino, whom Jiang Miao had previously taken in. The other was Wang Jishua, one of the deputy sales managers. "Hello, Mr. Kudo. I'm Wang Jishua, the deputy sales manager at Heliafeng Company. This is Watanabe Kino, a translator from our international trade office." Hearing Watanabe Takeo's name, Kudo Inho's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly suppressed his curiosity and extended his hand to shake Wang Jishua's. "Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Kudo Inho, the purchasing manager at Meiji Ice Cream Company. I'd like to inquire about your company's upcoming vanilla product." "Okay, let's go to the business room on the 4th floor to discuss." Wang Jishua smiled and led the way. Inside the room, Kudo Inho curiously gazed at the large iron box on the table, then looked up and asked, "Is this your company's vanilla product?" Wang Jishua nodded, pried open the lid, then opened the sealed bag inside, and scooped out a fingernail-sized amount of pandan strawberry powder with a small spoon. Looking at the pale pink powder, Kudo Inho's expression was a bit puzzled, but his nose was struck by the highly concentrated scent of vanilla. "It does smell like vanilla, and it's quite complex, but why is it in powder form? Shouldn't it be a paste?" "Because our company uses another natural raw material, strawberries." Wang Jishua produced another sealed box containing frozen pandan strawberries. "Strawberries?" Wang sang, "You said this is made from strawberries?" Kudo Inhao's eyes widened. As Wang Jishua opened the sealed box, a stronger vanilla scent filled the room. Fortunately, it was a single strawberry, so the smell wasn't too overpowering. If it were inside a greenhouse, with so many pandan strawberries ripening simultaneously, coupled with the enclosed space, the vanilla scent inside would exceed the standard, causing a foul odor. Kudo Inhao approached the pandan strawberries, fanned them with his hand, and was greeted by a natural, rich vanilla scent, a scent not easily mimicked by artificial fragrances. "Is this a new variety? Did it use genetically modified technology?" Wang Jishua shook his head. "No, this is the genetic testing report. Our company does not use genetically modified strawberries as raw materials." Kudo Inhao simply glanced at the genetic testing report. He didn't quite understand the numerous technical terms involved, but he wasn't overly worried. After all, if they were willing to sell it, they certainly weren't afraid of other companies taking their products for GMO testing. "Of course, I trust your company's products." Wang Jishua poured the powder onto a small dish. As the powder spread, the vanilla flavor became more pronounced. He then began to explain, "Our current product is available in 5 kilograms quantities. The unit concentration is equivalent to that of vanilla seeds, roughly 10 times the concentration of high-concentration vanilla paste. 10 times the concentration? Kudo Inhao stared intently at the pale pink powder on the small dish. What's the price? Wang Jishua smiled and quoted a price. 3,500 yuan per kilogram. 3,500 yuan per kilogram? Based on the concentration, that's equivalent to 350 yuan for 1 kilogram of vanilla paste. Kudo Inhao pondered. In terms of price-performance ratio, the price is 50% cheaper. As for the results, he had just tried various snacks and drinks made with this strawberry powder. Even after carefully tasting them several times with several colleagues, he still couldn't detect a noticeable difference. This is enough to make this strawberry powder a successful substitute for vanilla paste, and since it is produced from strawberries, its production difficulty must be much simpler than that of pandan pods, and it is very likely to be produced on a large scale. After some thought, Kudo Inhao began to take the opportunity to lower the price. 3,500 yuan is too high. Shouldn't your strawberry powder be mass-produced? However, Wang Jishua smiled and shook his head. Our company doesn't plan to mass-produce. We currently produce about 100 tons of pandan strawberry powder per month, so 3,500 yuan per kilogram is the standard. Heliafeng Company's market research department had already conducted relevant research. The current production process for vanilla paste is to produce 10 kilograms of vanilla paste from 1 kilogram of vanilla seeds. Each kilogram of vanilla seeds requires approximately 3.5 kilograms of pandan pods. The cheapest pandan pods cost around 1,600 yuan per kilogram, which means the cost of producing 1 kilogram of vanilla seeds is around 5,600 yuan. Including processing fees, the cost per kilogram is 5,700 yuan. Further processing of the vanilla seeds into vanilla paste costs around 600 yuan per kilogram. Vanilla paste priced between 700 and 800 yuan per kilogram only have a gross profit of just over 100 yuan per kilogram. After research, the market research department determined that the price of pandan strawberry powder should be maintained at 3,500 yuan per kilogram. Due to its concentration, this is roughly equivalent to the price of vanilla paste at 350 yuan per kilogram, or half the price. This ensures profits, while preventing the devastation of the pandan pod industry in other regions. After all, in Madagascar and other places of origin for vanilla pods, European and American companies pay only 1,500 yuan per kilogram for the highest quality. This price is reserved for the highest quality pods, while mid-quality pods cost 600 to 1,000 yuan per kilogram, and the lowest quality pods cost 300 to 600 yuan per kilogram. Kudo Inhao secretly cursed Heliafeng Company for being cunning and dishonest. They clearly have the capability for large-scale production, but they're deliberately limiting production for the sake of high profits. Even if their monthly production volume of 100 tons were equivalent to 1,000 tons of vanilla paste, it wouldn't completely disrupt the market. After all, this is a monopoly industry. Even if Meiji Ice Cream Company doesn't buy, other ice cream manufacturers will. After all, the price advantage is there. To reduce costs and increase efficiency, and to compete with their peers, all ice cream and cream companies using natural vanilla as a gimmick will follow suit, or risk being eliminated from the market. Helpless, Kudo Inhao could only accept the price. Wang-san, your company is truly impressive. Give me 50 kilograms of samples. I need them back at headquarters for product testing. No problem, Wang Jishua said, smiling and shaking his hand again. After Kudo Inhao left, the sales manager sent by Neo Pie Company, one of the 3 major domestic dairy companies, also came over. Clearly, there were quite a few smart people participating in the tasting. Neo Brand also purchased a sample from Wang Jishua and quickly sent it back to their headquarters in Monan, intending to experiment with using this raw material as a substitute for vanilla paste. Of course, they would also conduct a detailed study of the ingredients in the pandan strawberry powder to ensure Heliafeng Company wasn't hiding any harmful ingredients. Later, several large Western pastry chains also ordered dozens of kilograms of pandan strawberry powder. Seeing the other participants still slow to react, Wang Jishua knew he had to take the stage. On the large stage behind the tasting table, Wang Jishua clapped his hands and said, "Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone." Upon hearing the announcement, many guests paused and turned their gazes toward the stage. I am Wang Jishua, Deputy Sales Manager of Heliafeng Company. I am honored to invite friends from all corners of the world to this tasting event. As Wang Jishua's voice echoed through the hall, everyone's attention shifted to him. Rather, they all wanted to know what Heliafeng Company's so-called new product was. Some who had already guessed what it was remained silent, waiting for further information. You may be curious why we haven't yet presented our new products for everyone to taste. Actually, everyone has already tasted them. As soon as the words fell, many who had been confused before suddenly showed signs of enlightenment, and their eyes turned to the tasting table in front of the stage. Our company will soon be launching pandan strawberry powder. This is a brand new spice, with a flavor very similar to natural pandan pods. The wholesale price is 3,500 yuan per kilogram. Customers interested in details can come to the tasting table to receive a product brochure and samples. In the audience, Li Du, the head of the purchasing department at Baxi Company, had a thoughtful look on his face. His assistant had already gone to the tasting table and received a product brochure and a small bag of pink powder. Others also showed interest. As the brochures were taken away, the discussion in the hall grew more heated. The bespectacled ingredient technician at Baxi Company raised his glasses and said, "Manager Li, if the concentration is 10 times that of vanilla paste, 3,500 yuan per kilogram is acceptable." Li Du finally came to his senses. "I see. It seems Meiji Ice Cream and Yo Brand have already contacted Haliafeng. We must act now, and not fall behind the other companies." Haagen-Dazs business manager, Wang Dehua, who had previously maintained a cool demeanor, now had a look of confusion on his face. He also secretly cursed Haliafeng for being incompetent. After all, their vanilla paste is directly sourced from vanilla pods grown in Madagascar. Now that Haliafeng has suddenly sold so much vanilla strawberry powder, which can replace vanilla pods, it's almost certain that major ice cream companies around the world will engage in a frenzy of competition over their vanilla products. Even Haagen-Dazs, a luxury ice cream brand, will feel the pressure. Since competitors have access to cheaper raw materials, if Haagen-Dazs continues to use its previous Madagascar vanilla paste, its competitiveness will decline. Of course, Haagen-Dazs could also declare that vanilla ice cream made with vanilla pods is authentic vanilla ice cream to maintain its luxury brand image. But whether consumers will buy into the product is another matter. After all, when they can enjoy a product of comparable quality at a relatively affordable price, consumers will vote with their feet. A luxury product's persona must demonstrate unique characteristics. Otherwise, something affordable to everyone is no longer worthy of being called a luxury product. When a luxury brand loses its luxury persona, its demise is nigh. To some extent, Haliafeng's pandan strawberry powder is causing a shake-up in the vanilla ice cream market. Zhang Lili, the purchasing manager at Weiyang Ice Cream Company, who had been showing little interest until now, had already reached the fire escape and called her general manager to report the situation. Many ice cream companies that had previously not used natural vanilla as a raw material were also considering developing new products to enter the high-end market. Over time, the management of major ice cream companies became aware that Haliafeng had developed a new flavoring that could replace natural vanilla paste. The ensuing scene was that the 5 tons of pandan strawberry powder currently in stock was sold out. Although all the products are taken back for new product research, there are dozens of major ice cream companies alone, plus large catering companies and Western pastry shops. 5 tons of products are only enough for them to make samples. Chapter 158. After the pandan strawberry powder tasting, the sales department didn't receive many orders immediately. However, many high-end Western pastry shops and restaurants expressed their willingness to place orders with Haliafeng if the effects of pandan strawberry powder could match those of pandan pods. They also made a small request. They hoped Haliafeng could produce small packages of pandan strawberry powder. This was actually quite normal. A 5-kilogram package of pandan strawberry powder is equivalent to 50 kilograms of vanilla paste. Even for a rich vanilla flavor, only 1 gram of pandan strawberry powder is needed for 1 kilogram of vanilla ice cream. Therefore, 5 kilograms of pandan strawberry powder can produce 5 tons of ice cream with an extremely rich vanilla flavor. High-end Western restaurants, pastry shops, or bakeries would find it difficult to consume 5 kilograms of pandan strawberry powder in such a short period of time. Therefore, launching small packages was essential. After receiving feedback from the sales department, Xie Guangsha, the director of the strawberry processing plant, immediately started the small package production line. This small packaging production line can produce 3 sizes of small packages, 50G, 200G, and 500G. And small packages of pandan strawberry powder aren't just available in powder form. They also come in granular form. The granular pandan strawberry pods are each a standard 1-gram granule, designed for ease of use. Since April, the production capacity of the pandan strawberry greenhouse and strawberry processing plant has been fully operational, averaging approximately 100 tons of pandan strawberry powder per month. Even with a monthly production of only 100 tons, at a wholesale price of 3.5 million yuan per ton, monthly revenue can reach 350 million yuan. This is the power of luxury goods and monopoly industries. The typical top-tier luxury industry is characterized by low costs, small scale, high revenue, and high profits. Currently, Heliafing Company owns 3 similar businesses: white truffles, eel fry, and pandan strawberry powder. Products like feed, fish products, and fruit all require large-scale operations to achieve high revenue, while also maintaining low gross profit margins. Meanwhile, Qin Xingzhu, Heliafing Company's network manager and former head of the app development office, was reviewing the internal testing progress of the Heliafing Store app. Li Yu, head of the app testing office, took a sip of vanilla lemon tea. Manager, we already completed the initial rectification of the 17 issues reported during the internal testing process. The internal testing scale needs to be further expanded, Qin Xingzhu instructed, reviewing the report. Li Yu replied hesitantly, expand? But all the employees have downloaded it. Do we need a limited public beta? However, Qin Xingzhu didn't see any difficulty in this matter, have the HR department help, and encourage employees to recommend our app to their families. Is that possible? That should be possible. Li Yu agreed. Heliafing's workforce has now expanded to a new level. Headquarters, with its dozen or so departments, currently has nearly 500 employees, including reserve management, plus over 100 interns, for a total of 674. The major business units: aquaculture 488, planting 994, feed 275, physical 312, e-commerce 124, and technology 187. Branches: Cheongzhou branch, 249 employees; Gaonan branch, 3,281 employees; and Imonan branch, 755 employees. Wholly owned subsidiary: Anxiong Dairy, 857 employees. Joint ventures: Heliafing Real Estate, 177 employees; Zinalkang Pharmaceutical, 206 employees; and United Mining, 143 employees. The total number of employees in the Heliafing Group is 8,722. Labor costs alone cost Heliafing over 100 million yuan per month. The Gaonan branch's large headcount is primarily due to the large number of farm workers. With over 200,000 mu of oil tea plantations, along with supporting alfalfa cultivation and forage processing, the branch employs over 3,000 people, barely maintaining normal operations with the assistance of numerous machines. Sometimes, when tasks need to be completed within a short time frame, local farmers must be hired for temporary work. This is the frustration of tree-based agricultural production. Thus, Qin Xingzhu had no problem asking the Human Resources Department to recommend the company's app among employees' relatives. The friends and family of over 8,000 employees add up to tens of thousands of people. This large number of people participating in the internal testing process allows us to identify as many system vulnerabilities as possible within the app, providing a reference for subsequent rectification and optimization. User experience is also crucial. The previously shelved version of the Apple mobile operating system has been developed, primarily due to the current sufficient staffing in the network department. The Heliafing Company's franchise store app was modeled after the shopping app Pinduoduo. It focuses on simplicity and clarity, and takes up very little system memory, even less than Pinduoduo. This is perfectly normal. The Heliafing specialty store app sells only Heliafing's own products. Currently, the company sells eel fry, white truffles, morels, Egyptian catfish meat products, eel products, tomatoes, ginseng fruit, strawberries, feed, fish oil, honey, and various pre-prepared dishes. Additionally, the Cheongzhou branch produces pineapples, mangoes, lychees, longans, and jackfruits. The Gaonan branch produces tea seed oil, tea seed cakes, and various extracts, as well as alfalfa hay and other forages. Hero Dairy produces bulk milk powder, cream, whey protein powder, butter, yogurt, pure milk, discarded dairy beef, and fermented cow dung soil. The Monan branch produces soybeans, beef, small-tail Han sheep, fermented cow and sheep dung soil, artificial nutrient soil, and legume forage. These are all Heliafing's own products. Therefore, there's no need to worry about connecting to other merchants' accounts. Only the customer's account and the company's product interface are important. This naturally allows the app to be very small. Jiang Miao had no plans to add any financial services to the franchise app. He simply wanted to create a pure shopping app. With the theme outlined by their boss, the network department, led by Qin Xingzhu, took a slow and meticulous approach and completed the initial version of the app in just about 4 months. Of course, considering it was their own app, with only a few dozen products in the store, the network department's art office went to great lengths to design numerous beautiful interfaces and product introductions. Jiang Miao was also concerned that the network department wouldn't be able to write the right product introductions, so he specifically instructed the technology, market research, and legal departments to collaborate closely with the network department and carefully examine every detail. After all, the company's product introductions must be legal and compliant, incorporating reasonable product testing data, ingredient lists, and engaging advertising slogans. These aren't things the network department can handle alone. For example, slogans that exaggerate product efficacy and promote medical benefits shouldn't be used in food advertisements. This requires the cooperation of professionals. In addition to developing the franchise store app, the network department is also steadily advancing other app projects. Although Jiang Miao was keeping a close eye on the development, he didn't immediately point out the various vulnerabilities in the franchise store app. Later, he would share these vulnerabilities with the network department under the guise of Jiang Miao's friend. This would both train the team and ensure the apps wouldn't have major vulnerabilities. However, Jiang Miao wasn't in the mood to worry about the network department's affairs at the moment, because the company had encountered an unexpected problem. Drought. After the Qiming festival, there was still no rain in Ling'an, or indeed, only a few rains exceeding 10 millimeters had fallen across southern China. Jiang Miao looked at the data collected from meteorological departments around the world, his brow furrowed. It looks like this year is another El Niño year. El Niño? Shuya, who was also helping Jiang Miao with paperwork in the office, looked up. Didn't it happen last year? Yes. The sea temperatures from this year's Peruvian cold front are still higher than usual. While not as extreme as last year, it's still generally unfavorable for sardine fishing in Peruvian fisheries. The extreme weather in recent years has become increasingly bizarre and unpredictable. Jiang Miao rubbed his temple. I thought this year would be a La Nina year, but I didn't expect it to be an El Niño. Will that affect the company? Shuya asked, her head down as she attended to matters at Zinalkang Pharmaceuticals. Of course it will. El Niño will not only cause a decline in fish catches in Peru, but will also bring widespread torrential rain and flooding to South America, while drought will spread across southern East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Bang bang. Jiang Miao saw his brother-in-law at the door and called out with a smile, "Come in. Brother-in-law, sit down." Miao, thank goodness you had the foresight to do that, otherwise we'd be in trouble. A hint of fear crossed his brother-in-law's face. What's wrong? Jiang Miao poured him a cup of tea. As soon as his brother-in-law sat down, he explained the current situation at the farm. The water levels in the fish ponds in several surrounding villages have dropped significantly. Thanks to the solar panels, part of our farm being indoors, and the water recycling system you installed last year, our water supply is barely sufficient. Regarding this, Helyafeng Company experienced the effects of drought last year and had to apply to the local authorities for groundwater extraction to maintain normal water levels at the farm. Having learned from this lesson, he introduced solar panels to reduce evaporation from the open-air fish ponds. He also switched from bi-weekly water changes to filtration equipment, re-injecting the filtered and treated water back into the ponds. This reduced overall water consumption. He also improved his farming methods. For example, of the 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of open-air eel ponds, only 200 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, are currently used for freshwater farming, while the remaining 800 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, are directly pumped from seawater. After all, eels can be grown in seawater. All that's required is a slight adjustment to the feed formula. This reduced freshwater consumption in 800 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of fish ponds. Egyptian catfish farms are all indoor farms, and with proper internal water purification, freshwater consumption can be reduced by 95%. However, Jiang Miao was well aware that Helyafeng Company would not be immune to this widespread drought. Because Helyafeng Company needed to purchase Egyptian catfish, the farmers raised them in open-air ponds. Furthermore, these ponds lack solar panels to reduce evaporation and water recycling systems, making them severely affected by the drought. Of course, many farmers had already reacted and quickly purchased black shade nets to cover their ponds, reducing some evaporation. But this wasn't enough. Jiang Miao called Fang Yi, head of the feed division, and asked him to come over. Half an hour later, Fang Yi hurried over. Boss. Jiang Miao poured him tea and said, "Sit down, Manager Fang. The drought is severe across southern China right now. We have no way of predicting when the rain will arrive, so we must make some preparations." Boss, how does this relate to our feed division? Fang Yi was confused. It has some connection. On the one hand, we need to be prepared to reduce production, and on the other hand, we need to bring out eel feed number 14. This formula allows eels to maintain a normal growth rate in a marine aquaculture environment. Feed number 14? So this feed formula has this use. Fang Yi had previously assumed that those hundreds of eel feed and catfish feed formulas were just to block other companies from imitating them. Jiang Miao continued, also, take out the number 36 feed formula for Egyptian catfish. This formula can be grown in saltwater. As long as the salinity of the water does not exceed 12 per thousand, it will ensure rapid growth. Fang Yi quickly inquired, saltwater? Do we need to license it to other companies? Of course. Our company doesn't produce ordinary feed. This formula is licensed to the Feed Association, and feed manufacturers pay a 100 yuan per ton patent fee. The same goes for the seawater eel feed formula. I understand. Fang Yi, as the head of the feed division and Heliafeng Company's liaison with the Feed Association, said Jiang Miao didn't have the time to deal with such matters all day. Haida Group, which had been worried about this year's drought, received the notice from Heliafeng Company and the Feed Association. Its chairman, Xue Hua, was relieved. Jiang Miao is a timely help to Haida. Mr. Xue, are we now going to fully produce the new formula? The head of the feed production department quickly asked. Xue Hua, having regained his composure, didn't hesitate. Time was of the essence, and he quickly assigned tasks. The feed production department must begin producing the new feed, but the production volume must be controlled. Okay. The sales department must immediately familiarize themselves with the technical manual for the new feed formula to facilitate communication with farmers. Yes, Mr. Xue. I will personally lead a team to conduct tests at the farm. Xue Hua wasn't doubting Jiang Miao, but rather taking precautions. Billions of dollars in raw materials were at stake, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Haida Group's farm was located near Nansha district. Xue Hua and the others, who had begun testing, looked at the fish pond before them. After switching to 5 per thousand salinity water, the catfish in the pond became less active, clearly not acclimated to the saltwater. Their expressions grew grim. However, he still chose to trust Heliafeng Company and Jiang Miao. He planned to stay at the farm for the next few days. Because saltwater aquaculture of catfish isn't a one-shot process, it must be carried out in stages. 5 per thousand salinity in the first week, 8 per thousand in the second week, and finally 11 per thousand in the third week. As for why the maximum salinity wasn't 12%, it was mainly due to concerns about increased salinity due to evaporation, so a margin of error was necessary. The technical manual Jiang Miao provided suggested that large-scale aquaculture facilities, like Haida Group, which have the necessary technical capabilities, could adopt a critical salinity of 11 per thousand. For ordinary fish farmers, it's recommended that they first purchase a salinity meter and use saltwater with a salinity of 10 per thousand for their aquaculture. They should also test the salinity of the aquaculture water daily. If the temperature exceeds 35 degrees Celsius, they should test the salinity twice daily to ensure the water salinity remains within the standard, and be prepared to replenish freshwater at all times. Of course, this only applies to farms near the sea. Inland farms are essentially left to their own devices. For saltwater aquaculture near a river estuary, water can be drawn directly from the estuary. Generally, the salinity of saltwater at river estuaries ranges from 2.5 per thousand to 12 per thousand. Using seawater with a salinity of 33 per thousand can save at least one-third of freshwater. Using saltwater from a river estuary may even eliminate the need for freshwater. For example, Haida Group's farms in Nansha district, located near the Pearl River estuary, only need to pump in saltwater with a salinity of 10 per thousand. Several online stores selling salinometers have been extremely puzzled over the past 2 weeks. They usually sell only 1 or 2 a month, but suddenly received orders for hundreds or even thousands. Sellers of shade nets have also prospered. The previously arid Lizhou Peninsula was particularly worrying for everyone at Hengxin Group, but now they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Their Egyptian catfish farming model is similar to that of Heliafeng, combining self-rearing with free-range farming by farmers. If something goes wrong, it wouldn't just be a loss, it would also lead to heavy losses for the farmers. Now, Heliafeng's timely intervention has given them a buffer. By reducing the use of seawater to some freshwater, and by temporarily pumping groundwater, the farms can continue to operate for several more months. In fact, the Feed Association is even more anxious than these companies. The large-scale production of Egyptian catfish meal has reduced domestic fish, shrimp, and crab farming costs by nearly 20%, and poultry and pig farming costs by 2.3%. If Egyptian catfish meal production were to decline significantly due to drought, it could lead to a further increase in the market prices of aquatic products, including chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Since the Lunar New Year, domestic meat prices have been steadily declining, with the exception of large herbivores like cattle and sheep. The retail price of white shrimp saw the largest drop, falling by approximately 16%. Pomfret prices fell by 12.7%, lemon fish by 11.3%, sea bream by 10%, and large yellow croaker by 5.7%. These marine aquaculture products have seen significant price declines. Other freshwater fish prices, on the other hand, have seen less significant price drops. This is primarily due to the drought across southern China this year, which has led to varying degrees of production reductions at freshwater fish farms, hindering price pressure. Although eel prices have fallen significantly, they have also been affected by the drought. Fortunately, Heliafeng Company has authorized other feed mills to produce and market eel aquaculture feed from seawater, which is already being rapidly produced and marketed. Eel farmers who have received the new feed and whose farms are near the coast can directly pump seawater to replenish their ponds. As for inland eel farms, they have to find their own solutions. After all, their farms aren't near the sea and lack near-free access to seawater. Thankfully, there aren't many eel farms in inland areas, so the impact isn't too severe. However, this incident will also lead new farmers and companies to prefer setting up eel and marine fish farms in coastal areas, where they don't have to worry about water issues. It's not impossible to farm eels in inland areas. For example, some use indoor farms with comprehensive water circulation systems, which can largely withstand the impact of drought. Chapter 159. Just as drought gripped the south, the vast farmlands north of Hangzhou town were experiencing two extremes. The soybean fields planted by farmers contracted by Heliafeng Company performed exceptionally well, growing lushly despite the dry weather. After planting in late February, they had only been watered 3 times, and were already blooming. However, in rice fields still planted according to traditional practices, some rice plants, which had not been watered promptly, experienced stunted growth. In even more serious cases, a small number of rice plants not only had their leaf growth inhibited, but also had difficulty unfolding new leaves, while older leaves began to yellow and wither. The resistance of these rice plants to stress was also significantly weakened. Even with timely reservoir releases, it was still impossible to provide for all the rice plants. Thankfully, 10,000 mu of surrounding rice fields have been converted to soybeans, which require no watering, preserving the vast majority of the rice crop. Otherwise, water availability would have been even more limited. The following May marks the rice heading season. If there's still no rain, the situation will be dire. After all, the reservoir's water supply is limited and will evaporate significantly, unless wells are drilled to pump groundwater. Hangzhou town and Taohe town are somewhat better off, having planted 10,000 mu of soybeans instead of rice, allowing reservoir water to be concentrated on the remaining rice fields. By abandoning some of the higher-lying rice fields, they can try to preserve the remaining 30,000 mu of rice. Other areas, however, are not so lucky. If there are large rivers, lakes, or reservoirs nearby, some yields can be maintained. If not, they will have to apply for groundwater irrigation. Jiang Miao arrived at Meilong town, across from the Huangjiang River. Meilong town, with its relatively large plain, relies on a few reservoirs for irrigation in its northwest, away from the Huangjiang River. However, several villages lack access to large reservoirs. For example, Meilian village, right in front of Jiangmiao. Other villages, such as Yuling, Yunlu, and Dongjia, located southwest of Meilong town, have been severely affected by the drought. These drought-stricken rice paddies, coupled with the high terrain and lack of large reservoirs nearby, have resulted in the rice plants being generally short and their leaves scorched yellow. Meilong town mayor Chen Xingang, along with Jiang Miao, gazed at the generally poorly growing rice before him. He expressed a distressed expression. "I saw the weather forecast, and it says there's a high probability of no rain for the next month. This is a difficult situation. We could pump groundwater as a temporary emergency measure," another staff member from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau suggested. Chen Xingang said helplessly, "It's the only way." Jiang Miao hadn't wanted to come, but the rice bean fish project they discussed last year suffered a significant setback this year, forcing him to come in person. Qinzhen, besides pumping groundwater, there's another solution to alleviate the local water shortage. Chen Xingang looked at Jiang Miao curiously. "Mr. Jiang, what suggestions do you have?" "Abandon some of the higher-lying rice paddies and plant them entirely with our company's new soybean variety." Jiang Miao continued, "Concentrate water on the remaining rice-based fish ponds. This will preserve the Egyptian catfish raised in some of the ponds, while allowing soybeans to be planted in the water-starved rice fields. Can new soybean varieties be so drought-tolerant? Chen Xingong's eyes widened. A staff member from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau nearby suddenly realized what was happening and nodded. Mr. Chen, Mr. Jiang is right. The soybeans planted in 7 towns, including Hongqiao and Taohe, have managed to survive for nearly a month without watering. I think we can give it a try. Hearing this, Chen Xingong pondered for a moment. Thinking of Jiang Miao and He Yifeng's technology, he felt this approach had great potential and made the final decision. Mr. Jiang, I agree with this arrangement. Please discuss it with the cooperatives in each village. No problem. Jiang Miao quickly dispatched the deputy manager of the planning division to discuss adjustments to the rice-based fish ponds with the cooperatives in each village of Melong Town. According to the terrain, 7,600 mu of rice-based fish ponds were quickly selected and replowed with tractors. The previously frozen soybean tubers were then planted. The roots of the 600 mu of soybeans harvested after the Spring Festival were also harvested. On average, each soybean plant produces 12 to 15 tubers, each of which can independently develop into new soybeans. Therefore, these root tubers are sufficient to plant 7,600 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of rice. With the abandonment of these 7,600 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of rice, along with a switch from some coastal Egyptian catfish farms to saltwater and eel farms to seawater, water use for the remaining 22,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of rice fields has been significantly reduced. Even the lotus root fields have seen a significant reduction in water use. After handing the matter over to the company's management, Jiang Miao returned to headquarters. It hadn't been quiet for a few days. At the end of April, another visitor arrived. In the vast soybean fields north of Hongqiao town, a dozen or so researchers gazed at the soybeans with curiosity and amazement. Professor, this is a great variety. A doctoral student in agronomy from South China Ecological Park University examined the soybeans carefully. Xiao Jiesher, head of the Shantaomei Academy of Agricultural Sciences, proudly introduced them. Professor Wang, this is a new soybean variety cultivated by Professor Jiang Miao's team, an outstanding local entrepreneur in Shantao. The variety planted here is called Xiando No. 1. Professor Jiang Miao? The doctoral student suddenly remembered. He's the founder of He Yifeng Company, right? Xiao Jiesher's face was filled with pride. Yes, Professor Zhang's team promoted the cultivation of a new soybean variety locally last year, and these were planted at the end of February this year. Professor Wang, who squatted silently beside the field, naturally knew Jiang Miao's name. Professor Wang's name is Wang Yingxiang. He is currently a second-level professor, an outstanding young scholar at South China Ecological Park University. He also serves as a researcher at the Lingnan Modern Agricultural Science and Technology Laboratory. Since 2022, he has served as professor and dean of the School of Life Sciences at South China Ecological Park University. Although Jiang Miao graduated from Shizishan Agricultural University, he has not rejected offers from graduates from other agricultural universities. He Yifeng Company has currently recruited nearly 70 recent graduates from South China Ecological Park University. Originally, Professor Wang's team was only visiting eastern Guangdong for an inspection, collaborating with the local Academy of Agricultural Sciences to collect wild soybean seeds. Professor Wang's research areas are also soybean-related, focusing on the genetic and epigenetic regulatory mechanisms of plant reproductive development. Using Arabidopsis thaliana and soybean as research materials, he studies the molecular mechanisms of meiotic recombination and explores their application in seed breeding. Another research direction is the molecular genetic basis of soybean adaptation to tropical and subtropical environments, and the creation of new soybean germplasm. This research focuses on exploring the genetic basis of soybean adaptation to tropical and subtropical environments, and creating new soybean germplasm resources through technologies such as gene editing. The day before yesterday, after completing their visit to the Qing Academy of Agricultural Sciences, they drove to the Shanmei Academy of Agricultural Sciences for a visit. When Xiao Jiesher, the head of the Shanmei Academy of Agricultural Sciences, heard the purpose of Professor Wang's team's visit, he remembered the new soybean variety promoted by He Yifeng Company in Hongqiao Town and other areas, and personally brought Professor Wang's team here for an inspection. Professor Wang, who carefully examined the structure of the underside of soybean leaves, frowned. Then he looked up and asked, Professor Xiao, do you know the details of this variety? I know a little. After all, He Yifeng Company has applied for various patents, even gene patents. The Provincial Crop Variety Approval Committee approved the experimental planting last year, and our unit is one of the supporting institutions, Xiao Jiesher explained with a smile. Professor Wang pulled out a bottle of mineral water and asked, "Would you mind telling us a little more about the details?" "No problem." Professor Wang had already poured the water onto the soybean leaves, observing them intently. Next to him, Xiao Jiesher gave everyone a brief overview of the Sinza series. He knew the content, but it was actually from the initial edition. The new root characteristics of the Sinza series were discovered during the later stages of cultivation, and had not yet been reported to the Crop Variety Approval Committee. After listening to Xiao Jiesher's description, Professor Wang stared intently at the leaves, quickly absorbing the water droplets. So fast? Another researcher's eyes widened. Professor Wang was equally astonished. It only takes about 10 minutes to absorb the water from the leaves. No wonder they're so drought-resistant. This is a completely new characteristic. I also heard that the root system of these soybeans is different from ordinary soybeans. Different? Professor Wang took out 100 yuan and handed it to a nearby farmer. "Hey fellow, I give you 100 yuan, so I can pull a few soybeans to study." "Sure, pull any you want." The old farmer bared his white teeth and accepted the 100 yuan. Of course, this was out of respect for Xiao Jiesher, the guide. Otherwise, such an act might constitute seedling theft. A nearby doctoral student squatted down and tried to help Professor Wang pull the soybeans, but despite all his strength, he failed to pull up both the vines and the roots. "Is this possible? Xiao Song, you need to exercise more." Another researcher joked. "No, there's something wrong with these soybeans," Xiao Song explained, his face flushing. Then, with all his might, he finally pulled the soybeans up by the roots. Hoo-hoo. Done. However, Professor Wang and the others were stunned. They stared intently at the soybeans' roots. "What is this? Could it be a hybrid with potatoes?" "Huh? The roots are connected." "Really?" Several researchers were stunned. Even the knowledgeable Professor Wang was bewildered. "Soybeans have tubers?" "Dean Xiao, could this variety be genetically modified?" Xiao Jiesher, standing nearby, was also seeing the roots of the Sinza series for the first time. He had only seen bean sprouts before, not the underground roots. His head was shaking. "No! I remember clearly that the Sinza series are all new varieties cultivated using traditional breeding techniques. Can traditional breeding produce such highly specialized varieties?" If Professor Wang weren't so knowledgeable about his field, he had suspected he'd been studying fake agronomy. Xiao Jiesher awkwardly suggested, "Why don't we visit Professor Jiang Miao?" "Okay." Before leaving, Professor Wang didn't forget to pull up a few more soybeans. They soon drove to the temporary headquarters of Heliafeng Company. Standing at the gate of the experimental area, one could see that Magong Mountain behind them had been largely transformed. The 4 terraces above had been converted into large greenhouses. Several researchers, wearing Heliafeng Company uniforms, were busy working in the greenhouses. A work group, having just emerged from the tissue culture lab, saw Professor Wang and the others. One of them stared wide-eyed. "Dean Wang. You are?" Professor Wang didn't recognize them. "I'm Huang Xinghe, who graduated from South China University of Ecology and Parks last year. I met Dean Wang a few times at the academy." "Dean, what are you doing here?" Although he didn't recognize the student, he smiled and said, "I'm here to visit Professor Jiang Miao." Huang Xinghe speculated, the dean probably doesn't have an appointment. A little embarrassed, Professor Wang finally realized that Jiang Miao wasn't just any ordinary person. With his daily schedule, he certainly couldn't just meet casually. He quickly inquired, "Mr. Huang, I'm in a hurry. How do I schedule an appointment to meet with Professor Jiang Miao?" Huang Xinghe knew this was the case, and could only help by asking. "I asked Secretary Li. Mr. Jiang usually meets at noon, and it's still early. He's usually in the lab, and doesn't bring his phone with him. Unless it's an emergency, he have to wait until noon." "It's okay. It's almost noon now." "Okay then. I go ask first." Huang Xinghe hurried inside. Over 10 minutes later, he emerged with a visitor application form and a dozen temporary visitor passes. "Dean Wang, this is the visitor application form. Luckily, President Jiang has time at noon today. Fill it out, and I take it in for Secretary Li to keep on file." Taking the form, Professor Wang quickly filled it out at the table nearby. Over 10 minutes passed in this back and forth. When Huang Xinghe returned, he smiled and said to the group, "Dean Huang, Dean Xiao, fellow researchers, I take you on a tour of our lab. Will this affect your work?" Professor Wang, who had no impression of him at all, still had a favorable impression of this student. Huang Xinghe shook his head. "It's okay. I can apply for a transfer today to serve as a temporary receptionist." This is also one of the special regulations of the Science and Technology Division. If experts or scholars in the scientific research field come to visit, staff with relevant expertise can come forward to receive them. In that case, I trouble you, Mr. Huang. Everyone, please come this way. The first place they visited was the tissue culture laboratory. Since tissue culture seedling production has moved to the smart greenhouse farm in Hongqiao Town, the over 100-acre tissue culture laboratory has become a true laboratory. This is our company's tissue culture laboratory, primarily used for various tissue culture experiments. We currently have 23 professional researchers. Through the glass window, Professor Wang observed the seedlings being cultivated in the culture flasks. What kind of crop is this? It's a banana. What about this? That's a green pepper. After touring the tissue culture lab, Professor Wang moved on to the genetic engineering lab. Seeing the various priceless lab equipment, everyone couldn't help but express envy. Even Professor Wang didn't actually have his own independent biology lab. A lab of this level requires at least tens of millions in investment, plus annual maintenance costs. It's difficult for ordinary researchers to afford to operate a lab of this level on their own. The cryo-electron microscope, purchased just at the beginning of the year, especially caught everyone's attention. Leaving the genetic engineering lab, Huang Xinghe didn't continue into the edible fungus lab and the biomining lab. Because those labs involve fungal and bacterial research, the security level was extremely high and outsiders were not allowed to enter. He then led Professor Wang and his group out the back door and arrived at the foot of the Magong Mountain experimental planting base. Everyone, this is an experimental planting base for various new crop varieties. Before you enter, I have something to remind you. Huang Xinghe said seriously, do not pick any plants here, as this involves our company's trade secrets. Professor Wang, knowing the importance commercial companies place on their seedlings, nodded and said, we understand. We will not make things difficult for you, Mr. Huang. Please follow my steps. The experimental greenhouse at the foot of the mountain was filled with grasses, including rice, corn, millet, wheat, sorghum, oats, rye, and barley. The crowd saw a myriad of unusual varieties, but as agricultural workers, Professor Wang, Xiao Jiesher, and the others were not overly surprised. After all, they encountered these bizarre mutants frequently, until they arrived at a large experimental banana greenhouse. These banana varieties have been patented, so they can be picked. Let me see if any are ripe. Huang Xinghe smiled and tapped a sign. The doctoral student, Xiao Song, looked at the sign with surprise. Is this the endangered Gros Michel banana? Another researcher shook his head. This variety is too fragile. If Panama disease and yellow leaf disease are not addressed, it can only be grown in a laboratory like this. The Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences previously imported a few seedlings from Siam and grew dozens of them through tissue culture, but only 4 remain, languishing in the lab. Huang Xinghe found a handful of yellowing bananas and cut them with a knife. These bananas were supposed to begin to ripen in May, but due to this year's mild winter and the abundant water and fertilizer in the greenhouse, some were ripening by early April. Carrying the handful of a dozen bananas, Huang Xinghe returned to Professor Wang and the others. Everyone, this is one of the new Gros Michel varieties our company has developed. It tastes similar to the traditional Gros Michel, and it's incredibly resistant. Professor Wang took a banana and peeled it, curiously asking, a new variety? How did you solve the problem of Gros Michel's single gene and the inability of triploids to hybridize naturally? Our boss solved it using somatic cell hybridization. Somatic cell hybridization? The success rate of that technique is incredibly low. Professor Wang had already peeled off the thick banana skin. This is one of the characteristics of the Gros Michel banana. Its thick skin makes it ideal for long-distance transportation. After taking a bite, it was truly exceptional. This was also the first time for the others to taste a Gros Michel banana. The flavor was noticeably different from the Hua bananas currently on the market. Xiao Jiesher explained, if this variety can be resistant to Panama disease and yellow leaf disease, it could truly crush all the bananas currently on the market. Professor Xiao, the variety you're eating will do just fine, Huang Xinghe said with a smile. What? Xiao Jiesher suspected he misheard and quickly repeated, is this variety resistant to yellow leaf disease and Panama disease? Yes. After receiving this answer, everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Heliafeng Company to have such technical expertise. This made Professor Wang and the others even more excited to meet Jiang Yao. Chapter 160. It was already noon before he knew it. Jiang Yao took off his protective suit and helmet, changed into casual clothes, and emerged from the lab's locker room. Upon exiting, He saw Li Zixuan and Kuyong working in a makeshift office near the door. Li Zixuan quickly stood up and said, "Boss, 2 hours ago, a research team from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences came to visit you. They'd like to meet with you. Can we meet today at noon, or reschedule?" "Oh, which research team?" Jiang Miao took the application form, glanced at the applicant, and the reason for the visit. "It's Professor Wang Yingxiang's team in the soybean breeding field. They like to discuss the new characteristics of the new Sinzabean series. So let's meet today at noon. Are they still there?" Li Zixuan quickly closed his laptop and replied, "Yes, they are." Researcher Huang Xinghe from the Science and Technology Division met them. They seem to have visited the experimental planting base in the back mountain. "Then let's meet in the private room on the second floor where I usually meet guests." "Okay." Professor Wang and his companions, who were touring the experimental planting base, hurried down the mountain after receiving Li Zixuan's call. In the private room on the second floor of the staff cafeteria, Jiang Miao had already instructed the kitchen to prepare a simple meal for Professor Wang and his group. A dozen minutes later, Li Zixuan knocked on the door and entered. A square-faced, middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared behind him. The moment he saw him, and his old acquaintance, Dean Xiao Jisher, behind him, Jiang Miao stood up with a smile. "Professor Wang, Dean Xiao, and everyone, hello. I'm Jiang Miao." Professor Wang smiled back and shook Jiang Miao's hand. "Hello, hello. I often hear students talk about President Jiang and Heliafeng Company. President Jiang, I'm sorry for the intrusion of your presence today. Mr. Jiang, long time no see." Xiao Jisher nodded slightly. "Dean Xiao, please take a seat. Don't be polite." Jiang Miao turned to look at Professor Wang and the others. "Professor Wang, everyone, please take a seat. I already ordered the dishes. Let me show you how to be your host for lunch." "Ha, then we won't be polite. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the expense," Xiao Jisher said, guiding Professor Wang and the others to their seats. After they were seated, Li Zixuan poured tea for everyone. Before the food arrived, Jiang Miao asked, "Professor Wang, I heard you went to the soybean experimental fields in Hangzhou town today." "Yes, several colleagues, students, and I are planning to collect wild soybean seeds in eastern Guangdong for genetic research. This morning, I happened to be passing by Shanmei, and Dean Xiao mentioned that your Heliafeng company has a soybean experimental field in Hangzhou town, so I came to investigate." Professor Wang continued, then turned to doctoral student Xiao Song. "Xiao Song, please bring out those samples." Xiao Song quickly pulled 5 soybeans from the field from his backpack. "This is indeed our company's variety." Jiang Miao immediately recognized the root characteristics of the Sinza soybeans. Professor Wang took the sealed bag, opened it, and pulled out a tuber. Curiously, he asked, "Mr. Jiang, I'm very curious about this variety's tuber. Conventional breeding wouldn't be able to achieve this, right? I also discovered that this soybean's leaves have an exceptionally high water absorption capacity, which is also a very unusual new characteristic." Jiang Miao briefly explained a few things he could say. "I use some new technologies, such as cell fusion, and then through hybridization and induced mutations, after repeating this process several times, I finally achieved the current Sinza series of new varieties." "Didn't they use genetic modification or gene editing?" Professor Wang was incredulous. "No, the mother plants used for cell fusion were all cultivated and wild soybeans." Hearing this explanation, Professor Wang was also extremely shocked. Incredible. This must have required a very large experimental sample size, right? Jiang Miao tried to rationalize the process. Yes, nearly 200 varieties of mother plants were used for the initial generation, and approximately 200,000 soybean seedlings were fused with cells. Then, seedlings were raised, hybridized, observed, fused again, and mutations were induced. So large? Professor Wang hadn't expected Heliafeng's soybean breeding project to be so extensive. "Yes, I use the currently popular metagenomic testing technology." A hint of thought flashed in Professor Wang's eyes. He certainly knew what metagenomic testing technology was. Metagenomic testing technology is a technique that extracts DNA directly from environmental samples without relying on microbial culture. After obtaining genetic samples from the environment, high-throughput sequencing is used to obtain a large amount of genetic sequence information. This technology is currently primarily used to study the diversity of microbial communities, including the types of microorganisms present, such as bacteria, archaea, and fungi, and their relative abundance. Another researcher, also working on genetically modified soybean breeding, asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, metagenomic testing can indeed quickly obtain the genes of microorganisms, or even a large number of cells, but how can one distinguish them?" Currently, there aren't any rapid analysis tools for plant genes, like soybeans, right? Our company designed a screening and analysis model specifically for rapid plant genetic analysis. Jiang Miao wasn't lying. He had indeed designed a screening and analysis model specifically for analyzing plant genes. A large part of this model's technology was derived through internet channels, drawing on various global metagenomic testing software and the databases of the biotechnology companies behind them. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Miao has been intensively studying computer science. He possesses a photographic memory and learns rapidly. However, he didn't design a new software from scratch. Instead, he borrowed analysis software from a major biogenetic testing company, then revamped it, integrating other companies' technologies and databases, and adding some genetic patterns he had personally identified. During the Spring Festival holiday, Jiang Miao secretly completed this genetic testing tool. This tool can rapidly analyze the genetic sequences of microorganisms, plants, and animals. Upon hearing that Haileyafeng Company possessed this genetic testing tool, Professor Wang automatically began to think about it. The idea made sense, and he became curious. Mr. Jiang, how fast and accurate is this genetic testing tool? Jiang Miao explained, we have a relatively comprehensive soybean genetic database. We can analyze the genetic sequences of 1,000 soybean samples in approximately 20 to 50 hours, and simultaneously match them against the genetic database. Based on current research, the accuracy is approximately 90%, which helps us quickly identify soybean varieties with a high concentration of beneficial genes. So fast? So accurate? Professor Wang was almost paralyzed. While he knew that this kind of analysis would require researchers to perform secondary processing, it was still over 10 times faster than traditional breeding. Of course, this presupposes efficient tools and a genetic database. Otherwise, all you get is a mountain of meaningless gene sequences. For a metagenomic testing system to efficiently and accurately produce results, 3 prerequisites are necessary: an analysis model, computer computing power, and a gene library. All 3 are essential. Currently, human computing power is barely sufficient. There is still significant room for improvement in analysis models and gene libraries. Jiang Miao's analysis model draws on models from other research institutions and biogenetic testing companies. He also summarized 37 genetic patterns. By integrating a few of these patterns into the analysis model, accuracy and analysis speed can be significantly improved. The relevant data in the gene library can be applied to the genetic information stored in the identification panel. However, the more troublesome thing is that Jiang Miao needs to manually enter the contents of these gene sequences into the genetic database one by one. There's no other way. After all, the identification panel is fused with his soul's dark matter, and there's currently no technology that can accurately read brain waves, let alone brain wave data transmission equipment. Even if such technology existed, Jiang Miao wouldn't use it. After all, who would dare use a device that can read brain information on themselves, especially if they have a big secret? This tool is currently working very well, especially for someone like Shuya, who understands genetic patterns, but doesn't have an identification panel. She can use it to further improve her research efficiency. Of course, another use of this tool is to provide technical support for Jiang Miao's rapid development of various new crop and agricultural products. After all, as Haileyafeng Company launches more and more new products, the outside world's attention to the company is also increasing. Jiang Miao must provide a reasonable explanation. The emergence of this tool will also greatly increase Jiang Miao's importance. In fact, Jiang Miao has already conveyed the importance of this genetic testing tool to his superiors through Hiyoui's channels. The higher-ups are currently organizing relevant experts to conduct an inspection. The inspection is scheduled for November of this year. This time is to verify the effectiveness of this genetic analysis tool in soybean breeding. As long as Haileyafeng Company's soybean experimental fields in Monan are successful, the technical inspection team will arrive immediately. If the results are truly so powerful, this genetic testing tool will definitely be strictly protected, even equipped with a dedicated large-scale supercomputer. In the future, except for Jiang Miao, the founder, and Lin Shuya and others, who can use it freely, others must pass a series of review procedures to use it. Even if this tool is currently only useful for a few specific crops and farmed animals, it's still a significant achievement, not to mention that Jiang Miao can continue to refine it. The two sides exchanged ideas for half an hour. Professor Wang was almost paralyzed. He found Jiang Miao truly remarkable, his ability to draw on a wide range of biological knowledge so effortlessly that he struggled to keep up with his train of thought and pace. The doctoral students were even more bewildered. Initially, They could understand some of the discussion, but as the discussion became increasingly specialized, only Professor Wang and 2 senior researchers could manage to engage in a conversation with Jiang Miao. Bang bang. The restaurant delivery driver arrived with a food cart. Seeing this, Professor Wang felt a wave of relief. Finally, the food's here. I almost couldn't handle it. What's wrong with Jiang Miao's brain? He's just insane. Professor Wang and the others looked like students in class, called on by the teacher to ask questions, and then heard the bell ring. Jiang Miao noticed their expressions and chuckled to himself. How can I establish myself as a genius if I don't impress you? He interrupted the academic discussion and said with a smile, the food's here. Everyone, don't be shy. Eat it while it's hot. Xiao Jisher was the most relaxed of the group, as he was just there to make a cameo appearance. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would say, yeah, Mr. Jiang is amazing. What are the prospects for this direction? What are the difficulties with this technology? And so on. He also kept the atmosphere lively, preventing the discussion from becoming dull. As soon as he heard the dinner was about to start, Xiao Jisher patted his stomach with a smile. Haha, I'm so hungry I'm going to be polite to President Jiang. Dean Wang, fellow researchers, and students, let's get started. Okay, President Jiang, Dean Xiao, everyone please. Everyone started eating. The atmosphere in the private room shifted from its previous solemnity to a more cheerful one. Although Jiang Miao hadn't prepared too many dishes, 8 for 14 people, the portions were more than adequate. Xiao Jisher picked up a large piece of plump grilled eel and said, this grilled eel is quite good, much better than canned eel. Indeed, the price of live eel is currently about 50% higher than canned eel across the country, Jiang Miao explained with a smile. A researcher with a somewhat Mediterranean hairstyle took a bite of boiled chicken and asked, by the way, Mr. Jiang, I heard a few days ago that your company developed a spiced strawberry. Was that also developed using that tool? Jiang Miao took a sip of herbal lemon tea and smiled, shaking his head. That variety was an accident. Our company's strawberries are grown using tissue culture. As everyone knows, there's a certain chance of genetic mutations during the tissue culture process. Oh! In other words, that pandan strawberry is a genetically mutated individual from the tissue culture process. The Mediterranean researcher marveled at Heliafeng's incredible luck. Jiang Miao put down his cup and casually chatted, half seriously, that's indeed how the mother plant of the pandan strawberry came from. Later, our company used the tissue culture of that mother plant to conduct hybridization, cell fusion, and induce mutation experiments. It was only after the 4th generation that we developed the pandan strawberry we have today. In the future, our team must come to Heliafeng and discuss things with Mr. Jiang more often, Professor Wang said, picking up a piece of honey-glazed barbecued pork. As for the idea of borrowing that tool, it wasn't that Professor Wang and the others hadn't considered it. Jiang Miao had made it clear from the outset that this tool involved commercial secrets and could potentially impact Surrey's strategic security. Heliafeng would not release it without official approval. So, Professor Wang naturally wouldn't bother himself. Of course, he also knew very well that if this tool was truly as Jiang Miao described, it was indeed strategic-level technology and unsuitable for public release. After lunch, perhaps worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the academic discussions with Jiang Miao, Professor Wang proposed returning to Guangzhou. He also saw Jiang Miao's opinion on further research on hybridization, induced mutation, and cell fusion within the Senzabine series. However, Jiang Miao reminded Professor Wang's team that this was strictly for scientific research. If the new variety they developed was a second-generation variety with Senzabine lineage and was to be commercialized, they would have to notify Heliafeng and obtain Heliafeng's genetic patent. Professor Wang was naturally aware of this. Furthermore, soybean varieties must pass review by the National Variety Review Committee before they can be widely planted. Varieties involving genetic patents like these require prior communication with Heliafeng for approval. Thus, Professor Wang's team simply took the seeds back for research, drawing on Jiang Miao's ideas. As for the possibility of seedling leakage, such a possibility was unavoidable. After all, the Senzabine series would soon be widely promoted domestically, making it relatively easy for interested parties to obtain seeds and tubers. For example, people from Annan could easily enter the country secretly. The smuggling of 3 or 5 people is impossible to prevent. Other factions could steal the seeds and plant them on a large scale. As long as they don't sell them on the international market, there's no way to stop them. However, Jiang Miao wasn't worried, because the genes of the Sinza soybeans were partially defective, a deliberate exploit. In his laboratory, he had several species of fungi that could specifically infect Sinza soybeans, such as highly specialized Fusarium, Rhizoctonia, Phytophthora, Pythium, and Phomopsis, which could infect the roots of Cinza soybeans with Pythium, causing them to rapidly wither. He was just waiting for those forces to come and steal. As long as they dared to plant on a large scale, he could, if necessary, simply release the fungus to destroy their soybean industry. Even if they only use Cinza beans as a mother plant for hybrid breeding or genetically modified varieties, they wouldn't immediately discover the genetic defects in the Cinza beans. Of course, these genetic defects can only be transmitted by highly specialized fungi. Ordinary, unspecialized Fusarium spp. would have minimal impact on the Cinza beans. Jiang Miao was also preparing a new soybean variety. While it wouldn't be released immediately, it could be kept as a reserve, allowing for rapid iterations to avoid root rot. This is the terrifying power of biology. For those who control the genetic code of organisms, it would be easy to destroy the world. Indeed, due to a lack of experience, China has been tricked several times by foreign countries. For example, after planting foreign varieties, sunflowers performed normally for a few years, but then a disease specific to sunflowers suddenly broke out. Not only did the infected sunflowers die, but the land itself became unsuitable for growing sunflowers, unless they continued to purchase foreign seeds or pesticides. This is also why many relatively independent countries emphasize seed safety. Gale countries' genetically modified soybeans, corn, and alfalfa are clearly excellent, so why haven't they been introduced domestically? The answer lies here. Once introduced, food security becomes something beyond your control. If necessary, a foreign country could exploit the genetic defects of these genetically modified crops to spread specific bacterial, fungal, and insect pests, or simply cut off the seed supply, effectively devastating a region's grain production. Food is the foundation of everything. Food is also the cornerstone of social stability. A food problem can trigger a serious chain reaction, especially for populous countries, where food is crucial to a nation's survival. After all, a larger population means more food needs to be purchased from abroad in the event of a food crisis. However, there are only 8 countries in the world that can export tens of millions of tons of grain annually: Gale country, Maple Leaf country, Russia, Australia, Brazil, Argentina, the Grand Duchy of Kiev, and India. At first glance, few of these countries are likely to be struggling. Half of these countries are food exporters, already clearly hostile to the United States. The remaining 4 also have their own agendas. For example, Brazil and Argentina, 90% of their food is controlled by ABCD. In short, food security is paramount. Chapter 161. Drought conditions in southern East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australia continue to intensify. Floods are frequent in South America. As May approaches, high temperatures are arriving earlier than usual in the South Asian subcontinent, but the rainy season has not. Extreme weather events are becoming increasingly pronounced and frequent around the world. Although the continued drought has curbed the scale of catfish farming in Egypt, overall, thanks to the timely intervention of Heliafin Company, there has been no serious impact. In April, domestic market prices for aquatic products and various meat products were similar to those in March. However, as summer approaches, not only are air conditioning electricity costs rising, but sales of cold drinks and ice cream are also increasing. On April 27th, the first large-scale vanilla ice cream using pandan strawberries as raw material officially launched. However, this product is not produced by Wyong Ice Cream, Meiji Ice Cream, or any of the 3 major dairy brands, but by Yuebao from Lingnan Province. Compared to the procrastination of large companies, small companies favor unconventional approaches and swift action. Just over 20 days after receiving the pandan strawberry powder, they launched a brand new version of vanilla ice cream. Yuebao Ice Cream's vanilla ice cream costs an average of 32 yuan per kilogram, and the vanilla concentration is nearly double that of Häagen-Dazs. In Wyong Ice Cream's new product R&D department, Lin Yaoyong, the deputy general manager in charge of following up on this matter, angrily said, "Stop dragging your feet, R&D department. Yuebao's new vanilla ice cream is already on the market. What's the point of still tackling this?" The head of R&D didn't want to take the blame. Ratioing the dosage is crucial. Only in this way can we ensure the best flavor. This is the general manager's requirement. By the time you figured out the optimal taste, the first wave of market dividends will be gone. Now, give me a formula that can be produced immediately. As long as the taste is decent, it'd be fine. Lin Yaoyong resisted the urge to continue his outburst. The R&D managers looked at each other for a moment. What are you hesitating about? Okay. Formula 8 is the best one so far. Give me a sample so I can taste it, Lin Yaoyang ordered directly. A few minutes later, vanilla ice cream number 8 was taken from the sample freezer and presented to Lin Yaoyang. He turned to his assistant and the head of production and instructed, "Each of you scoop out a sphere and taste it first." He was the first to do so, scooping a sphere and savoring it carefully. The flavor was immediately rich vanilla, followed by a complex, rich aroma. It was even more fragrant than Häagen-Dazs vanilla ice cream, and the complex layers of flavor were even more pronounced. The others also thought this version was very good. Vice President Lin, "I think this version is good and ready for release. It has the flavor of premium vanilla ice cream." Lin Yaoyang nodded. "Let's follow this recipe and start production. The R&D department can continue to improve it." Okay. With Yuebao ice cream taking the lead in launching the new product, the entire market seemed to have heard the sound of a signal gun, and the new vanilla ice cream began to be released one after another. This caused Heliafeng Company's inventory of nearly 80 tons of panned and strawberry powder to be snapped up by major ice cream manufacturers in just 1 week. Even Häagen-Dazs had to follow suit. Especially given the frequent extreme weather events of recent years, natural pan and pod production in Madagascar and Java has fluctuated significantly, increasing market demand for Heliafeng's panned and strawberry powder. At the same time, as the panned and strawberry powder sold out, the Heliafeng store app began its second phase of internal testing, expanding the number of participants to approximately 30,000. Although it's still an internal test, purchases are already possible. Prices for individual products are slightly cheaper, 1 to 3%, than on other shopping apps. This is because, as Heliafeng's proprietary shopping app, service fees and other expenses only amount to about 1% of the product's price. Don't think 1% is a small amount. For example, Heliafeng's online strawberry retail sales are around 3.5 million yuan per month, so 1% is 35,000 yuan. Strawberries are just one of Heliafeng's humble products. White truffles, morels, eel fry, and specialty feed are the company's core products. Although online sales of these products only account for about 20 to 30%, monthly online sales still reach 200 to 300 million yuan. Of 200 to 300 million yuan in sales, every 1% equals 200 to 300 million yuan. The e-commerce division service fee costs, calculated from the various online shopping platforms, are approximately 3.76%, equivalent to 7 to 10 million yuan in technical service fees per month. As Heliafeng's product offerings expand, sales will continue to expand. This year, it's 7 to 10 million yuan, next year it could reach tens of millions, and the year after that, it could exceed 100 million yuan. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to operate their own online shopping app? Why give money to other online shopping platforms? Furthermore, the e-commerce division has been fed up with the various traffic services offered by major online shopping platforms. Without purchasing traffic, they don't have much traffic, and they also been pushing online stores selling counterfeit Heliafeng products to the forefront. Numerous reports and legal letters to various online shopping platforms and counterfeit sellers have proven ineffective. Clearly, the platforms are condoning these counterfeit stores, which has infuriated Zhang Sini, the head of the e-commerce division. Clearly, these online shopping platforms believe they can ignore Heliafeng and continue to view it through the lens of the internet. However, they overlook Jiang Miao's determination, Heliafeng's strong financial resources, and the monopoly nature of its products. Perhaps the launch of Heliafeng's own app will lead to a boycott by other online shopping platforms, which would likely impact retail sales of ginseng fruit, strawberries, tomatoes, and fish products. But this won't happen with other products, as their monopoly nature is so strong that there are no substitutes. For example, white truffles, eel fry, specialty feed, and panned and strawberry powder, products with virtually no substitutes, have no choice but to shift their customer base to the Heliafeng specialty store. Distributors will also follow suit, a welcome development for many dealers. Often, the quality of the sales staff in various locations is uneven, and corruption is inevitable. Jiang Miao can only occasionally clean up the mess. There's no way to completely eradicate it. Greed is the nature of most people. Therefore, the company hopes to use the Heliafeng franchise store channel to directly break the sales department's control over local distributors, thereby reducing corruption within the sales department. The purchasing department, which also suffers from corruption, will also undergo corresponding reforms. For example, the company will launch the Heliafeng procurement network. In the future, the company will simply issue a tender notice for any purchases it wishes to make, allowing relevant companies to submit bids directly. In the early days, Heliafeng's reputation was lacking. Now, while not universally known, Its reputation within the domestic agricultural sector is somewhat well known. Especially after the Monan Sindhu soybean harvest in October, Haliafing's reputation will rapidly spread across various industries nationwide. At that point, there will be no need for the purchasing department to make purchases in person. Simply post a tender notice, and a flood of companies will actively approach them seeking cooperation. Thus, it's time to weaken the purchasing department. This will also be a good thing for the veterans of the sales department. Jiang Miao hopes they can achieve a good end to their careers, rather than end up in jail. Although many people in the company were currently in awe of Jiang Miao and didn't dare to act drastically, occasionally using their positions to enjoy food and drinks with suppliers, human often diminishes over time, especially after a long relationship. Shortening their thoughts and preventing Jiang Miao from sending them for tea would be a good thing for everyone. As for whether the bidding companies would try to bribe the purchasing department, Jiang Miao knew it was certain, but it was useless because the supervision department had expanded significantly, currently numbering 87 people, who would keep a close eye on every department. The supervision department's performance evaluation method differs from other departments. They primarily assess performance based on the various issues uncovered during their investigations. For example, in the case of financial issues, 30% of the financial value of the case is typically awarded as a performance bonus to the supervision department. When the interests differ, or even conflict, the supervision department will show no mercy to those in other departments. After all, the supervision department thrives on investigating financial issues in other departments. This is their source of income. In addition, Jiang Miao demanded that the legal department issue regulations requiring all procurement personnel to be responsible for their purchases. This responsibility means that if any problems arise within the shelf life of the purchased items, the procurement personnel will bear the corresponding liability. Each procurement by the procurement department is divided into 5 tiers based on the value of the items, with each tier increasing the number of personnel and the level of the procurement personnel. For example, for S-level procurement projects worth hundreds of millions of yuan, the review team must consist of 15 people, including the procurement department manager, deputy manager, product evaluator, deputy manager of the legal department, deputy manager of the market research department, and a technician from the technology division. Finally, Jiang Miao's signature is required for confirmation. It would be extremely difficult to embezzle money from such projects. After all, every person who signs a contract bears corresponding responsibilities. If the purchasing department wants to enrich themselves, they have to bribe the legal department, market research department, and technology department, further complicating the operation. And don't assume that everything is fine once the purchase is completed. If the various production departments discover problems with purchased items and equipment during use, they won't blame the purchasing department. To do so would be sacrificing their own interests to help the purchasing department. I doubt any department manager would be so selfless. Even if the department manager and the purchasing department were colluding, the employees wouldn't necessarily cooperate. Jiang Miao was artificially creating this conflict of interest to prevent the production department from colluding with the purchasing department. Interdepartmental harmony must be avoided. It's a necessary element of company management. Even if there aren't any, conflicts must be created. Otherwise, if management becomes too harmonious, you end up protecting me, and I protect you, and even the most profitable company will suffer. Furthermore, Jiang Miao hasn't treated employees unfairly. Whether it's salary, performance bonuses, virtual stock, social insurances, and housing fund, or various benefits, they're already very good. While the salaries and performance of the company's executives are lower than those of major internet companies, the difference is almost the same for mid-level and lower-level employees. Executives don't rely heavily on base salaries. They prioritize dividends from virtual stock, which is like investing in the company's future. Additionally, no one within Haliafing is irreplaceable except Jiang Miao, so Jiang Miao is always ruthless towards employees who dare to act rashly. As a company grows, its various management systems must also be adjusted. Both candy dates and sticks are essential. The end of April is approaching. Jiang Miao and Shuya, along with General Manager Jiang Haibao, Market Research Manager Qin Hanming, Planting Division Deputy Manager Du Liheng, and Technology Division Deputy Manager Zhang Chengdong, are discussing the bananas on the table. Several varieties of the new Gros Michel bananas are laid out on the table. Everyone tastes and evaluates them one by one. Jiang Miao put down his pen and asked, Chengdong, tell me about the performance of these varieties. Although he cultivated these varieties, the Technology Division is responsible for their subsequent maintenance and follow-up. Zhang Chengdong picked up banana variety number 1 and said, there were some issues with the number 1 variety during its cultivation. For example, after becoming diploid, its fruits began to produce seeds, making it likely only usable as mother plants for seedlings. Jiang Miao had already noticed this problem, having tasted the chewy banana seeds while tasting them earlier. Zhang Chengdong picked up banana variety number 2 and said, "Number 2 is a triploid, and it doesn't produce seeds. However, I think this variety needs to be determined. Its peel is too thin, which makes it difficult to transport. While improvements to logistics and transportation methods can reduce losses, this will increase costs. Number 3 is also a triploid, and it's the earliest to ripen. If you don't harvest the ripe fruit from the tree, it only takes about 5.5 months to harvest it during the summer in Lingyan. Then, it can be ripened with ethafon." Jiang Miao looked at banana number 3 and said, "The individual fruits of this variety seem a bit small." Zhang Chengdong nodded. "Yes, the individual fruits of this variety are slightly smaller than the typical large bananas, but larger than the small bananas, averaging around 130 grams. However, it also has the highest yield per mu. Under high standard management conditions, the yield can reach around 5,700 kilograms per mu." Deputy Manager Zhang, "This variety number 3 has a thick peel and a good flavor. I think it's worth considering for promotion," said Du Liheng, Deputy Manager of the Planting Division. Zhang Chengdong shook his head. "Yes, but the downside of this variety is that it lacks flavor, especially when it's not tree ripened. The flavor is slightly better than regular bananas, but not much better. If you're looking for flavor, then you can only consider number 4. Jiang Haibao looked at the red bananas before him. "That's right, number 4 is a relatively good variety overall." Zhang Chengdong introduced the variety. "It's a triploid, with a summer cycle of about 7 months. The peel is a moderate thickness and dark red, with a yield of around 3,500 kilograms per mu. The flavor is highly similar to that of a traditional Gros Michel. Moreover, even after being picked fresh and ripened, the flavor of this variety remains unchanged." "Are there any drawbacks?" Jiang Miao asked. Zhang Chengdong nodded. "There are 2 drawbacks. One is that there are no dwarf varieties. The other is that in Lingnan's winter, if it's grown outdoors, the fruit's flavor must be preserved for 11 months. "That's not a big problem," Jiang Miao continued. "Let's talk about the last variety. Okay, the number 5 variety has both obvious advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that even when ripe, it can be stored at room temperature for a week without rotting. If kept at low temperatures with potassium permanganate to absorb ethylene, the fruit can even be preserved for half a month. The disadvantage is that its skin is too thick, with a skin-to-flesh ratio of 2 to 3. A banana is 40% peel. Furthermore, the yield per acre is relatively low, only about 3,200 kilograms." However, Qin Hanming, the market research manager, shook his head. "No, I think this variety has great value. It can be eaten immediately after picking from the tree, and its flavor is even better than number 4. The thick skin and storage durability make it ideal for long-distance transportation. It could definitely be developed into a premium variety. After all, many customers prefer this style." "That makes sense," Jiang Haibao agreed. Among Helyafeng's strawberry varieties, the vanilla and cheese strawberries, priced at 99 yuan per kilogram, sold better than the cheaper jasmine strawberries. Jiang Miao pondered the matter and decided it wasn't necessary to choose just one. "In that case, let's combine number 3, number 4, and number 5. Jiang Haibao nodded. "That's fine too. A combination of high, medium, and low-quality varieties." Hearing the boss and general manager had already made their decision, Zhang Chengdong naturally wouldn't object. He smiled and asked, "Then, please, boss, name these 3 varieties." Jiang Miao pondered for a moment and decided to retain part of the Gros Michel banana's name to reflect the variety's parent plant and flavor. Number 3 is small and has a plain flavor, so it's called the Little Michel banana. Number 4 has a red skin, so it's called the Red Gros Michel banana. Number 5 is called the New Gros Michel banana." "I agree. Since we're riding on the Gros Michel's fame, we definitely need to link the 2 in our names." Qin Hanming strongly agreed with the boss's naming strategy. The others also agreed. With management selection, the planting division acquired 3 new commercial banana varieties: Little Mac, Red Big Mac, and New Big Mac. Zhang Chengdong quickly inquired, "Boss, then I arranged for the tissue culture factory to produce banana seedlings?" However, Jiang Miao's answer was unexpected. "No, I don't plan to grow bananas in Shanmei. Not growing them locally. Then growing them at the Cheongzhou branch." Du Liheng immediately guessed the answer. Jiang Miao nodded slightly. "Well, the heat in Lingnan isn't as high as that in Cheongjo Island, and the Cheongjo branch hasn't had a flagship product. Let them handle the banana growing. Cheongdong, transfer a group of tissue culture technicians to the Cheongjo branch and set up a banana seedling factory there. No problem. Zhang Cheongdong wasn't worried about the tissue culture of banana seedlings, as 99.9% of the world's banana seedlings are grown using tissue culture. The technology is so mature and simple that even Southeast Asian countries can handle it. The Cheongjo branch also has supporting facilities. After all, to meet the needs of cultivating tropical crops, the technology division has established a 280-acre breeding base there, including a 30-acre tissue culture facility. Now, technicians simply need to bring seedling cells there, and large-scale cultivation can begin. Chapter 162. As May approached, the persistent drought made water shortages increasingly severe across southern China. However, the north, contrary to its norm, experienced continuous torrential rains in the Yellow River and Liahe River basins, even causing severe flooding in some areas. Only Shanmei and a small area in southern Jiangxi experienced significant water shortages. For example, the grafting of old durian branches is in full swing. The 100,000 genetically modified silk cotton seedlings from the second batch of seedlings were grafted between March and April of this year. Therefore, the oldest grafted branches of this batch onto the beautiful silk cotton rootstock have been over 2 months old, allowing for the grafting of old durian branches. The grafting of old durian branches onto the 100,000 genetically modified silk cotton trees is expected to be completed by the end of June. This second batch of grafted durian branches will flower by the end of this year, bear fruit in March of next year, and mature between June and August of next year, though only 50% of the total fruit yield will be retained. Jiang Miao was currently at the durian plantation in Gongping town, accompanied by Du Liheng, deputy manager of the planting division. Across the nearly 50,000 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of durian plantation, a large number of kapok trees, after more than half a year of growth, had not only adapted to the soil of their new planting area, but were also flourishing. This was due not only to the kapok trees' inherent resistance to barrenness and drought, and their rapid growth, but also to Jiang Miao's customized soil improvement program based on their genetics, along with a specially formulated fertilizer, which enabled the trees to recover quickly. The kapok trees, initially 2 meters tall, now reached nearly 3 meters after more than 6 months of recovery and regrowth. Strolling through the terraced orchards, I saw an average of 30 silk cotton trees planted per acre. The clearings beneath these trees were now covered in lush alfalfa, planted in late February. Despite being planted beneath a forest and on mountain terraces with limited water access, the alfalfa was already in full bloom. Generally speaking, the growth cycle of conventional alfalfa in the Lingnan region is much shorter than in northern China. If harvesting is urgent, it can be harvested 52 to 60 days after sowing, and then every 45 to 50 days thereafter, or about 4 to 5 times a year with adequate fertilizer and water. However, the new alfalfa varieties from Haileyafeng Company present a unique situation. The advantages of these two varieties are drought and shade tolerance, allowing them to thrive under mountain forests. However, the trade-off is a relatively slow growth rate, typically requiring harvesting around the 70th day after planting. With adequate sunlight, water, and fertilizer, harvesting can be earlier, around 50 days. Because the terraces receive lateral sunlight, and the silk cotton trees haven't fully grown yet, the gaps between the trees are still large, not completely blocking the sunlight. Furthermore, the alfalfa is also rubbed against the silk cotton trees during watering and fertilizing. Thus, the alfalfa could have been harvested around the 54th day. However, the farm didn't harvest it. Firstly, Hero Dairy hasn't yet completed its high-quality dairy farm, and secondly, alfalfa harvested in its early flowering stage is at its highest quality, meaning it has the highest crude protein content. Currently, this patch of alfalfa has reached the bud stage, and a small portion is already in bloom. This time, I came to Gongping Town Farm for an inspection. Jiang Miao was inspecting the alfalfa and other forage cultivation, as well as the beekeeping. The network department also sent someone to inspect the area. Liheng, you need to gradually adjust the forage cultivation in Gongping Town. Du Liheng nodded. We are exploring a more balanced planting cycle. This isn't a simple matter. Currently, Gongping Town Farm only grows 4 types of forage: alfalfa, white clover, corn grass, and ryegrass. These 4 forages are paired with each other, for example, alfalfa and ryegrass, and white clover and corn grass, to ensure a balanced diet for the dairy cows. Dairy cattle farming differs from beef cattle. Beef cattle can be fed more concentrated feeds, like soybean meal and corn, while roughages like hay and fresh grass can be reduced. However, if dairy cows are fed too much concentrated feed, it can easily lead to excessive rumen acid, leading to poisoning or even death. Furthermore, roughage shouldn't be too monotonous. Ideally, a mix of hay, fresh grass, and silage should be used, along with a variety of forage varieties, such as alfalfa mixed with ryegrass or white clover mixed with corn. To ensure a monthly harvest of a variety of forages across the farm, it's crucial to rationally manage the planting cycle and the timing of planting each forage variety. This requires careful consideration of the local climate, growing environment, the variety's growth cycle and characteristics, and avoiding the need for pesticide spraying in orchards. Thus, achieving this goal without a year or two of adjustment is not easy. In open-air farming, in particular, many uncontrollable factors exist, such as this year's prolonged drought, an early winter, or a mild winter. These factors can affect forage growth, requiring a certain margin of control when formulating production plans. If it's a high-standard smart greenhouse, there's no need to worry about external climate issues. However, using smart greenhouses to grow forage grass is a losing proposition. Of course, the Monin branch does have plans to build a simple indoor cultivation facility, primarily for growing hydroponic malt grass, which can be used as a fresh forage supplement for dairy cows during the winter. Currently, the production cost of hydroponic malt grass is around 600 yuan per ton, barely acceptable and not cost-effective, considering that nutritious alfalfa costs over 1,000 yuan per ton. Malt grass has a relatively limited nutritional profile and can only be used as a supplement, not as a primary roughage feed. This is a common problem with this type of hydroponic seed grass. Otherwise, alfalfa wouldn't be called the king of forage grasses. Haileyfeng Company still has a long way to go in its forage grass industry planning. Not only does the Gongping Town Farm in Shanmei need to develop a forage cultivation plan, but the farms of the Gongnan and Monin branches also need one. The climates and growing conditions vary among the three locations, and all of these factors must be taken into consideration. The network department sent someone to Gongping Town Farm for an inspection. Their goal was to develop a corresponding agricultural planting management app to reduce the haphazard planting management practices of branch and farm managers, effectively reducing waste and production capacity fluctuations. It was Kujuming, the team leader, who came here to collect data. However, the network department personnel weren't with Jiang Miao, they were in another area of Gongping Town Farm. After inspecting several fields of alfalfa and white clover, Jiang Miao went to see the corn and ryegrass planted in a relatively low-lying area. Bees fluttered endlessly over the flowers of alfalfa, white clover, and ryegrass. Liheng, how many Chinese bees does the honey farming team have in Gongping Town right now? Currently 28,000 hives. Jiang Miao raised a brow. Is the farm producing enough honey? Du Liheng quickly explained. Yes, we have approximately 3,300 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of pasture flowering each month. Alfalfa produces the most honey per unit, followed by white clover, then ryegrass. Corn grass produces almost no honey at all. Altogether, this equates to approximately 1,400 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of alfalfa. On average, we can stock 20 to 30 hives of Chinese bees per acre, but we currently only have 20 hives per acre. How's the honey harvest going? Du Liheng beamed. Excellent. We can produce nearly 1,000 tons of honey each month. Understand that the Gongping Town Farm had been investing heavily until April, when it saw its first profit, which came from honey. Currently, the market price for honeydew is 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per ton, meaning 1,000 tons of honeydew is worth 6 to 7 million yuan. Of course, the agricultural planting division doesn't sell the honeydew. Instead, it has established a honey processing plant to concentrate the honeydew into concentrated honey. 1,000 tons of alfalfa honeydew can produce 360 to 420 tons of concentrated honey. What happens to the honeydew? It's all used to make concentrated honey in our own honey processing plant. Oh! Is this product available now? Du Liheng nodded. It just hit the shelves in early May. You can buy this concentrated alfalfa honey in our physical stores and online. The average retail price is 50 yuan per kilogram. It comes in 3 sizes: a 10 kilogram plastic bottle for 488 yuan, a 1 kilogram plastic bottle for 50 yuan, and a 100 gram glass bottle for 8.8 yuan. How are sales going? It's going well. We can sell a few hundred kilograms every day. We're just getting started, and we can expand in the future, especially starting in June when the alfalfa and white clover at the Gongnan branch begin to bloom. Although honey harvesting there is difficult in the winter, the honey source is enormous in spring, summer, and autumn. We estimate that during the honey flow season, we can produce 4,000 to 5,000 tons of water honey each month. Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you know what the domestic honey production capacity has been in recent years?" Last year, it was around 580,000 tons. This is concentrated honey and mature honey, not water honey. It seems our production capacity hasn't yet impacted the domestic honey market. Jiang Miao knew that Heliafeng Company's current honey production capacity was small, and it wouldn't significantly impact ordinary beekeepers. But then another question occurred to him. "Liheng, how does the beekeeping office in the Gannan branch handle the wintering and toxicity of camellia nectar?" As for the wintering issue, we manage it by properly harvesting autumn honey. Gannan also has a small amount of wild honey in winter, and we can still collect camellia nectar, which is enough to sustain 100,000 hives of Chinese bees. Du Liheng continued, "Chinese bees are more cold-resistant than Italian bees. Italian bees rarely leave their hives when temperatures drop below 10 degrees Celsius, while Chinese bees are better, with a minimum tolerance of 7 degrees Celsius. Also, Italian bees are not resistant to the toxicity of camellia nectar. The Chinese bees we purchase are from southern Hunan, where they are more resistant to the toxicity of camellia nectar. Consuming a small amount will not harm their health. However, the beekeeping team over there has suggested providing Chinese bees with some detoxifying medications. For example, they could boil a decoction of Chinese herbs like licorice and honeysuckle, add an appropriate amount of syrup, and mix it in a certain ratio to make a detoxifying syrup for the bees. They could also add nutrients like vitamin C and yeast tablets to strengthen the bees and help them detoxify." Jiang Miao stroked his stubble, feeling that these detoxification methods for Chinese bees were unreliable. After all, these methods were likely based on experience and lacked standardized dosages based on rigorous testing. He decided to visit the Gannan branch during the winter to obtain a more scientific, cost-effective, and effective detoxification solution. Despite his own concerns, Jiang Miao nodded. "You guys can handle these arrangements. What do you plan to do with the camellia nectar?" Du Liheng had also considered this question. Although the toxicity of camellia nectar is greatly reduced after being brewed by bees, some people may be allergic to it, and there are still trace amounts of toxic residue. Reprocessing it would increase costs, making it more costly than it's worth. So what are your thoughts? After discussing this with Manager Kong from the Gannan branch, we decided it's best not to sell this type of honey to the market, as it would damage the company's reputation. After all, in this internet age, it's easy for rumors to spread. I think we could harvest the camellia nectar and send it to the Amonan branch. Jiang Miao nodded slightly. That's a good place too. The Amonan branch's 200,000 mu of soybeans and 150,000 mu of pasture land can produce 4,000 to 6,000 tons of alfalfa and soybean nectar annually, so they need about 100,000 boxes of Chinese bees. The Amonan branch's honey collecting season lasts only 5 to 7 months each year, with the remaining 5 to 7 months experiencing a lack of nectar or limited nectar supply. Especially during the lean months of February and March, additional syrup and honey are essential for the bees' survival. As for relocating the bees south, the Amonan branch certainly wouldn't consider it. These are 100,000 hives of bees, not just a few hundred. Moving them south would require at least 100 trucks, plus drivers and technicians. The cost would be worse than wintering locally. Furthermore, relocation carries transportation risks and the risk of illness from acclimatization. Since they have to winter locally, the Amonan apiary needs to consider food for the bees in February and March. Coincidentally, the Gannan apiary produces large quantities of mildly toxic camellia nectar, which could be transported directly to the Amonan apiary at a much lower cost than relocating to the south. This kills two birds with one stone. It recycles the camellia nectar waste and allows the Amonan apiary to survive the lean early spring season. Of course, Heliafeng's beekeeping business doesn't significantly impact other beekeepers, as the company sources its honey from its own base and doesn't encroach on other beekeepers' traditional honey sources. As for the issue of excessively low presale prices, this won't significantly impact beekeepers. The answer lies in the purchase price of water honey and the market retail price of concentrated honey. A simple comparison of these two prices reveals who's profiting. The purchase price of water honey is 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per ton. The retail price of concentrated honey, however, is as high as 60 to 120 yuan per kilogram, which translates to 60,000 to 120,000 yuan per ton. The price difference between the two is 10 to 20 times. On average, 3.7 kilograms of water honey are used to produce 1 kilogram of concentrated honey. Even after adding various production costs, the total cost per ton of concentrated honey is only about 30,000 yuan. With proper management, the total cost per ton is around 26,000 yuan. After manufacturers, distributors, and retailers have added to the price has doubled to 400%. Beekeepers haven't made much money. In contrast, manufacturers, distributors, and retailers have profited handsomely. Therefore, there is still significant room for compression in the current retail price of honey. As for whether manufacturers will lower the purchase price of water honey, the answer is yes. But that doesn't mean they will succeed. Where do the current beekeeping team employees of Heliafeng Company come from? 50% are former mobile beekeepers. Why don't they continue to work as mobile bees? It's because they can't make money, and the work is hard and tiring, moving from one place to another every year to chase nectar sources. This job is truly not something most people would want to do. Small, family-run mobile beekeepers typically have 30 to 100 hives. If they're lucky and find a large, nectar-rich crop nearby, they can harvest 1.5 to 5 tons of honey per month, earning roughly 12,000 to 35,000 yuan. But the problem is the travel expenses, including fuel, vehicle depreciation, accommodation, daily expenses, medicine, and bee feed, honey. In a bad year, the harvest is completely wiped out. In a good year, the annual gross profit is only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, usually shared by a couple or family. Given this, the vast majority of young beekeepers are willing to transition from nomadic beekeeping to permanent beekeeping technicians, earning a base salary of at least 6,500 yuan per month, plus performance bonuses. Isn't this better than living in the wild, sleeping rough, and migrating year-round in pursuit of honey? At least finding a wife is much easier. After all, young beekeepers are not popular these days, and their competitiveness in the dating market is even lower than that of farmers. When they hear that they have to spend the better part of half the year outdoors, which young woman could endure such a life? For this reason, many veteran beekeepers, upon hearing that Heliafeng Company was hiring large numbers of beekeeping technicians, immediately sent their children, who were preparing to inherit the family business, to join them. They knew the realities of their profession, and didn't want their children to repeat their own harsh lives. The risk of getting into a car accident or encountering a wild boar in the wild is simply too high. Thus, Heliafeng Company has established a network of relationships with beekeepers across the country. Currently, whether it's the honey processing plants in southern Jiangxi or southern Henan, if the production lines run 24/7, they can produce approximately 120,000 tons of concentrated honey annually. Moreover, Heliafeng Company can expand production capacity several times in just a few months. If other honey processing factories are unwilling to purchase honey at 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per ton, Heliafeng Company will undoubtedly step in to cover the cost. After all, honey, in its concentrated form, can be stored for 2 to 3 years. And with a guaranteed price of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per ton, if the retail price is 40 yuan per kilogram, there's still a gross profit margin of over 10 yuan. Even if Heliafeng Company wholesales to distributors and retailers, it can still make at least a 5 yuan profit per kilogram. After all, market competition is the key. It's all about survival of the fittest. If a 5 yuan per kilogram profit margin is too low, they can simply close down and hand over the market to Heliafeng Company. Jiang Miao has long understood the nature of many domestic companies. They play dead now, but when the knife is actually at their throats, they be more timid than anyone else. As long as the beekeeper community remains stable, honey processing companies, distributors, and retailers will be nothing more than paper tigers. Chapter 163. May 19th. The typhoon made landfall on the Liezhou Peninsula, finally bringing rain to the Lingnan coast, which had been dry for almost 3 months. However, eastern Guangdong only saw light rain, delivered through artificial rainmaking, totaling just a dozen millimeters. Amidst the drizzling rain, Jiang Xia, my sister, returned from a business trip to the Pearl River Delta. The family gathered again for dinner. Jiang Miao poured Xia the vanilla coconut milk she had prepared for her sister. Sister, is the industrial layout in the Pearl River Delta complete? My sister half-jokingly said, it's done. I didn't save you any money. We purchased 50 stores and 50 commercial apartments, plus 3 large warehouses. The warehouses are being renovated and will be operational by the end of the year. I send you the details on WeChat. I was in the lab just now and wasn't checking my phone. Jiang Miao put down the glass pot and picked up his phone to scroll through the records on WeChat. He quickly found the document his sister had sent him that afternoon. Upon opening the file, detailed information on 50 shops, 50 commercial properties, and 3 warehouses was revealed, including location, area, renovation status, purchase price, and subsequent renovation costs. Among them, 11 shops in Guangzhou, totaling 1,474 square meters, were sold for a total of 250.58 million yuan, an average of approximately 170,000 yuan per square meter. 9 shops in Shenzhen, totaling 1,098 square meters, were sold for a total of 131.76 million yuan, an average of approximately 120,000 yuan per square meter. In the remaining Pearl River Delta cities, 30 shops were purchased, totaling 5,580 square meters, for a total price of 122.76 million yuan, an average of 22,000 yuan per square meter. This shows that the core of the Pearl River Delta region is still Guangzhou and Shenzhen. The 20 stores in these 2 cities are 3 times more expensive than the 30 stores in other Pearl River Delta cities combined. The total transaction price of the 50 commercial housing units was only 1.0650 trillion yuan. The 3 logistics and storage points, each covering 60 to 80 mu, approximately 16 acres, totaled approximately 290 million yuan. Jiang Miao allocated a total of 1 billion yuan to his sister. He has currently used 800 million yuan, leaving a balance of 200 million yuan. The remaining balance will be used to renovate the stores and commercial housing, as well as to build supporting facilities for the storage points. Have you found all the contractors for the project? My sister took a sip of vanilla coconut milk. We found a few professional ones and subcontracted them to these renovation companies. The rough renovation of 50 commercial apartments is for 22 million yuan, the full renovation of 50 shops is for 58 million yuan, and the warehouse is for 120 million yuan, including supporting facilities. Haha, it seems there's really not a penny left. Jiang Miao smiled and shook her head. The commercial apartment renovations for employee dormitories should be completed before Mid-Autumn Festival, and the shops should be finished almost as well. Jiang Miao thought for a moment. Sister, your physical business department needs to recruit more employees, especially reserve a good number of staff. The stores in the Pearl River Delta should open during Mid-Autumn Festival. Sure. We already hired over 100 people. They're all in training and internship, and they should be ready to go before Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Xiao cracked open a garlic-flavored prawn and prepared to eat the shrimp paste. Jiang Miao suddenly realized, Sister, don't eat the shrimp paste. The cadmium content in it is too high, and it's bad for your health. Mom, who bought these shrimps? Huh? Jiang Xiao quickly put down the prawns in her hand, feeling a little reluctant. These are from your 6th uncle. He came over today and brought a bag of shrimp. Huang Qiuyue looked at the plate of prawns with a hint of reluctance, but when she saw her daughter-in-law across from her, she said, Why don't we pour it out? Don't overeat it and harm your health. Just don't eat the heads. Everything else is normal. It's okay to eat a few now and then. Jiang Miao picked up a prawn, broke off the head and shrimp paste, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Zhang Xinqing also picked up a shrimp and broke off the shrimp paste. Just don't eat the shrimp head anymore. Dahai, don't go to that rice noodle soup place on the pier anymore. Huang Qiuyue suddenly realized and stared at the bewildered Jiang Dahai. Their soup base is made with shrimp heads. Jiang Dahai was speechless. He scratched his head and complained, Forget it. I just eat in the company cafeteria from now on. I'm really worried about food outside. Miao, is the shrimp head really that bad? Shuya said, looking a little worried. Jiang Miao shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. This is the physiological law of shrimp and crabs. As they grow, their chitinous shells naturally accumulate heavy metals from the water silt. This is especially true in the shrimp heads, which are rich in internal organs and are a prime location for heavy metal accumulation. Is it possible to reduce this accumulation by improving breeding methods? Zhang Xinqing scooped up his winter melon and duck soup. It's certainly possible, but the investment is quite high, especially the heavy metal filter for the water body, which is not something that ordinary farmers can afford. Generally speaking, the accumulation of heavy metals in shrimp can be reduced by increasing the frequency of water changes and reducing the stocking density. Haha, that's almost impossible. Zhang Xinqing gave a wry smile. He grew up in a fishing village and understood the mentality of ordinary farmers all too well. Jiang Miao picked up a piece of grilled eel and said, And this isn't just a problem with farmed shrimp. Wild shrimp are just as bad, especially those that have been growing for a long time. They have even higher concentrations of heavy metals. So eat less shrimp heads and brains, especially those from wild, large shrimp. Ordinary farmed shrimp meat generally doesn't have excessive heavy metals, because their growth cycle is so short, and the heavy metals in their heads and internal organs haven't spread to other parts of the body yet. Dad was a little worried. Does this happen with crabs and lobsters too? Jiang Miao nodded. Of course, all shrimp and crabs have this problem. But as long as you don't eat the offal, the average person's daily intake shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing this, Jiang Dehai felt relieved. I'm old, so it's okay to eat a few more. You young people shouldn't eat too much, especially Shuya. Dad, I know. Shuya was very careful about her daily diet. Besides following Jiang Miao's recipes, she occasionally indulged in a piece of fruit or two. After dinner, Jiang Miao chatted with his brother-in-law and sister in the study about company matters. His brother-in-law had been following up on the large-scale terraced aquaculture farms. He gave Jiang Miao a brief overview. Miao, the foundation pit for the Zhelongshan farm in Magong town has been excavated, and the concrete foundation and pool walls are being poured. What about Zheolong Peninsula? Only half of the foundation pit has been excavated there. What did the contractor say? My brother-in-law gave the projected timeline. They say the Magong Zhelongshan farm will be operational in September, while the 2 farms on the Zheolong Peninsula might not be completed until the end of October. Okay, brother-in-law, please continue to follow up on this matter, especially the foundation work. We can't neglect it. I understand. Jiang Miao wrote down the key points of the matter in a memo, then turned to her sister and said, Sister, the company's physical business division needs to continue expanding. Further expansion? Will that put pressure on the company's capital chain? Her sister warned. My brother-in-law also felt the expansion was too rapid. That's right. After all, we just invested 1 billion yuan in real estate in the Pearl River Delta. However, Jiang Miao was confident. Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry. Starting in May, our company will add 350 million yuan in monthly revenue from the newly developed panda and strawberry powder industry, nearly 100 million yuan from the honey industry, and 24 million yuan from the morel mushroom industry. Are these 3 industries generating that much revenue? My brother-in-law had been monitoring the farm construction site for the past few months and hadn't learned about the company's new businesses. That's right. Jiang Xia thought for a moment and agreed that the physical business division could continue to expand, expanding stores nationwide. If that's the case, I agree to continue the expansion. But Miao, where do you plan to start? Jiang Miao made an immediate decision. Forget about other areas for now. Expand to the 2 core areas of Shanghai and Beijing first. After all, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen are the regions with the strongest consumer spending power in China. Taking advantage of the recent economic downturn, land acquisition in these areas would be relatively affordable. Moreover, Heliafeng's product offerings necessitate a focus on metropolitan areas, rather than a small-scale expansion in smaller cities. Modu has 16 districts, each with a store, a set of staff dormitories, and a warehouse. I use May's revenue from panda and strawberry powder as investment capital for Shanghai real estate. Beijing also has 16 districts, with the same arrangement. The 350 million yuan in June will be invested in Beijing. The funds for July and August will be invested in the Yangtze River Delta, and the funds for September and October will be invested in various cities along the coast. We will gradually establish an independent logistics and transportation network to ensure that the company's products can be quickly transported north and south through the coastal areas. Jiang Xia was taking notes, stunned by her brother's generosity. In fact, Heliafeng has always had its own logistics fleet, but it hadn't officially become a business unit. Because the company previously sold live eel fry to farmers, this required large trucks capable of transporting live eels. Later, they added cold chain container trucks for delivering feed, white truffles, frozen fish balls, fish products, strawberries, and prepared meals. The company currently has a total of 5 small live-eating transport trucks, 15 medium-sized cold chain container trucks, and 30 large cold chain container trucks. This scale is clearly insufficient. As for whether some business can be handed over to SF Express, aside from small items purchased online, wholesale and specialty products are definitely not suitable for SF Express, as it lacks the responsibility one might expect. For example, SF Express lacks specialized vehicles for transporting live eel fry. If it relies on packaging, half the fry would likely be dead by the time they reach the farmers. Then, there's the specialty feeds, which require dozens of tons to be transported at a time, all while maintaining a cold chain to extend their shelf life. Other express delivery companies won't help Heliafeng transport these items, and they're unsure about using private vehicles or specialized logistics companies. Therefore, to expand its business and ensure smooth delivery of products from various industries to customers, Heliafeng has to further expand its own logistics system. This is also the inevitable path for large agricultural groups. For example, large agricultural groups like ABCD, Coco, Sinagrain, and Beidawang Group, in addition to production, processing, and sales, their logistics and warehousing industries are also cornerstones that cannot be ignored. Without a strong warehousing and logistics system, even the best products won't reach customers. Back then, Lucia suffered from poor logistics management, resulting in much agricultural product rotting in warehouses or on the railways after production, while urban residents, despite having the money, couldn't afford to buy supplies. The development of China's logistics system over the past 2 decades has been relatively good. However, the unchecked growth of the express delivery industry has transformed it into an industry with excessive internal competition, leaving many regional contractors with access to the 3 links and 1 delivery system and profitable. Jiang Miao's idea was to emulate JD.com and develop a full chain of operations, from planting and breeding to deep processing, transportation, and retail. While this would increase costs, it would be the most manageable overall. His aggressive strategy was also a precautionary measure. In the event of a conflict with a major internet company, they might ban Heliafeng's online store from operating on their software or deliberately suppress traffic. As long as the physical store division and the soon-to-be-established logistics division could successfully develop and expand into major metropolitan areas like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, other shopping apps would be unable to suppress Heliafeng. After all, Heliafeng currently only produces 50,000 to 60,000 kilograms of strawberries per month, with a similar amount of ginseng fruit, and slightly more tomatoes, around 80,000 kilograms per month. With such a small production volume, not only Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, but even the Pearl River Delta region can't meet the demand. But why didn't Heliafeng expand its production capacity before? The reason is that Jiang Miao understands that a small ship is easier to turn around. Strawberries, ginseng fruit, and tomatoes aren't monopolistic products. They don't have the same established, large customers as eel fry, white truffles, specialty feed, fish products, and pandan strawberry powder. If they were to compete with other e-commerce platforms, the strawberry, ginseng fruit, and tomato industries would likely see a significant drop in sales. Thus, Jiang Miao's plan is to open physical stores first as a backup. Once the 50 Heliafeng specialty stores in the Pearl River Delta are open, each selling 1,000 kilograms of strawberries per month might be difficult, but selling a few hundred kilograms is certainly possible. This will be combined with the Heliafeng Specialty Stores online sales app and the company's local physical stores in Shantou and Meishan, which have been established for nearly 2 years. This basically ensures that these 3 fruits won't be unsold. Of course, Heliafeng's expansion into physical stores isn't solely focused on these 3 fruits, but also on other products such as durian, bananas, mangoes, pineapples, lychees, and longans. Aquatic products include various fish and meat products, live eels, live catfish, various live salmon, and eel fry. Add to that tea seed oil, honey, beef and mutton, dairy products, white truffles, morels, and other rare edible fungi. It's essentially a small luxury produce supermarket. The core customer base for Heliafeng's specialty stores is the middle class in metropolitan areas. Producing high-quality luxury agricultural products can, on the one hand, allow for cross-border competition with domestic farmers and avoid destroying related domestic industries. On the other hand, it can also break the noble label of imported fruit. After discussing the layout of physical stores and logistics, Jiang Miao continued, "Sister, your physical business department needs to further consolidate. The Pearl River Delta region can establish a Pearl River Delta property management company to manage local physical stores. The same applies to Shanghai and Beijing. I arrange it as soon as possible, but it requires the cooperation of the HR department." Jiang Xia certainly understood the necessity of establishing a regional subsidiary to manage local properties. After all, she has a nationwide presence and doesn't have the time or energy to connect with every franchise store. "Okay, I have the HR manager work with you." Jiang Miao remembered something else, but it wasn't directly related to the business department. He wrote down his thoughts on a memo. Tomorrow, he planned to instruct the planting business department to quickly arrange personnel to go to the Yangtze River Delta and the Beijing-Tianjin-Tangshan region to establish 2 subsidiaries to grow strawberries, ginseng fruit, and tomatoes locally for convenient local sales. These 3 fruits aren't tropical and don't require specialized cultivation in South China. Therefore, Establishing planting bases strategically around core markets can effectively reduce transportation costs. After chatting with my sister and brother-in-law for half an hour, they said goodbye and returned to the villa next door to rest. Jiang Miao emerged from the study. He washed his face and returned to the bedroom. Are you done? Shuya put down the parenting book. Yes, I just gave my sister and brother-in-law some instructions. Jiang Miao took off his coat, picked up a pillow, and sat down on the mattress. Shuya placed the book on the bedside table and gently stroked her slightly swollen belly. Miao, what are your plans for Zinilkang Pharmaceutical Company? How is Yu Jiansuan, the general manager of Zinilkang Pharmaceutical Company, managing the company? Jiang Miao asked, closing his eyes to rest. Shuya calmly replied, the management is SOSO. The team said by the supervisory department didn't find any major problems. How's Yue's work progressing? Are you asking about the lupus drug project? Yes. It's barely usable, but there are still many problems. Through her connections at Union Hospital, she obtained blood samples from 100 lupus patients in China. After comparing the relevant genes, she found that the relevant targets for each patient had some similarities, but also many differences. Jiang Miao was naturally aware of this. Will her drug struggle to achieve the desired effect after trying to find common ground? That's right. Her plan was never going to work. Then why didn't you remind her? Jiang Miao shook his head. She's too stubborn. Let her hit a wall first. Shuya reminded him. If that's the case, then Xian Kong Lu Medical. How should we arrange the pharmaceutical products? We can't just keep producing masks and ibuprofen, right? Those two products simply can't sustain the factory's operating costs. How many people are currently employed in the drug development lab there? 20, 3 PhDs in drug development, and 17 masters in biochemistry and medicine. Jiang Miao opened his eyes. Let's find them something to do. Guangzhou isn't suitable for new drug research. Have Yu Jiansuan move the drug development center to Shanmei City and build a high-standard biopharmaceutical laboratory. That's going to require a significant investment. Let's invest 300 million yuan. So what do you plan to have those drug researchers research? Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, suddenly remembering a natural fungus he discovered in the desert of Monan some time ago. It had great potential and could be developed into a new antibiotic. But he immediately shook his head. Cultivating this fungus artificially would be extremely difficult. Unless he and Shuya took action, there was no guarantee they would ever see any results. He had no immediate time available. Shuya needed to take care of her pregnancy, so she definitely couldn't work on fungal and pharmaceutical R&D. He Yue was also a half-baked expert. After careful consideration, Jiang Miao decided to start with chemical pharmaceuticals. Chapter 164. May 25th. Jiang Miao received an invitation from the National Science and Technology Progress Award Review Committee, inviting him and Lin Shuya to attend the award ceremony at the Great Hall in Beijing on the 21st of the following month. Jiang Miao already knew the result. Both he and Shuya's achievements had won first prize in the National Science and Technology Progress Award, with the relevant announcement made in mid-April of this year. However, considering that Shuya was still pregnant and unable to travel extensively, he immediately emailed the award review committee, stating that Lin Shuya was pregnant and unable to travel to Beijing to receive the award, and that he would accept it on her behalf. The review committee quickly responded, agreeing that Jiang Miao would accept the award, but requiring him to prepare a speech and presentation of his achievements, including Lin Shuya's award-winning white truffle artificial cultivation technology. After handling the matter, Jiang Miao arrived at the Nanhu experimental area. However, today he didn't go to the lab to conduct experiments. Instead, he met with Xian Kangl Pharmaceuticals General Manager Yu Jiansuan, Technical Director He Yue, and 3 doctoral researchers in the field of biochemistry and medicine. Facing the parent company's boss, Yu Jiansuan sat upright. Even the 3 doctoral researchers, who were somewhat arrogant, felt a sense of pressure and restraint when facing Jiang Miao. After all, the man before him was a recipient of the National Science and Technology Progress First Prize, the founder of a multi-billion-dollar agricultural group, Vice President of the Ceres Feed Association, and, just last month, Vice President of the Aquaculture Branch of the Ceres Fisheries Association. His wife, Lin Shuya, had been appointed Vice President of the Ceres Edible Fungi Association since March. Even though the 3 doctoral researchers felt they were more expert in pharmaceuticals than Jiang Miao, they remained respectful out of respect for the leading scientist. Alright, everyone, calm down and relax a bit, Jiang Miao said as he sat down. He then turned to Yue and said, Yue, you be the technical director of Xian Kangl Pharmaceuticals from now on. Okay, Professor. Yo's head twitched like a chick pecking at rice. General Manager Yu, your job is to manage the daily operations and production of Zinkengal Pharmaceuticals. As for research, since the divestiture has been completed, there's no need for you to focus on it. Yu Jianxuan didn't know what Jiang Miao was thinking, but as a senior employee, he was well aware of his position and role. He simply followed his boss's instructions. Okay, General Manager Jiang. Jiang Miao nonchalantly instructed, Zinkengal Pharmaceuticals' current production line will continue to operate. I can afford the annual losses of several million, but we must not stop training the production staff. These people will be the backbone of the company's future production of new drugs. I will maintain the production line and strengthen personnel skills training. Yu Jianxuan nodded quickly. Jiang Miao then turned to the 3 drug research and development researchers. Dr. Huang, Dr. Chen, Dr. Li, you will be assigned to Heliafeng Company's research division within the 3rd Drug Research and Development Office. General Manager Jiang, I wonder what projects we're developing. Dr. Chen asked cautiously. Your 3rd Drug Development Office's research and development focus is on chemical drugs. I reviewed the resumes of several of you. Dr. Chen previously worked at a pharmaceutical company researching generic drugs for repretinib. Am I correct? Hearing Jiang Miao's question, Dr. Chen gave a helpless smile and said, I'm the Deputy Technical Director of that project. Repretinib has actually been successfully genericized, but it faces various patent challenges. Currently, production and sales can only be achieved by paying exorbitant royalties. My previous company actually planned to invest in R&D projects related to tyrosine kinase inhibitors, but due to patent issues, we abandoned this direction. Dr. Huang raised his glasses. Dr. Li smiled and said, there's nothing we can do. Foreign pharmaceutical companies have been developing this for decades, while China has only been focusing on new drug development in the last decade or so. According to the R&D and production cycle of pharmaceutical research, it generally takes 10 to 15 years to launch a new drug. Jiang Miao also understood the hidden meaning of Dr. Li's words. He was reminding him that the development and launch of each new drug often takes more than a decade. This is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also brings a major problem, the patent validity period. It's important to note that substance patents for pharmaceuticals are typically filed in the initial stages of drug development. When researchers synthesize a new compound with potential medicinal value and can demonstrate certain pharmacological activity or potential uses through experimental data, they can apply for a substance patent. This means that the patent term begins on the application date. Currently, the validity period for pharmaceutical patents in major regions around the world is 20 years. Once the application date is established, the patent term remains fixed at 20 years, regardless of the subsequent development progress of the drug or when it is approved for marketing. If a new drug takes 10 years to develop and approximately 1 year to obtain marketing approval, this means the patent only has 9 years left. While patent extensions are possible, they can only be applied for 2.5 to 5 years. This is why many new drugs, especially niche drugs, are priced very high upon launch, sometimes costing millions of US dollars per dose. Of course, to circumvent this patent expiration issue, many pharmaceutical companies employ roundabout tactics, creating patent barriers by deploying patent families. This is because patent protection extends not only to the drug itself but also to its derivatives, dosage forms, routes of administration, and other aspects. It is difficult for other companies to circumvent these patent barriers and conduct research and development and production. I know new drug development is incredibly difficult, and it's difficult for generics to bypass the original drug manufacturer, Jiang Miao continued with a smile. But we can develop a new subtype of drug. New subtype of drug? Dr. Chen understood Jiang Miao's meaning, but he still warned, Mr. Jiang, although subtype of drug can circumvent other pharmaceutical companies' patents, many pharmaceutical companies often register various subtypes of molecules when building patent barriers. Therefore, we must have a completely new subtype of molecule, which is no less than developing a new drug from scratch, and a new subtype of molecule may not necessarily be a drug. Jiang Miao didn't worry too much about this issue. He only needed to know the new molecule, and then conduct large-scale cell and animal experiments to select the optimal dosage form with high efficacy and low side effects. He smiled and shook his head. That's not a problem. Let's use tinibs as our target for imitation. Your 3rd Drug Development Office's next task is to use various synthetic methods to try to synthesize a completely new subtype of tinib molecule. Faced with the boss's stubbornness, Dr. Chen and the other two, though harboring some concerns, chose to obey. After all, any losses would be Jiang Miao's fault. Dr. Huang raised his glasses and replied, no problem, We can give it a try. After explaining the matter, Jiang Miao adjourned the meeting. Yu Jiansu had returned to Yancheng to oversee the management of Xinkangle Pharmaceuticals. However, He Yue did not follow him. Her position as technical director was merely a figurehead, so she continued to research a specific drug for lupus erythematosus in the Nanhu experimental area. Her project was assigned to the second drug R&D office of the Science and Technology Division. As for the first drug R&D office, Shuya is currently in charge, and the lead researcher is Luo Yulin, Shuya's senior. The three drug R&D offices have different research and development focuses. The first drug R&D office focuses on medicinal microorganisms. The second drug R&D office focuses on gene-targeted drugs. The third drug R&D office focuses on chemical pharmaceuticals. It might seem that the second and third drug development offices have overlapping directions. In reality, they are working in completely different directions. The second drug development office's focus on genetically targeted drugs can be likened to first setting a target and then searching for the right arrows from a vast array of arrows. The third drug development office's focus on chemical drug development is like first creating a new arrow and then testing whether it can hit or penetrate the target. The lupus-specific drug Jiang Miao prescribed for He Yue and her brother was developed by combining various existing drugs and molecules, adjusting their proportions, and ultimately achieving its therapeutic effect. Essentially, this isn't drug development, it's the refined application of medical methods. The reason He Yue's lupus drug development efforts were so difficult was because she hadn't yet realized this. Gene-targeted therapeutics, to ensure high efficacy and low side effects, can only be customized based on individual genetic characteristics. This means one prescription per person, and there's no broad-spectrum, effective drug that can be mass-produced. He Yue's failure to recognize this problem led her to dwell on this issue. If we truly want to popularize effective lupus treatments, we shouldn't research specific drugs, but rather how to cost-effectively identify the genetic targets for each patient and then customize them for each patient. Is this technology feasible? In fact, it's already possible. The metagenomic analysis system developed by Jiang Miao in February can rapidly identify the genetic targets for each patient simply by modifying the model, adjusting the corresponding genetic patterns, and integrating it with the human gene library. Of course, this only works for lupus patients. To study other human genetic diseases, the analysis model must be recalibrated. Using this technology, it only takes a few hours to identify the various genetic targets associated with lupus. Based on these genetic targets, a specific, effective medication can be formulated, allowing patients to receive relatively affordable medication. This relatively affordable treatment involves a one-time payment of tens of thousands of yuan for testing and analysis, followed by regular purchases from the drug manufacturer. This isn't a pharmaceutical company model, nor a modern hospital model, but rather a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner model. Diagnosing a patient's condition, prescribing medication based on the condition, and then dispensing it. Isn't this the traditional medical practitioner's model? This model, due to the confidentiality of its technology, is simply impossible for ordinary hospitals to operate. Furthermore, there are the risks of drug approval. After all, under this model, every patient would receive a new drug. So how would this new drug be handled? If the current new drug approval process were followed, the patient would likely die before they could even obtain a legal and compliant new drug. But if the new drug approval process wasn't followed, it would constitute the crime of producing counterfeit drugs. Unless a new law is specifically enacted to allow new drugs produced in this way to receive expedited approval. The problem is that new laws aren't easy to implement. This is another reason why Jiang Miao didn't remind He Yue. After all, even someone with He Yue's background would find it difficult to implement such a change. After the meeting, Jiang Miao found Shuya, who was working on R&D project planning. He then called Luo Yulin over. Luo Yulin, knocking on the door, saw both of them present and greeted them with a smile. "Boss! Shuya, you're both here. Researcher Luo, please take a seat." Jiang Miao pulled a document from his briefcase. Shuya poured him a cup of tea. "Brother, you should spend a few days with your sister-in-law and rest." I'm just concerned about the experimental project." Luo Yulin's eyes evaded, and he guiltily changed the subject. Jiang Miao smiled but said nothing. He could tell at a glance that Luo Yulin was feeling a bit nervous. He had just gotten married the previous month and was supposed to have a 2-week wedding leave, but less than 10 days had passed, and he was already rushing back to work. He handed the document to Luo Yulin. "This is the new fungus I had discovered in April. The paper has already been published in a journal." Lin Shuya felt helpless. Although she didn't want the title, she also knew Jiang Miao's intentions, so she had no choice but to accept the title of discoverer of a new fungus. Luo Yulin took the document and flipped through it, saying, "I looked at it before. Are there any problems with these 3 new fungi?" Jiang Miao explained, "I discovered one of these fungi during an experiment some time ago. Its secondary metabolites can kill many bacteria and even have significant inhibitory activity against some fungi." "Oh, a new antibiotic?" Luo Yulin instantly perked up. Jiang Miao reminded him, "It's on page 17. There's some information there." Luo Yulin quickly turned to page 17. Research on the secondary metabolites of the species, Macrosphaerella siltii, from the subgenus Subsphaerella selenodendrifer of the Microcystaceae family. This Macrosphaerella siltii was discovered by Jiang Miao in the desert south of Mubei in March. Simonia sludgii is found in the saline alkali lands and salt lake silt of the southern desert. 2 other fungi, also members of this small family, are Simonia sludgii and Simonia sludgii. The naming is primarily for convenience. If Western nomenclature is used, it could also be called Lin Simonia. In fact, Jiang Miao's identification panel database records millions of unknown viruses, bacteria, and fungal species. He specifically selected Simonia sludgii because it is not only difficult to cultivate, but also requires specific environments and conditions. If these conditions are not met, it will remain in a dormant state of suspended animation for a long time. This is why it is called Simonia sludgii. When the conditions are not right for reproduction, it becomes similar to ordinary small grains of sand. Fungi with these properties are unlikely to become widespread. Another reason is that Simonia sludgii is not easily infected by humans, animals, or plants. They are relatively specialized saprotrophic, and are easily killed by yeast. Shuya's paper only partially describes the 3 new fungi, such as how they were discovered, detected, and analyzed. As for the fact that Simonia sludgii's secondary metabolites have bactericidal and fungicidal properties, Shuya did not mention it in her paper. Because this discovery could lead to the creation of a completely new family of antibiotics, which is of vital importance to the company, it had to remain secret until the relevant patent portfolio was completed. Only after reading the first few pages did Luo Yulin understand the significance of this discovery. "Boss, are you planning to conduct research on this derivative?" Jiang Miao nodded. "Yes, but since Xia is pregnant, she can't continue working on the fungus. In the meantime, you lead a team to conduct a comprehensive study of the pharmacology and toxicology of this derivative." "No problem." Jiang Miao, seeing the excited Luo Yulin, quickly reminded him, "Researcher Luo, you should be aware of the company's rules. This project is a core secret. All of you who come into contact with this fungus and its derivatives must sign a confidentiality agreement." "Huh? I understand." Luo Yulin immediately realized. He understood the importance of this ingredient and research. If leaked, it would cause the company heavy losses. This window of opportunity is especially crucial during the early feasibility study. To apply for a patent for a drug substance, you must provide certain experimental data. You can't just casually grant a successful application. This window of opportunity is roughly a few months. Therefore, confidentiality agreements and closed-door management are essential measures. After completing the drug's feasibility study within a few months, a patent application can be filed. Whether it ultimately becomes a new drug depends on further research, including a series of cell-based experiments, animal experiments, and clinical trials. Ultimately, efficacy, safety, and side effects must be verified before a new drug can be approved for marketing. In short, without 3 to 5 years of research, there's no hope of developing a relevant new drug. Jiang Miao carefully selected the sludge bacterium, the sagranin derived from it, which has demonstrated excellent bacterial killing across various categories. Sagranin is particularly effective against some currently highly resistant bacteria, and is particularly effective against carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae, CRE. Carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae, CRE, are a group of bacteria that are widely present in various medical institutions. These bacteria are resistant to carbapenem antibiotics, which are considered the last line of defense for treating serious Enterobacteriaceae infections. As a result, infections caused by CRE are often associated with high mortality rates and are easily spread in hospital settings, posing a significant threat to patient safety. This is a key reason why China has vigorously addressed the issue of antibiotic misuse in recent years. Compared to the problem of anesthetic abuse in Europe and the United States, the problem in the medical field in China and underdeveloped regions of Asia lies in the overuse of antibiotics, particularly in small, private clinics, where medications are used without scruples. The consequence of overuse of antibiotics is the proliferation of highly resistant bacteria and fungi, leading to increasingly ineffective antibiotic treatments and ultimately to a situation where no drugs are available. Currently, the number of newly discovered major classes of antibiotics is decreasing. Furthermore, with penicillins essentially becoming obsolete, the number of available antibiotics is also dwindling. At this time, the discovery of a new family of antibiotics is of immense significance to the domestic medical system. Chapter 165. After arranging the research project for Luo Yulin's team, Jiang Miao chatted with Shuya for a while. Time slipped by, and it was early June. The invited team of Professor Wang Yingxiang, led by Dean Xiao Jiesher, arrived at the soybean experimental field in Hongqiao town. Watching the soybean harvesters in operation, swiftly harvesting the already half-withered soybeans, the crowd discussed quietly. The bespectacled researcher smiled and whispered, "Old Zhang, what do you think the soybean yield per acre here is?" Researcher Zhang looked at the pods on the vines. About 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms? It seems it's not up to expectations. The bespectacled researcher shook his head. Professor Wang, however, frowned, awaiting the results because he had discovered a problem he had previously overlooked. Soon, the soybean field, covering approximately half an acre, was harvested, and the workers were packing the shredded soybeans into sacks. On the electronic scale, the results were in. Fellow farmer, 114 kilograms, 570 yuan. Plus the subsidy, I give you a 770 yuan note. Just exchange it at our company's finance office. Two buyers wrote out a 770 yuan note and handed it to an elderly farmer. Thanks, young man, the farmer said, smiling as he took the note. Professor Wang, however, pulled the old farmer aside and asked, "Fellow farmer, how are you growing your soybeans?" Huh? The old farmer was confused, but seeing that Professor Wang and the others were with the Haliafeng Company harvesting team, he assumed they were also from the company and replied with a smile, "I didn't do much. I just watered and fertilized them at first." Professor Wang listened as he recorded the old farmer's description of the planting conditions in a small notebook. At this point, the other researchers also realized what was happening. Something's wrong. It's definitely wrong. This yield is too high. Compared to the high-yield experimental plots his team had run, which often yielded over 300 kilograms per mu, and even nearly 400 kilograms per mu, this half-acre yielded only 114 kilograms of soybeans, which seemed quite modest. However, if one truly understood the planting conditions and management levels of both parties, one would understand that these soybean fields before them couldn't simply be equated with their experimental plots. This was because these soybean fields, despite low management standards and a severe drought lasting over 2 months without extensive watering, had achieved a yield of 228 kilograms per mu. This yield per mu already exceeded the national average for soybeans. Next, Professor Wang and his team recorded the conditions of dozens more mu of soybeans, interviewing 26 farmers about their planting and management practices. Under the large banyan tree at the entrance of the nearby village committee. After taking a sip of iced mineral water, Professor Wang sat on the edge of the cement flower bed, intensely examining the soybean field yield data and the results of the survey. Several other researchers also examined the data with great concentration. A cool breeze blew past. Dean Xiao checked his watch. "Professor Wang, it's getting late. How about we visit General Manager Jiang?" Professor Wang checked his watch and saw it was almost 11 o'clock. He nodded. "Okay." In the car, a researcher closed his notebook. "Professor, according to statistics, the average yield per mu of these soybean fields is around 210 kilograms. And according to the meteorological department, these soybeans didn't receive significant rainfall during the planting period, especially during the flowering and pod setting period, when there was almost no rain." The bespectacled researcher couldn't help but exclaim, "It's astonishing. This soybean variety is so drought-resistant it surpasses ordinary varieties, practically on par with drought-tolerant plants in arid regions. Indeed, I thought the 300-plus kilograms per mu yield Mr. Jiang mentioned was for an experimental field under intensive cultivation. I didn't expect it was even under this kind of rough management. This variety has great potential in the arid northern regions. Mr. Jiang has long been planning for the desert south of the Mobay River. I heard from an old classmate that the Haliafeng Company has contracted 350,000 mu of desert in Zerim City south of the Mobay River and plans to convert it into farmland. It seems these fields are being used to grow these magical beans. A big deal." Professor Wang rubbed his temples and said, "We planted another crop of the 5 soybean seedlings we brought back. After more than a month, the roots sprouted again, and those tubers can still be used as seeds." Professor Wang then continued with a thoughtful look, "If I'm not mistaken, the drought tolerance of the Cinza series is due to the water-absorbing properties of these tubers and leaves. The bespectacled researcher also recalled previous research. Indeed, I studied soybean leaves and found that at night, even when it's not raining, the leaves can condense tiny moisture droplets in the air through the fine hairs on the back of the leaves, forming dewdrops through microscopic airflow, thus obtaining a hydration supply. These two characteristics contribute to the Cinza soybean's strong drought tolerance. Professor Wang admitted that the Cinza series does have great potential. If this soybean variety can also adapt to northern conditions, its value will be truly enormous. Yes. If President Jiang's results live up to expectations, he'd definitely be awarded the title of academician. How envious. I really feel a little ashamed of myself in front of President Jiang. One of the more arrogant researchers couldn't help but smile wryly. We're here. Their car arrived at the gate of Heliafeng Company's Nanhu experimental area. Jiang Miao had just returned from a visit to the Nanhu salmon experimental breeding base, and spotted Professor Wang and the others. He smiled and called out, "Professor Wang, Professor Xiao, everyone, didn't you say you come tomorrow?" Professor Wang explained, "I was originally planning to come tomorrow, but I have to attend a forum in Shanghai the day after tomorrow, so I'm coming a day early, and will be back in Guangzhou tomorrow." "I see. Please come in." It was still the same reception room as before. Xiao Jiesher took a sip of the vanilla coconut milk and smiled in congratulations. This vanilla coconut milk, presumably, uses your company's own pan and strawberry powder, right? The vanilla flavor is indeed quite good. How are sales going? Jiang Miao didn't hide anything and said frankly, "It's pretty good. We sold 100 tons of panned and strawberry powder in May." 100 tons? If I remember correctly, your company's panned and strawberry powder costs 3,500 yuan per kilogram, right? Xiao Jiesher's eyes widened. Yes, 3,500 yuan per kilogram. The others were also astonished. Although everyone, including Professor Wang, had seen projects worth hundreds of millions, even billions, of yuan, Heliafeng's panned and strawberry powder was different. This was 100 tons sold in a single month. This meant that Heliafeng had generated 350 million yuan in revenue from panned and strawberry powder in a single month, with a very high gross profit margin. After all, everyone present was an expert in the agricultural field. For example, Xiao Jiesher, despite his office collar appearance, holds a PhD in agronomy, specializing in sweet potato varieties and scientific cultivation. Although he's been in management for 5 or 6 years, he still possesses some specialized knowledge. As for strawberry cultivation, while no one knew the exact costs, they could still estimate them roughly. Even if Heliafeng Company employed greenhouses and meticulous management, the cost of producing 100 tons of panned and strawberry powder wouldn't exceed 1 million yuan. That gross profit margin is astonishing. Professor Wang chimed in, Congratulations, President Jiang, on your further advancement in your career." Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. "This is all a technological dividend. Other companies will likely develop similar products in the future. I don't know how many years panned and strawberry powder can maintain its high profits. It's a few years of profit, after all. This is a multi-billion yuan industry. The future of the Shantou-Meisha region's economy depends on President Jiang." Xiao Jiesher quickly took another sip of vanilla coconut milk to calm his nerves. Everyone praised each other. Professor Wang then mentioned the Cinza soybeans. "Mr. Jiang, the Cinza soybeans you developed have enormous potential. However, planting hundreds of thousands of acres at your base in the southern desert isn't too much." Professor Wang was clearly concerned for Jiang Miao, worried that Heliafeng Company might suffer a setback. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, your planting experiment in the southern desert is too large. After all, whether the Cinza soybeans can adapt to the northern climate remains uncertain," the bespectacled researcher cautioned. Jiang Miao shook his head and confidently replied, "Don't worry, everyone. The Cinza soybeans are all short-lived varieties. Even if they can't survive the winter, it won't affect summer planting. Summer heat and water levels in the southern desert are indeed not a problem." Professor Wang also realized this, then curiously asked, "Mr. Jiang, I almost forgot. The per acre yield you mentioned last time, was it the yield under the rough management model?" "Yes." Jiang Miao then briefly introduced the 3 varieties of the Cinza series to them. After listening, Professor Wang and the others realized their previous carelessness, having subconsciously formed preconceived notions without detailed understanding. No wonder Mr. Jiang dared to contract hundreds of thousands of acres of desert in the southern desert. It seems these 3 varieties are highly adaptable to the desert environment. Xiao Jiesher also realized the enormous potential of these soybean varieties. Professor Wang pondered for a moment and asked again, Mr. Jiang. Based on your planting results in the simulated experimental field, Cinza soybeans can be grown in almost all of the desert areas in the southern desert. If it's successful in the southern desert, then even the Badain Jaran Desert and the Tanger Desert, where annual rainfall is only around 100 millimeters, can be grown with Cinza soybeans. Xiao Jiesher was equally excited. The reason for his excitement was, naturally, that Shantou University of Science and Technology might produce an academician specializing in agriculture. As the head of the Shantou University Academy of Agricultural Sciences, this was a great opportunity. Jiang Miao didn't promise anything, but instead explained with a smile, "It's still an unknown. After all, there are certain differences between laboratory simulations and real-world conditions. Furthermore, this planting experiment in Monan is primarily aimed at verifying the winter survival of the Cinza soybeans' perennial roots." Perennials? Professor Wang immediately thought of something, and his face lit up. This is a very good topic. If perennials can truly survive the winter, then given that Cinza soybean tubers sprout a second time, there's no need for replanting the next year. No, that's not the point. Isn't that the point? Doctoral student Xiao Song was stunned. After all, in Xiao Song's opinion, being able to achieve perennial roots overwintering, eliminating the need for soybean replanting the following year, was already a significant research achievement. Professor Wang had already connected the dots between the various characteristics of the Cinza bean series. Mr. Jiang, if I'm not mistaken, isn't the ultimate goal of the Cinza bean series to achieve 2 harvests per year in the southern desert? Dean Wang has a keen eye. Jiang Miao nodded, acknowledging the goal. 2 seasons a year? The bespectacled researcher raised his glasses and immediately realized it's certainly possible. Well, the short-lived Cinza soybean variety has a growth cycle of 95 to 110 days, and that's based on sowing. If perennial germination occurs, that time can certainly be shortened in the second year. But this requires considering the dry spring weather in the southern desert. The first season soybean yield per mu might only be around 200 kilograms. Just be content. That's right. 200 kilograms in the first season, plus 300 kilograms in the second season, that's a total of 500 kilograms, higher than the per mu yield of rice and wheat. The researchers discussed the matter enthusiastically. Although the actual testing results of the Cinza soybeans in the southern desert were still unknown, Professor Wang and the others were full of anticipation. If the Cinza soybean series can truly survive the winter with perennial roots, the northern deserts will be transformed into soybean fields. For example, the Tanger Desert, which covers an area of 42,000 square kilometers, and the Badain Jaran Desert, which covers an area of 52,000 square kilometers. The 2 deserts together cover an area of 94,000 square kilometers. Together with other small deserts near these 2 deserts, such as the Ulaanbaatar Desert, the total area is almost 100,000 square kilometers. If all of this land were converted into soybean fields, it would cover 150 million mu, approximately 1.5 million acres. Even if the annual rainfall in the Tanger Desert, Badain Jaran Desert, and Ulaanbaatar Desert is only around 100 millimeters, the characteristics of the Cinza soybean can still yield around 400 kilograms per mu per year. 150 million mu, 400 kilograms per mu. That's 60 million tons of soybeans. Adding in sandy areas, like the Horkan Desert, the southern desert alone could produce 100 million tons of soybeans annually. At this thought, Professor Wang, despite his anticipation, suddenly snapped out of his trance and solemnly warned, "Mr. Jiang, you must stay safe in the future, especially when traveling abroad. Avoid unnecessary foreign trips." Hearing this, Xiao Jiesher's expression also grew solemn. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, you must indeed stay safe. Western powers are eyeing us covetously. If your invention succeeds, it will change the landscape of global agriculture. Be extremely cautious, especially with the 4 major grain traders A, B, C, and D. They will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against Hailufeng and you, Mr. Jiang." Several doctoral students, who had been so excited just moments before, also sensed the solemn atmosphere. Professor Wang looked at them and sternly instructed, "Until the Cinza bean results are officially confirmed in Monan, you must maintain confidentiality and not mention this to anyone else." "We understand." As for the official announcement of the Cinza bean series, Professor Wang wasn't worried. He knew how immense its impact would be. At that time, the authorities would proactively arrange for the relevant departments to provide Jiang Miao with comprehensive protection. China has suffered several losses in this kind of thing, and since then, the protection of many important scientists has been strengthened a lot, especially scientists involved in strategic technologies, who will be given all-round protection. Jiang Miao smiled and thanked them. "Thank you all for your concern. My company has already made a lot of security arrangements, and I rarely go out. Speaking of going out, Jiang Miao remembered that he was going to Beijing in a few days. However, he hadn't told Professor Wang and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but rather that there was no need to take the risk. After all, Jiang Miao had observed Professor Wang and the others through the identification panel, and found nothing unusual. But just because they were fine didn't mean the people around them were fine. If they accidentally let something slip, and someone happened to know about it, Jiang Miao's whereabouts would be exposed. Although Jiang Miao was going north to receive an award, he didn't intend to wait until the deadline. Instead, he wanted to go early to disrupt speculation about his itinerary. The National Science and Technology Progress First Prize Award ceremony was scheduled for June 21st. Jiang Miao would definitely be in Beijing then. As long as someone was willing to gather this information, they could use it to analyze Jiang Miao's recent travels. To be on the safe side, Jiang Miao planned to travel secretly. On the third night after Professor Wang and the others left, Jiang Miao led his team on a secret high-speed train to southern Jiangxi. It was the late night of June 5th. As he headed north, Shanmei's 30,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of soybeans yielded 6,300 tons of senza beans, along with enough root tubers to plant 300,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of desert soil. A small portion of these soybeans and tubers would remain in the Shanmei headquarters warehouse, while the remainder was planned to be transported to the Desert South branch. The transport convoy had already departed at about the same time as Jiang Miao. The soybean seed transport fleet began shipping on June 1st, with a planned delivery of 6,000 tons of soybean seeds. 6,000 tons of soybean seeds can plant 1.2 million mu of farmland. And the tubers can plant 300,000 mu, totaling nearly 1.5 million mu. This seems like the 350,000 mu of desert that the Emonan branch can't handle. In fact, the Emonan United Mining Company needs to be added. After more than 2 months of development, United Mining has contracted nearly 7.5 million mu of desert sand and saline alkali land across Emonan. So these soybean seeds and tubers are still insufficient. Furthermore, United Mining is in contract negotiations with several major deserts in western Emonan. If the negotiations are concluded, the contracted area will soar to nearly 100 million mu. This matter has alarmed the local area, and even Beijing is taking notice. After all, the contracted area is too large. Haileyafeng Company's plan to plant soybeans in the southern desert has also attracted attention, but various domestic forces have remained silent, instead quietly observing developments. Haileyafeng Company is a private enterprise, investing heavily in the desert, and has not engaged in any fraudulent activities involving subsidies. The funds used are Haileyafeng's own. Furthermore, this is only a preliminary proposal, with no results yet. As a result, the attitude of various domestic parties is to wait and see, neither supporting nor opposing. Chapter 166. June 6th. After spending the night at a local hotel in Luling, Jiang Miao and his team quietly made their way to the Guanan branch's office, located in Fengwang Town, south of Luling City. Passing by the Shixita freight terminal at Luling Port, he saw a number of large trucks hauling large bales of hay, awaiting transfer to the transport ship at the dock. Soon, the temporarily rented fleet arrived in Fengwang Town. He didn't immediately head to the branch office building, but instead found a nearby breakfast shop and chatted with the owner over their meal. Each person received a bowl of wonton soup, a fried dough stick, and a cup of soy milk. The breakfast shop owner was quite talkative, and Jiang Miao, after some indirect inquiries, learned a little about the Guanan branch's situation. Combining the information he had gathered online with a report from the supervisory department team, he felt somewhat reassured. After breakfast, Jiang Miao went straight to the door. Lu Chongqing, who was reviewing reports in his office, jumped up from his chair upon hearing the front desk's announcement and hurried downstairs to greet them. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, Lu Chongqing spotted Jiang Miao. Although a little nervous, he immediately greeted with a smile. "Boss, welcome to the Guanan branch." "Chongqing, where's Mr. Kong?" "Manager Kong has gone to Guanan City to handle some matters. He'd be back the day after tomorrow. I'll let you know right away." Jiang Miao waved his hand. "No need. I'm just passing through. Don't tell anyone I'm here, or they just go along with the formalities." "Okay then. Boss, please go to the third floor." Lu Chongqing led the group to the reception meeting room next to the branch manager's office. Lu Chongqing's assistant had already made tea. "Chongqing, I just saw a lot of trucks transporting hay bales at Luling Port. Are those hay bales supposed to be our company's products?" As he poured tea for Jiang Miao, Lu Chongqing nodded and replied, "Yes, boss, those hay bales are our company's products. Starting in May, we harvested the alfalfa and white clover after flowering and made them into hay bales. A small portion is sold to Yingxiong Dairy, and the rest is sold to large dairy farms along the Yangtze River." Jiang Miao leaned back in the sofa. "How many tons of hay can we produce each month, and what's the price?" Putting down the teapot, Lu Chongqing explained, reciting a detailed account. "Currently, of the Gaonan branch's 214,000 mu, approximately 164,000 mu, of tea oil plantations, we utilize the understory space to plant various forage grasses. This yields approximately 200,000 tons of hay per month. Harvesting 80,000 tons of fresh grass can produce 26,000 tons of hay. In terms of price, white clover hay is 1,800 yuan per ton, corn hay and ryegrass hay are both 1,400 yuan per ton. The best priced is alfalfa. Our company's first crop of alfalfa has a protein content of around 24.3% and is currently priced at around 2,200 yuan per ton. These prices do not include shipping." Jiang Miao tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Oh, what is the current internal consumption?" "Our internal consumption mainly consists of the 12,000 tons of hay supplied to Hero Dairy each month. As for fresh grass, Hero Dairy has its own forage production base and can supply a portion of it. At two newly built large-scale dairy farms nearby, we purchase 12,000 tons of fresh grass each month from our Gaonan branch." Jiang Miao picked up the teacup, blew on the steam, and took a sip. "So we're selling over 9,000 tons of hay every month?" Lu Chongqing smiled and nodded. "Yes, a few days ago, Yangtze River Ecological Ranch purchased 2,000 tons of hay from us to feed their cows. Last month, we sold nearly 9,600 tons of hay, generating over 17 million yuan in revenue. As for the hay and fresh grass sold to Hero Dairy, the cost is also calculated. It's not just given away for free. Although we're sister companies, brothers keep their accounts straight. This will facilitate cost calculations later. Currently, Hero Dairy's 42,000 dairy cows consume 12,000 tons of hay and 16,000 tons of fresh grass each month, plus 12,000 tons of concentrated feed such as corn and soybean meal. On average, each dairy cow consumes 32 kilograms of feed per day, at a feed cost of 47 yuan. Currently, each cow at Hero Dairy produces an average of 31 kilograms of raw milk per day, with a calculated feed cost of approximately 1.5 yuan per kilogram of raw milk. What level of feed cost is this? It's practically the lowest in China. It's almost on par with the raw milk feed costs in the Monan pastoral areas. The raw milk feed costs in the Yangtze River Basin are around 1.8 to 2 yuan. Of course, this factor takes into account the profit margins of the Gaonan branch's forage cultivation, which is then calculated for Hero Dairy. In reality, this profit margin is still the profit of Heilifeng Dairy. "Chongqing, what is the current forage production cost for the Gaonan branch?" Lu Chongqing stood up, retrieved a document from the filing cabinet, and after flipping through it for a moment, replied, "The current comprehensive cost per ton of fresh forage is approximately 157 yuan, and the cost of hay is approximately 518 yuan per ton. Scaled and mechanized production is the way to go," Jiang Miao exclaimed. Indeed. Lu Chongqing shared this sentiment. Having worked in agriculture for so long at the Gaonan branch, he discovered that the economies of scale created by large-scale and mechanized production can effectively reduce costs, thus fostering strong competitiveness. If the Gaonan branch supplies forage grass to Yingxiong Dairy at a sub-zero cost, its feed cost per kilogram of raw milk would drop to 0.98 yuan. A full 0.52 yuan reduction. This is before Heilifeng's industrial chain is fully developed, as concentrate feed requires soybean meal and corn, which cost an average of approximately 2.5 yuan per kilogram. This means that concentrate feed accounts for 0.76 yuan of the feed cost per kilogram of raw milk. In the future, once Heilifeng's Monan branch completes its soybean industry development, soybean meal costs will be significantly reduced. There's hope of reducing feed costs to around 0.6 yuan per kilogram. This is the chain reaction created by the industrial chain. Furthermore, Jiang Miao hasn't focused on dairy cow feed formulation or breeding. If he had simultaneously focused on both, increasing milk production per unit of feed, costs could have been further reduced. The fundamental reason for the high price of domestic dairy products is insufficient domestic feed supply, requiring large-scale imports to fill the gap in feeding demand, which further increases production costs. For example, much of the pasture grass in southern China requires imported hay, and soybean meal is also indirectly imported. This results in significantly higher costs for both concentrate and roughage feed than overseas. In addition, the limited milk production of local dairy cow breeds also adds to the cost. The few areas of southern Shanxi, the western regions, and the northeastern region that have access to low-cost roughage are relatively far from the core domestic consumption areas, and land transportation costs are clearly inferior to sea transportation. The cost of transporting milk powder or roughage from southern Shanxi to the Yangtze River and Pearl River basins is even higher than importing from New Zealand or Australia. This is the broader context for the high prices of domestic dairy products. Without fundamentally changing the industrial structure, there is no way to lower dairy prices. They chatted for over an hour. Jiang Miao did not stay at the branch office building in Fengwang Town, but instead asked Lu Chongqing to take him to visit nearby farms, breeding farms, and factories. Their first stop was the Fengwang Town Honey Processing Factory, located not far south of Fengwang Town and west of Luling Huading Vocational School. The factory manager, upon hearing the boss was approaching, became nervous and quickly ordered his staff to be on top of things while he hurried out to greet him. "Boss. Jiahe, are you getting used to the work?" Tian Jiahe scratched his head nervously. "Yes, but the food in southern Jiangxi is too spicy. My colleagues and I have to eat in the factory cafeteria. For people from Lingnan, southern Jiangxi cuisine is indeed very spicy." Lu Chongqing reminded him, "Director Tian, please introduce the factory to the boss." "No problem." Tian Jiahe recovered. "Boss, our factory covers 350 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. We currently have 3 steel-structured buildings, totaling 150 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. The other supporting facilities also cover another 50 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. Entering the factory area, we could see numerous tank trucks specialized in transporting honey. Workers were operating extraction equipment, extracting honey from the trucks, and then transferring it into large storage tanks. The group then arrived at the honey processing plant. In the inner corridor, through the transparent glass windows, we could see the production lines running at full speed. "Is the honey selling well?" Lu Chongqing nodded. "It's quite good. We mainly process and package the honey, and then supply it to local distributors. Retail sales are relatively limited. As for supplying to other factories, that's largely out of the question. Domestic factories rarely use honey as a raw material. Instead, they use products like fructose corn syrup. After all, fructose corn syrup costs less than 1/10 of honey. Only a fool would use honey as a raw material. As a result, the domestic honey market is primarily focused on individual consumption and high-end restaurants, pastry shops, and tea shops. Few factories purchase honey." Entering the warehouse area, Tian Jiahe used a paper cutter to cut open a package. Jiang Miao casually picked up a 100-gram glass bottle of honey. It still contained some uncrystallized alfalfa honey, a thick, glossy light purple color. He unscrewed the bottle cap, peeled off the aluminum foil, and poured a little of the sticky alfalfa honey onto the back of the cap. He then dipped his finger in it and tasted a little. It had the unique natural aroma of alfalfa flowers, a sweet and pleasant taste with a slight sourness. The aftertaste was refreshing and clean, with a hint of alfalfa and a hint of clover. Looking at the identification panel, Jiang Miao saw that the alfalfa honey had a Baumé degree of approximately 42, as well as the honey composition: 57% alfalfa honey, 28% white clover honey, 12% ryegrass honey, and 3% other wildflower honey. Not bad. Jiang Miao screwed the lid back on, and casually handed the bottle of honey to Li Zixuan for safekeeping. Tian Jiahe breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, let's go check out the other products." "Other products?" Tian Jiahe explained. "Propolis and beeswax, byproducts of the honey concentrate process." Hearing the names of beeswax and propolis, Jiang Miao quickly searched his memory for the relevant information. He calmly asked, "How do you process propolis and beeswax?" Tian Jiahe quickly replied, "Currently, we can only wholesale them to certain companies that need them as raw materials. Our factory can produce about 5 to 6 tons of beeswax, and 200 to 300 kilograms of propolis each month." Hearing this, Jiang Miao's eyes flickered with thought. After a moment, he looked at Lu Chongqing and Tian Jiahe. "For now, this is how we process propolis and beeswax. I find ways to expand their uses later." "Okay." In fact, Jiang Miao already had a plan in mind. Propolis is a traditional Chinese medicine that can boost the body's immune system. This isn't just beneficial for humans, it's also effective for some animals, such as cows. With the right dosage, it can be fed to cows, supplemented with other nutrients, to boost their immunity and reduce the need for veterinary medication. Beeswax, in addition to being a pill-forming aid for traditional Chinese medicine, can also be used in fruit preservation, candles, cosmetics, dental materials, and wood and leather processing. Generally, cosmetics manufacturers purchase beeswax and propolis as raw materials, so they don't have to worry about selling them. Of course, if there's excess beeswax production capacity, they can add a candle production line to produce a batch of candles directly. However, candle production is unlikely to be considered in the short term. After all, Heliafeng Company's current annual beeswax production is only 200 to 300 tons, which is only about 1% of the national annual production capacity of tens of thousands of tons, and will not have any impact on the beeswax market. After inspecting the honey processing plant in Fengwang Town, Lu Chongqing continued with Jiang Miao to Shangguantang Village, Jiashan Town, north of Luling City. Hero Dairy's dairy cattle breeding base in Luling City is located in Shangguantang Village, Jiashan Town. The reason for this location is that Shangguantang Village in Jiashan Town has a small river that directly connects to the Ganjiang River, which is navigable by 200-ton inland flat-bottomed boats. This allows the transport of very heavy fresh grass from various counties in Luling City via inland transport vessels, thus reducing transportation costs. Lin Datong, the manager of the breeding base in Shangguantang Village, Jiashan Town, received a notification from the security guard and quickly drove out of the breeding base on his electric scooter. As soon as he saw Jiang Miao and Lu Chongqing, he braked quickly and breathlessly greeted them. Hoo-hoo. Boss. Hello, I'm Lin Datong. Don't worry, I'm just here to take a look. Where's Manager Li? Mr. Li is at headquarters. Datong, take us inside for a tour, Lu Chongqing said with a smile. Lin Datong naturally knew Lu Chongqing. After all, they were both members of Heliafeng's management team, and they were in the same region, with business dealings. He was flustered. Okay. Mr. Jiang, Deputy Manager Lu, please come in. As they walked, Jiang Miao carefully observed the farm. Datong, how many dairy cows are there at this farm? Lin Datong quickly and cautiously replied, we have 3,000 calves, 3,000 growing cows, 3,000 young cows, 10,000 lactating cows, and 1,000 mature bulls, totaling 20,000 head. This is our company's largest breeding base. Wandering around, the entire breeding base is enormous, covering nearly 6,200 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. It includes professional cow sheds, a dairy cow activity area, a manure processing plant, a silage yard, a hay storage warehouse, a milking parlor, staff areas, a dock, and other supporting facilities. There are 324 employees here. Lin Datong is not only the farm manager. He also serves as the head of the veterinary station. He is a veterinarian by profession, and has worked at other dairy farms for over a decade, bringing him extensive management experience. After a while, another member of the Hero Dairy management team trotted over. This person had a very recognizable face, a horse-like face, a slick-back hair, and was dressed in a technician's uniform. Hello, boss. I'm Ma Qianyang, the director of the Luling Dairy. Jiang Miao patted him on the back. Hello. Is production going smoothly? Ma Qianyang wasn't overly reserved. We completed commissioning of a portion of the production line. We can currently produce whole milk powder, skim milk powder, butter, whey protein powder, and casein. Hero Dairy's industrial layout consists of a dairy farm, with a supporting dairy processing plant, reducing cross-regional transportation of liquid milk. The Luling Dairy Processing Plant is located across the river from the Luling farming base. To facilitate transportation, a special pipeline is installed, running over the river, allowing fresh milk to be pumped directly from the milking parlor to the dairy processing plant across the river. After all, the Luling Dairy Farm currently has 10,000 dairy cows, producing approximately 350 tons of liquid milk daily. Besides a small amount fed to calves, approximately 300 to 320 tons of raw milk need to be transferred to the dairy processing plant. What's the production capacity? 45 to 50 tons of milk powder, for 0.5 to 5 tons of whey protein, for tons of butter, and 12 tons of casein daily, Ma Qianyang answered fluently. Jiang Miao watched the rows of cows being milked. Datong, what is the cost of raw milk production at this base? Lin Datong thought for a moment. About 3.6 yuan per kilogram. That's the overall cost. As if worried his boss might misunderstand, he added, this cost is basically the lowest in the Yangtze River Basin. Guangming's farm in Shanghai, relying on cheap imported grass, still has an overall cost of 4 yuan per kilogram of raw milk. It's indeed the lowest in the Yangtze River Basin, Ma Qianyang agreed. Jiang Miao nodded. I understand. However, he was still dissatisfied with the cost. By the way, how is the milk powder market currently? Ma Qianyang gave a wry smile. Boss, the domestic milk powder market is generally weak. Due to overcapacity, many large dairy companies are spraying excess raw milk into powder. Currently, whole milk powder costs around 80,000 yuan per ton, while skim milk powder costs around 25,000 yuan per ton. Jiang Miao didn't take this too seriously. It doesn't matter. Our costs are low enough. We start by selling to formula milk and infant formula companies that need it at the lowest market price. Cost is an advantage. Although aware that Yingxiong Dairy's production costs were currently far lower than those of its domestic peers, Ma Qianyang still suggested, Boss, I think we need to quickly restart production lines for fresh milk, yogurt, formula milk, cheese, and more, to diversify our product offerings. Maybe later? Jiang Miao hesitated, as Heliafeng's layout wasn't yet complete. At this stage, a low profile was necessary. The high retail prices of many dairy companies' products stemmed from another factor, the domestic multi-tiered distribution system. After all, with each level of distributors adding to the price, the retail price of milk had increased by at least 2 yuan per kilogram. Jiang Miao knew full well that no matter how powerful Heliafeng was, it couldn't overwhelm those distributors in the dairy sector, as it wasn't a monopoly. Therefore, the only way to break the deadlock was through direct sales from the manufacturer, through Heliafeng's specialty stores, both in-store and online, to bypass the distributors. This required time to plan. This planning period was likely to be by the end of this year. Heliafeng will officially launch its franchise store app before the end of the year. Simultaneously, it will establish a large number of physical stores and a relatively comprehensive logistics system in the Pearl River Delta, Yangtze River Delta, Beijing, Tianjin, and Tongshan, as well as in the locations of its major branches. Only by achieving these goals, coupled with Jiang Miao's immense fame for his work with Sinzi soybeans, can the dairy market impasse be broken. Chapter 167. Jiang Miao didn't leave in a hurry. With the award ceremony still 2 weeks away, he planned to stay at the Luling dairy farm for a while. So he dismissed Lu Chongqing and Ma Qianyang, and took Li Zixuan and the others, who had followed him north, to stay at the farm temporarily. Early the next morning, after running for half an hour in the dairy cow area, he led the veterinarians, nutritionists, animal husbandry technicians, and other technicians to the research area. The equipment here was quite comprehensive, including a number of genetic testing equipment and microbiology labs. Jiang Miao looked at the internal computer screen, which displayed the genetic data of the dairy cows. Standing nearby were 2 people, Zhang Ting, a dairy breeder who had previously worked at Yingxiong Dairy, and Dr. Zhang Xiguang, a dairy breeder who had been recruited from Shonong Group by Heliafeng Company. Both were very curious about Jiang Miao. Although dairy cattle breeding was their specialty, they didn't underestimate Jiang Miao, as his breakthrough in eel artificial breeding technology was far more challenging than dairy cattle breeding. Cow breeding could draw on advanced European and American experience, but eel artificial breeding technology was groundbreaking. Is this the genetic sequence of the 200 bulls currently at the Luling breeding base? Zhang Ting nodded. Yes, boss. This is the genetic sequence that I, along with a few assistants, spent over 3 months analyzing. Boss, we don't have the dairy cattle genome analysis system from the Capital Agricultural Group. We need to apply to the National Animal Husbandry Center for access, Zhang Xiguang reminded him somewhat embarrassedly. Jiang Miao shook his head. No, the company has its own genetic analysis system. Oh! Zhang Xiguang raised an eyebrow. Is it the dairy cow genetic analysis system from the Netherlands or Gale country? We developed it independently. Jiang Miao pulled out his notebook and imported the 200 bull genetic sequences and 200 high-yielding cow genetic sequences into the genetic analysis system on his notebook. This genetic analysis system, called NUA, has its main program stored on Heliafeng Company's independent server. While it can be connected online, its connection is hidden in the dark web, and without Jiang Miao's expertise, there's no way to find its data link. For example, the custom-built laptop he was holding was one of the few external devices capable of connecting to NUA. Of course, the company's own independent server's computing power was definitely insufficient, so Jiang Miao purchased computing power from an independent domestic cloud computing platform. After the genetic data import was complete, Jiang Miao used a back-end program to connect the computing power leased from the cloud computing platform to the NUA system. However, This connection process transformed the generated data into a mass of garbled code, and only with Jiang Miao's special decoding program could a portion of the data be visible. Even if this data were visible, it would be useless because it would require secondary processing and integration by the Nuwa system. This secondary processing required very little computational effort, requiring only a dedicated server within the company. This method ensured the confidentiality of the Nuwa system. As long as no one gained access to the server storing the Nuwa system, their secrets would be untraceable. In fact, Jiang Miao already knew which bulls held potential. Although many of the bulls purchased by Hero Dairy were inferior products discarded by other companies, that didn't mean they lacked potential. Currently, the accuracy of domestic and international dairy cow genetic analysis systems isn't as high as one might imagine, and the corresponding gene fragments they identify are relatively limited. After all, as long as these dairy cow breeding companies use this analysis system online, it effectively provides Jiang Miao with one-way transparency. He had reviewed the benign gene pools of domestic dairy cow breeding genetic analysis systems, as well as those of Gale Country, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia, the United States, and Japan. Adding this to the cows he observed yesterday, the adjusted benign gene pool was 8.6 times larger than that of Gale Country, which currently holds the largest benign gene pool. After opening the Nuwa System's Dairy Cow Genetic Analysis page and activating the Dairy Cow Benign Gene Pool plugin, genetic analysis of 200 bulls and 200 cows were rapidly generated, one analysis completed every 10 seconds. After all, he had rented a supercomputer, and the model's high accuracy greatly increased the Nuwa System's analysis speed. 1 hour and 6 minutes. The final genetic analysis result was generated. Zhang Xiguang, watching from the side, was stunned. Is it done? Jiang Miao shook his head. Not yet. The next step is the most important. I know. Next, we need to perform a secondary screening of these results. Zhang Xiguang assumed that the Nuwa system, like the genome analysis systems he had seen before, would require manual secondary screening. No need. Jiang Miao pressed the Nuwa system's genetic matching function. Instantly, the genetic sequences of 200 bulls and 200 cows began to match. Bull 0085, X, plus cow 0152, X, equals cow 1005286. Bull 0109, Y, plus cow 0100, X, equals bull 1009657. Bull 0146, X, plus cow 0009, X, equals cow 1008570. Among the vast array of combinations, a highly benign combination was quickly identified. Although this was only the result of a computational simulation, it didn't guarantee that the combination would exhibit the simulated benign characteristics. But there was at least a 95% probability of exhibiting similar benign characteristics to the simulation results. This system can directly match and then analyze the benign characteristics? Zhang Ting was stunned. Zhang Xiguang wasn't overly excited. After all, this was brand new technology. I just don't know how accurate it is. If it's 20 to 30% accurate, it would be a huge help for breeding. As for even higher accuracy, Zhang Xiguang couldn't imagine it. The analysis of the hybrids took only about 2 hours to complete. A total of 28 hybrids met Jiang Miao's standard of producing over 14 tons of milk annually, and 7 of them exhibited excellent levels of milk protein and other components. The bulls from the second-generation hybrids will require a second round of simulated pairing analysis. The 7 outstanding second-generation cows were selected, and then a second simulated mating was performed using the genes of all the second-generation bulls. This time, it took less than half an hour to arrive at the results. The genes of 5 second-generation bulls, when combined with the 7 outstanding second-generation cows, produced exceptional third-generation cows. One of these third-generation cows can produce 19.7 tons of milk annually, and the dozens of other third-generation cows produced from these combinations generally produce over 15 tons of milk annually. Now that the breeding pedigree had been released, Jiang Miao didn't hesitate and immediately ordered Dr. Zheng, follow this breeding pedigree and begin inducing embryo production in the 12 first-generation cows. Simultaneously, collect sperm from the 9 first-generation bulls and perform sperm characterization. Then, through surrogacy, breed the second generation of bulls and cows. Once the second generation of bulls and cows have grown up, proceed with the next round of breeding based on the pedigree. Although he wasn't sure if this breeding pedigree was reliable, Zhang Xiguang decided to give it a try. Okay, leave it to me. In fact, Zhang Xiguang took on this task because he felt Jiang Miao had endorsed him, and didn't have to worry about taking on the responsibility. If he were still working at Shonan Group, without the backing of management, he wouldn't have dared to be so bold. Jiang Miao turned and looked at Zhan Ting. Dr. Zhan, your task is to continue testing the genetics of the dairy cows at the breeding base. After testing the genetics of 200 bulls and 200 cows, you must package the genetic test reports and send them to my email address in the Science and Technology Department. I will then personally process these genetic sequences. Okay. Zhan Ting nodded. Once the genetic testing of the dairy cows at this base is complete, we go to the other bases and test the remaining cows. Zhan Ting reminded him somewhat awkwardly, Boss, if that's the case, we might not have enough manpower. Jiang Miao offered a straightforward solution. Submit a report to the Human Resources Department and ask them to recruit 10 more genetic testing professionals. Tell them I agree. Okay, I apply to the Human Resources Department as soon as possible. Zhan Ting breathed a sigh of relief. He had been a little worried. After all, he only had 4 people working for him, and testing the genetics of such a large dairy cow population wouldn't be easy. Jiang Miao added, and by the way, recruit 10 more professionals for the breeding station. Submit the report as well. No problem. Zhan Ting made a note of the matter. After sending Zhan Ting and Zhang Xiguang away, in the afternoon, Jiang Miao convened the management of the breeding base. He instructed them to first group all the cows within the base. It's important to note that there is some confusion regarding dairy cow breeds in China. Currently, all of Hero Dairy's cows are Holsteins, but Holsteins come in many different strains. For example, the series Holstein, also known as the black and white spotted cattle, a breed bred domestically for nearly 100 years, is a cross between traditional Holsteins and domestic yellow cattle. Characterized by a smaller size and lower milk production, it's an older breed that's nearing obsolescence. Hero Dairy currently has only a small number of series Holsteins, approximately 300 or so, and they're not raised at the Luling breeding base, but rather at the old base in Yuzhong City. The Holstein cattle at the Luling breeding base can be divided into 4 major lines: Large Holstein A, Large Holstein O, Medium Holstein Z, and Medium Holstein H. The Large Holstein O line's core genetic population comes from the Gale country. The Large Holstein O line's core genetic population comes from the European Union. The Medium Holstein Z line's core genetic population comes from a new generation of hybrid breeds independently developed in China. The Medium Holstein H line is a dairy cow derived from small-scale crossbreeding in various regions, in addition to the 3 lines of China, the US, and Europe, resulting in a highly complex genetic profile. Jiang Miao's purpose in separating these cows is to adjust their feed formula. After all, breeding is too slow. A cow takes 280 days to gestate, and a calf takes another 18 months to grow to breeding age, for a total of 28 to 30 months to produce a single generation. Therefore, Jiang Miao decided to start with feed. After all, improving feed formulas had almost immediate results. Within a month or so, cow productivity could be significantly increased. After quickly dividing the herds into 4 groups, Jiang Miao abandoned the hodgepodge of H-line dairy cows. After all, their genetic makeup was too mixed, making it difficult to come up with an effective feed formula. Furthermore, he couldn't customize a feed formula specifically for each cow. Thus, he developed specialized feed formulas for the A, O, and Z lines. And there wasn't just one formula. Each herd required 4 formulas: a growth formula for calves, a formula for growing cattle, a formula for young cattle, and a formula for dairy cows. Jiang Miao compiled these formulas and submitted them for patent registration. After the farm divided the cows into groups, it began adjusting their feed according to the new formula. Although Lin Datong didn't believe this adjustment would be effective, he was a rather obedient person and followed Jiang Miao's orders meticulously. For the first week, the cow's daily milk production didn't fluctuate significantly, remaining a consistent 28 to 33 kilograms. On June 17th, the day Jiang Miao planned to depart again, 10 days after the feed formula adjustment, milk production began to steadily increase for some cows whose gene targets had been properly stimulated. Lin Datong looked at today's milking data, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Today, 296 cows produced over 35 kilograms of milk. Yes, manager, the data clerk quickly replied. Are you sure there's no system errors? The data clerk's head was rattling. No, I had the machine maintenance staff check it, and there's nothing wrong. Could those formulas really be effective? Lin Datong muttered, skeptical. We have to observe for a while before we can be sure. Unsure, Lin Datong decided not to report to his boss for now. He would experiment for a while longer, and then make a conclusion based on the cow's milk production. He remembered something else and hurried to the milk composition testing station to have the staff conduct a comprehensive test on the milk collected over the past few days, to see if there had been any changes in its various components, or if any harmful ingredients exceeded the standard. As a veterinarian with many years of experience in dairy farming, Lin Datong knew a number of medications that could increase milk production, but they all had some issues. For example, it could lead to endocrine disorders in dairy cows, decreased immunity, or a decrease in milk quality. Research is underway to investigate excessive levels of harmful ingredients in milk, as well as the presence of banned ingredients. These issues cannot be ignored. The dairy farms in Gale country utilize a variety of technologies and techniques. The use of related drugs in China has become increasingly stringent. If problems arise after using the new formula, it would be a case of losing the bigger picture for the sake of the small. At Lin Datong's urging, the milk composition testing station quickly produced a detailed test report. The station manager smiled and patted the report. Director Lin, this time the milk is in excellent condition. It contains none of the harmful or banned ingredients you were worried about. The milk protein content in some samples is even higher than before, with the best sample reaching 3.86%. Really? Lin Datong was surprised. He grabbed the test report and carefully read it. After a while, Lin Datong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, I don't want to waste these past few days' worth of milk. The boss is so capable, you're just worrying too much. The head of the testing station smiled and shook his head, though he had great confidence in Jiang Miao. I wish I was worrying too much. Lin Datong didn't object, but his concern was out of responsibility for the company. While Lin Datong was discussing matters with the head of the testing station, Jiang Miao and his group had already boarded the high-speed train, bound for Beijing, heading north. But he had only been seated for a little over 20 minutes when Li Zixuan, with a grim expression, approached his seat, his phone in hand. Boss! Something's happened at the company, and we need your personal decision. President Jiang Sini and the others have added you in the general chat. Jiang Miao frowned, then opened the company WeChat group on his phone, and quickly learned the whole story. It turned out that in early June, after perfecting the Heliafeng Store app, the network department quickly launched a small-scale public beta test. This public beta test invited nearly 50,000 customers. After more than half a month of testing, no major issues were found. However, just this morning, Jiang Sini discovered that the online store department's traffic on Tao.com had plummeted, and customers were experiencing unusual delays of several hours when communicating with customer service on Tao.com. Additionally, Pinduoduo and JD.com's online stores also experienced a sharp drop in traffic. Clearly, several e-commerce platforms had discovered Heliafeng's actions and began suppressing its online store, preventing it from continuing to divert traffic to their own shopping apps. Currently, the only remaining normal operations were those on Platform B, Enin, and WeChat, which had not experienced any issues. Competitors are enemies. As e-commerce platforms, all three companies chose to take action, simply to avoid creating another competitor. Jiang Miao's gaze remained calm. This was something he had anticipated. He immediately sent a system update package to Qin Xingzhu, the head of the network department, and instructed him to update the Heliafeng Store app according to this update package and then launch it directly. At headquarters, Qin Xingzhu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Boss, what should we do? Did the boss find another software development studio? Although Qin Xingzhu felt a little uncomfortable, he knew he had to update the Heliafeng Store app. Follow the boss's instructions and overwrite the update package with the original app. The network department was helpless. Faced with the boss's order, they had no choice but to obey. Soon, the update package overwrote the Heliafeng Store app, and all the hidden vulnerabilities in the system were repaired or blocked. Qin Xingzhu, not caring about anything else, quickly ordered the software testing office to conduct a comprehensive test of the app. Time ticked by. More than 3 hours later, they discovered that the updated app not only ran smoother, but also that their various hacking methods against the franchise store app had no effect. It was as if they hadn't developed the app themselves. All the backdoors they knew about had been blocked. This result shocked Qin Xingzhu and the members of the network department. Although somewhat difficult to accept, they had to accept the reality and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Jiang Miao arrived in Beijing, the Heliafeng franchise store app officially launched. Chapter 168. Inside the e-commerce division's office at Heliafeng's headquarters, Jiang Sini looked at the officially launched franchise store app backend management system. Currently, the app has only a few downloads. Besides the 37,000 accounts previously owned by company employees and their families, there are also relatively stable accounts for eel farmers, fish ball and fish product distributors, white truffle users, and panda and strawberry powder users. Together, these accounts total approximately 74,000. As for individual consumers, there are currently only 32,000 accounts. There are only 143,000 users in total. Zhang Sini didn't panic. After taking a deep breath, she simply ordered, "Launch Plan A." Yes. The head of the e-commerce division's live streaming office nodded. Currently, their live streaming office has purchased a significant amount of traffic support from various live streaming platforms. 5 professional live streaming staff members immediately went online, logging on to Note Platform, Platform B, Quickshot Platform, Penguin Video, and Little Red Potato. Little Cat, the pretty live stream employee, watched as the number of users online rapidly soared to tens of thousands thanks to the data package, and she hurried to get down to business. "Hello everyone, I'm Little Cat, the customer service representative from the Heliafing store. Welcome to my live stream. B Platform's live stream comments section. Big-headed eagle number 22, why can't I access your company's Tao online store? Xian Sheng's Hex Oracle, Heliafing store. What do you sell, Angela baby, uncle, how much did you charge? I just seen Heliafing's live stream several times in the last 10 minutes. Pigeon King, weird, your Pinduoduo online store is closed, wired war criminal. Insider information, Heliafing company developed its own shopping app, and their online store was blocked by other e-commerce platforms. Brothers Coral Fish, host, are your strawberries still available? Kitten quickly said, due to certain reasons, our company's online stores on other platforms may be temporarily closed. If you want to purchase our products, you can directly download our online app, the Heliafing store. Download and register an account now. Each account under your ID card will receive a free random gift, Kitten said, retrieving 3 gift bags from the counter behind the counter. Opening one of the gift packages. This is alfalfa honey worth 9.9 yuan, net weight 100 grams, 42 degrees Baomei, all harvested from our company's own apiary. After checking the comments section of the live stream, Kitty answered the question about free shipping. Free shipping? Free shipping. All gifts are free shipping, first come, first served, don't miss out. There are a total of 3 million alfalfa honey gifts. The audience in the live stream was instantly stunned. 3 million 100-gram glass bottles of alfalfa honey. That's almost 300 tons of alfalfa honey. Fake honey? Kitty was prepared. She shook her head. No, our company has hundreds of thousands of acres of forage plantations, and we can produce over 1,000 tons of concentrated alfalfa honey each month. Friends in southern Jiangxi and Shantou should know where our forage plantations are. Sure enough, several viewers in southern Jiangxi confirmed that Heliafing company indeed has many forage plantations there. Kitty then opened a second cardboard box. This is the second type of gift. It's canned eel, worth 15 yuan. We also produce it ourselves, and there are 500,000 of them. Zhang Sini apparently reserved some of the company's tinplate canned eel inventory for distributors, and planned to give away the rest as gifts. Then Kitty opened a third cardboard box. As you can see, this is 100 grams of dried morels, worth 40 yuan. There are 500,000 of them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Many of the bargain hunting viewers in the live stream had already quickly downloaded, registered, filled in their information, linked their IDs and bank cards, and received their gifts. Users on all platforms were taking action. It's human nature to love to take advantage of small opportunities. This led to a surge in downloads of the Heliafing Specialty Store app, adding 330,000 users in less than an hour. Although many people came to take advantage of the freebies, Zhang Sini didn't care. As long as she could establish a strong initial foothold and grow her user base to 4 million, these costs would only amount to a few million yuan, a small price to pay for Heliafing. Starting from the second hour, as new users who had already received the gifts spread the word on various social media platforms, the number of people online in the 5 live stream rooms quickly exceeded hundreds of thousands. While not everyone was willing to take advantage of the small price, at least a small portion of the viewers chose to download the Heliafing Store app and claim the gifts. Because the store app lacked the clutter of many app traps and featured a simple and elegant interface, many users had a much better first impression of the app. After all, many e-commerce platform apps these days try to pack every function into one, and they also introduce a multitude of bizarre and complex operations, turning off many users who dislike complexity. The Heliafing Store, with its simpler interface and functionality than CC, has retained a certain user base thanks to this. As time passed, by the evening of the Heliafing Store app's launch, the number of registered users had exceeded 4 million. This meant that nearly all of the 3 million packages of honey, 500,000 canned eels, and 500,000 dried morels had been given away. After all, some of the previous customers could also claim these gifts. In the evening live stream on Platform B, the male employee who replaced Xiaomao as the host saw a message from his department's WeChat account and quickly said, "Everyone, thank you very much for your support. We already given away all 4 million gifts we prepared for the opening." Many newly arrived viewers were disappointed. For those viewers who didn't receive a gift, don't be sad. Our company will be holding similar promotions every holiday. You can download the app and register an account. After hearing the host's response, a small number of viewers who hadn't received a gift also planned to download the app and register an account. After all, Heliafing Company is genuinely giving gifts, not just trying to trick people. Before last Spring Festival, Heliafing Company gave hundreds of thousands of fresh morels to regular customers. Compare this to other platforms' discounts, red envelopes worth a few cents, and cross-store bundle discounts. Heliafing Company's approach is incredibly genuine. With this example in mind, users naturally won't be worried or suspicious. Although app downloads dropped significantly after the gift giving, tens of thousands of users still registered every hour. These new users were primarily referrals from existing employees. Although the e-commerce division burned through tens of millions of yuan a day, the results were immediate. Zhang Sini, hurriedly eating her dinner while checking the back-end data, took a bite and looked up, calling out, "Aben, call the Cheongzhou branch and ask about their fruit inventory." "Okay," Aben, also eating, shouted back, then took a swig from a bottle of soda. Xiao Na, put a sold-out notice on the strawberry page. "Got it. Everyone else, take a break, then prepare to hand over the work and instruct the night shift staff." "Understood." Zhang Sini took a sip of the black coffee on the table, leaning back in her ergonomic chair, letting out a long sigh. "Huh. Finally, I didn't let you down." Qin Xingzhu, carrying his lunch box to the dormitory, walked into the e-commerce division's office building. Seeing Zhang Sini stretching, he walked over and asked, "How's it going? Are there any issues with the app?" "No, there are only a dozen or so customers complaining about the monotony of the interface." Zhang Sini shook her head helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about that." Qin Xingzhu knew the design philosophy of the Heliafing Specialty Store app was to minimize unnecessary features and create a simple agricultural product sales platform. "I know." Zhang Sini saw Qin Xingzhu carrying his lunch box and asked, "Manager Qin, are you going back to eat?" "Yes. I see you haven't reported any issues, so I have Juanrui and a few people stay behind. If you encounter any software issues tonight, just contact Juanrui directly." "No problem," Zhang Sini nodded. "Then I go back and eat." Qin Xingzhu lifted the plastic bag containing his lunch box. "Goodbye, I won't see you off." "You're welcome. Go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you anymore." Zhang Sini continued to monitor the back-end data, recording some of it on her work tablet. Although the vast majority of the over 4 million new users who flooded in today were looking for bargains, a significant number did browse the Heliafing Store app and even place orders for other products. Back-end data shows that within 12 hours of the app's launch, nearly 60,000 users placed orders. These individual users primarily purchased honey, fish and meat products, and fruit. Other items like feed, eel fry, white truffles, and pandan strawberry powder were rarely purchased. The e-commerce department had anticipated this. After all, the user base was diverse. Still, Zhang Sini paid close attention to the detailed purchasing patterns of various products. For example, she found that users in the Lingnan Pearl River Delta region accounted for approximately 18% of all new users, and 27.4% of those willing to pay for products, significantly higher than in other regions. This suggests that Heliafing's products are particularly popular in the Pearl River Delta. This is likely due to the fact that the Pearl River Delta has always been a key marketing area for Heliafing. This data will allow Heliafing to more clearly understand the spending power and consumption patterns in various regions, allowing it to more effectively manage the production scale of various products and facilitate the establishment of production bases near core sales markets. For example, strawberries, ginseng fruit, and tomatoes. Du Liheng, deputy manager of the Agricultural Planting Department, is already scouting for suitable locations in the Yangtze River Delta and around Beijing, Tianjin, and Tangshan to facilitate local production and reduce transportation costs and losses. Although they gained over 4 million users on the first day through generous spending, Zhang Sini and others didn't get carried away. They closely monitored user feedback and even took time to monitor the reactions of other e-commerce platforms. Neither Tawang, Pink60, nor JD.com anticipated Hailifeng's direct spending to acquire users. And the scale of their spending would be so significant. Perhaps many people think tens of millions isn't a lot. In fact, it's not a small amount at all. The reason lies in the scale of their user base. After all, the three e-commerce giants have hundreds of millions of users, while Hailifeng's franchise stores only have over 4 million. Even with the same investment, the proportion of users they can reach is different. Furthermore, the three e-commerce giants exhibit obvious corporate hallmarks, such as a penchant for abstraction, and some of their marketing plans could even be described as insane. For example, they hire controversial public figures as spokespeople and offer ostentatious promotions. They use these public figures as endorsements in an attempt to capitalize on the star power and foster a so-called fan economy. However, the endorsement fees are substantial. Jiang Miao established a rule for the company from the outset. Hailifeng will not hire celebrities as spokespeople. He would rather spend millions on user benefits than on so-called celebrities. Many companies favor celebrity endorsements because they lack the necessary resources or want to break through industry barriers through celebrities and public figures. However, Jiang Miao wasn't optimistic about this marketing approach. It was too highbrow, like a castle in the air. And the risks were enormous. If a spokesperson's reputation were ever to fail, it would directly impact the company's image. Competitors could also easily use online trolls to launch various attacks against the spokespersons of rival companies. This was the simplest and most effective solution. No one is perfect, and once the problems of many public figures are put under the spotlight, few remain clean. So Jiang Miao planned to do the opposite. Forget recruiting a spokesperson and instead directly give gifts to users, cultivating a loyal fan base for the company. After all, one should be grateful for what one has received. Users who receive gifts would likely not harbor any resentment towards Hailifeng. Many might even unknowingly defend the company. Hailifeng prides itself on sincerity and authenticity. Even if it continued to give out tens of millions in gifts annually, it would still be a drop in the bucket for Hailifeng at this point. If a company gave you gifts every holiday, what would you think if you were a customer? The outcome is obvious. A large portion of customers who receive gifts would likely prefer Hailifeng products when purchasing similar products. This type of marketing strategy generates extremely loyal customers and is long-lasting. It's also much safer than public figures, whose reputations are constantly exposed. Competitors can only try to undermine Hailifeng by fabricating rumors to discredit its products. As for this kind of thing, since the Lunar New Year, Hailifeng has been bombarded with rumors. These rumors include excessive use of hormones in eel fry, genetically modified strawberries and ginseng fruit, Egyptian catfish being farmed in sewers, Egyptian catfish being modified using technology and ruthless manipulation, and fish eggs manufactured by Hextech. There are nearly bizarre rumors every week. Jiang Miao even knew that those individuals were behind the rumors. Hailifeng's legal department hasn't been idle either, issuing lawyers' letters and suing several bloggers who had accepted troll fees. In just over 3 months, over 800 bloggers and social media accounts were warned, and 34 of them were sued. In May, 8 cases involving defamation of Hailifeng were heard in Shanmei. This intense legal campaign has put to shame the various smear campaigns that have been attempting to discredit Hailifeng since the Lunar New Year in tatters. After all, those who accept orders to spread rumors are motivated by profit, not by a desire to be accepted. Given Hailifeng's influence in Shantou and the overwhelming evidence, these rumor-mongering bloggers are essentially doomed to fail. As a company with deep pockets, Hailifeng can afford to ignore the time and expense of legal action, but those bloggers can't. Even dragging out the case could bring them down. It's precisely this reputation that has largely driven those bloggers who spread rumors about Hailifeng to a complete standstill since June. Now, only a small group of online trolls remain, cautiously attacking Hailifeng in the comment sections and forums of certain social media platforms. Faced with this situation, whether it was the recently preoccupied ABCD, the powerless Far West Group, or the 3 domestic e-commerce giants, who were at a loss as to how to proceed, all found Hailifeng Company difficult to deal with. With the 4 million gifts distributed, the tide of online public opinion surrounding Hailifeng Company quickly reversed, and those online trolls were no longer able to stir up trouble, save for occasional sarcastic remarks. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhang Sini quickly prepared a briefing on the progress made after the app's launch the previous day and sent it to Jiang Miao in Beijing. The e-commerce division, on the other hand, initiated Plan B. Plan B was to use live streams to showcase the production process of various products to users, thereby increasing user retention. True gold fears no fire. Displaying how products are made was crucial for consumers to see. The traffic services purchased by Haliafeng Company also propelled topics like the Haliafeng Store app, the 4 million gifts, and Jiang Miao's upcoming first prize National Science and Technology Progress Award to the top 10 trending topics on various portals. This further attracted many users to download the store app. After reading the e-commerce department's briefing, Jiang Miao knew the specialty store app had made a strong start. All he needed to do was maintain its success, and it would essentially become a specialized agricultural product e-commerce platform within the internet e-commerce sector, similar to VIP Shop for clothing and Suning.com for electronics. As for surpassing the 3 e-commerce giants, that would still be extremely difficult. But it didn't matter. As long as the specialty stores could maintain profitability and provide a smooth sales channel for the company's own products, whether or not they surpassed the 3 e-commerce giants would be an acceptable outcome for Haliafeng. Without independent sales channels, how could one be called an agricultural giant? This was just one link in Haliafeng's industrial chain. Jiang Miao had just finished reading a few reports when Yue, who had also returned to Beijing, took him on a tour of the Beiling Great Wall and the Palace Museum. It was almost noon, in the suburbs outside the 5th Ring Road. Yue took him to a famous local private restaurant, both to welcome him home and because her parents wanted to meet Jiang Miao. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Miao spotted He Dangdao, who had returned to Beijing for school in March. He Dangdao enthusiastically ran over and moved a chair toward him, saying, "Uncle Miao, please sit down." Chapter 169. The private room was elegantly and warmly decorated, with soft lighting shimmering over the dining table. The middle-aged man with graying hair sitting at the back was He Jinqing, the elderly father of Yue and He Dangdao. The other, more mature woman was naturally Yue's mother, Li Jingwan, whose face was already brimming with unconcealed joy and gratitude. As soon as she saw Jiang Miao enter, Li Jingwan greeted him warmly, "Professor Jiang, you are our family's benefactor." He Jintang nodded repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes. Without Jiang Miao, his 2 children's futures would surely be far from assured. This made He Jintang, who rarely showed his joy, express his true feelings. "Professor Jiang, don't just stand there. Take a seat." "Hello, Mr. He, Ms. Li." After everyone was seated, Li Jingwan personally poured Jiang Miao a glass of soda water. She had heard her daughter say that Jiang Miao disliked outside beverages, and only drank soda water occasionally. She smiled broadly and said, "The child's illness was cured thanks to your meticulous treatment and patient guidance. Jintang and I have been worried for years. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what we would do." He Jintang continued, "Professor Jiang, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to let me know. As long as I can, I will help you." "Professor Jiang, you're welcome. Try this fish first." Li Jingwan peeled the squirrel mandarin fish, and scooped a large spoonful of the fish into Jiang Miao's bowl. Jiang Miao smiled and waved, "This is what I should do. I'm very relieved to see Yue and Dangdao recover. At least I haven't let you down." During the meal, Li Jingwan kept serving food to Jiang Miao, while He Jintang kept expressing his gratitude. They had also specially prepared a beautiful gift for Jiang Miao. "Uncle Miao, this is a gift I prepared just for you." He Dangdao opened the box, revealing a yellowed document. It contained over a dozen pages of manuscript, signed by various distinguished scientists involved in the development of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. Clearly, it was a manuscript left behind by those scientists. He Jintang smiled and said, "I asked a few friends at the Academy of Sciences to help collect this. Professor Jiang probably doesn't need any other gifts, so I just offer this as a token of my appreciation. I really like this gift." "Thank you, Mr. He." Jiang Miao accepted the dozen or so pages of commemorative antique manuscript. This had actually been Yue's suggestion. She had lived with Jiang Miao for over 6 months, and had a good understanding of his personality and preferences. Ordinary gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques probably wouldn't appeal to Jiang Miao. As for other luxury goods, money, and assets, Jiang Miao's current fortune of over 10 billion yuan made them unsuitable gifts. Through much thought, Yue recalled a time when she visited Jiang Miao's home and saw various spacecraft models in his study. She had suspected Jiang Miao might be interested in outer space. Although she found Jiang Miao a bit strange, he was a biologist and agronomist, yet he was interested in the stars and space. This didn't stop Yue from catering to his interests. He ate until he was about 60% full. Li Jingwan poured Jiang Miao another glass of soda water and asked uncertainly, Professor Jiang, do you think Yue and Dang Dao could get married and have children in the future? He Jintong's heart also suddenly rose in his chest. He stared at Jiang Miao quietly, waiting for the next words. From the perspective of eugenics, as carriers of the lupus-related gene, it's not suitable for the two of them to get married and have children, but... Is there any other solution? Li Jingwan asked anxiously. He Yue felt somewhat helpless. Mom. Even if they don't get married and have children, it's okay. Jiang Miao didn't hold back. If their partner doesn't carry a genetic disease like lupus, then through artificial sperm and egg screening, they can produce healthy children. Screening? Is the technology safe? Li Jingwan asked quickly. Jiang Miao smiled and explained. It's basically using IVF technology with an additional sperm and egg screening step. This is commonly used in dairy cattle breeding, but it can also be used on human embryos. Dairy cattle breeding? Professor Jiang, can you perform this operation? Although Li Jingwan felt a little uncomfortable using dairy cattle breeding technology on humans, she didn't want her children to end up alone. He Jintang had some knowledge of cutting-edge technology. I heard of the relevant technologies for dairy cattle breeding. With Professor Jiang's level, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, the field is still young. In a dozen years, perhaps the technology will be more mature and safer. That's good, that's good. Li Jingwan was relieved. He Yue was speechless by her mother, but she didn't say anything. Even she could quickly master this technology with just a few internships at a dairy cattle breeding base. However, she definitely wouldn't have children herself. It wasn't that she didn't like children, but because He Yue was aware of her physical condition. The effective medication she was using now controlled her condition, allowing her to live a normal life. However, if she became pregnant, the abnormal hormone secretions in her body, coupled with the fact that she couldn't take medication during pregnancy, could very well trigger a lupus flare-up. Even though she trusted Jiang Miao's skills and medical expertise, she didn't want to risk it. Her brother, on the other hand, didn't face this risk because he didn't need to get pregnant. As long as his wife was healthy and the sperm and eggs were well screened, there would be no problem. After getting the answer she wanted, the atmosphere at the banquet grew more relaxed. As they drank and chatted, He Jintang curiously inquired, Professor Jiang, a lot of people in Beijing have been talking about you these days. Your company has contracted over 100 million mu of desert, sandy land, and saline alkali land in the southern desert. Are you really confident you can transform it into farmland? Whether it works or not depends on October of this year. He Jintang didn't think Jiang Miao was aimless. After all, he didn't believe Jiang Miao would rush into contracting over 100 million mu of desert before verifying the results. He said, Professor Jiang, you seem very confident. I'm definitely not 100% sure, but I'm 90% sure, Jiang Miao replied modestly. After hearing this, He Jintang understood that Jiang Miao was very confident about transforming the desert into farmland, practically a sure thing. If Professor Jiang succeeds, then he'd definitely be a candidate for the academician election next year, He Jintang said confidently. After all, this technology can transform hundreds of millions of acres of desert. Judging from Jiang Miao's series of major actions, its transformation cost is definitely acceptable, and this achievement will definitely qualify for selection as an academician. He Jintang had no doubt that if Jiang Miao truly achieved this, even if some in the Academy of Sciences or the Academy of Engineering opposed his election, they would be forced to elect him. Furthermore, most of those academicians were shrewd individuals, who knew what to do and what not to do. With Jiang Miao's achievement so significant, they couldn't stop him. It would be better to do a favor than to be the villain. Furthermore, Jiang Miao wasn't alone. Lion Mountain Agricultural University currently had 6 academicians, and with the 5 from the Series Feed Association, there were almost 11. These academicians also had friends among other academicians. With the Senzabine series achievements, many academicians would even actively court him. This was reality. As for Jiang Miao's age of only 29 next year and his lack of relevant papers, it wouldn't prevent him from becoming an academician. Because the strong don't need to adapt to their environment, the environment adapts to them. After eating and drinking, He Jintang hurried back to work. Li Jingwan drove their son home. He Yue continued to guide Jiang Miao around Beijing's scenic spots. Unnoticed, June 21st arrived quietly. After 2 days of feasting, drinking, and having fun in Beijing, Jiang Miao dressed up and arrived at the Great Hall of the People early in the morning. At the entrance, he presented his invitation letter, and the staff enthusiastically escorted him inside. He was soon led to the rest area for award winners and scientific researchers. Mr. Jiang, long time no see." Hearing this powerful voice, Jiang Miao turned and looked behind him. He saw Academician Li, president of the Feed Association, flanked by several distinguished elderly and middle-aged men. Jiang Miao smiled and walked over to greet him. "Academician Li, how are you?" "Mr. Jiang, let me introduce you." Academician Li patted one of the younger men. "This is Academician Jiao, currently director of the National Feed Engineering Technology Research Center and Secretary General of the National Animal Nutrition Steering Committee." "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I heard a lot about you. I haven't had the chance to speak with you in person, but I couldn't miss this opportunity today," Academician Jiao said warmly, shaking his hand. Academician Li smiled and explained, "Academician Jiao's primary research area is animal nutrition and feed science. He's made breakthroughs in areas like protein and amino acid metabolism, low protein and amino acid balanced diet technology and product development, and core technologies and product creation for replacing antibiotics in feed. I'm sure you have something in common." "I know. I read Academician Jiao's papers." Jiang Miao accurately listed Academician Jiao's core papers. Academician Jiao was delighted. After all, someone who could remember the contents of his papers so clearly could only demonstrate a deep understanding of his research. It was a pity Academician Jiao was being a bit overly sentimental. Jiang Miao wasn't specifically memorizing his papers. He simply had a photographic memory. "Come on, Mr. Jiang," Academician Li interrupted their discussion, then pulled him over to the older man. "This is Academician Yin." "Hello, Academician Yin. I read your research on the metabolism and regulation of amino acids in pigs. The technical system you helped develop for evaluating the digestibility and absorbability of feed nutrients in pigs has been very inspiring." "Oh, President Jiang, you're so familiar with my research." Academician Yin beamed. Anyone who meets a young person like Jiang Miao, who can accurately describe his research results upon first meeting, and who is so talented, will be drawn to him. Thanks to Academician Li's help, after a round of meetings, Jiang Miao had become acquainted with 7 academicians and 13 renowned experts and scholars. Academician Li Yu, another researcher specializing in edible fungi, pulled Jiang Miao aside and asked, "President Jiang, why isn't your wife here? I wanted to discuss some edible fungi cultivation techniques with her. My wife got pregnant a while ago and is currently at home nursing the baby." "She couldn't come this time," Jiang Miao explained with a hint of apology. Academician Li Yu looked regretful. "That's a shame. We have to do it next time. There's a long way to go. There will be opportunities in the future." Jiang Miao spent over an hour interacting with the academicians, experts, and scholars present. His solid foundational skills, coupled with his extensive knowledge, made him a pleasant conversation partner for many academicians. At least, both sides understood what they were saying. At 9 a.m., the staff instructed everyone to take their seats according to their numbers. After all attendees were seated, the television crew prepared for the filming. Dr. Zhang Xingli, head of the series National Science and Technology Progress Award Review Committee, and the television host took the stage. At the same time, the recorded video began to appear on the camera screen. The host smiled at the camera and spoke slowly in a rhythmic voice. "Dear leaders, experts, and guests, hello, welcome to this momentous occasion today. The National Science and Technology Progress Awards Review Conference. In this solemn and awe-inspiring great hall, we gather together to witness another glorious celebration in my country's science and technology. Science and technology are the foundation of national strength, and innovation is the soul of national progress. In today's era, scientific and technological development is advancing at a rapid pace, continuously driving social progress and the evolution of human civilization. Today, we gather here to recognize the outstanding teams and individuals who have bravely reached new heights in science and technology, continuously innovating and making outstanding contributions to national scientific and technological progress. Every scientific and technological achievement submitted for review embodies the wisdom and hard work of countless researchers. They represent the cutting edge of my country's scientific and technological development and demonstrate the innovative spirit and hard-working spirit of our scientific and technological workers. Our reviewers. Now, I declare the National Science and Technology Progress Awards ceremony officially open. I invite Dr. Zhang Xingli, chair of the review committee, to announce the winners." Pa pa pa. Applause broke out. Zhang Xingli took the microphone, nodded slightly to the crowd, and then said directly, "The winner of the 25th National Science and Technology Progress Second Prize is." In the audience, Jiang Miao listened as representatives of several winning groups went up to receive their awards, showcase their achievements, and give acceptance speeches. Academicianly, standing nearby whispered Mr. Jiang, "Have you prepared your speech?" "Ready, 2 more," Jiang Miao replied with a smile. An hour later, it was finally Jiang Miao's turn. Zhang Xingli, his mouth dry, continued, "The teams that won the first prize in the National Science and Technology Progress Award are Dr. Jiang Miao's team from the Heliafeng Company in Lingnan Province, and Lin Shuya's team. They have developed artificial propagation techniques for Pacific eels and artificial cultivation techniques for white truffles, respectively. Please welcome Dr. Jiang Miao to the stage to receive his award." Pa pa pa. Amidst the applause, Jiang Miao slowly walked up to the podium under the spotlight. Accepting 2 certificates from Zhang Xingli, he smiled and took the microphone. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Miao. I'm honored to be here today to share my achievements, and of course my wife's." Applause rang out again. The large screen on the podium displayed an introduction and images of artificial propagation techniques for eels. This is the artificial propagation technology for eels. The above is a brief overview of the artificial cultivation technology for white truffles. After Jiang Miao's brief explanation, many industry experts and scholars present had already understood part of the content. As for replicating the technology based on this brief introduction, it was obviously impossible. Even if it were truly possible, they wouldn't do so, because the 2 technologies have been registered for patents and cannot be freely reproduced or used in China. After successfully presenting the technology, the next step was to give a speech accepting the award. Jiang Miao spoke again. "First of all, I am very grateful to my family for their continued support. I am also very grateful to my alma mater and teachers for the knowledge they have taught me." The opening remarks began with a thank you, which was basically basic practice. "After several years of research, I discovered that humans have their limits. Perhaps traditional scientific research methods have reached their limit. Just as hybrid breeding is increasingly unable to meet the needs of breeding, new technologies such as transgenic technology, cell fusion technology, gene editing technology, genome analysis technology, and metagenomic testing technology are making our breeding work faster and faster." Jiang Miao paused for a moment, then continued, "However, with this rapid technological advancement, there are also immeasurable risks. In scientific research, where opportunities and risks coexist, how to make the right choices becomes the challenge we face." He said this primarily to plan for the future. The experts and scholars in the audience weren't listening very carefully. After all, these acceptance speeches often follow a similar template. However, several experts and scholars, who had contact with Jiang Miao, had a thoughtful look on their faces, recalling something Jiang Miao had said before. Although he hadn't said it directly, they had already guessed that Jiang Miao and Heliafeng might make a big move next. Of course, Heliafeng has made quite a few big moves recently, such as launching a franchise store app, competing head-on with other e-commerce platforms, and contracting over 100 million mu of desert sand and saline alkali land in the southern desert. These developments clearly demonstrate Heliafeng's ambitious ambitions. The 21st century marks the beginning of the Anthropocene, a new era of new technologies and theories, and also a new era for biology. My company and I will be committed to developing biotechnology to open up a new living space for humanity. Thank you everyone. Pa pa pa. Applause rang out again. Jiang Miao handed the microphone to the staff, and then, amidst the envious gazes of the audience, he slowly returned to his seat with his certificate. In fact, many people were surprised to see Jiang Miao's youthful appearance. These people primarily came from other industries, many of whom had little direct contact with Jiang Miao. After Jiang Miao took the stage to receive his award, many secretly inquired about him. After learning more about him, they felt as if they had witnessed a rising sun about to descend upon this era. After all, Jiang Miao was so young, and his relevant achievements were not only numerous, but also of considerable technical value. This sparked many people's interest. Chapter 170. After attending the National Science and Technology Progress Award ceremony, Jiang Miao stayed in Beijing for another week. During this time, at He Jintang's introduction, he met several people, all of whom were close to the He family. Some came to check on Jiang Miao's health. Others inquired about United Mining's development plans and the project's success rate. Still, some simply wanted to get to know each other. Of course, other people also visited Jiang Miao during this period, including representatives from several universities in Beijing, some related research institutions, and several CEOs of companies he had collaborated with, who also invited him to dinner. For 7 days, Jiang Miao didn't eat a single meal alone, either in the Wadeyaka University cafeteria or at private restaurants. After so much socializing, he felt it was enough, and quickly took the high-speed rail to Zelamu City in the southern desert, revisiting Zelamu City's Jiayuan County. By this time, the Teminchigan base of the Monan branch, located north of the Yankimama River, had undergone a significant transformation. Various construction machinery and agricultural equipment flowed in and out, while rows of two-story container houses formed a temporary residential complex capable of housing 1,200 employees. Residents of the livestock farming village at the entrance to the base had opened a variety of shops along this main street, including small restaurants, bathhouses, barber shops, grocery stores, small supermarkets, and even a newly established express delivery station. Jiang Miao didn't get out of the car, but instead took the pickup truck directly into the base. Lu Weibin, head of the agricultural planting division, Lu Zhiban, manager of the Amonan branch, and Wu Song, deputy manager of the Amonan branch, were waiting for him in the parking lot. As soon as Jiang Miao got out of the car, he heard several people greeting him. "Boss! Long time no see. Boss! Welcome. Boss, this way, please." Jiang Miao glanced at LV Weibin and noticed he looked darker than he had 3 months ago, but he looked in good spirits. He must have finally adapted to life here. The group arrived at the rooftop of a container house at the north gate of the base. From here, one could see the flattened Tamanchagan Desert. No, it should be said that there was no Tamanchagan Desert anymore. It was the Tamanchagan farm. The vast expanse of lush greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. The local area had rained heavily again yesterday, and a hint of moisture still lingered in the air. Putting down the binoculars, Jiang Miao sat on a plastic chair. "It looks like you already planted all the seeds." Lu Zhiban smiled and replied, "Yes, boss. All of the 220,000 mu of flat land we renovated has been machine sown, using approximately 1,100 tons of soybean seeds. We worked tirelessly, completing the machine sowing of all 220,000 mu in just 17 days. The first few tens of thousands of mu we planted were right at the entrance to the base. After several heavy rains in recent days, we didn't even water the fields, just sprayed them once with pesticides." It was June 28th. The first batch of soybean seed shipped to the Monan branch arrived on June 2nd. That means the first batch of soybeans had already grown for about 26 days, and the seedlings were already more than 10 centimeters tall. Looking out, the Tamanchagan Desert at the entrance to the base was a vibrant green. However, Jiang Miao had just seen through the telescope a number of people who were not wearing company uniforms, busy working on some large sand dunes covered with grass squares. "Old Lu Zhiban, what's going on over there in the sand dunes?" LV Weibin said somewhat embarrassedly. "Boss, the migrant workers from northern Hebei who come here to work can only use small potato planters because the large dunes are difficult to operate. To keep up with the progress, I asked Zhiban to find over 200 migrant workers to plant seeds using a combination of machinery and manual labor. It's mainly because soybean tubers are difficult to plant. We have to use a general-purpose potato planter. And because of the terrain, we can only use a small planter. Currently, we can only plant 3,000 to 4,000 mu, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 acres, of soil per day." Lu Zhiban was also very frustrated. "It's okay. It's not your fault." Jiang Miao understood their dilemma. There's nothing they can do about it. After all, some dunes are very high, and completely leveling them would take too long. Currently, there are approximately 30,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of uncultivated large sand dunes in the entire Teminchigan Desert. These dunes, along with a small area of nearby desert, have remained uncultivated, forming small patches of pasture within the farm. Lu Zhiban used a drone to show Jiang Miao the entire farm. From the air, the entire Teminchigan Desert was split in two. The southern part had already turned completely green, while the northern part, due to its relatively recent planting period, had yet to sprout. The aerial footage also clearly revealed the approximately 150,000 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of pasture land, which was surrounded by a compacted dirt road separating the pasture land from the regular soybean fields. These container houses at the edge and center of the farm are the farm's internal workstations, right? Hearing his boss's question, Lu Zhiban nodded. "Yes, our farm is so large that we need to set up workstations around the edges and inside. We currently have workstations in the dune pasture planting areas, a total of 20 stations, with 23 people at each." "How do you arrange your daily work?" Lu Zhiban explained. "Currently, it's observation and record keeping, preventing nearby cattle and sheep from straying in, and applying pesticides and fertilizers. We continue to optimize this in the future." Jiang Miao nodded slightly. He knew the farm's current work arrangements weren't ideal, but the staffing needed to be comprehensive. Many tasks required skilled labor. Temporary workers could only perform unskilled tasks. Since Teminchigan Farm is a combined agricultural and animal husbandry operation, the workload would undoubtedly be very demanding. Employees would need to observe and record, prevent fires and cattle and sheep, irrigate and apply pesticides and fertilizers, perform laser weeding, harvest soybeans, regularly harvest pasture grass, manage herding, and maintain equipment. That's right, she also had to manage herding. Harvesting the hilly pastures formed by the sand dunes there is inconvenient, so it's better to just graze a group of cattle and sheep. This is one of the reasons for setting up the 20 farm workstations. Around each of these 20 farm workstations, corresponding areas of pasture land and pasture have been designated, which also serve as the location for the apiary. Such a large farm, including the apiary staff, will employ approximately 800 to 900 people in the future. However, this doesn't include the staff at the breeding base, the agricultural machinery fleet, and the processing plant. Jiang Miao climbed down from the container roof and entered the farm in a pickup truck. The pickup truck slowly headed north along the two-lane main road, sculpted by the roller. The scenery outside the window also gradually changed, becoming increasingly desolate and dusty as we headed north. After driving a little over 5 kilometers, we arrived at the northern edge of the farm. Here, the sand was still thick and yellow. Due to the intermittent rain, the farm had simply leveled and compacted the sand, not laying out a grass grid, and had proceeded directly to sowing. This was possible because the rainfall increased the moisture in the sand, and the reduced summer winds prevented the sand from flowing. After simple leveling and compaction, soybeans were quickly sown. Once the soybeans grew, they could directly replace the grass grid. Jiang Miao got out of the car and squatted beside the tractor track. He dug a handful of sand and found a few soybean seeds planted 9 days ago. They had already taken root and sprouted, but had not yet produced their first true leaves. He replanted the soybean seedlings. Jiang Miao brushed the sand off his hands and saw several employees working on concrete piles and setting up barbed wire at a nearby workstation. Lu Weibin explained quietly, "Boss, there are several villages a little further north. To avoid misunderstandings, I had Jiben fence off the edge of the farm with barbed wire." "Well, you're very considerate." Arriving at the workstation, several employees quickly put down their work and came over. Manager Lu, Deputy Manager Wu. Lu Jiben introduced them. "This is the company's boss." "Hello, boss." Everyone's expression suddenly tensed, secretly worried that the big boss might be dissatisfied with their work. "Hello. How do you all get along at the workstation?" Jiang Miao asked as he entered the container room. The station manager had just returned and quickly replied, "Hello, boss. I'm Li Dafu, the station manager of North Station 1. This is our station kitchen." Jiang Miao surveyed the facilities and shook his head. "It's too basic." The entire kitchen consisted of a gas stove, 2 bottles of LPG, and a few pots, pans, and other utensils. "That's not bad. At least we can have a hot meal," Li Dafu said, somewhat bewildered. Lu Jiben said cautiously, "Boss, I arrange for improvements as soon as possible." Jiang Miao, however, shook his head. "This workstation is only in use for about 7 months a year. The rest of the time, it's idle. You could simply purchase a batch of food trucks converted from vans and equip each workstation with one." "That's a good idea." LV Weibin immediately understood Jiang Miao's idea. Equipment will age quickly if left idle for long periods of time. Furthermore, leaving it here during the winter isn't very safe. If it's stolen, you have to buy new equipment next year. It's better to use a mobile food truck. Jiang Miao continued, "Also, equip the station with some quickly removable solar panels. At a minimum, ensure the workstation has a refrigerator and water heater. As for other amenities, please develop a plan as soon as possible." "I arrange it as soon as possible." Lu Jiben nodded quickly. "We also need to speed up the construction of the concrete building and harden road surface for the workstation. After all, we have a beekeeping team and cattle and sheep moving in later." Lu Weibin reported to him, "I already instructed the construction contractor on this matter. They be sending some personnel here soon." "Yeah." Jiang Miao continued to inspect the workstation, then took a drive around the farm. A little after 4 in the afternoon, he returned to the Tamanchagan base. Upon his return, he saw Lin Yonghua, General Manager of United Mining, Lu Mingyuan, Deputy General Manager, and Zhao Shuisheng, Deputy Manager assigned by the Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company. Having heard Jiang Miao was coming at noon, the 3 of them had hurried over, only to find nothing and wait here, Old Lin, are you getting used to the work? Thank you, boss, for your concern. I'm fine. Lin Yonghua smiled. Compared to the anxiety he had felt over 2 months ago, he now had a calmer composure, for the work at United Mining was indeed simple. Let's talk inside. LV Weibin led the way, and they arrived at the temporary office previously reserved for Jiang Miao. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Miao asked, how much land has United Mining currently contracted? Lin Yonghua gave him a brief report. We currently contract approximately 110 million mu, approximately 1.5 million acres, of land, concentrated in the Ulaanbaatar Desert, Tengger Desert, Badain Jiren Desert, and Hunchindake sandy land. We only want large tracts of sandy land. We've given up on the other scattered plots. What about the contract fees? The Hunchindake sandy land contract covers 15 million mu, approximately 1.5 million acres, at 50 yuan per mu per year. Before development begins, we don't have to pay the contract fee, but the local authorities only give us 3 years. If no development occurs within those 3 years, they will cancel the contract and grant us a 30-year contract. The Ulaanbaatar Desert covers 12 million mu, approximately 1.5 million acres, and the Tengger Desert covers 45 million mu, approximately 30 yuan per mu per year. There's a 5-year exemption period before development, and the contract period is 45 years. The Badain Jiren Desert covers 45 million mu, approximately 16 acres, with an annual fee of 20 yuan per mu. There's a 6-year exemption period before development, and the contract period is 50 years. When Jiang Miao heard such a low price, coupled with the exemption period for contract fees, he knew it was definitely the work of the Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company. This was perfectly normal, given that the Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company held a 65% stake in United Mining. United Mining, in turn, partnered with local state-owned asset management companies in each contracted area, distributing 49% of the shares to local companies. This is what allowed the contracting work to proceed so quickly. Even so, United Mining has profited handsomely. Zhao Shuisheng, who was responsible for coordinating and overseeing United Mining's operations, was beaming. If he had been somewhat concerned before June, he was now relieved. More than half of the soybeans planted by the Monan branch in the Taman Chagan Desert were already lush and green, and he had been closely monitoring the soybean growth at the Taman Chagan farm for the past few days. Thanks to his close attention, Zhao Shuisheng has a clear understanding of the soybean fields. Despite being largely dependent on the weather, their growth is performing exceptionally well. While this was aided by the heavy rains in Zelimo City this summer, the Hunchindake Desert also experienced numerous downpours this year, with the combined rainfall for May and June reaching nearly 150 millimeters. The Ulaanbaatar Desert and the southeastern Tengger Desert also received approximately 80 millimeters of rainfall in May and June, significantly more than in previous years. As for the northwestern Tengger Desert and the southeastern Badain Jiren Desert, rainfall in May and June was only 40 to 50 millimeters. According to what Zhao Shuisheng learned from internal United Mining documents, large-scale cultivation of fairy bean soybeans is possible in the Tengger Desert and southeastern Badain Jiren Desert, though yields are relatively low. The contracted areas in the Badain Jiren Desert, in particular, will likely be used solely for pasture. Even if it were pasture, that would still amount to 45 million mu. This was clearly a tremendous achievement. Although General Manager Gao Ming secured this partnership despite considerable opposition, his role in coordinating with United Mining was also a significant accomplishment. Thus, his gaze towards Jiang Miao became particularly friendly. Jiang Miao ignored Zhao Shuisheng's inner thoughts and instructed, now that the Taman Chagan Desert renovation is complete and the engineering team has rested for over 10 days, you can hire the engineering team from the Southern Desert branch to focus on renovating the Hunchindake Desert first. Simultaneously, establish small-scale experimental planting areas in the Ulaanbaatar Desert, the Tengger Desert, and the Badain Jiren Desert. Okay, boss. Lin Yonghua noted the matter. We now have enough soybean seeds to plant 1 million mu, approximately 1,000 hectares of land. You can proceed with the renovation and soybean planting. However, as brothers, we must keep our accounts clear. These soybean seeds were purchased by your United Mining Company from Heliafeng Company. Hearing Jiang Miao's words, Zhao Shuisheng quickly expressed his opinion. I agree. Although United Mining and Heliafeng Company have equity ties, everything should still be conducted as a normal business partnership. Jiang Miao offered a reasonable price. Well, for those 4,900 tons of soybean seeds, 20,000 yuan per ton is fine. This is also the market price for high-yield soybeans. Okay. Zhao Shuisheng agreed that the fairy bean soybean seeds were worth the price. Jiang Miao continued, also, after planting the Cinza soybeans, the annual patent fee will be 10 yuan per acre. Mr. Zhao, do you have any objections? No. Zhao Shuisheng certainly had no objections. Using the cultivated area as the basis for charging patent fees is a relatively reasonable solution. After all, with the sudden emergence of Cinza soybeans, the area of cultivated Cinza soybeans in China will continue to expand. Plus, soybeans can be saved for seed, and the Cinza soybean series is a perennial. Relying solely on selling seeds would obviously not be profitable. Charging patent fees based on cultivated area maximizes profits. Therefore, a patent fee of 10 yuan per acre of soybeans is a relatively reasonable fee. It's not too high, and it also ensures profits for Hailifeng Company. Jiang Miao also has no plans to recontract the United Mining Desert, as the profit margin is too low. It's better to focus on the Horkan Desert, centered in Zelamu City. This desert has the best water and heat conditions among all major deserts in China. By focusing their efforts on the development of Zelamu City, they could transform it into a core area for Hailifeng Company in northeast China. The rest of the desert could be left to other companies and farmers. After all, Hailifeng Company still held shares in United Mining, and from subcontracting fees and patent fees, they could rake in billions of yuan annually, pure profit. Why bother with the effort of farming? Of course, Hailifeng Company's development plan for Zelamu City must prioritize the integration of agriculture, animal husbandry, and sideline products. This was the cornerstone of the company's growth and a necessary means of expanding its influence. Jiang Miao was already considering how to expand the business of the Amonan branch. After all, simply growing soybeans and forage grass, along with raising cattle, sheep, and bees, felt insufficient. Even adding dairy production wouldn't be comprehensive. He had been pondering this. The meeting continued, and he was chatting with Liu Weibin, Wu Song, and the others. Suddenly, Wu Song mentioned something that sparked an idea for Jiang Miao. However, considering the presence of Zhao Shuisheng, an outsider, he kept silent and continued discussing the two companies. Towards evening, they drove to downtown Zelamu for dinner. Chapter 171. June 29th. This was the day after Jiang Miao arrived at the Monan branch. Jiang Miao borrowed the laboratory set up by United Mining near Jiayuan County. This laboratory was previously a small breeding laboratory invested by a cattle and sheep breeding company. However, in 2023, that company ran into financial difficulties, and in April, United Mining acquired it to serve as a research base for biomining technology. The laboratory, located southeast of the county seat, covers 240 acres. While the equipment inside isn't particularly advanced, it's at least sufficient for some microbial research. Lin Yonghua had originally intended to let Jiang Miao use the room for free, but Jiang Miao declined, requesting a rental contract. After all, he didn't need the money. United Mining wasn't a wholly owned subsidiary of Hailifeng Company, so matters like this required greater attention. Inside the simple laboratory, Jiang Miao obtained various bacteria and fungi from the inventory. After all, this laboratory was for biomining research, so it must have relevant microbial strains. Last night, during a conversation between Jiang Miao and Wu Song, he gained an inspiration for a direction. Wu Song mentioned the livestock farms. As the scale of cattle and sheep farming expands, the manure excreted by cattle and sheep must be processed as quickly as possible. Generally speaking, there are 4 common ways to handle cattle and sheep manure on livestock farms. One is to directly dump it in the open air dry it, and use it as fuel. One is to sell it to other businesses or individuals in need. One is to ferment it into compost, then return the fermented soil to the fields as organic fertilizer or sell it as organic fertilizer. One method involves fermenting the biogas to produce biogas, then processing the biogas residue and liquid into organic fertilizer for both personal use and sale. Currently, the Amonan breeding base is using the third option, fermenting the biogas into organic fertilizer. As for why the more economical fourth option isn't adopted, the answer is climate. The climate in eastern Amonan is similar to that in northeast China. It's simply too cold. The ideal temperature for biogas fermentation is 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, and the eastern Amonan region experiences daytime temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius only 30 to 40 days per year. Even if a cellar-style fermentation site were used, which provides underground insulation, the surface temperature still needs to be above 20 degrees Celsius, and the eastern Amonan region experiences daytime temperatures above 20 degrees Celsius only 90 to 120 days per year. If artificial heating is used to maintain the fermentation temperature, Is there any point in producing biogas? After all, the purpose of fermenting biogas is to use it as an energy source. Using artificial heating to maintain the fermentation tank temperature in cold weather will significantly increase production costs, resulting in a very low cost-performance ratio and no economic benefit. In the early 2000s, small-scale household biogas fermentation systems were widely promoted in the Yangtze River Basin. However, these biogas fermentation cellars are now largely abandoned. The reason is that when temperatures drop, fermentation efficiency drops significantly and gas production plummets. Currently, only parts of Guangxi province still use biogas. This is because Guangxi's climate is relatively hot, with daily temperatures exceeding 20 degrees Celsius for approximately 200 to 250 days each year. This is particularly true in the southern coastal areas of Guangxi, where temperatures exceed 20 degrees Celsius for approximately 250 days. This environment allows biogas fermentation systems to operate efficiently and long-term. Therefore, Wusong had never considered building a biogas fermentation system near the farm in Jiayuan County. After all, such a project would be a thankless task. But Wusong's words reminded Jiang Miao. Cow and sheep manure is actually a very versatile resource. It can be used as a raw material for organic fertilizer, a substrate for growing edible fungi, directly as a fuel, or fermented to produce biogas. This is because cows and sheep cannot fully digest the roughage they consume, specifically the grass, leaving behind a significant portion of the cellulose and lignin in the grass. In dry cow and sheep manure, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin account for 70 to 80%. The remaining components are humus, water, and inorganic salts. This is also the fundamental reason why dried cow and sheep manure can be used as fuel, as it is rich in carbon sources. When fully burned, 1 ton of dry cow and sheep manure from grass-fed cattle and sheep has the same caloric value as 0.75 tons of thermal coal. For manure from cattle and sheep fed a higher percentage of grain, each ton is equivalent to 0.7 tons of thermal coal. This isn't exactly biocoal. As for why no thermal power plants use cow and sheep dung as fuel, there are many reasons. For example, the raw material acquisition channels are complex and difficult to collect, and the production areas are scattered, which is not conducive to stable production of thermal power plants. The calorific value of cow and sheep dung varies from place to place, making heat management during the power generation process more difficult. If the dung is not dried in advance, it will increase transportation difficulties and costs, and the odor is very unpleasant. Furthermore, the price of thermal coal used as fuel is only 500 to 800 yuan per ton. For this reason, no thermal power plants use cow and sheep dung as fuel. However, some herders in the southern desert, western regions, and snowy regions of China dry cattle and sheep dung and use it as fuel in their daily lives. Jiang Miao wasn't building a thermal power plant specifically for the hundreds of tons of fresh manure produced daily. He had come up with another technology that could utilize this manure: microbial fuel cells. Microbial fuel cell technology utilizes the transfer of electrons generated by extracellular electrogenic bacteria during metabolism to generate biomass. The advantage of this technology is its environmental friendliness. The disadvantage is its low efficiency. Each cubic meter of high-carbon source culture medium generates only 10 to 20 kilowatt-hours of electricity, while direct combustion can generate around 500 kilowatt-hours. The two are incomparable. Furthermore, the so-called power generation per cubic meter of high-carbon source culture medium was achieved under very good laboratory conditions. For example, in a paper published on June 23, 2024, a research team led by Chinese scientists Duan Xiangfeng and Huang Yu developed a new type of microbial flow fuel cell, MFFC. By utilizing an artificial electron mediator to efficiently transfer bacterial metabolic electrons within a flowing medium, the system achieved a maximum power density of 17.6 milliwatts per centimeter, equivalent to 176 watts per cubic meter. According to data collected by Jiang Miao, their experimental system could only operate for approximately 90 hours in a laboratory setting, after which its efficiency plummeted. Based on this data, when converted to cubic meters, the system could generate approximately 15.84 kilowatt-hours of electricity during peak periods of stable power generation. With subsequent low power generation, this would be around 20 kilowatt-hours at most. Microbial fuel cells operating outside of laboratory conditions only produce a maximum power of tens of watts per cubic meter. Of course, outside of laboratory conditions, because bacteria decompose organic matter more slowly, the power generation period can be extended to several months, so the total power generation is still around 10 to 20 kilowatt-hours. If 176 watts per cubic meter can be maintained for 1 month, the monthly power generation would be 126.72 kilowatt-hours, 252 kilowatt-hours for 2 months, and 378 kilowatt-hours for 3 months. So, is it possible to achieve long-term, stable power generation under high-power conditions? The answer is yes. Currently, the energy conversion efficiency of extracellular electrogenic bacteria under non-laboratory conditions is 10 to 30%, while under laboratory conditions it can reach 60 to 70%. And one important point is important. The organic matter in the culture medium does not equal the organic matter consumed by the extracellular electrogenic bacteria. Extracellular electrogenic bacteria can only decompose and digest a small portion of organic matter. For example, the diet of Pseudomonas aeruginosa, a type of extracellular electrogenic bacteria, consists solely of carbohydrates such as glucose, xylose, and starch, nitrogenous compounds such as amino acids and urea, and triglycerides, phospholipids, and aromatic compounds. This suggests that many extracellular electrogenic bacteria cannot directly digest the cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin found in cattle and sheep manure. If cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin could be broken down into glucose, monosaccharides, and aromatic compounds, they could be directly utilized by some extracellular electrogenic bacteria. In fact, a small number of extracellular electrogenic bacteria can also break down cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, but their efficiency is relatively low. Jiang Miao's current task is to develop extracellular electrogenic bacteria that can efficiently degrade cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. In fact, a related research team in the European Union has already used genetic engineering to modify E. coli, endowing it with metabolic power generation capabilities, while also enabling it to degrade some hemicellulose. This targeted research is not difficult for Jiang Miao. Screening and cultivating highly efficient, specialized extracellular electrogenic bacteria is Jiang Miao's forte. He doesn't even need to use genetic engineering. He can simply force mutations in extracellular electrogenic bacteria through various artificial environmental pressures. Bacteria reproduce and mutate very quickly, which is very conducive to the cultivation of specialized strains. Using electric current, pH, chemicals, freezing, high temperature, ultraviolet light, and various simulated cultivation environments, Jiang Miao will obtain a specialized extracellular electrogenic bacterium in just 3 days. The parent strain of this extracellular electrogenic bacterium is the Erwinia bilingi QL-Z3 strain of the genus Erwinia. Its original characteristics indicate a lignin degradation rate of 25.24% when using lignin as the sole carbon source. After multiple mutations and screening and cultivation, this bacterium has been shown to degrade not only lignin but also cellulose and hemicellulose, reaching a maximum degradation rate of approximately 97%. Of course, achieving this optimal degradation rate is certainly not easy. To be precise, this new bacterium, named Erwinia bilingi, requires very stringent conditions to achieve its optimal degradation rate. These conditions are as follows. First, the living environment must be at a temperature of 20 to 28 degrees Celsius. Second, it requires a symbiotic relationship with a specialized gram-negative bacterium. This gram-negative bacterium secretes a substance called a quorum-sensing signal molecule during its growth. When bacterial density reaches a certain threshold, these signal molecules trigger a series of gene expression, promoting both its own growth and that of the Erwinia bacteria. The metabolic products of both promote mutual growth. Third, a specific dose of soy genistein, an estrogen-like substance, is required to stimulate further Erwinia bacteria growth and degradation of lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose. Fourth, an ambient oxygen concentration of 32% is required. In fact, Jiang Miao did discover other mutant bacteria with even fewer degradation requirements during his experiments, but it was precisely these fewer requirements that deterred him from using them. The fewer the restrictions on growth, the greater the ability to spread widely in nature. Erwinia is a plant saprophytic bacterium. If its ability to degrade lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose were so potent, and if its growth were unrestricted, it could wipe out all the flowers and trees in the world in a matter of years. If any of these conditions are not met, the degradation efficiency of the Owen bacteria will plummet. Furthermore, the bacteria are vulnerable to bacillus spores, which are prevalent in the soil. In particular, the metabolites of Bacillus subtilis can directly prevent the Owen bacteria from reproducing, leading to widespread mortality. It is precisely these harsh living conditions that allow Jiang Miao to select this bacteria from among billions of mutant bacteria. Under optimal conditions, the Owen bacteria is expected to degrade 97% of the cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin in cattle and sheep manure with a moisture content of approximately 80% in just 143 hours. Its peak power generation capacity is 473 watts per cubic meter, generating 67 kilowatt-hours of electricity. However, these optimal degradation conditions are not necessarily optimal for power generation. At 23 degrees Celsius, with a specific dose of soy genistein, and in an atmosphere containing 26.4% oxygen, the power generation capacity of the Irvine electric bacteria drops to 320 watts per cubic meter. However, it maintains stable power generation for 360 hours, generating approximately 115 degrees Celsius. However, this condition results in incomplete degradation of lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose, with approximately 20 to 30% remaining. Jiang Miao stood before a simple cow dung solution battery. To ensure efficient electron transfer within the battery solution, he spent the next few days experimenting with various anode and cathode materials, seeking to find a cheap and effective alternative. After some experimentation, he found the most efficient material, a gold plate negative electrode and a stainless steel anode, achieving an electron transfer efficiency of approximately 98%. However, stainless steel, used as the anode for this microbial fuel cell, has a fatal flaw: it corrodes gradually over time. Over time, the electron transfer efficiency of the stainless steel anode decreases, and the stainless steel plate is expected to last only 500 to 600 hours before needing replacement. Therefore, Jiang Miao chose a non-consumable graphite plate as the anode material, which boasts an electron transfer efficiency of 92%. As for the gold plate, it doesn't consume. While using gold as the battery cathode is somewhat extravagant, it's not a consumable component. At most, over time, a trace amount of gold will migrate from the layer of the gold plate in contact with the battery fluid. However, the amount of gold migration is very small. Based on the data Jiang Miao observed from the identification panel, it would take hundreds of years for only 1/10 of the gold to migrate. Because the optimal reaction conditions for the Irvine bacteria are quite demanding, and because it requires an expensive gold cathode, it certainly can't be used as a mobile power source. However, as a stationary power generation device, it presents no significant issues. The 5 limitations are relatively easy to address in a fixed environment. Temperature can be controlled using equipment such as central air conditioning. Oxygen content in the air can be controlled using an oxygen sensor, coupled with an air separator to produce pure oxygen, which is then metered into the battery chamber. If contact with bacillus spores is prohibited, the raw materials must be sterilized at high temperatures. Specific gram-negative bacteria can be cultivated on a large scale. Soybean genistein can be extracted from soybean meal, and since the amount used is relatively small, it doesn't significantly increase costs, although it is a consumable. Gram-negative bacteria and soybean genistein are also key raw materials in the entire system, as they can affect the degradation efficiency of the Irvine bacteria and, consequently, the power generated. This makes the power output of this microbial fuel cell highly controllable. Jiang Miao estimated that the Monin Branches farms currently produce approximately 300 tons of fresh cattle and sheep manure, with a moisture content of 60 to 85% daily. This manure could be disinfected and then inoculated with Oenella dysenteriae, a special gram-negative bacterium, along with a certain amount of soy genistein, to create a 300 cubic meter microbial fuel cell. 300 cubic meters of microbial fuel cells could generate approximately 31,700 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Once the cycle is established, this could generate 31,700 kilowatt-hours of electricity daily, or 11.41 million kilowatt-hours annually. Of course, to achieve a complete cycle, a battery with a capacity of at least 4,500 cubic meters was necessary. Taking into account the outer shell and other supporting facilities, the power generation room's volume would have to reach at least 30,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a factory building covering 5,000 square meters and about 6 meters in height. Less than 8 mu of industrial land wasn't a problem. But the real challenge for Jiang Miao was the gold plate used as the battery's cathode. He made several adjustments, but even by minimizing the amount used, each cubic meter of battery still required 0.4 kilograms of gold. For 1,500 cubic meters would require 1,800 kilograms of gold. Of course, platinum could be used instead of gold. Platinum is cheaper, costing around 227 million yuan per ton. With a bit of grit, Heliofeng Company could still afford it. After much deliberation, Jiang Miao decided to abandon gold and platinum cathodes and switch to higher purity manganese monoxide plates, which would be even less efficient. This reduced the electron transfer efficiency to 86%. After completing these experiments, Jiang Miao had been in Monan for nearly a month. He destroyed all experimental records and the makeshift power generation device, retaining only 10 copies of the Owen electric bacteria strain. He stored 4 of these in the chairman's personal safe at the Teminchigan base. He instructed the company's logistics drivers to transport the remaining 6 copies back to Shanmei in 3 separate routes. As a precaution, he installed a simple device in the strain storage container. Without his identification panel, anyone who forced the container open would mix the hydrochloric acid and nitric acid inside, turning it into aqua regia, thereby destroying the Owen electric bacteria strains. The same setup was applied to the 4 strain storage containers at the Teminchigan base. Of course, even if the container could be safely opened, the strains inside would require special conditions for fermentation, otherwise, only a small bottle of useless strain powder would be obtained. Jiang Miao had memorized the entire technology of this microbial fuel cell system. However, he knew that this type of microbial technology, like the previous biomining technology, would most likely have to be left to Shuya. This technology actually has room for further development. For example, improving the materials of the anode and cathode to increase electron transfer efficiency. Or, further improving the bacteria's power generation capacity. Based on Jiang Miao's current progress, the Owen electrolytic bacteria generates approximately 300 kilowatt-hours of energy per cubic meter when decomposing organic matter. However, only 115 kilowatt-hours of this energy is converted into electricity, for an efficiency of approximately 38%. Chapter 172. July 27. Jiang Miao concluded his research work in the southern desert. After another month of growth, the radish soybeans had completely dyed the entire Teminchigan desert green. The few areas still retaining their earthy yellow hues were the Silver Sand Bay and Teminchigan scenic areas. He once again stood on the roof of the container building at the north gate of the Teminchigan base, his gaze fixed on a vibrant expanse of green. The radish soybean seedlings were much taller than typical short-growing soybean varieties, currently reaching 80 to 90 centimeters in height. However, this was already their limit, as they would then use most of their nutrients for flowering and pod formation. The pasture areas were also completely planted with radish tubers. Since the radish tubers themselves contain water and a significant amount of nutrients, the growth of these soybeans was virtually identical to that of sown radish soybeans. Due to the tight schedule, there was no time to prepare bees or hire beekeeping technicians. Therefore, the first batch of forage soybeans, which were in the early stages of pod formation, were harvested before the soybean pods in the pasture area matured. It was the 3rd day of harvesting forage soybeans, and an average of about 2,500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, were harvested daily. Shiban, how many kilograms of forage grass are used for forage soybeans? Lu Shiban quickly replied, based on the harvest results over the past 3 days, the average yield per mu in fresh grass form is around 2,300 kilograms, accounting for the over 100 kilograms of small pods. What about the crude protein content? Since the small pods are included, the crude protein content is around 27.6%. Jiang Miao turned to Wu Song and asked, Da Song, how are the cattle and sheep grazing on the soybean vines? Wu Song quickly replied, fresh soybean grass is very palatable, but it needs to be mixed with other hays, because its high protein content can put a strain on the kidneys of cattle and sheep. When do you plan to sow alfalfa, chinensis, and smooth brome? We already started preparing for sowing, probably in the next few days. We plan to use drones for seeding, Lu Jiban explained. Because the roots of the chinensis soybeans have already anchored the topsoil, increasing its water storage capacity several times over. Therefore, after aerial seeding of alfalfa, chinensis, and smooth brome grass, watering is unnecessary. Of course, watering is beneficial, but without water, one has to rely on the weather. If natural rainfall is not forthcoming, one will have to wait a little longer. After about 10 days, the chinensis soybeans will germinate again. After germinating, they create a large, cool area near their roots. At night, they collect dew from the air, but they don't absorb all the dew on the undersides of their leaves, so a small amount drips into the soil below. This gives other grasses an opportunity to grow under the protection of the soybeans, taking advantage of a little dew and sunlight. However, because they can't compete with the soybeans, these other grasses won't grow very well, and will inevitably be shorter than the soybeans, potentially 10 to 20 centimeters shorter at each harvest. Sowing other grasses in pasture areas is simply to enrich the forage variety, and prevent malnutrition or disease in livestock. There's no requirement that these grasses surpass the soybeans in yield. After all, Other grasses rely on the soybeans for their survival, and their ability to maintain growth is due to the soybeans only growing to 90 to 100 centimeters. If the vines could grow several meters tall, the area beneath them wouldn't receive much sunlight for other plants. The good thing is that vines can't grow too tall. Even if they're not harvested, they only reach their maximum height of about 1 meter, then flower and produce pods. Once the beans mature, they naturally wither, and the taproot dies and rots, but the tubers remain and quickly sprout again under suitable temperatures. This height leaves room for other forage grasses to grow. Do we rely on our own livestock to consume all that forage? Wusong nodded helplessly. Currently, we can only do so ourselves. Our base currently has 5,000 oxen, 8,000 hybrid sementals, and 30,000 small-tail Han sheep. Together, these animals only consume about 250 tons of fresh vines daily. Teminsigan Farm can harvest about 5,750 tons of fresh vines daily, which doesn't even consume a fraction of it. Wusong continued, we plan to process the remaining fresh soybean stalks in 3 ways. We use some of them for drying in the sun to make hay. We also use high-carbon raw materials like cornmeal, inoculate them with lactobacilli, and ferment them into silage. Finally, we sell fresh fodder to surrounding farmers at a low price. There's no other way. Even the 150,000 mu of pasture at Teminsigan Farm can only be harvested until the end of October, which is 3 months. Although soybean straw isn't recycled in pure soybean fields, it's directly crushed and returned to the fields. But if we harvest 5,750 tons daily, that's about 510,000 tons in 90 days. Considering the winter and the spring lean season, we need to prepare 5 months of roughage. Currently, the cattle and sheep at the base can only consume about 40,000 tons. The remaining 470,000 tons of fresh soybean vines must be processed as soon as possible. Of course, Wusong has already planned to accelerate the expansion of cattle and sheep breeding, estimating that under extreme expansion scenarios, the scale of breeding could be increased tenfold. However, Wusong and his team aren't going to go so crazy, because the scale of breeding can't be expanded casually. It's summer now, so the cattle and sheep can roost outdoors overnight. If it were winter, if they roost outdoors overnight, the frozen meat could be harvested the next day. Thus, it's necessary to prepare breeding farms, especially those that can survive the winter, as well as various supporting facilities, management personnel, and technical personnel. Based on the current progress Wusong has been able to determine, by early November, they should be able to build a breeding farm capable of supporting 30,000 cattle and 100,000 sheep, and recruit sufficient breeding technicians. The Monan branch's frantic expansion of breeding has caused fluctuations in cattle and sheep prices around Zeram City. To ensure sufficient funds for operations, the Monan branch is already planning to earn money from selling fodder and use the proceeds to purchase lambs and calves. Of the 30,000 small-tailed Han sheep currently being raised, 13,000 are fattening sheep, reaching the 120-day mark for slaughter in September and ready for sale. By the way, Dasong, have we received the designated slaughterhouse license we applied for? Wusong smiled and nodded. Yes, Zeram City approved our own designated slaughterhouse 2 weeks ago. The reason we obtained the designated slaughterhouse license so smoothly was because of the role played by United Mining Company, Limited. You have to remember that the state-owned assets management company of Jiayuan County, Zeram City, holds a 10% stake in United Mining. After seeing the now lush green of the Taman Chagan Desert, even if they were slow to react, they should have realized the value of United Mining Company, Ltd. Therefore, Helyafeng Company's application for designated slaughtering licenses completed the entire approval process in less than 2 months. Jiang Miao recalled a work briefing from headquarters last night, which mentioned that the growth in registered users for the franchise store app had been increasingly sluggish. After nearly 2 months of operation, the franchise store app currently had approximately 27 million registered users. He pondered for a moment, then asked, when will the first batch of small-tailed Han sheep be slaughtered? Slaughter date? Although Wusong wasn't sure what his boss was thinking, he answered truthfully, around September 5th, we can begin slaughtering. As soon as Jiang Miao heard the date, he ordered, so, before Mid-Autumn Festival? Great. Prepare 500 lamb legs every day for the Mid-Autumn Festival raffle, for 20 consecutive days. 500 every day? Directly give them to customers. Wusong was taken aback. Directly? Jiang Miao was unconcerned. A single lamb leg weighs only 5 or 6 kilograms, and the local wholesale price in Monan is just over 140 yuan. 10,000 lamb legs would cost just over 1.4 million yuan. To boost sales, The e-commerce division has been giving away gifts regularly these days, forcing other e-commerce platforms to offset the losses. However, other e-commerce platforms remain as abstract as ever, resorting to various clever tactics. For example, they raise prices first, then issue various coupons, or hold sweepstakes with surprisingly low prize-winning rates. Other examples include selling fake products under the guise of selling fake ones. It is precisely because of these competitors' mischief that downloads of the Haliafeng Specialty Store app have steadily increased. After nearly 2 months of rapid growth, the number of new users has slowed to tens of thousands per day. However, Jiang Miao has already planned to have Zhang Sini begin preparing for the Mid-Autumn Festival after returning home. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, all 50 physical franchise stores in the Pearl River Delta will be open. At that time, some of the mutton can be shipped to the stores and sold online. Last night, Jiang Miao had Wu Song select a few fat sheep to slaughter and prepare various dishes. There are grilled meats like whole roasted lamb, grilled lamb skewers, and grilled lamb chops. There are also dishes like braised lamb and curried lamb. There's also the clear-boiled lamb, a popular dish in the Lingnan region. Jiang Miao tried them all. The specially raised small-tail Han sheep, with their short growth cycle, not only have little mutton smell, but also have a milky aroma. The meat is tender and juicy, somewhat similar to the flavor of beech sheep. In fact, the tan sheep thrive in areas with abundant saline alkali grasslands. Eating grass and water containing a certain amount of salt and alkali helps suppress the production of mutton-producing substances in their bodies. This secret is well known to sheep farmers in northern China, and many farmers have imitated the tan sheep breeding methods, similarly achieving a less muttony flavor, a milky flavor, and tender meat. This breeding technique requires experienced hands to ensure the quality of the mutton. However, the best production area for tan sheep is the Yanxi region. It is not only a National Geographical Indication agricultural product, but also a state banquet quality ingredient. However, under Jiang Miao's guidance, and through specialized breeding methods tailored to the genetic characteristics of the small-tailed Han sheep, the flavor of these small-tailed Han sheep is now almost identical to that of the Yanxi tan sheep. However, Jiang Miao didn't have high hopes for mutton sales in the Lingnan region. This was primarily because Lingnan locals dislike chilled mutton, preferring freshly slaughtered local mutton and being more accepting of the local mutton's mutton flavor. Cultivating a customer base that favors low mutton will likely take some time. Thankfully, there are a significant number of northerners in the Pearl River Delta, and some of this chilled mutton could be sold to these customers. Although the Pearl River Delta isn't as well known as the fourth province in northeast China, it still has a significant northern Chinese population. After all, with over 10,000 sheep, there's only about 700 tons of bones, and with the 10,000 lamb legs to be raffled off, there won't be much left. After September, as specialty stores for fattened sheep open in the Yangtze River Delta, Beijing, Tianjin, and Tangshan regions, these high-quality small-tail Han sheep will be able to enter the major lamb-eating regions of Beijing, Tianjin, and Tangshan. People in the Beijing-Tianjin-Tangshan region prefer the less pungent small-tail Han sheep. Haliafeng's high-quality small-tail Han sheep will undoubtedly attract a large number of customers. After all, who doesn't like good quality at a good price? After Jiang Miao explained some matters to Lu Zhiban and Wu Song, he and LV Weibin headed south back to Lingnan. As for the United Mining, he had already given Lin Yonghua and Lu Mingyuan the necessary instructions yesterday afternoon. The train headed south. Just as Jiang Miao had left the southern desert, the soybean research team from the Jirim City Academy of Agricultural Sciences, along with soybean research teams from several northeastern provinces, and the Beidawang Group, had formed an expedition team of over 100 people and arrived at the Timinchigan base. The reason Jiang Miao wasn't informed in advance was that this expedition wasn't organized by the Jirim City Academy of Agricultural Sciences, but by the Beidawang Group and academician Li Peiwu of the Oil Crops Research Institute of the Ceres Academy of Agricultural Sciences. By the time they contacted the Zelamu Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Jiang Miao's high-speed train had already reached Jinling, and the two sides had passed each other by. However, academician Li Peiwu and his companions, led by Dr. Zhang Zhiyong of the Zelamu Academy of Agricultural Sciences, arrived at the Timinchigan base. Beside the sand-pressed road at the base's north gate. Even under the scorching sun, academician Li Peiwu and his companions did not stop. He squatted down and looked at the soybean vines before him, which were already laden with pods. He carefully counted the pods on one soybean plant, 26 in total. He then looked at the pods on several other plants, generally between 24 and 28. Based on the pod count, he instantly estimated the soybean yield per mu to be around 315 kilograms. Manager Liu, how do you manage these soybeans? Zhang Zhiyong, standing nearby, didn't wait for Liu Zhiban to respond before explaining, academicianly, I can answer this question. Our research team previously discussed this with General Manager Jiang, and I sent a team to follow up. Therefore, we have relevant records of these soybean plantings. After that, he pulled a printed document from his briefcase and handed it to academicianly. This is the planting status of these soybeans over the past 2 months. Academicianly quickly took the document and carefully reviewed it. After a moment, he looked at Zhang Zhiyong with shock. Zhiyong, are you sure there are no errors in the records? Zhang Zhiyong smiled wryly and shook his head. No, I guarantee it. After all, this isn't our team's project. Even if it's fake, it won't benefit me at all. Academician Li Peiwu immediately reacted after hearing this explanation. Without significant vested interests, Zhang Zhiyong's team had no motive to falsify data for Heliafeng. Of course, this didn't dispel academician Li's suspicions. The main concern was that the estimated yield per mu of soybeans in this particular field was far too high, yet the management was extremely rough. Since planting, they hadn't been watered, except for 1 application of pesticide and 1 application of foliar fertilizer. Even in Zelamu City, which had received nearly 180 millimeters of rainfall in the past 2 months, such rough management wasn't acceptable. Unconvinced, academician Li went deeper into the soybean fields and had several researchers sample each field to investigate the pod yield per plant. The results were still 24 to 26 pods per plant. The pod yields are all similar. Isn't this a genetically modified variety? How did they do it? Academician Li began to question his own life. Just then, a pickup truck drove past the sand-pressed road and suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man and Wu Song got out of the pickup truck. A middle-aged man called out to the Beidawang Group executives in the crowd, Manager Liang, are you from the Beidawang Group here to purchase fodder? Manager Liang turned and saw it was Wang Fa, the purchasing manager for Ji Tianxiang Dairy. He smiled and replied, Manager Wang, you misunderstood. I'm here to inspect Heliafeng Company's desert farm. As he spoke, Manager Liang suddenly came to his senses and asked, Manager Wang, are you here to purchase fodder? Huh? Wang Fa was a little embarrassed, but he answered truthfully yes. We plan to order 5,000 tons of hay and 5,000 tons of silage. After all, our own ranch isn't producing enough. Wang Fa came to Nan to purchase forage. The main reason was that alfalfa production in Gale country was facing significant problems this year. California's Imperial Valley, a core alfalfa producing region, suffered a severe drought, resulting in a nearly 15% reduction in yield. This year's production capacity is expected to be around 17.5 million tons. In Idaho, another major alfalfa producing region in Gale country, a train carrying hazardous chemicals exploded near an alfalfa producing area, spreading a large amount of toxic and hazardous substances across hundreds of thousands of acres of nearby alfalfa fields, causing severe pollution. As a precautionary measure, the import of alfalfa hay and silage produced in Gale country has been suspended. This has caused a surge in the international price of high-quality alfalfa hay, with the current landed price of high-quality purple alfalfa hay reaching 3,100 yuan. Tianxiang Dairy imports a significant amount of purple alfalfa hay annually, supplemented by corn and alfalfa silage purchased from Nan and northeast China, to maintain a stable winter supply. Importing forage already significantly increased their costs, and now the price of imported alfalfa hay has soared, further driving up production costs. Tianxiang Dairy has been forced to seek domestic forage supplies. In June, they discovered that Heliafeng's Gong'an branch was selling large quantities of high-quality alfalfa hay and silage. Having just placed a large order for alfalfa hay and silage from the Gong'an branch, Wang Fa received news that Heliafeng's Nan branch was also preparing to sell soybean vines for feed, with a massive production capacity. He hurriedly flew from Gong'an to Zelamu City. Manager Liang was a bit surprised. Mr. Wang, you're buying so much? It's better to be prepared. Imported forage is too expensive this year. Wang Fa wouldn't tell the other party that he'd purchased 10,000 tons of forage at 2,300 yuan per ton. He quickly made an excuse to leave. Manager Liang, excuse me, I need to go back to headquarters to arrange transportation for the forage. Huh? Heliafeng Company doesn't even provide transportation? Manager Liang was even more surprised. We need it urgently, Wang Fa said calmly. He chose to pick up the goods himself, because Heliafeng Company didn't have a sufficient transportation fleet in the north. If he outsourced it to other logistics companies, the price would be significantly higher. It would be better to send his own fleet. After all, Tianxiang Dairy's parent company is New Hope Group. As a major feed manufacturer, they have their own logistics and transportation fleet in China. Chapter 173. Watching Wang Fa hurriedly get into his car and leave, Manager Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Academicianly, Zhang Zhiyong and the others also advanced a few hundred meters. Unknowingly, by the time Manager Liang caught up, they had reached a pasture area formed by 3 large sand dunes. In the relatively flat area, the forage soybeans had been harvested, leaving only the bottom stalks, about 10 centimeters long. Academicianly squatted down again, observing the soybeans after their first harvest. The bottom stalks had sprouted again, and many of the newly emerged vines had 1 or 2 true leaves. Second sprout? A nearby researcher's eyes widened. Indeed, they have sprouted again. A researcher with a Mediterranean hairstyle also squatted down, carefully observing the surrounding second-crop soybean vines. Zhang Zhiyong smiled and said, I heard from General Jiang before that the Senza soybean series can survive the winter as perennials. Academicianly felt more shocked today than he had in decades. Can this variety survive the winter as perennials and be perennial? Yes, judging by the current situation, perennialization shouldn't be a big problem. After all, these forage soybeans sprouted again 4 or 5 days after harvest, proving that this variety does have perennial characteristics. Zhang Zhiyong took a sip of water to soothe his dry throat and continued, As for perennialization, we need to further verify this. If the roots of the Senza soybeans can sprout again in March or April next year, then it's basically confirmed. No, academician Peiwu shook his head. Even if perennialization isn't possible, this variety is still extremely valuable. Indeed, I also think this variety has great potential. A group of researchers were discussing the matter. Manager Liang, who had just caught up, approached Lu Zhiban and whispered, Manager Lu, are you also growing forage grass? Soybeans. This sandy land has quite hilly terrain, and flattening it would be too much work, so we're using it as pasture. Lu Zhiban explained with a smile. Manager Lu, how many tons of forage did you harvest in your first crop? 2.3 tons of fresh grass per acre. That much? What about the crude protein content? About 27%. Manager Liang, as the business manager of Beidawang Group, was naturally familiar with forage cultivation and the nutritional indicators of various forages. He was surprised. So high? Lu Zhiban didn't hide anything and explained directly. The variety used for forage is Xiando No. 3. When fully matured, its soybean protein content is generally around 52%, making it a high-protein variety at a relatively high yield per acre. 52% protein content? Manager Liang was shocked again. No wonder the overall protein content is so high after being used as forage. Just then, academician looked at Manager Liang and Lu Zhiban, who were whispering among themselves. He approached and asked sincerely, Manager Lu, could you answer some questions for me? No problem, Lu Zhiban nodded, then added, as long as it doesn't involve company secrets. If it involves your company's secrets, Manager Lu, please remind me. Academician considered for a moment before asking, your company should have relevant research reports on the Senza bean variety, right? I previously reviewed your variety application materials, and they didn't mention perenniality or overwintering with perennial roots. We applied for these 3 varieties last year. At that time, we only did preliminary plantings and didn't discover any other special properties. Later, after small-scale plantings, we discovered some unexpected properties. After further experimental plantings, we decided to conduct large-scale trials in the desert areas south of the desert. Lu Zhiban answered Jiang Miao's instructions fluently. Academician continued, I'm very curious about why your soybeans can be grown in the desert. Do you have a detailed research report? Would you be willing to share it with us so we can study it? No problem. Our boss has instructed us. If you'd like to know, we can provide you with a copy of the internal research materials. Lu Zhiban said, as he asked his assistant to produce a pre-printed copy of the Phase 2 research report on the new Senza bean variety. The moment he saw the report, academician couldn't help but feel excited. He quickly took it and carefully read through it. Several other researchers gathered nearby, poring over the report intently. After a while, academician handed the document to one of the researchers. Then, his gaze growing serious, he led Manager Liang and Lu Zhiban to the foot of a distant sand dune. He asked gravely, Manager Lu, can your company's soybean variety truly transform the soil? Lu Zhiban nodded, then squatted down and parted the sandy soil at the base of a soybean vine. Academician, take a look. academicianly dug up a few tubers, resembling yam eggs, from the vine's base. His expression grew increasingly serious and solemn. Incredible. Your variety is truly remarkable. Manager Liang, a senior executive at a large agricultural company like the Beidawang Group, also came to his senses. His expression was equally grave, and he looked at Lu Zhiban with uncertainty. Your United Mining, a joint venture between Haileyfeng Company and the Amonan State-Owned Assets Operation Company, are you seriously planning to plant fairy bean soybeans across those hundreds of millions of acres of desert? It depends. Lu Zhiban's answer was ambiguous. That's too much. The global soybean market will collapse instantly. Manager Liang seemed to have foreseen the collapse of the soybean farming industries in Gale country, South America, and Russia. Academicianly, his heart pounding with fear, quickly urged Manager Lu, persuade President Jiang not to undertake large-scale desert transformation. I'd be heading to Beijing right away. This is no small matter. Indeed. Manager Liang felt the matter was serious. Lu Zhiban smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Our engineering team can only transform about 70,000 mu of desert per month. Even on relatively flat sandy land, we can only transform about 100,000 mu per month, which is only a little over 1 million mu per year. It's not a significant issue for now. He was so calm because even if the sky fell, he still had Jiang Miao, a tall figure, to support it. Furthermore, adding over 1 million mu of desert soybean fields or soybean pastures per year wouldn't have as much of an impact on the global soybean market as one might imagine. United Mining had already fenced off the relatively easy-to-develop large desert areas in the southern desert region to prevent uncontrolled influx of other capital. As long as United Mining held the contract rights to these deserts, other companies would be unable to convert desert sand into farmland using Sinza soybeans on a large scale. Of course, Jiang Miao had already anticipated the authorities' next move. The cards were already set. The smart people above would react quickly. That evening, academicianly, Manager Liang and 5 others, after several hours on the high-speed train, finally arrived in Beijing around 8 p.m. In a conference room. Holding the Phase 2 research report on the Xiando series, passed down from Lu Zhiban, academicianly explained with a serious expression, in summary, the Xiando series soybean varieties developed by Haileyfeng Company possess 5 advantages, namely, first, the drought tolerance. This means this variety can be widely cultivated in the vast desert south and northwest of the desert. Without considering ecological impacts, China's available arable land or grassland will increase by 1 billion mu. Everyone present, even those with the most advanced Qi cultivating skills, couldn't help but gasp. Second, the salt-alkali tolerance. Xiando No. 1 is tolerant to moderate to severe salt and alkali conditions. This variety can transform 520 million mu of saline alkali land in China into usable farmland and pasture. Even if some of the desert sand and saline alkali land overlap, this means the total area can be increased by at least 1.2 to 1.3 billion mu. Third, a common characteristic of the Sindhu series is that, after their roots accumulate sufficient nutrients and water, they can cultivate a 10-centimeter thick layer of nutrient soil in sandy soils every 5 years or so. In soils like clay, red soil, black soil, and loess, they can also form a 5-8 centimeter thick layer of nutrient soil every 5 years. Fourth, the Sindhu series can be intercropped with certain crops. The water retention and water binding properties of Sindhu soybeans allow them to coexist with other crops, such as corn. However, corn can only be grown in areas with relatively abundant rainfall. Fifth, the high-protein Sindhu No. 3, when used as forage, has a protein value and other nutritional components comparable to imported high-quality alfalfa, which is beneficial to the development of the domestic livestock industry. One of the elderly men raised his glasses and asked cautiously, "Can these data be confirmed?" Academicianly quickly replied, "A lot of it has been confirmed. Haileyfeng Company has transformed 350,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of the Taminchigan Desert in the Horkan sandy land. 220,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of the desert has been converted into soybean fields through simple leveling. 150,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of the desert, due to the large undulating dunes, has simply been compacted, laid out with grass grids, and then directly sown with root tubers of the Sinza soybeans." After taking a breath, academicianly continued, "Manager Liang and I have conducted field sampling surveys of the 220,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of soybean fields. We estimate the yield per mu to be between 300 and 320 kilograms, making it a very high-yield soybean crop. Yes, these are samples." Manager Liang, his hands trembling with nervousness, was under immense pressure. He quickly took the snakeskin bag from a nearby security guard and unearthed a dozen soybean plants one by one. Everyone present received one. Academicianly explained in simple terms how to estimate soybean yield per moo. You can observe these soybean pods. Each soybean vine has 24 to 30 pods, typically 3 beans per pod, and a few have 2. This means each soybean vine produces 60 to 64 beans, meaning one seed produces 60 to 64 beans. Assuming 5 kilograms of seeds per moo of soybean field, this yields approximately 300 to 320 kilograms per moo. One of the sharp-eyed elders asked, academicianly, if I heard correctly, these fairy beans can survive the winter and are perennial. Therefore, even in the southern desert, they can be harvested twice a year? Academicianly nodded. That's the theory, but this feature has only been demonstrated in Heliafeng Company's smart greenhouse simulation test fields. Whether it can safely survive the winter in the natural environment of Monan will depend on how well it sprouts next spring. Even so, everyone was already very satisfied with the Sinza soybeans. An elderly man, with a slick back hair pondered for a moment, then opened his eyes, and said slowly, I heard that the Joint Mining Company, a joint venture between Heliafeng Company and Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company, has contracted over 100 million acres of desert. It seems Jiang Miao is very confident. Does large-scale planting need approval? Of course it will, but we can't blindly expand the scale. By the way, academicianly, can seeds from the Sinza series be saved? Academicianly nodded helplessly. Yes, because soybeans are self-pollinating crops, and unless they've been genetically edited, they can be saved. That's a bit more complicated. We have no way to protect the seedlings. Perhaps we should ask the Sinza series about this. The creator of the series? After all, he's the father of these soybeans, so he must know more than we do. That makes sense. Then let Jintang go there specifically. Let's get back to the point. Sinza soybeans must be promoted on a large scale domestically. That's undeniable, but how to promote them is a skill. You should also be aware of this, right? The financial market? This is a major issue that will affect not only the soybean futures market, but also other agricultural commodity futures, like feed and oilseeds. Financial speculation is fine, but you have to be careful. After all, if someone suffers a significant loss, they might just unplug their network cable, one of the old men warned with a sneer. Well, this news can't be kept secret for long. Arrangements must be made as quickly as possible. After all, ABCD has subsidiaries and joint ventures in China. Once Heliafeng's soybean feed is sold, they'd likely react in a few weeks. A few weeks should be enough. We stop after a few billion to avoid getting bogged down. How will the promotion of Sinza soybeans be arranged? Hasn't United Mining contracted over 100 million mu of desert land? Divide it into 4 parts and subcontract it twice. The subcontracting price should be 3 times the contract price. United Mining will develop the Hunchindake Desert itself. The Ulaanbaatar Desert will be handed over to the local authorities in the southern part of the desert. The Tanger Desert will be developed by Bedawan Group, and the Badain Jaran Desert will be developed by KOFCO. Production capacity must be well controlled. A production plan should be established each year. We must implement a production plan and manage strategic reserves. If imported feed and oil pipelines are disrupted, we must increase domestic soybean production capacity to 100 million tons within a year, requiring the early transformation of approximately 200 million mu of desert land. The deserts of the Biting region in the western regions can also serve as an alternative, as rainfall there is acceptable. What about the remaining small desert lands south of the desert? How about this? The Korkan Desert, where Heliafeng Company is located, will be entirely handed over to Heliafeng Company for development, with a contract price of 150 yuan per mu. Smaller sandy and saline alkali lands elsewhere will be open to the market. The small sandy and saline alkali lands elsewhere actually cover a considerable area, but they are too scattered. It would be better to leave it to local governments for free development. The sandy and saline alkali lands elsewhere can be open to the market, but the amount released must be controlled. That makes sense. After all, there are currently nearly 200 million mu, approximately 1 million acres, of large desert land under planning. Even if only a quarter is developed, that's still 50 million mu, approximately 1 million acres. Therefore, the area open to the market must not exceed 50 million mu, approximately 1 million acres. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, soybean production will quickly oversupply. I agree. Soybean production capacity can be controlled at 50 to 60 million tons per year. The remaining gap can be filled through imports. However, We must seize this opportunity to severely damage ABCD's grain industry in South America. Haha, this is a good opportunity to settle accounts with ABCD. It was clear that everyone present had no favorable impression of ABCD. In the early 2000s, Ceres was devastated by ABCD's soybean industry, and subsequently lost a significant portion of its influence in feed and oilseeds. This has always been a source of concern for the country. Now, not only must we avenge that defeat, but we must also severely weaken ABCD and disrupt their global industrial presence. Suddenly, one of them remembered something. We need to strengthen the protection of Jiang Miao and Heliafeng Company, especially Jiang Miao's personal safety. ABCD won't let this go. Let Jintang arrange it. Okay. We need to find something for ABCD to do, so they don't have too much time. How about this? Hold some summits in Shanghai and Guangzhou soon on topics related to grain, feed, and food. Attract all the executives from ABCD's domestic subsidiaries and joint ventures. Have some experts make some eye-catching speeches to lull them into a trance. That's a good approach. After over 4 hours of discussion, everyone finally formulated a series of strategies. Academician Lee and others were only present for the initial explanation, and quickly left the meeting room. That evening, dedicated phone calls were made one after another. Relevant personnel from all corners of the country received notices, though none of them understood the underlying meaning. Many things seem unrelated. Without a holistic perspective, one is like a blind man groping in the dark. By the time one finally sees the elephant, it's already too late. For example, the upcoming Ceres Food Security Summit in Shanghai and the Ceres Feed Industry Conference in Guangzhou. The organizers were unaware of the complexities behind these events. Those who might have known about the connection, such as Academician Lee and Manager Liang, have received notices refraining from discussing the events of the previous night with anyone. Monan State-Owned Assets Operation Company, a major shareholder of United Mining, along with Kako, Beidawang Group, and Heliafeng Company, all received notices to hold a meeting in Jiayuan County, where United Mining is headquartered. This group was also the minority who knew some of the details. After all, if these companies were to unite and develop the desert land in sections, they would inevitably have to disclose some of the details. The window period for the entire plan was only about a month. Once ABCD reacted, the global agricultural commodity futures market would inevitably be shaken violently. On the eve of this turbulent period, Jiang Miao also returned to Shanmei's headquarters. However, before he even entered the house, He Yue, who had returned from Beijing 2 weeks ago, was already waiting in the living room. "Teacher, my father is coming over tomorrow at noon." "Oh!" Jiang Miao had been in the car the whole time and didn't know what was going on. "Is it something urgent?" He Yue said uncertainly. "It's something about Sinza soybeans." He didn't say anything specific, but it should be good news. "Also, my father asked me to remind you, teacher, to strengthen security in the future." Jiang Miao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something, and then he smiled and said, "I understand." Chapter 174. Evening. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Outside, the faint chirping of insects echoed softly, and the waves beyond the windbreak rose and fell, carried by the wind into the night. After dinner with his family, Jiang Miao and Shuya chatted in the second-floor study, recounting the events of the past month. Shuya, in turn, occasionally discussed matters at the company headquarters and some family gossip. When she heard that Jiang Miao had developed a new technology, Shuya had long since grown accustomed to it. However, when Jiang Miao planned to give her the title, she was still a little worried. "Miao, I'm worried if it gets out, it'd be even more troublesome." "Don't worry. Just write down the technology and development process in detail and practice it a few times. There won't be any major problems. After all, I can only trust you." Jiang Miao hugged Shuya's round belly and whispered softly in her ear. "You? I really can't do anything with you." Shuya had no choice but to take on the task. After all, whether it's biomining technology or microbial fuel cell technology, both involve microorganisms, namely bacteria and fungi. Shuya's major is in microbiology, so it's not a huge leap. But Jiang Miao is different. His outward expertise lies in crop breeding, aquaculture, specialty feed, and medicine. Thus, he could only attribute the microbiology achievements to Shuya. Fortunately, Shuya also has a photographic memory, and after his reinforcement, her scientific research capabilities are not bad. As long as the couple keeps their mouths shut, outsiders won't notice anything unusual. After chatting for a while, Shuya suddenly mentioned something. "Miao, do you remember the salmon farming project that a Norwegian company invested in here?" "Oh! What happened?" It seems the project fell through. I heard from Mr. Jiang that the company canceled the cooperation agreement. Jiang Miao wasn't surprised. As expected, if a project like this isn't implemented from the start, it usually ends in nothing. Furthermore, Europe and the United States have been changing their stances so frequently in recent years, forcing their companies to follow suit. But the land for that project has already been expropriated, and a lot of infrastructure has been built. All that initial investment is probably wasted. Shuya lamented the project's initial investment. Oh! Jiang Miao raised a brow, then picked up the phone and dialed Jiang Haiba's number. Beep beep beep. Hello, boss. What can I do for you? Haiba, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead, boss. What's the current status of the project that the Norwegian salmon farming company is planning to invest in? Do you have any detailed information? I don't have it on hand. If you need it urgently, I can call you. It'd take about half an hour. Okay, check it out and send the information to me on WeChat. Okay. Hang up. Shuya, who was sipping a specially prepared nutritious soup, put down her bowl and asked curiously why. You want to take over this project? We see. If it's suitable, we buy it and use it as a fish farm. The two chatted for less than 20 minutes when Jiang Miao received a document from Jiang Haiba on WeChat. He opened the document and carefully read through it. After reading it for more than 10 minutes, he had a basic understanding of the entire project. To be precise, this project was not a sole investment by the Norwegian Salmon Farming Company, but a joint venture with a company in Dongguan City. The Norwegian Salmon Farming Company has already announced its withdrawal from the project. While the Dongguan-based company already operates aquaculture, they also feel powerless in the face of this 5,000-acre industrial park. For the entire salmon farming industrial park, only land acquisition has been completed, along with some road and power lines, while the remaining supporting infrastructure remains unfinished. Investing now would be a matter of life and death. After all, the current domestic aquaculture industry offers very low profits. Even though Jiang Miao's development of inexpensive Egyptian catfish meal has reduced feed costs by nearly a third, this cost reduction has been universal, resulting in a corresponding decline in market prices for farmed aquatic products, and profits are currently around 2 to 5% higher than before. Thankfully, the decline in market prices for farmed aquatic products has boosted consumption, allowing the aquaculture industry to continue to grow. However, this also means that in the coming years, many aquaculture farmers will expand their operations, and new entrants will enter the industry. This has deterred the aquaculture company in Dongguan from expanding its operations easily, as they lack core technology, and can only cultivate common aquatic products. Without core technology, there's no way to quickly recoup their investment. This is the prisoner's dilemma many domestic companies face right now. Lacking unique core technology, they face a frenzied domestic market, relying on exploitation of employees and pressure from upstream suppliers to supply raw materials at low prices. This, coupled with price wars, allows them to maintain meager profits, or even operate at a loss, while gritting their teeth and persevering. The photovoltaic industry, for example, is a prime example. So what if the photovoltaic industry is the world's number one? The entire industry is in a frenzy of internal competition, with profits pitifully low. Except for those with a lot of catching up to do, like Jiang Miao, other companies simply cannot escape the brutal market competition and internal competition. Jiang Miao was attracted to this project because the land had already been expropriated and had sufficient infrastructure. Hailefeng didn't need to acquire land and build infrastructure. They could simply build a factory and aquaculture facilities. However, he didn't acquire this land to farm salmon. Several salmon farms already planned and under construction by the company were progressing rapidly, so there was no need to add another 5,000-acre large-scale salmon farm. The aquatic products he wanted to farm were ones Hailefeng had never previously explored, and ones that currently presented technical challenges. For example, mantis shrimp, also known as the common mantis shrimp, currently face technical challenges in artificial cultivation. And there's the splendid lobster, whose fishing, farming, and cultivation are now banned in China. Another example is the Arctic sweet shrimp, which currently only lives in the Arctic Ocean. These aquatic products are either difficult to cultivate artificially, are protected species, or simply aren't cultivated at all. Jiang Miao's focus on these aquatic products stems from their commonality: market scarcity. Market scarcity means high profits. Jiang Miao also plans to raise a batch of white-leg shrimp, hairy crabs, and crayfish in a professional farm, using specialized feeding methods to minimize the amount of heavy metal residues in their bodies. After hearing his warning, his parents haven't eaten shrimp or crab for several months. Jiang Miao was powerless to address the various issues within the aquaculture industry, especially for small-scale farmers, who found it difficult to change their farming practices. So, he could only raise his own fish, feed his family, and sell to some clients. Before he knew it, it was late at night again. Jiang Miao and Shu washed up and retired to their bedrooms. The next day, at noon, amidst a drizzling rain, He Jintang and his secretary quietly arrived at Heliafeng Company's temporary headquarters. Jiang Miao greeted him at the door. "Mr. He, please come in." "Professor Jiang, you're so polite. Let's talk inside." He Jintang patted Jiang Miao on the back. The two of them entered a small living room. The others left the room, very consciously, leaving the space for the two of them. He Jintang took a sip of Phoenix Dansong and, without beating around the bush, stated his purpose directly. "Professor Jiang, the Sinza soybeans you cultivated are very important." He told Jiang Miao everything he could about the meeting the night before. As Jiang Miao listened, a thought surfaced in his mind, as expected. Jiang Miao was actually somewhat prepared for Heliafeng to acquire the development rights to the Horkin Desert. After all, when he arranged the contract area for United Mining, he had made a special plan, but he had omitted the Horkin Desert, where Heliafeng was located. As a smart person, he knew it at a glance. The meaning of the music is clear from the music. Since Jiang Miao had asked United Mining to avoid the Horkin Desert, it naturally meant that Heliafeng had set its sights on it, so he did a favor. He Jintang smiled and said, "Currently, there are large areas of the Horkin Desert that have not been developed. I looked up the information when I came here, and it's approximately 15,000 square kilometers. Including the associated degraded grasslands and saline alkali land, it's about 20,000 square kilometers. These areas can be connected together. The contract price is 150 yuan per mu per year, with a 5-year development exemption period. As long as Heliafeng completes development within 5 years, you will be granted a 70-year contract." "Thank you. I arrange for development as soon as possible." Jiang Miao also nodded with a smile. "You're welcome. This is nothing compared to your contribution." He Jintang smiled and shook his head. In his opinion, 20,000 square kilometers was indeed nothing. Compared to the benefits Jiang Miao brought, it was a drop in the bucket. What's more, the land was only leased to Heliafeng Company, not permanently. They could collect a large annual contract fee. Furthermore, Heliafeng Company could drive local economic development and employ a large number of employees. These were all good things. Jiang Miao didn't get carried away. "Mr. He, regarding the arrangements for United Mining, I will quickly coordinate with Beidawing Group and Kofco. Just notify them. I'm here for 2 more matters. I'd love to hear more. The first is your personal safety and the confidentiality of your company's laboratory. After discussion, we approve the establishment of a security department at Heliafeng. A dedicated team will also be assigned to your security team. They can use lethal force to protect you and your family if necessary. I hope you don't mind. They do their best to minimize disruption to your life." "No problem. In fact, I want to express my gratitude. After all, our security team has a lot of equipment that can't be used, so we're bound to encounter difficult situations." The two chatted about security. He Jintang continued, "Professor Jiang, one last matter is about protecting the seedlings of the Sinza soybean. We like to know if there are any ways to restrict or technically prevent the normal reproduction of Sinza soybeans." Upon hearing this, Jiang Miao's eyes flickered. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied, "It's true that genetically modified soybeans can be made to prevent germination, but this wouldn't be very effective. Since we can genetically modify them, other forces with more advanced agricultural technology could also exploit this. Is there no way?" He Jintang looked somewhat helpless, but he had anticipated this. But Jiang Miao changed the subject. "But there are other ways to limit the outflow." He Jintang perked up instantly and quickly asked, "Oh? Professor Jiang, I wonder what they are." "My wife studies fungi. After I developed the Sinza soybean, she helped conduct resistance experiments against viruses, bacteria, and fungi," Jiang Miao explained. "During one resistance test, she stumbled upon a mutant root rot fungus that can infect the roots of Sinza beans. Under the right conditions, it can cause root rot in about a week." "Fungus?" He Jintang grew nervous. "Is this root rot common? Will it affect the promotion of Sinza soybeans?" Jiang Miao shook his head and then explained, "Common root rot fungi can indeed cause Sinza soybeans to die, but they can be inhibited and prevented by spraying them with specialized fungicides beforehand. The same control measures are used for regular soybeans." "Huh?" He Jintang breathed a sigh of relief. That mutant rhizopus isn't currently found in the wild. As long as our lab doesn't leak it, there's no need to worry. He Jintang asked cautiously, I mean, if it were accidentally leaked, would this fungus pose a threat to humans, livestock, and crops? Don't worry about that. Root rot fungi generally don't infect humans or animals, they only target plant roots. The type we discovered in our lab is similar to common root rot fungi in infecting other plants, and can be killed and prevented with medication. After hearing Jiang Miao's explanation, He Jintang asked, if it's just targeting soybeans, can pesticides be used for prevention? Jiang Miao explained, it depends on the situation. Because this root rot fungus is very stubborn and specifically targets soybeans, even using pesticides won't help if the roots of soybeans are infected. Prevention is the only way to prevent it before it happens. How can we prevent it? He Jintang asked with concern. Adding special medicinal ingredients to the seed coating, which dissolve into the soil surrounding the seeds, can prevent soybean roots from infection for 1 to 2 years. Alternatively, you can drip irrigate the roots with pesticides once a year. Also, this type of root rot is sensitive to cold temperatures. For infected soybean fields, you can plow the soil in winter to kill the fungus. However, this method is only useful when the temperature drops below -8 degrees Celsius. He Jintang stroked his chin. If other agricultural companies get your soybean seed coating, can they copy it? Jiang Miao's lip curled. That's impossible. The ingredients in seed coatings aren't fixed, they must be specifically formulated and adjusted based on the soil type. Soil type? A different formula for each type of soil? He Jintang hadn't expected such a complex process. It's not a one-size-fits-all formula for each type of soil, but rather a one-size-fits-all formula for each region. For example, the black soil of northeast China is divided into several types, and the composition of northeast China's black soil differs significantly from that of Kiev, Pampas, and Mississippi black soil. He Jintang was increasingly surprised. So, if we steal a soybean seed coating formula specifically for northeast China's black soil, and use it on black soil elsewhere, will it be ineffective? It will have some inhibitory effect, but the duration of the prevention will likely be very short. It might be ineffective after 2 or 3 waterings. Excellent. Your technology is excellent, He Jintang said, as if he had witnessed someone in dire straits. He then reminded with a smile, Professor Jiang, you must keep this fungus safe in your lab. Don't let anything go wrong, or it be a disaster. It's best to use a specific seed coating technique on the soybean seeds you sell domestically just in case. If bacteria or fungi mutate in the wild and develop similar targeted properties, that would be disastrous. I understand. All soybean seeds sold will be coated with a mixed drug. Jiang Miao nodded in understanding. He Jintang took a sip from his teacup. That's good. My colleagues and I are very excited about the future of Heliofeng Company. Professor Jiang, please take care of yourself. I definitely live up to your expectations. Recalling something else, He Jintang smiled and encouraged. Professor Jiang, if all goes well, you'd definitely be selected for academicianship next year. Would you like to choose the Academy of Sciences or the Academy of Engineering? I'm fine with either. For Jiang Miao, the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering didn't really make much of a difference. Then, let's have the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering discuss it. He Jintang thought of his daughter and curiously asked, Professor Jiang, I have a personal question. Go ahead. Jiang Miao, feeling a little thirsty, took a sip of hot tea. What's the purpose of that pharmaceutical company you acquired? If they're developing specific drugs targeting gene targets, I think it'd be difficult to develop, He Jintang said, expressing his inner judgment. Jiang Miao put down his teacup. I know that gene-targeted drugs require specialized personnel, and are definitely not suitable for mass production. We plan to research some drugs with better universal applicability, but we're still working on them. I see. He Jintang then pleaded, I heard from Yue that she's researching a specific drug for lupus. Professor Jiang, please persuade her not to waste her time on this, as it's a difficult project to implement. I remind her when the time is right. That's good. He Jintang checked his watch. It's getting late, and I have to get back to Beijing. I won't bother Professor Jiang anymore. Next time I'm in Beijing, let's have dinner together. Haha, it's a deal. Jiang Miao walked He Jintang to the parking lot, and watched their motorcade disappear around the corner of the highway in the drizzling rain. Chapter 175. After watching He Jintang leave, Jiang Miao returned to his office. He opened his personal laptop and, while browsing documents, quietly pondered something. On the screen, various documents regarding the Horkan Desert flipped through one by one, and his important record book had already unknowingly filled over a dozen pages. The sandy land, saline alkali land, and semi-desert grassland allocated to Hailifeng Company totaled 20,000 square kilometers, or approximately 30 million mu. The core area is in Zelamu City, with a smaller area in Zeowuda City. The average annual heat here is average, with a frost-free period of approximately 140 to 160 days. The average annual precipitation is 300 to 450 millimeters, with 70 to 80% of the precipitation falling between July and September. Thus, aside from the lack of heat, the Horcan Desert offers relatively good conditions, which is why Jiangmiao chose this area. Of course, if the Horcan Desert is completely green, it will inevitably affect the local microclimate. One notable change is that the climate will become wetter, the temperature difference between day and night will decrease, and the frost-free period will increase by approximately 5 to 10 days per year. Jiangmiao was considering how to plan the development of this area of land. Soybean cultivation is only a short-term plan. Furthermore, even if 30 million mu of land is developed over 5 years, that's 6 million mu per year. Given the scale of the desert land reclamation team at the Monan branch, the maximum capacity is 100,000 mu per month, and the maximum planned annual reclamation capacity is 1.2 million mu, leaving a shortfall of 4.8 million mu. Considering that some of the area is degraded grassland, without large mobile sand dunes, and relatively flat, this area doesn't require much reclamation. After reviewing the relevant data, Jiangmiao estimated that approximately 19 million mu of flat land could be directly utilized or minimally renovated. Nearly 8 million mu of land could be easily renovated. The remaining 3 million mu consisted of either shifting sand dunes, semi-degraded grasslands with large undulating slopes, or gravelly flatlands with a high concentration of rocks. Thus, the engineering team did not need to be significantly expanded. The truly challenging areas were the Ulaanbaatar Desert, the Tengger Desert, and the Badain Jaran Desert, areas with large expanses of shifting sand dunes. However, those areas were of little concern to the Hailifeng Company. Now, Jiangmiao had to begin considering how to utilize this land. First, in the first year, only Cinza soybeans could be planted. This was a necessary arrangement. However, whether to continue planting Cinza soybeans after the first year was a question worth considering. After all, the domestic soybean production target for a short period of time was to increase by 50 to 60 million tons. If distributed among various companies and some individual farmers, each individual could cultivate over 10 million mu of land. Therefore, the remaining 10 million mu, approximately 10 million hectares, of land must be used to develop other agricultural products. Jiangmiao wasn't particularly interested in grain crops like corn, wheat, and sorghum, as the country would soon adjust its regional cropping patterns. Farmland previously planted with soybeans will undoubtedly be freed up to plant other grains and cash crops, especially in the northeast and northwest regions, where large areas are unable to grow winter wheat, and will likely no longer grow soybeans. The North China Plain will likely introduce Cinza beans for a very simple reason. Winter wheat can be grown on the North China Plain, allowing for a subsequent crop of soybeans or corn. Since food crops weren't working, Jiangmiao considered a number of cash crops. First, sugar beets could be ruled out, as the vacant soybean fields in northeast China would likely be planted with sugar beets, making this a definite red ocean. Cotton was out of the question, as northwest China would undoubtedly expand cotton production, creating another red ocean. This left only peanuts. Peanuts could be interplanted with pea-based soybeans, or after 2 years of soybean cultivation, the soybean roots and tubers could be destroyed with root rot fungi, rapidly converting them into organic nutrients for the soil, which could then be used to plant peanuts. In his notebook, using symbols only he could understand, he wrote, 5 million mu of peanuts to be planted in advance. Next, he had his eye on rubber grass. Rubber grass is actually a species of dandelion plant from the Asteraceae family, native to the Tianshan River Valley in the western regions. The Russians were the first to research rubber grass cultivation and rubber extraction technology, while domestic research has been sporadic, with sporadic experimental plantings currently occurring in the western regions. The current improved rubber grass variety can be harvested in about 3 years, yielding approximately 250 kilograms of rubber root tubers per mu, which can be used to extract 50 kilograms of rubber. Obviously, this yield is too low, and the growing cycle is a bit long. But that's not a problem. Jiangmiao can improve the variety, shortening its growing cycle to about 2 years, and then intercrop it with the safflower soybean. Since safflower soybeans are generally 90 to 100 centimeters tall, while the main leaves of rubber grass are generally less than 10 centimeters, when they bloom, the flower stalks can reach 24 centimeters. This feature allows the two to avoid interfering with each other, especially for safflower soybeans, which need to be harvested about 4 times a year. By setting the harvester's cutting height about 10 centimeters above the ground during harvesting, the rubber grass can be avoided. Therefore, Jiang Miao planned to sow a mixture of forage soybeans and rubber grass on 5 million mu of land. The current plan called for 10 million mu of pure soybean fields, 5 million mu of peanuts, 5 million mu of a soybean rubber grass mix, and 5 million mu of mixed pastureland. With the remaining 5 million mu, Jiang Miao pondered what to plant. He discovered that once the variable of Cinza soybeans was introduced into the domestic agricultural system, there would be virtually no significant scarcity of staples, like grain, oilseeds, feed, and sugar. This situation also made it difficult for Hailefeng Company to find an agricultural product suitable for large-scale cultivation in the Horcan Desert. As for agricultural products like fruits and vegetables, they clearly couldn't sustain a 5 million mu scale. Forcing them to grow would not only collapse the market, but also be a thankless task, potentially leading to a complete loss. He now needed to find suitable crops, carefully considering all aspects. As Jiang Miao was thinking, he suddenly noticed the box of cherry Shuya had just brought over. He opened the box, picked up a Qilu province cherry, rinsed it with boiled water, and took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor filled his mouth. He then researched various cherries. After reading the relevant information, Jiang Miao concluded that cherries could be grown in the Horcan sands. However, he would need to choose cold-resistant varieties with Lucia and maple leaf ancestry, and supplemental irrigation would be necessary. Cherries are water-loving and require an annual rainfall of 500 to 600 millimeters. He had already come up with solutions to some of the problems associated with cherry cultivation in the Horcan sands. Directly improving the variety is the most direct, but also the least effective, approach. Therefore, he chose to employ transgenic grafting technology, using the cherry's close relative, the European plum, also known as the sweet plum, as the transgenic rootstock. Despite its European name, the European plum actually originates from the river valleys west of the Tian Shan Mountains in the western regions. Using the European plum as a transgenic rootstock also offers another advantage. Since the fruit ripens around September each year, it avoids the market launch period for cherries in China and South America. Jiang Miao was confident that by adjusting the nutrient supply and the production timing of special pheromones on the transgenic rootstock, cherries grafted onto the transgenic European plum would ripen between August and November in the northern hemisphere. After adding cherries to his development list, Jiang Miao consulted domestic and international planting scales, and set a target of 2 million mu for cherry planting. As for the remaining 3 million mu, he decided to follow the cherry model and develop transgenic Rus chinensis and pistachios, planting 2 million mu of pistachios. Both Rus chinensis and pistachios are small trees in the Anacardiaceae family. Rus chinensis is well adapted to the northeast's climate and exhibits excellent salt and alkali tolerance. Through genetic modification, it is an ideal candidate for pistachios. The final 1 million mu will be used for breeding, experiments, breeding, processing plants, and other supporting facilities. When considering supporting facilities, Jiang Miao also needs to carefully consider the layout of deep processing of agricultural products throughout the Horcan agricultural base. The tens of millions of mu of soybeans and 5 million mu of peanuts produce a significant amount of soybean and peanut oil annually. Peanut oil is fine, serving as a cheap cooking oil. However, soybean oil is of poor quality. Jiang Miao doesn't plan to sell it for cooking, but instead plans to use it to produce biodiesel. The biodiesel industry is undoubtedly a promising emerging sector in China. Jiang Miao sees this more far-reachingly than anyone else. Because Hailefeng Cinza soybean variety and new tea oil varieties will transform the domestic feed and edible oil landscape, soybean oil faces a difficult situation. On the one hand, domestic soybean production capacity is surging, leading to a surge in soybean oil production capacity. On the other hand, tea seed oil will take a significant portion of the edible oil market away from soybean oil. While production capacity is soaring, market demand is declining. The consequences are predictable. Since soybean oil has lost ground in the edible oil market, it can only turn to industrial use. However, demand for many industrial applications is limited. Currently, soybean oil's industrial applications are primarily focused on biodiesel, paints, coatings, lubricants, greases, soaps, detergents, and inks. Of these uses, only biodiesel has the potential to consume 20 to 30 million tons of soybean oil in the future. Developing the biodiesel industry would also allow Hailefeng's logistics system and various agricultural machinery to utilize domestically produced biodiesel, thereby reducing operating costs. Of course, the edible oil industry is also possible, such as exporting soybean oil, as many developing countries need affordable edible oil. China could even use imported genetically modified soybean oil to produce biodiesel, while using soybean oil pressed from domestically produced soybeans to produce edible oil for export. The soybean meal from genetically modified soybeans can also be used to produce exportable feed, or even exported directly to Southeast Asian and South Asian countries. After conceiving of the supporting industries related to soybeans, Jiang Miao began to consider supporting industries for several other crops. Cherries and pistachios are relatively straightforward. Pistachios generally require only simple processing before they can be wholesaled or retailed, requiring a pistachio processing plant. Cherries require cold storage and a packaging plant. Peanuts require a peanut oil processing plant, and the peanut cake after oil extraction can be used as feed, fertilizer, peanut butter, or to extract peanut protein. Rubber grass requires a rubber processing plant. The remaining cake residue and leaves can be used to extract inulin, and the remaining cellulose and hemicellulose can be used as consumables for microbial fuel cells. Furthermore, cherries, pistachios, peanuts, soybeans, rubber grass, alfalfa, and other crops are all nectar-producing plants, providing a vast source of nectar for the beekeeping industry. Such a massive industrial layout is expected to be completed within the next 5 years. Jiang Miao made a phone call to his office, summoning LV Weibin, who had just returned, and Jiang Haibo and others. Half an hour later, Jiang Haibo was the first to knock and enter. 10 minutes later, LV Weibin also arrived. Jiang Miao had already partially discussed the matter with Jiang Haibo. "Old Lu, sit down." Jiang Miao poured him a cup of tea. "I asked you to come here primarily to strengthen the management of the Amonan branch." "Strengthen management? Is there something wrong there?" LV Weibin was startled, assuming something had happened at the Amonan branch the moment he left. Jiang Haibo began to explain, "Weibin, you misunderstood. That's not what the boss meant, and there aren't any major problems with the Monan branch." "Huh?" LV Weibin breathed a sigh of relief, then curiously asked, "Boss, why is that?" "The higher-ups granted us 30 million mu of sandy land, right in the Horkan Desert." "So much?" LV Weibin's hand, having just picked up the teacup, began to tremble subconsciously. He quickly placed the cup back on the table, swallowing and asking, "Boss, why did the higher-ups grant us so much land?" Jiang Miao casually suggested, "Of course, it's the hidden benefits of Sinza soybeans." "Sinza soybeans? Have the higher-ups noticed this?" And so quickly, LV Weibin felt a little more at ease. Jiang Haibo had already heard part of Jiang Miao's story, and he addressed some of LV Weibin's concerns. An academician who studies soybeans visited the Taman Chagan farm and reported the matter to Beijing. "However, this matter is confidential, so it's best not to mention it to our family." "Confidential?" LV Weibin, while relatively mediocre, wasn't completely clueless. Having spent several years at a major internet company, he enjoyed browsing international current events, and his imagination soon ran wild. Jiang Miao had no intention of sharing the details. "I won't go into the specifics. Let's discuss the Monan branch first." LV Weibin quickly pulled out the small notebook and ballpoint pen he carried with him. Developing 30 million mu of land requires enormous manpower and resources. The Monan branch's management team alone is clearly insufficient. Jiang Haibo nodded. "That's right. How many more people do we need?" LV Weibin looked at Jiang Miao. "At least 100 times more staff." 100 times? LV Weibin's brow furrowed. "That's a bit difficult." "No rush. Our plan is to complete all development projects within 5 years, which means we gradually have the staffing in place within 5 years as well." LV Weibin felt relieved when he heard the 5-year deadline. Jiang Miao laid out his development plan in full. "We're going to develop 10 million mu of soybean fields, 5 million mu of soybean and rubber grass mixed forage fields, 5 million mu of peanut fields, 5 million mu of mixed forage fields, 2 million mu of cherry orchards, and 2 million mu of pistachio orchards. The remaining 1 million mu will be used for other supporting projects." LV Weibin took notes while raising a question. "Boss, I understand forage grass, peanuts, and soybeans, but can rubber grass, pistachios, and cherries be grown in the Horkan Desert in this climate?" Jiang Miao then explained why he had chosen these agricultural products and the relevant technical solutions. After listening, LV Weibin suddenly understood, and he had no doubts about Jiang Miao's technical R&D capabilities. Jiang Miao then went on to explain the supporting facilities that the Monan branch would need to prepare. LV Weibin took note of each of these details, occasionally asking questions about any areas he had questions. After explaining all this, Jiang Miao brought up the original question. As the Monan branch expands, it's not just a matter of lacking mid-level managers and grassroots employees, we also need to send a senior executive from headquarters to be stationed there. LV Weibin immediately realized he was the right executive. Of course, considering management issues, not only will you be there, but Haiba and I will also be there regularly. We each take turns stationed at the Monan branch for 3 months. Hearing the stationing period would only be 3 months, LV Weibin didn't think it was a big deal. Jiang Haiba suggested, "Boss, the company's talent reserve program needs to be further expanded. I suggest that within the next year or two, we improve and implement a rotation system for senior executives." Jiang Miao nodded. "Okay, have the HR department expand its recruitment efforts. While I have no urgent matters these past few months, I have time to conduct interviews and recruit more talent, especially mid and senior level management, to facilitate future expansion." However, Jiang Miao added, "Of course, if our internal staff identifies suitable management talent, we should also actively promote them." "I understand." Jiang Haiba noted this, then remembered something. "Boss, the Shanghai Food Security Summit Forum will be held on August 10th. The organizer sent us an invitation yesterday and hope our company can attend." He Jintang told him a part of the story. Jiang Miao, knowing the inside story, naturally knew the sleight of hand of this so-called food security summit. He instructed, "Haiba, you can go there on behalf of the company. Just one request. Listen and observe, but don't express any opinions, especially not a single word about Sinzi soybeans." After hearing Jiang Miao's arrangement, Jiang Haiba seemed to be lost in thought, but he didn't show it. "Okay, I do as the boss says. There's also a feed industry conference being held in Guangzhou. Our company has also been invited, but the date is a bit tight, August 15th. You lead the team there as well. You only need to discuss our plans for Egyptian catfish meal. Don't discuss anything else related to alfalfa or soybeans. The purpose of scheduling these 2 events so closely is self-evident. It's to give ABCD and related domestic private enterprises no time to think, forcing their executives to travel back and forth between Shanghai and Guangzhou in a short period of time." After He Jintang left today, he also took the time to check the international soybean and corn futures market. He discovered that short positions in the futures markets of major agricultural products, such as soybeans, had been slowly increasing since yesterday, and he knew that the short sellers were accumulating shares. Chapter 176. While Jiang Miao was mobilizing his forces and preparing to recruit at headquarters, good news arrived from Yingxiong Dairy. After nearly 6 weeks of dietary adjustments, the daily milk production of 8,500 of the 10,000 cows at the Luling Dairy base, including A, O, and Z lines, has increased from an average of 34 to 36 kilograms per day to 44 to 46 kilograms, an average increase of 28.5%. And thanks to improvements in feed and nutritional supplements, costs have only increased by 7%. Even more surprising to everyone at the Luling base was the excellent quality of the raw milk produced by these cows. The protein content is approximately 3.65%, comparable to the high-end sub-brand pure milk from the 3 major domestic dairy companies. The fat content is approximately 4.26%, a key indicator of milk's taste. A high fat content means a richer flavor. The carbohydrate content, primarily lactose, is approximately 5.13%, and the calcium content is approximately 128 milligrams per 100 milliliters. Lin Datong, the head of the Luling breeding base, was currently in the dairy processing plant across the river from the breeding base with Li Xinhua and others. In the sample preparation laboratory, Ma Qianyang, the Luling Dairy's director, held out several 1-liter bottles of pure milk and poured a glass for the group. This is pure milk, made directly from raw cow's milk, sterilized at high temperatures, and then bottled directly. Lin Datong took a sip and savored it carefully. It tastes good, with a rich, mellow flavor. There's no noticeable milky smell, but rather a strong milky aroma with a hint of sweetness. Indeed, it's much better than those pure milks that tasted like plain water. After taking a sip, Li Xinhua agreed that the milk from the Luling base was excellent. Ma Qianyang then opened another 1-liter bottle of pasteurized milk and poured a glass for each of them. This is fresh milk, pasteurized. Lin Datong and Li Xinhua took another sip. Pasteurized milk has a relatively light and natural taste, with a richer milky flavor, though it has a slight fishy odor. Having worked in the dairy industry for a long time, Lin Datong is very familiar with the tastes of various types of milk, including fresh milk, pure milk, low-fat milk, and yogurt. Li Xinhua doesn't like the lightness of fresh milk. He prefers the richness of pure milk. I still prefer pure milk. Putting down his glass, Lin Datong shook his head. Pasteurized milk has a slightly higher nutritional value, but at this stage, we can only produce high-temperature pure milk. That's right. Ma Qianyang was well aware of the current situation facing Hero Dairy. Domestic dairy product consumption growth is quite weak, and pasteurized milk has a relatively short shelf life. After Hero Dairy suspended liquid milk sales, it will take time to regain consumer favor. Relying solely on the Heliafing Store app won't cut it. Although the Heliafing Store app currently has 27 million users, few of them are willing to place orders. Take Taobao, one of the three major e-commerce platforms, as an example. They currently have 870 million registered users, yet their daily order volume is only in the tens of millions. Only during events like Singles Day, can they exceed hundreds of millions of orders per day. This is only possible because the three major e-commerce platforms have a very rich product range and a huge first-mover advantage, allowing them to barely achieve tens of millions of orders per day. The Heliafing Specialty Store app's product categories are primarily agricultural products, further reducing the overall order volume. According to statistics from the e-commerce division, currently, the Heliafing Specialty Store app has approximately 2 million daily active users, with an average of 30,000 to 50,000 orders per day in July. This excludes regular users, such as eel farmers, high-end restaurants, and small distributors. These users account for only about 1/20th of daily orders, yet they contribute the largest share of sales. Li Xinhua reviewed the e-commerce division's internal monthly report. Currently, the company's retail products, such as strawberries, ginseng fruit, and tomatoes, are practically sold out as soon as they hit the shelves. However, honey and fish products have performed moderately well. This is primarily due to the large production volume. Fortunately, their affordability and quality have increased consumer willingness to purchase. I agree that we can only sell high-temperature pure milk for now, but we can't just sit there and wait for failure. I already submitted a request to head office, asking the physical business department to quickly expand the number of physical stores throughout Jiangxi province and eastern Guangdong. Manager Li, what did headquarters say? Ma Qianyang asked quickly. He was very concerned about this question because the scale of the physical stores was crucial to Hero Dairy's future production plans. Li Xinhua smiled and said, headquarters has approved it. Manager Jiang of the physical business department is currently developing physical stores in the Beijing-Tianjin-Tangshan area. She sent a deputy manager over and asked us and the Gannan branch to assist. Ma Qianyang continued, Manager Li, how many stores does the physical business department have now? Li Xinhua reflected for a moment. 50 in the Pearl River Delta, 65 in the Yangtze River Delta, and with the 4 at headquarters, that's about 119. So many already? Lin Datong was surprised. He hadn't previously realized the company's physical store expansion would be so rapid. Don't be too optimistic, Li Xinhua said, pouring cold water on the two. Currently, only the 4 stores at headquarters are open. The stores in the Pearl River Delta will probably open in early September. The stores in the Yangtze River Delta are just being renovated and are expected to open in October. The Beijing, Tianjin, Tangshan, and our area are starting to purchase properties now, so the earliest they be open is November this year. Ma Qianyang mentally estimated and then continued, Manager Li, how many stores do we need to open here? Li Xinhua roughly calculated the situation in Jiangxi province and gave a rough estimate. With 11 prefecture-level cities, 61 counties, and the provincial capital, we need at least 87 stores. In other words, including eastern Guangdong, our company will have nearly 300 physical stores by the end of the year. Ma Qianyang quickly calculated the approximate size of the physical store network. Li Xinhua nodded. More or less. Ma Qianyang, after reviewing the sales figures of the franchise stores of the 3 major domestic dairy companies, stroked his chin. Based on the industry's dairy franchise store sales, initial physical store sales were approximately 200 to 300 boxes per day, and the vast majority were 250 milliliters bottles. That translates to about 150 kilograms of liquid milk per day. We sell about 1,350 tons of liquid milk per month. Even with promotions and the online store, the maximum monthly sales are 2,000 tons. Well, your assessment is consistent with the Market Research Department's report. Li Xinhua nodded. Therefore, after discussing with headquarters, I decided not to add new liquid milk production lines for the time being. We just use the existing lines from Hero Dairy. The old line is indeed sufficient for now. After all, it has a production capacity of 30,000 tons of liquid milk. No, it should be 60,000 tons, Ma Qianyang said, realizing it as he spoke. After all, When Yingxiong Dairy was in a state of near collapse, the production line's utilization rate was very low. If it were running 24/7, it could probably reach an annual production capacity of 60,000 tons of liquid milk. Yes. This was also the reason why Li Xinhua had no plans to expand the production line for the time being. Even if they did expand the production line, it would be to the liquid milk production line at the headquarters dairy farm in Gongping town to facilitate supply to eastern Guangdong and the Pearl River Delta. Since they weren't adding liquid milk production lines, Ma Qianyang probably knew they no longer needed to produce liquid milk. Then, Manager Li, will the raw milk production at the Gongnan and Luling breeding bases continue to meet their previous targets? Yes, the raw materials for liquid milk processing at the Yuzhong base are supplied locally. The feeding plan there has been adjusted for 2 weeks. Their monthly production capacity is approximately 11,000 tons of raw milk, which fully meets our liquid milk production needs. We don't need supplies from the Luling and Gongnan bases for the time being. Ma Qianyang pondered for a moment. Manager Li, I don't think simply producing milk powder is a long-term solution. What do you have? What's your suggestion? Produce cheese. Domestic demand for cheese has increased significantly in recent years. Li Xinhua pulled out his phone and found a dairy market research report from the Market Research Department. After taking a look, he found something promising. It's certainly something to consider. Last year, China consumed 350,000 tons of cheese products, 120,000 tons of which were imported. Furthermore, the price of domestic cheese is generally over 55 yuan per kilogram, and imported products are even more expensive. The average person in Europe and the United States consumes over 10 kilograms of cheese annually, while our domestic average is less than 0.25 kilograms. Even if dietary habits are different, it shouldn't be this low. Lin Datong, standing nearby, pointedly commented, ultimately, it's due to high product prices and the public's limited financial resources. Otherwise, domestic per capita cheese consumption could easily be absorbed even if it increased tenfold. That makes sense. Li Xinhua also believes this is the core issue behind the sluggish domestic market. Our raw milk cost is currently around 3 yuan per kilogram, and the yield of raw milk cheese is between 10 and 12%, so the raw milk cost per kilogram of cheese is roughly 27 yuan. Furthermore, whey protein powder can be extracted during the cheese production process, further increasing the overall value of the product. Of course, this refers to the cost of pure cheese. For example, the cheese sticks, which are currently popular in China, have a cheese content of up to 55%, while lower-end options can have a cheese content of only around 16%. These cheese sticks often sell for over 100 yuan per kilogram, nearly double the price of pure cheese, yet the production costs are only 20 to 50% of that of pure cheese. This represents exorbitant profits, clearly exploiting consumers' ignorance and exploiting them. After discussing the matter with Ma Qianyang and others, Li Xinhua decided to develop cheese products. It should be noted that the Gongnan and Luling bases currently each produce approximately 366 tons of raw milk per day. As raw milk production capacity grows, so does the backlog of milk powder. Large bags of milk powder are typically only needed by manufacturers, or exported directly to foreign companies for reconstituted milk, cheese, and other products. There is already an overcapacity in domestic milk powder production. Since taking over Yingxiong Dairy, Li Xinhua has been diligent and dedicated, but he still worries about the milk powder inventory. Fortunately, he wasn't one to ignore advice. Knowing his limited abilities, he frequently met with other management to discuss how to develop Hero Dairy. Li Xinhua had already adopted Ma Qianyang's suggestion and was preparing to submit a report to the parent company, requesting it allocate funds to the Gongnan and Luling bases to build cheese processing plants. Just as Li Xinhua and Ma Qianyang were discussing how to plan the cheese industry, Jiang Miao called. "Hello, boss. Old Li, you need to find time to visit the Monan branch soon." Li Xinhua instantly realized, go to the Monan branch. Are you planning to build a dairy farm and dairy processing plant in Monan? Yes. Boss. What's the planned scale of the dairy farm in Monan? At least 100,000 milking cows per year, and completion within 5 years. 5 years? No problem. Li Xinhua didn't feel the pressure anymore after hearing the 5-year development timeline. Because he had already gained experience at Hero Dairy, expanding the dairy herd by nearly 30,000 cows in just 6 months, to maintain an annual production of 100,000 cows, the Monan breeding base would need to raise its total dairy herd to 200,000. This would be spread over 5 years, amounting to over 40,000 cows per year. In addition, Hero Dairy already has 65,000 dairy cows, capable of breeding nearly 32,000 calves annually. This means that a large portion of the MON base's dairy cow supply will be provided by Hero Dairy's own breeding efforts. Then, please complete your assignments and return to the MON branch in a week. I have Lu Jiban and Wu Song work with you. Okay. Li Xinhua thought of the cheese industry they just discussed and quickly seized the opportunity to say, "Boss, Director Ma from Luling Dairy just suggested to me that we develop cheese products. I think this industry has great potential. Okay, write me a report." "Yes. Go on. Boss, bye." Jiang Miao hung up the phone. LV Weibin, still in the office, also thought of something. "Boss, speaking of new industries, after I got back yesterday, I noticed that with the launch of the franchise store app, sales of ginseng fruit, strawberries, and tomatoes have been booming. I think we should consider expanding production." Old Lu is right. I noticed this too. Currently, our company's strawberry greenhouses only produce 60,000 kilograms of strawberries per month. Compared to the national total of 3.6 million tons per year, this is still too little. Jiang Haiba had recently reviewed the relevant reports from the Market Research Department. What did the Market Research Department say? Jiang Miao didn't immediately make a decision. Jiang Haiba was prepared. The Market Research Department suggested we use Dandong strawberries as a reference. Dandong strawberries currently account for 8.8% of the national strawberry production, or approximately 320,000 tons annually. So, we should aim to reach that scale. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment. Even if such a large strawberry crop were to be produced, even with the high-yielding jasmine strawberries, 64,000 mu would be required. Dividing the three varieties, that would require approximately 80,000 mu. However, given the increasing efforts to transform northern deserts, the country's current red lines for arable land will undoubtedly be adjusted, further releasing more arable land quotas to allow this portion of arable land to be converted into vegetable and fruit fields for cash crops. Furthermore, Haliafeng has an advantage many other companies lack: a large amount of newly acquired arable land quotas. It is entirely possible to adjust quotas. The so-called quota adjustment involves occupying arable land within the arable land redline in areas of need to plant cash crops, and then using the arable land quota held by the Monan branch to offset the offset. Although the offsetting arable land quotas require the planting of grain crops such as corn, this is not a problem. The perennial soybeans will germinate in early March and can be harvested as forage in mid-April, followed by corn planting in late April or early May. Under this planting model, soybeans, being shorter than corn, will have their growth and pod maturity inhibited. After the corn is harvested in late September or early October, soybeans can continue to grow for a month before being harvested in early November, still achieving a relatively good yield. Thus, the exchange of arable land quotas is feasible. After all, the domestic requirement is to maintain the arable land redline. There are no strict restrictions on the location of this arable land. With Haliafeng's influence, it would be easy to get Zelamu City to agree to the arable land quota adjustment. As long as Zelamu City agrees to adjust the cultivated land quota, the areas whose land has been used to develop cash crops will naturally not object, unless they're completely out of their minds. Okay, Old Lu, prepare a report. First, plan 3 large-scale planting bases in eastern Guangdong, southern Jiangsu, and northern Hebei, each covering 100,000 mu. Then apply to Zelamu City for an adjustment in cultivated land quotas. Adjust cultivated land quotas? LV Weibin came to his senses, realizing this was the best solution. As for opening up seedlings to other growers, Jiang Miao had already given up on selling strawberry, ginseng fruit, and tomato seedlings, as these varieties were difficult to control and grow. In the first half of this year alone, Haliafeng's Market Research Department uncovered 17 small seed breeding companies or individual farms illegally breeding black pearl tomatoes, cheese strawberries, vanilla strawberries, and jasmine strawberries, and selling seedlings on a small scale. Haliafeng's legal department didn't let these individuals off the hook. Instead, they secretly gathered evidence and then directly prosecuted the producers of these illegally breeding seedlings. These cases are always successful. Because Haliafeng has registered genetic patents for each of its varieties, genetic testing provides irrefutable evidence. This high-pressure crackdown has curbed the rampant spread of pirated seedlings. For a small number of smallholders who secretly use seeds from strawberries and tomatoes, Haliafeng has turned a blind eye, as long as they don't overreach and don't engage in large-scale breeding, cultivation, and sale. In reality, seed breeding only lasts for a few years. Over time, after multiple generations, characteristics quickly deteriorate. For example, the domestic sunshine rose has experienced significant degradation. Furthermore, the cultivation of these strawberry, ginseng fruit, and tomato varieties requires specialized techniques, all of which are currently controlled by Heliofing. Without these techniques, not only will yields per acre decline, but flavor will fluctuate, and diseases will be more likely to develop. As a result, smallholders who secretly cultivate just 1 or 2 acres quickly find themselves unable to manage their operations. Jiang Miao has directed the Ministry of Justice to crack down on small businesses and farms engaging in illegal large-scale breeding because the harm they cause is so severe. They not only infringe on Heliofing's intellectual property rights, but also severely disrupt the market and harm some farmers who purchase seedlings for planting. This is another reason why he doesn't intend to sell seedlings. If Heliofing were to sell seedlings themselves, the market would be flooded with counterfeit seedlings, making it difficult to crack down on them. This is different from durian, pistachios, and cherries, because these 3 agricultural products require genetically modified rootstocks to address climate incompatibility, and Heliofing is the only company that can produce these genetically modified rootstocks. Small businesses and seedling farms simply don't have the technology to copy them. Chapter 177. August 6th. The soybean harvesting team of Heliofing Company began harvesting in Mailong Town, west of Magong Town. This time, however, Heliofing Company did not subsidize soybean planting in the town, as this was primarily a temporary replanting strategy to cope with the drought. Although drought struck during the early stages of planting, fortunately, eastern Guangdong received abundant rainfall in June and July, resulting in a very good yield per mu from the over 10,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, of soybean fields. A small soybean harvester rapidly plowed through the soybean vines in the field, knocking the pods from the vines. The harvester's built-in thresher then separated the beans from the pods. The pods and vines were crushed into a fine powder and sprayed onto the harvested soybean fields. Several farmers from the Shishou Village Agricultural Cooperative stood by the roadside not far away, chatting and laughing. "Old Huang, how many kilograms of soybeans do you think we can harvest from this field?" A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat asked from his motorcycle. "Probably around 500 or 600, Old Huang, puffing away, beamed. Another middle-aged man in slippers lit a cigarette and said, "But the purchase price is a lot lower." "Haha, just be content." "That's right, Boss Jiang can't possibly buy your beans at a loss. Right now, beans from other fields are only a little over 2 yuan. Another well-informed young man explained. "A few cents more is good." The young man said pretentiously, "Don't complain about the 2 yuan now. Whether it will ever be 2 yuan again is still a mystery. Xiao Fan, what news do you have?" Old Huang handed him a cigarette. Zhang Fan took the cigarette, put it to his ear, and pointed north. "Boss Jiang has contracted hundreds of thousands of acres of desert in the southern desert to grow soybeans. If this goes through, do you think soybeans will still be worth 2 yuan per pound? I think 1 yuan per pound is about right." "Seriously? So are we still going to grow soybeans?" Old Huang was a little confused. "Yes." Zhang Fan gave an unexpected answer. The middle-aged farmer, who had just complained about the low purchase price, looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. "Xiao Fan, you don't have a fever?" "Fever, you idiot. I'm perfectly fine." Zhang Fan continued, "Didn't you all see the cooperative's announcement of planting costs?" Old Huang explained his recent situation. "Huh? I've been helping to harvest mullet at the fish pond in the next village lately, so I haven't been paying attention to this. What's going on?" Zhang Fan then gave the details of the cooperative. "Our soybean fields cost a little over 69,000 yuan for 300 mu, approximately 166 acres, or about 230 yuan per mu. The Heliofing Company's purchase price is 2.1 kilograms, approximately 100 grams, so we're making about 1,000 yuan per mu. And haven't you noticed that we don't have to worry too much about soybeans?" At this, the others also realized. Indeed, to maintain the rice fields, the cooperative pumped water and sprayed pesticides, resulting in a significant reduction in yield this year. Zhang Fan continued his analysis. Even if the purchase price is only 1 yuan in the future, there's still a gross profit of 400 to 500 yuan per mu. Furthermore, soybeans can be harvested every 3 months or so. I visited some unplowed experimental fields in Hongqiao town, and the soybeans have sprouted again and are now forming pods. Really? Of course it's true. How many years will that last? I heard from the agricultural technicians at Heliofing Company that planting once can yield harvests for 5 or 6 years. Doesn't that mean we can harvest 3 times a year? Everyone was discussing this. Just then, the harvesting team had finished harvesting the first soybean field. The transport tractor shook the bucket back and forth, using the volume scale to calculate the volume and estimate the approximate weight. 2 farmers from the cooperative and 2 employees from the harvesting team checked the bucket's capacity scale and took out another liter of soybeans to weigh. After a while, the 2 farmers from the cooperative returned with a notebook and a commercial bill. Old Zhang, "What Zhao, how's it going?" Old Zhang, holding the notebook, smiled and replied, "We harvested 30,900 kilograms from 100 mu, approximately 16 acres, and have already received the commercial bill." "How much is it? Can't you do math?" 129,780 yuan, a middle-aged farmer quipped, calculating on his mobile phone calculator. "That's a pretty good harvest. 300 mu, approximately 390,000 yuan, can be earned. After deducting the capital and adding part of the cooperative's expenses, it's almost 300,000 yuan. Xiao Fan just calculated that we can earn 1,000 yuan per mu. Unfortunately, there's not much arable land in the south. Each household only has about 1 to 3 mu, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 yuan." Just then Zhang Dashan, the president of the cooperative, arrived on a motorcycle. Seeing a group of people gathering at the edge of the field, he thought something had happened and hurried over. After learning more about the situation, he realized these guys were once again plotting to make trouble. He quickly asked everyone for their opinions. Should we plow the soybeans and plant other crops, or leave the roots and continue growing? Zhang Fan suggested, "Uncle Dashan, I think leaving the roots is better." "Xiao Fan, tell me why." Zhang Fan explained, "I've been to the soybean fields in Hangzhou town. The Helyafeng company is experimenting with mixed crops there." "Oh, tell me about it." Zhang Dashan immediately became interested. After harvesting a crop of soybeans, they plow the surface a dozen centimeters, then plant corn and sorghum. When I visited relatives there, I listened carefully to what the farmers and agricultural technicians said. Zhang Dashan pondered for a moment, then patted the back seat of his motorcycle. "Xiao Fan, let's go to Hangzhou again." "I'm still worried, you tell me. Does anyone else want to go with us?" "I go too." Old Huang dropped his cigarette butt and stamped on it. "Old Huang, I take your ride and go see for myself." Another farmer, quick-witted and quick-handed, quickly climbed onto the back of Old Huang's motorcycle and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Don't dawdle, get there early and be back soon." "Let's go!" The 2 motorcycles twisted and turned along the rural road for over half an hour before arriving at a large soybean field in the northern part of Hangzhou town. Zhang Fan found his uncle. Then, led by Zhang Fan's uncle, they arrived at a large experimental field. This was a mixed soybean and corn field. The corn was growing very well, reaching a height of about 2 meters, while the soybean vines entwined at the base of the corn were shorter, only about 80 centimeters, and hadn't yet bloomed. "Has this corn been planted for 2 months?" "Yes, it's been planted since early June, and it's been almost 2 months now. We'd be ready to harvest in another month," said Uncle Zhang Fan, passing cigarettes to the others. Old Huang took the cigarettes and asked, "Harvest in 3 months? This is corn for feed. Is the Helyafeng company also buying it?" Zhang Dashan was very concerned about how to sell it. "Yes, it's the Helyafeng company that's coming to collect it." Old Huang, who had never grown feed corn before, lit a cigarette and took a puff. "Huh? How's the price calculated?" "Including the stalks, it's 240 yuan per ton." "So cheap?" "That's the price. And don't just grow it yourself. Feed corn needs someone to harvest it. If you want to grow it, it's best to go to the Helyafeng company's dairy farm in Gongping town. They buy it in bulk." Zhang Dashan was more concerned about costs and returns. "Brother, how much does it cost to grow this acre? And what can we expect to harvest?" "For 1 acre, the seeds cost about 80 yuan, the tillage cost 150 yuan, and I did the sowing myself. For 2 months, I spent 210 yuan on fertilizer. I estimate I need another 50 yuan for fertilizer and 40 yuan for pesticides. It's bought by the Helyafeng company, and there's no harvesting fee. So that's about 530 yuan per acre?" Zhang Dashan muttered to himself. "As for the profit, I heard from the agricultural technicians at Helyafeng company that this variety of corn, used as silage, yields about 4 or 5 tons per acre." Zhang Dashan quickly calculated a rough estimate, 960 to 1,200 yuan? That's about half the gross profit? "By the way, uncle, now that the corn is harvested, what do we do with the soybeans? Do we have to wait until they're ripe?" Zhang Fan asked curiously. "There are 2 options. One is to wait another month and harvest the beans, and the other is to sell them together to the Helyafeng company for feed." "What's the price?" "The farm gate price is 600 yuan per ton, and we can harvest about 3 tons. Zhang Dashan was very surprised. This? Why is it so much higher than corn? Because the soybeans and bean vines are more valuable. If it weren't for the fact that about 1/3 of the soybeans are mixed with corn stalks, the soybean vines and beans alone would be worth around 800 yuan per ton. Uncle Zhang Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette and added, harvesting the soybeans and corn together will yield 3 tons of pure corn green material, and about 3 tons of soybean green material mixed with corn stalks. 1 acre can be sold for about 2,520 yuan, making a profit of 1,800 yuan. Zhang Dashan calculated, that's pretty good. If we harvest every 3 months, we can harvest 4 times a year. Zhang. Uncle Fan shook his head. The agricultural technician said, we can't plant like that, the soil won't be able to handle it. Uncle, what did the agricultural technicians from Helyafeng Company recommend? How should a plot of land be cultivated year-round? Uncle Zhang Fan pulled a wrinkled technical manual from a plastic bag in his pocket. They say that in our Lingnan region, crops can grow year-round, but they must be arranged appropriately. For example, we could start planting pure soybeans in March, harvest them by mid-June, interplant corn at the end of June, and harvest the corn and soybeans for feed by the end of September. Then, we could interplant Huanua No. 1 wheat in early October. Winter temperatures are low, and the wheat blocks some of the sunlight, so the wheat and soybeans will mature by mid-February of the following year and can be harvested together. Old Huang scratched his head. Growing wheat? Our village has indeed promoted winter wheat planting in recent years, but the yield is only a little over 300 kilograms per mu, which is far too low. That's why we have to mix crops. Zhang Dashan took the agricultural technical manual and flipped through it carefully. He came to the page about harvesting wheat together and frowned. Lao Lin, if we harvest wheat and soybeans together, won't they get mixed together? No, the agricultural technician said Helyafeng Company has several harvesters that can separate soybeans and wheat. Even if they get mixed together, they can still be sieved. Old Huang was skeptical. With such high-intensity planting, are there really no problems with the soil? It seems not. I heard it's the soybeans that are responsible. After 3 years, let the soybeans rot in the ground. Adding some fermented organic fertilizer every year will ensure the nutrient supply of the farmland. In fact, their worries were unfounded. Unlike other crops, Sinza soybeans not only increase the nitrogen content of the soil through their nodules, but also absorb phosphorus, potassium, and other elements from chemical fertilizers. Currently, the effective utilization rate of chemical fertilizers in grain crop cultivation in China is only around 30 to 40%. The remaining 60 to 70% is partially deposited in the soil, while some is washed away by rainfall and irrigation. During flooding, soybeans act like a pump, not only absorbing water, but also elements like phosphorus and potassium from the water and soil, enriching these elements in the root tubers as a nutrient reserve for growth. For example, in the Lingnan region, if a 3-season cropping system is adopted, 3 applications of chemical fertilizers are generally required. Pure soybeans require no fertilizer application. Fertilizer usage for corn-soybean hybrids is similar to that for pure corn cultivation. However, for wheat-soybean hybrids, fertilizer usage increases by 10 to 20%. The reason for this difference is to avoid fertilizer waste. During the winter wheat season, the climate in Lingnan is relatively dry. After fertilizing and watering, phosphorus and potassium are essentially left in the fields. Any fertilizer left over from the wheat is consumed by the soybeans. The phosphorus, potassium, and other nutrients stored in the soybean tubers during the winter are approximately twice what the soybeans need for a full season. Thus, no fertilizer is needed for the next soybean season. During the corn-soybean intercropping season, fertilizer application isn't for the soybeans, but rather to supplement the corn. Much of the readily absorbed phosphorus and potassium in the soil is concentrated in the soybean tubers by the soybeans, and the corn roots can't penetrate the tubers, necessitating additional fertilizer application. However, 50% of the fertilizer applied during the corn-soybean intercropping season is absorbed by the soybeans, leaving the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium stored in the soybean tubers unused. Based on this, soybeans grown in Lingnan have a surplus of phosphorus and potassium in their tubers for about 1.5 seasons each year, and nitrogen for about 1 season each year. After the 3rd winter, the soybeans are infected with a specific root rot fungus. Once the roots have completely rotted, the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and organic matter stored over 3 years are released into the soil. This is the fundamental reason why Sinza soybeans create nutrient-rich soil. The land where Sinza soybeans are grown becomes increasingly fertile with each planting. After all, Chinese farmers use a lot of chemical fertilizers, which provides additional nutrient accumulation for Sinza soybeans. Thus, with a 3-season planting plan like that in Lingnan, fertilizer use per unit of output decreases, not increases. This is the benefit of increased fertilizer utilization. Hybrid planting of Sinza beans can increase fertilizer utilization to approximately 80%, the highest rate globally. This is equivalent to using 1 part of fertilizer and achieving twice the effect. Zhang Dashan and others were unaware of the underlying situation, which is why they worried that such intensive cultivation would lead to soil depletion. In fact, before the Sinza beans begin to rot, the soil's organic matter content does decrease. This is why the technical manual recommends annual replenishment of organic fertilizer. As for the source of organic fertilizer, Heliafeng Company's Gongping Town Dairy Farm and the microbial fuel cell technology it plans to develop next year will provide a steady supply of organic fertilizer to surrounding farmland. The cow dung, straw, and agricultural waste used in microbial fuel cells contain 20 to 30% cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, as well as significant amounts of glucose, monosaccharides, vitamins, aromatic compounds, and minerals. Battery waste can be reused as raw material for biogas fermentation. After Jiang Miao returned, he resumed the relevant experiments. He discovered that using microbial fuel cells to ferment wastewater to produce biogas could significantly increase biogas production. This is primarily due to the presence of large amounts of glucose, monosaccharides, amino acids, aromatic compounds, and minerals in the wastewater, along with residual cellulose and hemicellulose. This allows the biogas fermentation bacteria to save time decomposing the cellulose and hemicellulose. 1 cubic meter of normal wet cow dung can produce approximately 50 cubic meters of methane. However, 1 cubic meter of wastewater from a microbial fuel cell can produce 120 cubic meters of methane, representing a 240% increase in efficiency. Furthermore, microbial fuel cells generate a significant amount of heat during their metabolic power generation process. If not promptly managed, this waste heat can cause the temperature in the cell room to soar. Therefore, this waste heat can be channeled into the biogas fermentation system through a hot water circulation system, maintaining a high temperature during the fermentation process. However, Jiang Miao has calculated the heat generated by microbial fuel cells and found that in winter south of the Yangtze River, this heat is generally sufficient to supply the biogas fermentation system. In areas north of the Yangtze River and south of the Yellow River, the waste heat generated by the microbial fuel cells can generally meet their own reproduction needs, achieving self-sufficiency. North of the Yellow River, however, particularly in the northeast and southern regions of the desert, the heat generated by the microbial fuel cell system is insufficient in winter, especially when the outside temperature drops below -10 degrees Celsius. In this case, an engineering solution can be employed, an underground power generation chamber, covered with soil to provide insulation. As long as the soil is 1 meter thick and covered with plastic film, the internal temperature can generally reach between 0 and 5 degrees Celsius. Combined with the waste heat generated by the microbial fuel cells themselves, the internal temperature can reach over 20 degrees Celsius. If a biogas fermentation system is designed and placed above the microbial fuel cell power generation room, it will not only provide insulation, but also reduce the system's heating energy consumption. The biogas fermentation bacteria themselves generate heat. In the Huaihai Plain, a semi-underground installation is feasible, while in the Yangtze and Pearl River basins, microbial fuel cells and biogas fermentation systems can be installed entirely above ground. In particular, the high summer temperatures in the Yangtze and Pearl River basins prevent the waste heat from the microbial fuel cells from being vented. This requires rationally increasing the scale of the biogas fermentation system to utilize this waste heat. In short, in the future, the biogas residue and liquid produced by microbial fuel cells and biogas fermentation systems can be used as highly efficient organic fertilizer, and the production volume could be enormous. After all, with so many dairy cows and a large amount of agricultural waste available, Yingxiong Dairy has a vast supply of raw materials for organic fertilizer. As long as the entire system is in full circulation, in the future, it is even possible to consider gradually reducing the use of chemical fertilizers, thereby lowering production costs. For an enterprise, production costs and efficiency determine its foundation. Heliafeng Company is essentially a high-tech enterprise, not a traditional agricultural company. Chapter 178. After exploring the route from Hangzhou town, Zhang Dashan called several clansmen working at the Heliafeng Company. With their guidance, they arrived at Nanhu village in Magong town. In the office area of the Agricultural Planting Division, they found the Agricultural Technology Office, which is responsible for agricultural technical guidance. Zhang Dashan explained his purpose. After listening, Zhu Xiaojia, the head of the Agricultural Technology Office, smiled and said, "Brother, do you want to use the 3-season planting plan with the Shishou Village Cooperative? Are you worried about the technology and the land's ability to withstand it?" "Yes. We never farmed this way before, and we're worried the farmland won't be able to handle it." Zhang Dashan nodded. Zhu Xiaojia stood up and said, "Don't worry. As long as you follow our technical guidance, not only will your farmland not become barren, but it will become increasingly fertile." He opened the iron cabinet at the back and pulled out a detailed 3-season planting plan for the Lingnan region. Then, he carefully answered everyone's questions. After over an hour of explanation, Zhang Dashan and the others finally understood the situation and put their worries to rest. They decided to convert the 300 mu, approximately 16 acres, of soybean fields into 3-crop fields. After all, these fields were located on high ground, making water difficult to access as rice paddies. Furthermore, they were considered essential farmland and could not be easily converted into vegetable orchards. Now, with the 3-crop fields, they can harvest 1 crop of soybeans, 1 crop of silage corn and soybeans, and 1 crop of wheat, soybeans, and hay. At current market prices, each mu, approximately 16 acres, can generate an annual revenue of 6,000 yuan, with a gross profit of around 4,000 yuan. Although it's still not very profitable. But at least it's much more profitable than simply growing rice. Even if soybean and other grain prices drop in the future, as long as they don't have, the profit per mu per year will still be around 2,000 yuan. Furthermore, this 3-season cropping plan has the significant benefit of improving soil fertility. If crop rotation is implemented every 3 years, converting grain fields to vegetable plots and vice versa, this will maintain a long-term balance in soil fertility and reduce fertilizer use. Zhang Dashan and his group prepared to return for a meeting to discuss the implementation of the 3-season plan with the members. After lunch in Magong town and returning to Shishou village, the 300 mu of soybeans belonging to their Shishou Agricultural Cooperative had already been harvested, and they had collected a total of 391,860 yuan in Hailifeng commercial bills. In the afternoon, the sun blazed outside. The high temperature and humidity made people feel very uncomfortable. In the small office building of the Shishou Village Agricultural Cooperative, Zhang Dashan laid out his plan. After hearing his ideas, everyone began to discuss them. One of the more rebellious young men was the first to stand up. "President, our village only has a little over 1,000 acres of farmland. Why not convert it to rice-based fish ponds? Fish are more profitable these days." "Bullshit! That piece of land in Bailong is over a meter higher than the nearest river. How can we change it? Or how about you pay for an excavator?" Another old man tapped his pipe. The rebellious young man was speechless at the mention of paying. Old Huang stepped forward to express his opinion. "The president's plan is still inadequate. I think 3-season fields are too few." "Still too few? You're not planning to touch the vegetable fields, are you?" Old Huang bluntly said. "If we don't touch the vegetable fields, how can we touch the rice fields?" "Old Huang, what are your thoughts?" "Our village has a population of approximately 1,600 people, and we have 1,500 mu of arable land, 1,000 mu of which is basic farmland, 400 mu of vegetable fields, and 100 mu of fish ponds. Am I right?" Zhang Dashan's face was very calm. "Old Huang, if you have any thoughts, just speak up. Don't hide them. Basic farmland can't be moved, but that doesn't mean it can't be replaced." Old Huang's eyes darted. "Replace?" Zhang Fan realized. "Old Huang, you mean convert 300 mu of vegetable fields into basic farmland, and then use 300 mu of the rice fields within the basic farmland as fish ponds?" Old Huang expressed his thoughts. "That's right. As long as the higher-ups guarantee us 1,000 mu of basic farmland, it doesn't matter whether or not we grow rice on it." The others suddenly understood. They really preferred raising fish to growing vegetables. After all, growing vegetables wasn't very profitable, and it was too labor-intensive. Their village has a registered population of 1,600, but in reality, only around 700 to 800 permanent residents remain, primarily middle-aged and elderly. The intensive labor of growing vegetables is largely unreplaceable by mechanized equipment, such as weeding, transplanting, watering, spraying, harvesting, and selling. They work from dawn to dusk every day. The income isn't necessarily that good. Fish farming is less labor-intensive, leaving plenty of free time each day to manage the farmland. Without a large young labor force, The Shirshou Agricultural Cooperative must adapt its current model to minimize the number of vegetable varieties that lack mechanization. Old Huang's proposed land swap aims to break the current situation where rice paddies can only be grown with rice, not cash crops. You know, their lotus root industry in Mailong Town is also quite good. Unfortunately, the proportion of paddy fields in Shirshou's farmland is relatively low, and most of it is basic farmland within the red line, making it impossible to grow cash crops. I agree. I agree too. Okay, convert the rice paddies into fish ponds and grow lotus roots, while also raising mullet. Each household could earn tens of thousands of yuan. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Seeing everyone agree, Zhang Dashan's eyes flashed with pride. Okay, since everyone agrees, I make the arrangements. Moving to a blackboard, one of the remaining facilities of an abandoned elementary school, Zhang Dashan quickly drew an outline of Shirshou village with chalk, then carefully delineated dry land, paddy fields, fish ponds, rivers, village roads, and residential areas. All the rice paddies near the southern depression have been converted into lotus root and fish ponds. Together with the existing fish ponds nearby, this adds up to 400 mu. The excavated soil will be used to fill the surrounding rice paddies, converting these paddies into 3-season fields, totaling 1,000 mu, with 100 mu devoted to vegetable fields. Uncle, you're not leaving any vegetable fields? A middle-aged man surnamed Zhang asked, puzzled. Why are you so clueless? Zhang Dashan explained, how did we use our primary farmland before? We grew vegetables in the winter. That's right. The man scratched his eyebrows sheepishly. Zhang Dashan drew several arrangements on the blackboard, including spring soybeans, summer soybeans plus, green peppers, tomatoes, eggplant, and chili peppers, winter soybeans plus winter wheat. Spring soybeans, summer soybeans plus, summer corn, winter soybeans plus, green peppers, tomatoes, eggplant, and chili peppers. The 100 mu of vegetable plot will be used as a nursery, for seedlings, and for private use. This means that Shirshou village will no longer grow rice. After all, soybeans, corn, and wheat are also food crops. As long as we maintain a 1,000 mu annual planting scale, we won't cross the limit. Zhang Dashan then looked at the crowd and said, to develop the economy, I have another plan. We purchase a batch of sprinkler pipes to reduce your future watering problems. This will also include the money for digging fish ponds. All this money will come from this year's soybean sales. These investments are necessary to make a profit. If you don't receive dividends for a year, you can contribute to the cooperative's equipment purchases, which will be more convenient for everyone in the future. Although some people felt reluctant to receive dividends, faced with the prevailing trend, they had no choice but to go with the flow. The Shirshou Village Agricultural Cooperative, driven by poverty and seeking change, has taken the first step in agricultural structural reform. Also in Xinqing Fishing Village, Mailong Town, the rice harvest was underway. Due to drought conditions this year, the rice harvest was delayed by more than 10 days compared to previous years. After the rice was harvested, the fields were quickly plowed by the following tractors. The turnover soil buried the rice stubble and crushed rice straw to a depth of nearly 15 centimeters. These rice fields will naturally compost for about 2 weeks. By early September, soybeans will be planted, and the soybeans will be harvested at the end of the year. From January to April of the following year, water will be added to cultivate Egyptian catfish. The rice fields before us have been transformed. Not only are they neatly arranged, but they are also surrounded by dikes, forming large fish ponds. Of course, to ensure optimal monthly production, the planting cycles of these rice-based fish ponds are staggered. To avoid delays in farming season, the Agricultural Technology Office of the Agricultural Planting Division of Helyafeng Company dispatched a dedicated team of agricultural technicians to provide technical guidance locally. This isn't simply guidance, it involves selecting suitable rice varieties based on the season. Some rice varieties aren't suited to winter growth, while others have longer growth cycles and poor quality, all of which must be considered. The Xinqing Fishing Village Feed Factory, which opened last year, consumes the local monthly supply of 14,000 tons of Egyptian catfish. These catfish are divided into 2 categories. One portion is used directly as raw material for fish meal and fish oil, and then further processed into feed or refined fish oil. The other portion is brought back to the Egyptian fish breeding base in Mailong Town, where it's nursed to remove the earthy odor, and then processed into fish meat products or sold live. The entire industry chain hasn't yet reached its peak, but it has already begun to transform the economic structure of Mailong Town. In the past 6 months, 15 new fish processing factories, large and small, have opened in Mailong Town. These fish processing plants do not use ordinary Egyptian catfish from fish ponds as raw material. Instead, they purchase Egyptian catfish minced fish directly from Halyafeng Company or Gutai Food Factory. They then process the minced fish into a variety of fish products. These include fish floss, fish cakes, cat and dog food, fish sausages, fish balls, fish eggs, and fish skin dumplings. Of course, there are concerns about the impact on the industry. To prevent small workshops from tarnishing the reputation of Shantaomei fish products, Halyafeng Company and Gutai Food Factory have joined forces to establish the Shantaomei Fish Products Association, which specifically regulates and oversees small businesses that join the association. As for factories that don't join the association, Halyafeng Company and Gutai Food Factory will simply refuse to supply surimi. However, even for these small factories that do join, things aren't entirely safe. Halyafeng Company will randomly inspect their products, and if they fail to meet the standards, they will be warned to rectify the situation. Companies that fail to rectify will be removed from their partnership list. This is a necessary measure to prevent bad money from driving out good. Otherwise, those small factories could quickly overwhelm the entire industry, dragging down the market for Egyptian catfish products, which Halyafeng Company has worked so hard to build. The Haifeng County Food Safety Bureau is also strongly supporting Halyafeng Company because they, too, are afraid. It's important to note that the scale of Egyptian catfish farming in Maelong Town has reached over 10,000 mu, approximately 1,000 mu, with many farmed in rice-based and lotus root-based ponds, impacting the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. Adding to Halyafeng Company's strict control requirements, the Food Safety Bureau will naturally increase its monitoring to prevent small factories from dragging down the entire industry. In this environment, although 15 small fish and meat product factories have emerged locally, under the dual pressure of Halyafeng Company and the Food Safety Bureau, these factories have been forced to abide by the rules. In fact, the small factory owners also understand the seriousness of the situation. After all, many of them are locals. If their factories affect the Egyptian catfish farming industry, the farmers would probably be murderous. Especially those large-scale farms with dozens of acres of land, they would definitely mobilize the villagers to cause trouble. The interests involved are enormous. This is not a matter that can be settled with a few million or tens of millions of dollars, but with billions of dollars. The small factory owners not only stay at the factories, but also pay for product testing. Fortunately, Jiangmiao does not intend to profit from their product testing. For general testing projects, the fee is about a 10% premium on the overall testing cost. In reality, a 10% premium is essentially equivalent to no profit for the testing industry. Halyafeng Company didn't want to increase the operating costs of these small factories. After all, they were already making a significant profit from surimi, while the profits of these small fish and meat product factories were relatively low. Among the most successful companies, a pet food manufacturer, it boasts a monthly gross profit of approximately 2 to 3 million yuan. Fang Yi, head of the feed division, has been based in Maelong Town for the past 6 months. He had just finished addressing issues with the factory's fish oil soft gel production line, and had barely sat down when he noticed several membership applications from the Shanmei Fish and Meat Products Association. He glanced at them for a moment, frowning, and immediately called Lin Dadong, the Secretary General of the Shanmei Fish and Meat Products Association, to come over. Half an hour later, Lin Dadong hurriedly knocked on the door and entered. Manager. Dadong, these 3 companies have applied to join the association. Where are their factories? They haven't been built yet, but they guarantee they won't violate the association's regulations, Lin Dadong quickly explained. However, Fang Yi disagreed. No, the rules are the rules. Let them build a factory, and complete the necessary preparations and paperwork. Otherwise, who knows if they're truly investing, or just selling the shell? 2 months ago, he'd been scammed. A small factory had secretly sold its association membership to an out-of-town fish and meat product company, preventing Halyafeng from monitoring the company's processing operations. Having no other choice, Halyafeng had to revoke the membership and cease supplying surimi to the company. Clearly, someone had seen a loophole and was planning to use the shell-selling scheme. Fang Yi wasn't afraid of these guys. Dadong, if anyone hints at you, just tell them to come to me, or go directly to the boss. As long as the boss agrees, I approve it immediately. Lin Dadong broke out in a cold sweat. After a few seconds, Lin Dadong smiled awkwardly and nodded. Okay, I let them build the factory right away. Well, you can leave. Watching Lin Dadong leave, Fang Yi's face darkened. He called the head of the supervision department and asked them to investigate Lin Dadong. Then he called Jiang Miao. On the other end of the line, Jiang Miao, after listening to Fang Yi's report, couldn't help but sneer. Interesting. Being too clever isn't always a good habit. Everything continues as usual on your end, and I take care of this. Okay, boss. Jiang Miao hung up and made a few more calls. Fang Yi put the matter behind him. After all, in Shanmei, there were virtually no people who could threaten the Hailufeng company. This kind of qualification reselling is most likely the work of small-time, middling individuals, secretly plotting. After all, people like Li Jianming, whom Jiang Miao had previously interacted with, knew Jiang Miao's current power and naturally wouldn't be foolish in such matters. It was those small-time scoundrels, out of sheer ignorance and fearlessness, who dared to touch the tiger's whiskers at Hailufeng company. Fang Yi picked up the R&D document again. It was a proposal to develop pet food, as the market research department had discovered that premium dog food in China was extremely profitable. In recent years, with rising living standards and the increasing number of cat and dog owners in cities, the pet food market has been growing year by year. Therefore, the market research department recommended that the feed division prioritize this industry. After reading the report, Fang Yi thought of the pet feed company in Mailong Town. Simply by selling cheap pet food, they were already making a gross profit of 2 to 3 million yuan per month. This industry truly had great potential. However, Fang Yi had no desire to produce low-end pet food. Such hard-earned income was better left to the smaller companies. He looked at imported pet feed brands, such as ABCD's subsidiaries, which already had a presence in this area, with ADM and Louis Dreyfus being the leaders. Take dog food as an example. Siligao Lifeng, imported from China, high-protein complete dog food for pets, 58.6 yuan per kilogram. Cabby 4 meat imported dog food, Teddy Universal complete dog food, 22.79 yuan per kilogram. Akana Ocean Feast dog food, 65.87 yuan per kilogram. Perhaps this isn't intuitive. If converted to tons, and compared to regular pig feed, the difference is stark. Complete pig feed currently costs around 3,300 yuan per ton, while the cheapest imported dog food costs 22,000 yuan per ton, while the most expensive reaches 65,000 yuan per ton. According to the Market Research Department's analysis, China currently spends 3.5 billion yuan annually on imported pet food. Fang Yi reviewed the Market Research Department's report and other materials while writing his report. His idea was to first establish a pet food laboratory to develop high-end pet food, and then launch a range of pet food products. As for Jiang Miao, he wouldn't object, but he wouldn't personally develop pet food. Pet food wasn't something he needed to personally work on. He needed to focus on more important scientific research projects. Chapter 179. August 10th. The Magic City is hosting a food security summit. And on the scorching heat of Cheongzhou Island, farmers from all over are also buzzing with discussion. However, the Cheongzhou Island farmers aren't discussing the food security summit, but rather the Hailufeng company. Cheongdong District. The Cheongzhou branch of Hailufeng company has established a high-level regional office here to manage the region's industries. A regional office is a secondary branch established by a regional branch to strengthen local management. Currently, the Cheongzhou branch has 6 regional offices on Cheongzhou Island. The Cheongdong district is one of them. At this time, in Huishan town, Cheongdong. At a food stall, a middle-aged man with a missing finger on his left hand poured a glass of rice wine for the portly, dark-skinned man sitting across from him. "Fatty, I heard you've been shoveling away your betel nuts?" "Not shoveling away. Are you saving them for the Lunar New Year?" "Last year, the purchase price was less than 8 yuan. I only made a few thousand yuan in a year. If you include my family's wages, I'd be losing money." The fat man was speechless. "Ah, times are tough." Nine Fingers sighed softly, filled his own glass with rice wine, and took a sip. The development of the betel nut industry in Cheongzhou has been full of ups and downs in recent years, with constant turmoil. At the end of 2005, the farm gate price for green betel nuts was 50 to 60 yuan per kilogram. By the end of 2006, it had plummeted to 16 yuan per kilogram. As for the situation this year, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the betel nut industry will continue to struggle. The reason is that the number of areas in the mainland that have banned the sale of betel nuts has increased by more than a dozen this year. In addition, after the border closure, products exported to the mainland will be subject to tariffs. At the same time, many betel nut plantations that were planted during the market boom in previous years have also entered a high-yield stage in the past 1 or 2 years. The accumulation of these unfavorable factors led to a collapse in the purchase price of betel nut. "Fatty, what are you planning to grow in the future?" Rubber? Pepper? Or mangoes? Fatty shook his head. I'm planning to grow durian. Durian? You're not planning to sign a contract with that Heliafing company, are you? Nine Fingers put down his glass, a hint of surprise on his face. No way. Nine Fingers picked up a piece of Bifantang fried crab. I heard they have very strict management of the contracted farmers. Farmers are not allowed to sell durian privately to other buyers. They can only sell to them. Those conditions are too harsh. Who would want to be exploited by them? Haha, don't believe everything you hear. I have a cousin who works for them. Heliafing's durian varieties and technology are different from before. Their purchase price is strictly stipulated in the contract. 60% of the retail price. Fatty ate a fat oyster. 60%? That high? Nine Fingers put down his chopsticks and pressed. Is your information accurate? Why would I lie to you? Nine Fingers hesitated. It seems that durian takes 4 or 5 years to bear fruit. My betel nut crop is producing well right now, and I'm reluctant to switch. The fatty smiled and shook his head. It won't take 4 or 5 years. If you plant this year, you can get the first fruit the year after next. Really? Don't be fooled. Nine Fingers looked surprised. I visited the Heliafing company headquarters last month. They have over 50,000 mu of durian planted in eastern Guangdong. Fruiting will begin by the end of this year, and the first fruit will be next year. What if they're lying to you? A dog can't spit out ivory, so why are they trying to trick me? Are they kidding me about tens of thousands of acres of durian? They also plan nearly 80,000 acres of durian in Cheongzhou, and recently planted seedlings. Unlike Heliafing Company's durian cultivation in eastern Guangdong, the genetically modified silk cotton tree used as the rootstock for this durian planting in Cheongzhou doesn't require grafting. It can be planted directly. Because Jiang Miao further improved the technology in June of this year, the new genetically modified silk cotton tree no longer dies after 4 or 5 years. Instead, it will stop growing without a specific injection, entering a dormant state. This improvement is intended, on the one hand, to better manage durian farmers, and on the other hand, to adjust the growth cycle. The dormant genetically modified silk cotton tree doesn't actually stop growing. Instead, it concentrates nutrients in its root tubers, somewhat similar to the root of a fairy bean. These tubers can also be used as material for growing new seedlings. By injecting a special agent to activate the genetic sequence that connects the genetically modified silk cotton tree to the durian branches, the durian can begin flowering in the 2nd month and mature in the 7th. This method allows durian to bear fruit year-round. As long as the durian area is divided into plots, the timing of flowering and fruiting can be controlled using pesticides. The first batch of 10,000 third-generation genetically modified silk cotton trees has arrived at Cheongzhou Coconut City and has been planted for over a month. Going forward, Heliafing headquarters will produce 100,000 to 300,000 genetically modified silk cotton seedlings each month, which will be delivered to the Cheongzhou branch. These genetically modified kapok trees only take about 6 months to grow to their maximum height of around 4.2 to 4.5 meters. Generally, they can be grafted onto old durian branches after about 3 months of growth. The two will grow together, but the grafting points are not chosen on the main trunk, but on the 4 lateral branches. This design ensures that the crown of the genetically modified kapok tree's trunk occupies the core photosynthetic area, thereby increasing its nutrient accumulation. The nutrient accumulation in the roots of the genetically modified kapok tree determines the size of the durian fruiting. If initial fruiting quality is not a concern, you can even use flowering induction drugs as early as 4 months after grafting the old durian branches. However, the fruit yield will be small, and the sweetness and flavor will be affected. To ensure quality, it is best to start flowering induction in the 13th month after the genetically modified kapok trees are established. Flowering and fruiting at this time will result in excellent fruit yield, flavor, sweetness, and stress resistance. Thus, Fatty's statement that fruiting will occur the year after next is not incorrect. If they purchase seedlings and plant them in August, they can force flowering in September of the following year and harvest the first batch of high-quality fruit in January of the following year. Of course, if they're in a hurry to harvest the fruit, they can adjust the schedule, but only retain 1 fruit per old branch, and each tree can only produce about 8 fruits. The Heliafing company's planned durian plantations typically plant 20 trees per mu, meaning only 160 fruits will initially be produced, or a yield of around 400 to 800 kilograms per mu. During peak production, typically 80 fruits are retained per tree, yielding 1,600 durians per mu, or about 4 to 8 tons. Heliafing company plans to lower the retail price of durian to around 20 yuan per kilogram, which translates to a farm gate purchase price of 12 yuan. This means that after growing durian, farmers can expect an output value of approximately 48,000 to 96,000 yuan per mu. After deducting costs, the gross profit is around 28,000 to 76,000 yuan, with the exact profit depending on the farmer's management skills. I'm still unsure, Nine Fingers said, his face hesitant. The fat man, taking a sip of rice wine, suggested, if you're afraid, I suggest growing bananas. Bananas? You're not going to make any money with them. Nine Fingers grumbled. You could sign a contract with Heliafeng Company for a targeted planting contract. They have another banana variety they're promoting, and the farm gate purchase price is also 60% of the retail price. This, Nine Fingers began to calculate in his mind. He'd grown bananas before. The average yield per acre in Cheongju is over 6,000 kilograms, and the farm gate price offered by buyers is around 2 to 3 yuan per kilogram. After deducting costs, he could earn 2,000 to 4,000 yuan per acre. Furthermore, bananas are less resistant to typhoons than betel nuts. Consequently, many banana plantations in Cheongju suffer heavy losses due to typhoons each year, another reason many local farmers choose to grow betel nuts. The fat man, however, smiled and shared a tidbit. I think you might consider it. Heliafeng Company's banana varieties will buy the cut banana stems and leaves. Are you kidding? What do they buy the banana stems and leaves for? I don't know about that, but I heard from my cousin that the purchase price is quite high, around 1,000 yuan per ton. Will there be a contract? Of course. Heliafeng Company won't allow growers to sell bananas and banana stems and leaves without permission. Nine Fingers finally made up their minds. Fatty, ask your cousin. I want to grow Heliafeng bananas. How do I do that? It's simple. Download the official Heliafeng app on your phone, then register and log in. Fatty took out his phone and showed Nine Fingers how to download and register. After Nine Fingers finished registering, Fatty continued, open the Heliafeng Member Center. Once you opened it, what should you do next? There's an agricultural cooperative there. Have you found it? Yes. There's the Egyptian Catfish Breeding Cooperative, the Durian Planting Cooperative, and the Banana Planting Cooperative. Click on the banana one. I know. After clicking on the Banana Planting Cooperative's page, there were various details, as well as contract consultation and customer service. There was a partial introduction to 3 banana varieties, some information on how to purchase them, and the penalties for violating the terms of the cooperation. After watching for over 10 minutes, Nine Fingers became a little worried by the descriptions of the new varieties. Little Mac? Red Big Mac? New Big Mac? Why do these names sound familiar? It's a newer, improved version of an older variety. Hearing this, Nine Fingers' memory seemed to rekindle something, and he asked uncertainly, could it be the Big Mac that was decimated by yellow leaf disease? As Fatty spoke, he picked up the remaining typhoon shelter fried crab from his plate. It looks like that variety, but it's been improved. It should be fine. Really? Jiuji pondered for a moment, figuring that since Heliafeng was so bold as to launch these new varieties, there wouldn't be any major issues. So, he quickly filled out his details on the cooperation appointment interface and scheduled an offline contract. A dozen minutes later, a call came in, asking Jiuji some questions. The two parties agreed to meet in Huishan town that afternoon. Around 3 p.m., a pickup truck arrived at the agreed location. Jiuji stood by the roadside, looking around. Is this Mr. Pan Shuibwa? A young man, holding printed contract documents, poked his head out of the car. It's me. Are you from Heliafeng? Hello. I'm Li Haibing, a salesperson from the Cheongju office of the Cheongju branch of Heliafeng. Mr. Pan, please get in the car. Let's go check out your land first. Do you have the relevant documents proving ownership? Yes, Jiuji said, opening the car door and getting in. With Jiuji leading the way, they arrived in the mountains north of Huishan town and saw the 10-acre betel nut plantation the other party had mentioned. After taking photos of the scene and roughly measuring the land, he had Jiuji stand in the betel nut plantation with his ID card, explaining that the land was his property. After completing these tasks, he arrived at Jiuji's home. Jiuji's wife had already made tea. As soon as they sat down, Li Haibing got straight to the point. Mr. Pan, you chose to plant Little Mac bananas. I suggest you change. Why? Jiuji was confused. He had chosen Little Mac because it typically yields over 5,000 kilograms per mu. After taking a sip of tea, Li Haibing smiled and explained, your area is hilly, so even if a typhoon were to affect us, it wouldn't be too severe. Little Mac is a dwarf variety, resistant to typhoons. That's okay, right? Mr. Pan, you overlooked a key point. Little Mac bananas rely on volume, so their retail price won't be too high. We estimate it's around 8 yuan per kilogram. That's quite a bit. Jiuji thought this variety was good. At that retail price, his farm gate purchase price would be around 48,000 kilograms, or about 24,000 yuan for 5,000 kilograms. Hear me out first. Li Haibing shook his head. The estimated retail price of Big Red Mike is around 12 yuan per kilogram, with a yield of around 3,500 kilograms per mu, which translates to a revenue of around 25,000 yuan per mu. Is that about right? However, Li Haibing smiled and reminded him, Lil Mike only produces a maximum of 6 tons of stems and leaves, while Big Red Mike produces 10 tons. Furthermore, the purchase price for Big Red Mike straw is 1,200 yuan, while the straw of Little Mike and new Big Mike bananas is only 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Nine Fingers realized. If you weren't in the mountains, I wouldn't recommend planting Big Red Mike. This variety's tall plants are more susceptible to wind on the plains, making them prone to breaking. Of course, Li Haibing's reasoning was primarily based on the situation of ordinary bananas. In fact, whether it's Little Mike, Big Red Mike, or New Big Mike, their straw is stronger than that of ordinary bananas. The reason is that their fiber strength is higher than that of ordinary bananas. When Jiang Miao selected these new varieties, he focused on enhancing their wind resistance. There are only 2 ways to improve bananas' wind resistance. First, increase the cellulose strength. Second, increase the diameter of the straw. The straw of Little Mac and New Grow Mac bananas is slightly thicker than that of ordinary bananas, but its fiber strength is similar to that of jute. The straw of Red Grow Mac bananas is significantly thicker, about 1.5 to 1.7 times that of ordinary bananas, and its fiber strength is similar to that of Manila hemp. Furthermore, the cellulose content of this variety's straw is around 28%. This is why Heliafing Company purchased these banana straws. 1 ton of Red Grow Mac banana straw can produce approximately 250 kilograms of Manila hemp-like fiber. Similarly, 1 ton of Little Mac and New Grow Mac bananas can produce approximately 200 kilograms of jute-like fiber. 1 acre of Red Big Michel bananas yields 10 tons of straw, which can be refined into approximately 2.5 tons of Manila-like hemp. Heliafing Company acquires these banana stems to produce hemp fiber, which has a wide range of uses, including clothing fabric, sacks, carpets, agricultural mulch, and rope. After unexpectedly discovering another use for these new banana varieties, Jiang Miao instructed the technology division to establish a dedicated hemp fiber separation and processing project, with plans to open a factory in the future to extract the fiber for use in various hemp products. The lower quality jute-like fibers can be used to produce rope, sacks, and mulch for internal company use. Those stores that have opened can use sacks to replace some plastic bags. Higher quality jute and albaca-like hemp can be used to produce high-strength cables, clothing fabrics, and strength-enhancing fiber for resin materials. It now appears that the fiber from bananas and banana straw is of similar value. After Li Haibing's explanation, Jiuji decided to plant the Red Big Michel variety. In fact, Little Michel does have its merits. Its growth cycle is very short. In the tropical environment of Cheongzhou Island, it can be harvested in just 5.5 months in the summer, extending to 6.5 months in the winter, allowing for almost 2 harvests per year. Red Big Michel, on the other hand, requires 7 months in the summer and 9 months in the winter on Cheongzhou Island. As a luxury product, New Big Michel was not open to farmers for cultivation. Instead, Heliafing Company cultivated it in-house. Its growth cycle is similar to that of Red Big Michel. The contract was signed. Li Haibing did not leave Huishan town, but instead visited 2 other farmers who were interested in partnering. One wanted to grow durian, the other banana. Currently, the Cheongzhou branch manages 50,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of banana and 80,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of durian plantations on Cheongzhou Island. It has also signed contracts with nearly 8,000 farmers, including 57,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of durian and 73,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of bananas. A large portion of these farmers previously grew betel nut, while a smaller portion now cultivate rubber trees. As for the island's large and small agricultural companies, they are still taking a wait-and-see approach. On one hand, these companies are skeptical of Heliafing's new varieties and technologies and are hesitant to take risks. After all, these so-called new varieties haven't even produced a single fruit, so they're not going to risk it. Another reason is that Heliafing's strict controls on its contracted plantations are unacceptable to many agricultural companies, especially those with existing fruit chain stores. Such stringent controls are particularly unacceptable to these companies. Heliafeng has not commented on this. Jiang Miao had no interest in other agricultural companies to begin with. Heliafeng, with its focus on controlling production capacity and quality, was unlikely to open up its product lines to other companies, potentially sabotaging their operations. Plus, agricultural products like fruit aren't critical to national security, allowing Heliafeng to operate with impunity. Officials wouldn't allow Heliafeng to open up its seedling supply just for the sake of a few fruit growers. The local management of Cheongju province was naturally aware of Heliafeng's actions, but they had already received the relevant notice, and after learning about the situation, they remained silent. Chapter 180. Time slipped away silently. Unconsciously, it was August 17th. It was also the third day after the Guangzhou Feed Industry Conference. Company A and Company B, two of the four major grain traders, collaborated and sent an acquisition team to Shanmei City. The acquisition team included Huang Changqing, CEO of Company A's Greater China region, who had just attended the Guangzhou Feed Industry Conference, and Cord McCarthy, business research manager of Company B. When the two arrived at Magong Town, Jiang Miao did not come out to greet them. Only Jiang Haiba and his assistant went to meet him. Although Jiang Haiba had asked Jiang Miao for a meeting at the Feed Industry Conference, Jiang Miao had no interest in seeing him. After all, people with different ideals could not work together. There was no point in wasting their time. If it had been before, Jiang Miao might have put on a show, feigning complicity. Now, he didn't even want to put on an act. Rather than wasting time arguing with the other party, it would be better to use these few hours to research technology or handle company business. Inside Heliafeng Company's temporary headquarters. Although Cord McCarthy didn't show any outward anger at not seeing Jiang Miao, Huang Changqing was already deeply dissatisfied. After all, in the past, whenever they mentioned the ABCD name, every private enterprise in Ceres would bow down to them. Now, being treated so lightly by a young, inexperienced person truly made them feel uncomfortable and angry. But Huang Changqing maintained a smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Haiba and asked, "Mr. Jiang, our company comes here with sincerity and goodwill, hoping to reach a cooperation agreement with you. Mr. Huang, if you still hold the same view as last time, I don't think we need to continue this discussion." Jiang Haiba didn't care about the other party's attitude. He knew Heliafeng's current strength and influence. Furthermore, the company didn't have much direct international business. ABCD's arrogance elsewhere wouldn't shake Heliafeng's foundation. At most, it would only lead to pressure from Europe and the United States over the export of eel fry and white truffles. If it were a year ago, ABCD had gone all out, perhaps they might have had a chance to suppress Heliafeng's development, but now it was too late. "Jiang, I think nothing is off limits. We're really optimistic about your company. How about 30% of the shares for 10 billion? Cord McCarthy said, raising his glasses. Jiang Haiba feigned surprise. "Oh? $10 billion for 30% of the shares? Huh? Jiang, I'm talking about Huayuan." Cord McCarthy cursed inwardly. "Why didn't you offer $100 billion? You're really clueless. 10 billion Huayuan?" Jiang Haiba sneered. "Do you know our company's revenue this month?" Huang Changqing could already hear the venom and disdain in Jiang Haiba's words, but he remained unmoved. Instead, he smiled and explained, "Mr. Jiang, you can't just look at current profits, you also have to consider future development. If you agree to our investment, your company's international development will be much smoother, dozens of times faster than your own. That's the true meaning of bringing in a strategic investor." "Haha, are you threatening me?" Jiang Haiba's gaze suddenly turned cold. Huang Changqing's expression also suddenly cooled, his tone filled with confidence and condescension. "Mr. Jiang, you're a smart person. You should know that the international market isn't easy to navigate. We welcome win-win situations. Therefore, I hope we can become friends, not enemies. Then I'm officially notifying you today that we only become enemies. You can get out?" Jiang Haiba unceremoniously ordered them to leave. "You?" Cord McCarthy, facing such arrogance for the first time, breathed hard. Huang Changqing, on the other hand, remained impassive. He sneered and stood up. "I hope you don't regret it." "Haha, regret? Do you really think you're a nobody? You're just a bunch of scum." Jiang Haiba mocked the other person's identity. Huang Changqing's fists hardened. If they weren't inside the Heliafeng company, he would have definitely punched the other person in the face. The group hurried away. Watching the group's backs as they sped away, Jiang Haiba thought to himself, "They're really holding back. I thought I could take this opportunity to send them off for a few days, but these guys won't be so arrogant for much longer. Mr. Jiang, do you want to delete the video? The assistant, who had been standing behind him, whispered. Deleted? Jiang Haibo hadn't calculated against the other party, so naturally, he wouldn't keep the video. Wang Chongqing, Cord McCarthy, and the others, who were leaving Magong town by car, were as dark as the bottom of a pot as soon as they got in. Cord McCarthy, a white supremacist in particular, launched into a barrage of curses in English. Damn bastards, I won't let you go. Sons of bitches. Okay, Cord, there's no need to be so angry. Wang Chongqing took a sip of ice water to calm his irritation. Cord McCarthy gritted his teeth and said, Wang, we must report this to headquarters and retaliate harshly, otherwise they think we're easy to bully. I know. Wang Chongqing wasn't a forgiving person. After all, if he could tolerate Jiang Haibo's insults, he might as well become a ninja turtle. Cord McCarthy raised his glasses and let out a sinister sneer. A large portion of their profits comes from eel fry and white truffles. We need to have our head office lobby for a ban on these products. However, Wang Chongqing frowned. It's not that simple. You're saying a ban won't hurt them? Cord McCarthy sounded unconvinced. Don't forget about entrepot trade, Wang Chongqing said, hitting the nail on the head. Awakened, Cord McCarthy's rationality once again took over, and he instantly realized, damn it. Entrepot trade is indeed a very difficult loophole. Even if ABCD mobilized their forces and invested heavily in lobbying various European and American parties, they wouldn't be completely united. Especially for high-value, small items like white truffles and eel fry, whether smuggled covertly or re-exported through third-party countries, these items can evade regulation. After all, these aren't items like construction machinery, vehicles, ships, steel, or weapons, which are extremely large and heavy, have relatively low profit margins, or are highly sensitive products. Naturally, no underground trader would smuggle them. However, white truffles and eel fry are different. If Europe and the United States ban the sale of these items, Southeast Asian countries like Annan and Siam will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to engage in re-export trade. Even Mexico and the Ottoman Empire will secretly smuggle them to Europe and the United States. The more these items are banned, the more likely they are to attract greed among underground traders, leading them to take such risks. After all, smuggling firearms, ammunition, and contraband is a life-threatening business, yet some people still do it, let alone something like this, which, if caught, carries no serious consequences. Cord McCarthy and Wang Chongqing racked their brains, but the more they pondered how to deal with Heliafing, the more they felt it was a complete freak, difficult to deal with through conventional means. Suddenly, with a wave of rage, Cord McCarthy whispered, Wang, where are your company's friends here? We could have them step in. This Jiang Miao is the key to Heliafing. If we take him down, Heliafing will inevitably surrender. You think I don't want to? Wang Chongqing said speechlessly. It's been so tense lately that those people don't dare to step in. After a year or two, when things calm down a bit, maybe we can consider doing this. Are they afraid of a small private enterprise? Cord McCarthy said angrily. Wang Chongqing knew Cord McCarthy was getting a little carried away, so he quickly tried to persuade him. It's not that I'm afraid. It's that the whole world is in turmoil right now. They're doing things for us, so they have to consider the risks. They wouldn't risk their lives to help us take down Heliafing, would they? They're not that stupid. Don't get yourself into trouble. He then added, let Heliafing thrive for a while. Sooner or later, they expand their business globally, and then we show them who's truly the boss of this world. Okay. I let them thrive for a while. Cord McCarthy finally calmed down. However, the two men had just reached Baoan Airport in Pingching, but before they even arrived, their journey was interrupted by a phone call. Inside a high-end business hotel in Pingching, Wang Chongqing, Cord McCarthy, and others, who had booked a private business room, were no longer as calm as before. They were watching their laptops. Soybean futures prices in major financial markets had been steadily declining since noon today. A week earlier, at the Shanghai Food Security Summit Forum, and 3 days earlier at the Guangzhou Feed Industry Conference, many experts and scholars in Serbia announced plans to increase inventory levels of various bulk agricultural products over the next few years to ensure food and feed security. These included soybeans, corn, sorghum, alfalfa, wheat, palm oil, and other bulk agricultural products. ABCD saw this as a subtle announcement that Serbia would increase imports. This caused a surge in bulk agricultural futures prices for major global institutions, rising by nearly 10% in the past week. Among the institutions that took advantage of these high-priced positions was ABCD's financial subsidiary. They were unaware that during this week's surge, some had already made billions of dollars by buying low and selling high. This money was then used to frantically short these commodity futures. Starting today, short-selling forces have suddenly intensified. ABCD and other European and American financial institutions are finding it difficult to cover their short positions, which has led to the market's downward trend. Although bulls are still trying to maintain their highs, the bears are too powerful. Currently, commodity futures prices in major futures markets continue to decline amidst fluctuations. The short sellers, already prepared with ammunition, remained undaunted and continued to short commodity prices. Why is this happening? Cord McCarthy frowned, puzzled by the short sellers' motive. After all, Ceres' announcement of an increase in its inventory of commodities was clearly good news. So why did the short sellers dare to continue shorting? Wang Chongqing was equally puzzled. What problem have we overlooked? It doesn't make sense. At this moment, a market researcher responsible for collecting the latest agricultural information stared at his laptop screen with wide eyes, pupils constricted, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? His colleagues thought he was ill. Mr. Huang. The man suddenly raised his head and shouted. Startled, Wang Chongqing asked angrily, Liang Kai, why are you yelling? Mr. Huang, take a look at this. Come here quickly. The man had completely abandoned etiquette. Although Wang Chongqing was still a little angry, he didn't react immediately. Instead, he walked over. However, after taking a look at the report on the laptop, he froze, his forehead also covered in sweat. Huang, what's wrong with you? Cord McCarthy also noticed something was wrong with Wang Chongqing. Huff, huff. Wang Chongqing, nearly fainting, quickly sat down, panting, then rubbed his sweat-soaked face again. Something serious has happened. He continued to read, while Cord McCarthy came up behind him, and also read the content of the news report. The more they read, the more horrified they both became. Cord McCarthy immediately picked up his phone, and made an international call. Beep. Hello Cord, it's late. What's going on? Mr. Chairman, something's up. What's going on? Ceres has developed a type of soybean that can be grown on a large scale in the desert, with very high yields. 350,000 mu, approximately 1,000 hectares, of soybeans have already been planted. What? Didn't you say this news wasn't a threat? Clearly, ABCD's branch in Ceres wasn't completely incompetent. At least they had gathered information about Haliafeng's desert development plans in the southern desert. However, after reading the relevant reports, Cord McCarthy felt that such a project was likely a gimmick to defraud subsidies, or a costly waste of resources. Therefore, he casually mentioned it in the report, and didn't ask investigators to delve deeper. After the soybeans were planted in June, not many people noticed the incident. It wasn't until Haliafeng's southern desert branch began selling large quantities of soybean vine feed that ABCD's commercial investigators took notice, and resumed their investigation into Haliafeng's investments in the southern desert. However, before they could even begin their investigation, two major events in quick succession forced the Greater China executives to abandon the matter and rush off to attend them. Now the initiative was no longer in ABCD's hands. After listening to Cord McCarthy's explanation, the chairman of company B on the other end of the line roared in fury. Cord, is this how you manage a branch? Why would you overlook such important information? Do you realize how much money the company is losing? You deserve to die. Mr. Chairman, Cord McCarthy was speechless. Even on the other side, Wang Chongqing also made an international call to the chairman of Company A. After explaining the situation, he was also subjected to a barrage of criticism. However, the situation had become uncontrollable. As the deliberately disseminated news quickly spread around the world, those financial institutions that reacted quickly stopped long positions and began shorting them. International commodity futures prices plummeted like a waterfall. In less than an hour, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Soybean futures plummeted 27%. Corn futures plummeted 22%. Soybean meal futures plummeted 33%. Alfalfa futures plummeted 17%. Wheat futures, cassava futures, rice futures, sugar futures, palm oil futures, and cotton futures all plummeted. Clearly, the entire commodity market was directly and severely impacted by the impact of the Sinza soybeans. Because the official report had already indicated that no less than 200 million mu of sandy desert would be developed in the northeast, south, and northwest of Ceres to serve as a soybean cultivation base. If this news had been written by a tabloid based on hearsay, it wouldn't have caused such serious consequences, but it happened to be an authoritative official report. The mysterious force, having reaped nearly $70 billion, quickly withdrew its funds. While there would undoubtedly be further opportunities for short selling, too much is worse than too little. ABCD, having reacted quickly, also quickly joined the short-selling movement. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. With the market in a severe stampede, no financial institution dared to take over. Anyone who took over would be doomed. Without financial institutions or large speculators to take the plunge, small investors simply couldn't afford such a deal. ABCD looked at their high-priced contracts, finding no takers even at a low price. In just 1 hour, they had lost tens of billions of dollars, along with other financial institutions and large speculators who had been defrauded. Although the sudden changes in the futures market haven't yet trickled down to the real economy, the future of the real economy is certainly not going to be good. Unless a major market with a population of over 1 billion is willing to step in to save the grain-exporting countries, forget it. At this point, all they had to do was wait for the other party to come. In the business room, Wang Chongqing and Cord McCarthy's faces had turned pale. They finally realized why Heliafeng had dared to humiliate them so much. It turned out they had been sharpening their knives, ready to slaughter ABCD. What do we do now? Cord McCarthy lost his previous arrogance, replaced only by fear and dejection. What should we do? Let's wait for our board of directors to make a decision. The worst that can happen is I be fired. Wang Chongqing suddenly came to his senses. He finally realized he was just an employee, so why should he worry about the company? Cord McCarthy opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Although he held a considerable amount of stock in the company, losing it wouldn't affect him much. With millions of dollars in assets as a backup, as long as he kept a low profile, he'd be able to live comfortably for the rest of his life. The two chose to lie low and wait for their respective companies' decisions. At their headquarters, they were already holding a video conference overnight to discuss how to deal with the upcoming crisis. Jiang Miao, however, wasn't overly concerned about this matter. He simply recorded their video conference and hid the secret overseas account, which had soared to nearly $1.5 billion. He planned to use this money as a reserve fund. As for how to launder this money into China, it was actually very simple. Set up several shell companies, purchase eel fry and white truffles from Heliafeng at high prices, and then sell them on the international market at the original market price. But there was no need for that at the moment. While Jiang Miao was still researching the technology, the domestic internet was already abuzz. Topics about Heliafeng, Sinda soybeans, and 200 million acres of sand quickly dominated the headlines of portals across the country.